I thought I was single, until a little girl suddenly called me dad, and then the CO found me. Part 2. I don't want my wife to dress so beautifully to meet other men. So when I saw Familly in that black fitted dress, my first reaction wasn't amazement, but rather a feeling of unease. She drank a lot last night and seemed completely overwhelmed. I held her in my arms, trying to find out what had happened between her and her aunt, but she just kept saying she didn't know. It wasn't until she finally voiced that possibility that I understood why she had lost control. To Anchuan's biological father might have already been found, and Familly knew where that man was. At that moment, I felt a sharp pang in my heart. Familly's eyes were filled with murderous intent. She wasn't afraid to see that man. She hated him so much she wanted to destroy him with her own hands. I could only suppress my emotions and advise her not to do anything foolish. What my sister-in-law said might not be reliable. The safest way was to do a paternity test to confirm whether To Anchuan was indeed that man's child. Familly was terribly drunk, but she clung to me tightly, as if she were holding on to the only person she could trust. She wanted me to go with her, and I agreed, but I couldn't sleep a wink that night. My mind is filled with thoughts of whether To Anchuan will stop liking me after she meets her biological father. Will she call someone else dad, leaving me, the person by her side, as just an outsider? The next morning, Familly changed into that black dress, which made her figure look dazzling. I said it didn't look good, but inside I was so jealous I could hardly bear to see her like that with another man. She sat down at the vanity to put on makeup, and I immediately found an excuse to stop her. She's already beautiful, and even without makeup, she's striking enough. I didn't want her to show her best self to others. Familly quickly noticed my unease and pinched my ear, forcing me to admit it. I pretended to be serious on the surface, but inside I was completely defenseless because I was genuinely jealous. I made an excuse to go see To Anchuan and quickly slipped away from Familly. When I opened the door, the little guy was lying on his back, playing with a doll. As soon as he saw me, he excitedly climbed up and wanted a hug. I hugged her and told her that I was going to meet someone today, someone who might be her biological father. But the little one didn't understand at all. She just hugged my neck and kissed me. Her little face pressed against mine, repeatedly expressing her conviction. In her heart, I am her father, and she is my precious child. But the more she says this, the more painful it becomes for me. This is the first time I've ever loved a little girl so much. I love her so much that whenever she calls me daddy, my whole world melts away. But the fact that she's not my biological daughter is like a knife stabbing at me. After Familly came downstairs, she was dressed similarly to usual, but I still thought she looked beautiful from head to toe today. When she came close to me, I stubbornly denied being jealous, but my guilty conscience was impossible to hide. To Anchuan was hungry, still wearing her little yellow duck bib around her neck, and eagerly awaited her meal. I immediately pulled Familly down to sit, settled the little one next to me, and casually checked the strap at the back of her bib. Little To Anchuan handed me the biggest crystal bag. I took a bite, and my heart melted with sweetness. But the thought that she might soon meet her real biological father broke my heart once again. I couldn't help but ask her if she loved her dad the most, and if that love would never change. The little one talked to her dad while eating, her cheeks puffed out. She was absolutely adorable. Hearing the little one's words, my heart finally settled back down. Even if To Anchuan's biological father really did appear, he probably wouldn't surpass me. At least for now, the person she's most attached to is still me, her father. I stroked her fluffy little head and told her to eat more so she could grow taller. To Anchuan said in her childish voice that she wanted to grow taller than me in the future, which made me laugh, while Familly stood beside her speechless. The little one eats very well, not picky at all. He's probably only this obedient in front of me. But this warm feeling didn't last long. Suddenly, footsteps came from outside the door, and Familly returned carrying her bag, collapsing onto the sofa. Familly immediately noticed that she hadn't come home last night, and her face turned cold. Familly explained nonchalantly that she had just gone out clubbing and had some fun, but didn't expect to come back until dawn. To Anchuan frowned, staring at her aunt with a cute but fierce look, like a little housekeeper. She was worried that her aunt would get lost if she didn't come home at night, but Familly deliberately pinched her cheek, making her so angry that she jumped into my arms to complain. Feng Yin was so sleepy that she just coaxed Tuanchuan a few words and went upstairs to sleep. The little guy wouldn't kiss her and even secretly stuck his tongue out at her and made faces. I almost burst out laughing, but then another thing came to mind. I asked Feng Li if she had donated money to the Xiong welfare home in the east of the city during her last charity event. Feng Li told me that she had donated to almost all the welfare homes in the capital. That particular welfare home was very small, and she had donated around 20 million yuan there. Hearing that number, my heart sank. I saw those children with my own eyes yesterday. They were unwanted, some were disabled, their clothes were filthy, and they were starving. They didn't look like they had received 20 million yuan in donations at all. Tuanchuan nodded in agreement, earnestly saying that the little girls in the orphanage were pitiful. They didn't even have candy. She remembered how dirty their faces were, so she was willing to share her candy with them. Feng Li's expression also changed. The money she donated had clearly gone through legal procedures and should have been enough to ensure those children lived well. But now, where had the money gone? She could only ask Director Wang there. The first person I thought of was Director Wang. The watch that man was wearing alone was worth millions. If the orphanage's money was really embezzled, the amount would be enormous. But I still lack evidence. Feng Li told me not to rush, that she would continue to investigate, and that she would have Bai Jin send food and clothes to the orphanage as soon as possible. Watching her pick up Tuanchuan, I suddenly realized that this woman truly couldn't bear to see children suffer. Tuanchuan immediately kissed her mother's face and praised her in a sweet, childish voice. Feng Li was amused by her, and then deliberately asked her if she would still like her current father if she had a biological father. The little one climbed into my arms almost without hesitation, convinced that she only had one dad. At that moment, my heart ached terribly, and all I could do was gently comfort her, promising to take her out to play today. The car quickly stopped in front of a Western restaurant in the center of the capital. Feng Li said that this was the address Feng Ling had given her, and Feng Ling was her aunt, the most beloved young lady of the Feng family. Feng Li and I got out of the car, and Tuanchuan followed behind us like a little tail, chasing after us with her short legs. I took her little hand, and she immediately became proud and ran faster than anyone else. As soon as we entered the restaurant, a young male waiter came to greet us. I noticed Feng Li's eyes instantly turn cold. She didn't beat around the bush and directly asked for Zheng Xiaofei, one of the waiters. The waiter paused for a moment, then admitted that he was Zheng Xiaofei. Feng Li stared at him, her eyes filled with extreme danger, and a chilling aura emanated from her, sending shivers down one's spine. Zheng Xiaofei admitted, looking completely bewildered, that he was the person we were looking for, but he didn't recognize us at all. I watched Feng Li calmly scan the restaurant, but I knew in my heart that the calmer she was, the more dangerous she was. Feng Li didn't react immediately, but instead asked him to arrange the best private room and specifically requested that he personally serve her. Zheng Xiaofei, completely unaware that he was being watched, could only lead us to the VIP room on the 6th floor. The moment the door closed, Feng Li's expression changed instantly, and she grabbed his collar. After searching for so long, she had finally found the man who might have ruined her life for years ago, and the murderous intent in her eyes was almost impossible to suppress. I immediately stopped Feng Li, trying to calm her down. But Zheng Xiaofei was completely terrified. He had no idea who we were or why he was being treated this way. Feng Li brought up that night at the Starry Night Hotel 4 years ago, her voice as cold as ice. The next second, Bai Jin entered the private room with 8 female bodyguards in black, and the atmosphere in the room instantly became tense. Zheng Xiaofei's legs went weak with fear, and he shrank into a corner. He was just an ordinary waiter, plain-looking, slightly overweight, and less than 1.8 meters tall. The thought that Tuanchuan's biological father might be him made my fists clench. I couldn't help but ask Feng Li if she was sure this man was the one who had bullied her that night. Feng Li's answer was cold and firm. But just then, Tuanchuan suddenly called out, "Dad!" I froze instantly, feeling like I'd been hit on the head. I thought Tuanchuan was calling for Zheng Xiaofei. Was this the power of bloodline? She recognized her real father on our first meeting. Jealousy nearly consumed me. That was my little darling, whom I'd raised for so long. How could I possibly give her away? But before I could even move, the little one grabbed my arm, stopping me in her sweet, childish voice. It was only then that I realized Tuanshuan was calling for me. She clung to me, convinced I was her father. I whispered to her that this man might be her biological father, and that I'd been lying to her all along. But Tuanshuan shook her little head like a rattle drum, tears welling up in her eyes. She didn't recognize Zheng Xiaofei at all, and was even afraid that I would abandon her, so she turned around and rushed back, hugging my leg tightly. I forced myself to push her toward Zheng Xiaofei, telling her that he was her biological father. But she kept running back, denying it with a cute but fierce expression, as if she was using all her strength to protect me, her father. Zheng Xiaofei was completely dumbfounded. He repeatedly stated that he was not married and had no children. Familly pressed him to tell him if he had been to the Starry Night Hotel 4 years ago. After thinking for a moment, he admitted that he had indeed been there. Familly looked down at him and decided to make him and Tuanshuan take a paternity test. She also made it clear that even if the results proved he was Tuanshuan's father, Tuanshuan would still have no relation to him. Zheng Xiaofei was terrified and desperately explained that he had only gone to the hotel to deliver food and hadn't done anything wrong. He said he wasn't Tuanshuan's father and had never had a daughter, and the fear on his face didn't seem fake. I held Tuanshuan in my arms, a wicked joy stirring within me. She didn't want to acknowledge anyone else. She only wanted me as her father. Even though I knew it was selfish, I truly couldn't bear to entrust my daughter to anyone else. I kissed Tuanshuan's little face, and my heart melted completely. Zheng Xiaofei, watching from the side, rolled his eyes and even thought that Tuanshuan looked more like me, like my own daughter. Familly wasted no more time and had Baijin pluck Zheng Xiaofei's hair for testing. Baijin quickly completed the sample collection and prepared to send it to the paternity testing center. The results would be available tomorrow. Familly lowered her eyes, her smile chilling. Once the results were in, Zheng Xiaofei would face her wrath. Zheng Xiaofei, however, mustered his courage and said that 4 years ago he was just delivering food and was almost kidnapped. Hearing this, my heart sank. Things didn't seem as simple as we thought. Tuanshuan grabbed my hand, wanting only to go home, so I immediately picked her up, ready to take her away. It seems Tuanshuan still prefers me as her dad. Life is tough, so Tuanshuan is performing for money. Dads, please give her a little star? Zheng Xiaofei kept insisting he didn't do anything, and as I watched his reaction, the more I looked, the less he seemed to be lying. Perhaps there really is a misunderstanding. The real answer can only be found in the paternity test results. I apologized to him, saying that I had bothered him today and that I was willing to compensate him. This guy immediately started calculating, saying that we had delayed him for 28 minutes, plus compensation for emotional distress, totaling 800 yuan. Familly glanced at him, and Zheng Xiaofei immediately shrank back into the corner. I knew he was terrified, so I transferred him 800 yuan as compensation for lost wages and emotional distress. After receiving the money, Zheng Xiaofei's attitude immediately improved, and he even whispered to me that Familly was indeed beautiful, but her temper was terrifying. I could only explain on her behalf that she had simply lost control of her emotions today. Before leaving, I asked him again if anything had happened when he went to the Starry Night Hotel 4 years ago. He reiterated that he was just delivering food and felt that someone wanted to harm him, so he ran away beforehand. As I watched him hum a little tune as he went downstairs, my suspicions deepened. This man might not really be Tuanshuan's biological father, but Familly stared intently at his retreating figure, convinced it was him. I could only advise Familly to wait for the results and not let her emotions control her. Tuanshuan also clung to my face, wanting to go home. I held my daughter in one arm and held my wife's hand with the other, leading them into the elevator. When we came out, we ran into Zheng Xiaofei again. As soon as he saw Familly, he hid far away, as if he had seen a demon. I said he might just be scared, but Familly thought he was guilty. I intuitively felt that Zheng Xiaofei wasn't lying, but Familly thought I didn't believe her and immediately pinched my waist. When Tuanshuan saw my face change in pain, she immediately became fiercely protective of me, not allowing her mother to bully her father. Familly even teased Tuanshuan. The little guy was lifted into the air, his 2 short legs swinging back and forth, looking so pitiful that all he wanted was for me to hold him. Zheng Xiaofei watched this scene through the glass door, probably finding Familly even more terrifying. After getting in the car, I told Familly not to go to the company today and to go home and rest first. I planned to go to the company to take a look, since she had already arranged an assistant and a vice president for me, but I still wanted to find out for myself. Familly closed her eyes, as if she were being dragged back to the memories of that night. She suddenly realized something was wrong. Zheng Xiaofei's height and build were not like the man in her memory. That man was taller, thinner, and had a faint smell of tobacco on him. The next second, Familly suddenly leaned over and sniffed me. My ears instantly burned. I thought she was going to do something inappropriate in the car again, but there was a driver in front and Tuanshuan beside me. How could I let her corrupt the children? But when Familly looked up, her expression was very serious. She said the scent on me was familiar, a very faint tobacco smell, and quite pleasant. I touched the tip of my nose, but I couldn't smell it at all. Tuanshuan also imitated her mother, sniffing me and kissing my cheek. In her babyish voice, she praised me for being handsome and said I smelled nice and that she liked her father. I couldn't help but laugh. This little guy is so good at sweet talking. Familly suddenly asked me if every man had this scent. I thought about it and figured it probably didn't. Everyone's scent is different. Tuan smelled like a little baby. As for Familly, she had a faint jasmine scent, her natural fragrance, which I loved the most. After getting out of the car, Familly patted the little girl's fluffy head and told her to be good while she was with her, or she would have to stay home and draw. The little one leaned against the car window and told her mother in a sweet, childish voice to go to sleep. Before leaving, Familly specifically reminded Tuanshuan not to eat ice cream, and the little guy immediately pouted, clearly reluctant. I told Familly not to worry, that I would look after Tuanshuan, and then drove away from the manor. As soon as Familly returned, Feng Yin rushed over to join the gossip, eagerly asking if the man had been caught, even assuming Familly had already dealt with him. Familly, however, said it wasn't confirmed yet, and everything depended on the paternity test results. Upon hearing that Feng Ling had leaked the information, Feng Yan's anger flared instantly. She was convinced that Feng Ling had impregnated Feng Li to disqualify her from the competition for the Feng family inheritance. Feng Li's eyes were cold. She didn't care about seizing power at all. Feng Ling wanted to take the position of president of the Feng group, but in Feng Li's eyes, she wasn't even worthy of being a real threat. Meanwhile, I was already in a meeting in my office. Tuanshuan was playing with her toys obediently on the sofa outside. Everyone who saw such a cute baby wanted to touch her little face, but she was fierce and only let her dad touch it. Lu Shirihue sat down next to Tuanshuan and played with her. Tuanshuan remembered this pretty Annie and was quickly cheered up. When I came out after the meeting, she was being held on Lu Shirihue's lap. As soon as she saw me come out, Tuanshuan immediately got down from Lu Shirihue's arms and excitedly ran towards me. I picked her up and casually asked Lu Shirihue if she also liked children. She smiled and said that Tuanshuan was so cute, it was hard not to like her. We were talking about graduation defenses, and I had just mentioned that the results should be out in the next couple of days when Lu Hao excitedly rushed in, holding his phone to tell me that the results had been announced. He searched for a while before finally finding all 4 of our names we had all passed. Hu Yuxuan was so excited he almost cried, as if he had finally crawled out of the final hurdle of university life alive. They immediately suggested going out for drinks that evening to celebrate the end of university life. I was about to refuse, since I had Tuanshuan with me, and she wouldn't be able to drive if she got drunk. They told me to have Familly pick me up, and also said I could call a designated driver. I thought about it, and, surprisingly, agreed. They immediately started teasing me, saying I didn't drink or smoke, and was every woman's dream husband. They also praised my good looks, academic achievements, how I now owned a company, and was a minor pop star. The women chasing after me could circle the earth. I could only helplessly interrupt, since I already had a girlfriend. When we talked about my new song, Lu Hao mentioned that I already have over 3 million followers on Weibo. I was a little surprised, but I know that I'm currently in my rising phase and must work even harder to quickly rise from a nobody to a mainstream singer. After that, I put Tuanshuan on the sofa and let her play with her toys while I continued revising the song. Writing songs and composing music are both things I have to do myself, which takes a lot of time. The little one is also sensible. When she gets tired, she lies on the table and draws. But when I came to my senses, I found her sitting on the sofa eating ice cream. I was startled, realizing she had secretly slipped out, and asked her pretty auntie to buy her one. I asked her if she had said thank you, and she nodded obediently. But even though Familly clearly forbade her from eating ice cream, she started negotiating with me, saying that as long as Daddy and Tuanchuan didn't tell, Mommy wouldn't know. I was amused by her, but also worried that her cold hadn't gotten better and that eating ice cream would give her a stomachache. The little one shook her head and continued to munch away with relish, completely forgetting her mother's warning. After get off work, I took Tuanchuan, Lu Hao, and a few others to a private room at the hotel. On the way, I specifically called Familly to tell her that everyone in the dormitory had passed their thesis defense and that we were going to celebrate tonight, so we might be back very late. Familly asked if I wanted to drink. I felt a little guilty and could only say that I might drink a little, but not too much. Familly hummed in agreement, indicating that it was okay to drink occasionally and that she would pick me up later. I nodded blankly in agreement with Familly, but Tuanchuan suddenly leaned in front of the phone and, in her childish voice, pledged her loyalty to her mother, only to inadvertently reveal that she had been secretly eating ice cream. Familly knew immediately that the little one was lying and pressed her directly to ask how many she had eaten that day. Tuanchuan's big, dark eyes darted around, but in the end she held up a little finger and honestly admitted that she had only eaten one. I almost burst out laughing when I saw her little brows furrowed like a caterpillar. Familly reminded her that she couldn't eat any more today, or her tummy would hurt, and the little one immediately nodded obediently, pretending to be a good baby. After hanging up the phone, Lu Hao and the others looked at me with envy. They all thought Familly was so understanding. She knew I wanted a drink, but didn't stop me, and was even willing to pick me up later. I told them not to be envious, but I couldn't help but admit that Familly was indeed very good. But Tuanchuan was still with me, and it was getting dark. I just wanted to take the little one to eat first. We went to the VIP room at the Starry Sky Hotel and ordered a huge table of dishes. As soon as Lu Hao arrived, he asked the waiter to bring out some baijiu, Chinese liquor. When I saw 4 bottles, I knew something was wrong, but they were already prepared to drink freely tonight. At first, I didn't drink. I was just focused on taking care of Tuanchuan's meal. The little guy, wearing a bib, was eating very seriously while lying on the table. It wasn't until Lu Hao handed me a glass of wine that my brothers pulled me into the drinking party. I thought I should be happy today since I passed my defense, so I picked up my drink and downed it in one gulp. One glass after another followed. The atmosphere grew increasingly lively, but Tuanchuan's little brows furrowed more and more tightly. She tugged at my arm, trying to stop me from drinking anymore. But I was already a little tipsy, so I could only coax her to eat first. I even got her a braised chicken leg, but the little one glared at me like a little pufferfish. Later, everyone got drunk. Lu Hao couldn't even pick up food with his chopsticks and blamed them for being broken. I wasn't much better off. I tried to feed Tuanchuan some food, but ended up feeding her directly in the face. Tuanchuan pointed to her mouth with a wronged expression, reminding me that her mouth wasn't there. I took a tissue to wipe her face, but ended up wiping her forehead, making the little one almost cry. She had to take care of herself. Not long after, Lu Hao and the others were all slumped over the table, sleeping like logs. I couldn't stay awake any longer and collapsed too. Tuanchuan patted my face and called to me, but I didn't respond at all. The little one had no choice but to take out her little phone and video call Familly, complaining with a serious face that I was such a worry, falling asleep here. Familly told her to wait. She would come to pick us up soon. Tuanchuan stayed by my side while vigilantly watching the surroundings, afraid that someone would take her father away, and even went to the trouble of getting me some water. About 20 minutes later, footsteps sounded at the door of the private room. Familly walked in, wearing high heels and sunglasses, her aura frighteningly cold. Tuanchuan immediately rushed over to complain, saying that her father had drunk a lot. Familly pinched my face to wake me up. I vaguely saw her and thought I was seeing things because I was drunk, until she asked me how much I had drunk that day. I instinctively shook my head, refusing to admit that I had drunk too much. She helped me walk outside, but I was still worried about Lu Hao and the others. Familly had already arranged for a waiter to find them a driver who would take them home safely, so I was relieved. Lu Hao suddenly looked up halfway through, trying to pull me to continue drinking, but when he saw Familly, he was completely dumbfounded. Thinking he had seen the tycoon from school, and then he fell back onto the table. Tuanchuan followed behind Familly, clutching my phone, muttering that her father had drunk too much and didn't even recognize her. I leaned drunkenly against Familly's chest, my mind filled with only one thought. My wife had come to pick me up. Having a wife is truly wonderful. Familly helped me into the car, and Tuanchuan climbed in after her, carefully stuffing my phone into her small bag and putting it on her back. Familly patted my face and asked if I still recognized her. I was so drunk that I was completely confused, but all I knew was that the woman in front of me was my wife. She grabbed my ear and pressed me to tell her how much I had drunk. I tried to deny it, even asking Tuanchuan to vouch for me. But the little one betrayed me without hesitation, telling her in her baby voice that Daddy had drunk a lot. I tried to argue that I'd only had a little, and bent down to kiss Tuanchuan's little face. The little guy pushed me away in disgust, frowning and saying that Daddy smelled of alcohol and wouldn't let me kiss him. At that moment, I felt even worse than when Familly scolded me. I hugged Tuanchuan and promised she would never drink again, and asked her not to dislike her dad. Although the little one pinched her nose, she still snuggled up to me softly and said she liked her dad. Only then was I finally satisfied. When I got home, Familly immediately shoved me into the bathroom, prepared a change of clothes for me, and told me to wash off the smell of alcohol. But after I sat in the bathtub, I didn't even turn on the water. I just fell asleep fully clothed. When Familly came in and saw this scene, she almost laughed out of anger. When she woke me up, I was still groggily shouting that I wanted to take a shower, holding onto her hand and refusing to let go, like a drunken big kid who couldn't do anything. Familly was still soft-hearted after all, and personally helped me draw water for a bath. The water was a bit hot at first, and I screamed because I was scalded, so she adjusted the temperature again. Only after I lay down comfortably did she prepare to leave. But when I was drunk, I became incredibly bold. I reached out and grabbed her, insisting that she come with me to shower. She couldn't handle my fuss, and her clothes got soaked, leaving her looking disheveled and helpless. I completely lost my usual self-control and just clung to her, refusing to let her go. Familly wanted to scold me, but seeing my drunken and clingy state, she eventually gave in to my pestering. After a long commotion in the bathroom, Familly was completely exhausted. The thing she regretted most in her life was probably agreeing to take a shower with me when I was drunk, because I'm really hard to manage when I'm drunk. Tuanchuan finished drawing a picture outside, but before her parents came out, she ran to the door and banged on it. Her shout woke Familly instantly. He pushed me aside and quickly pulled me out. I couldn't even button my shirt properly, yet I insisted Familly help me. She kicked me in anger, and while buttoning her shirt, warned me that if I drank this much again, I shouldn't come home. I'd be sleeping on the streets. Hearing this, I immediately clung to her arm tightly, refusing to let go. Wife, don't send me away. How can I live without you? Familly grabbed my ear hard, forcing me to admit whether I would dare to drink again. I immediately admitted my mistake and promised never to touch alcohol again, but my head was still spinning as if I had been hit with a stick. I had just come out of the bathroom when a little baby was immediately draped over my lap. Tuanchuan excitedly rushed over, and I bent down to pick her up and put her directly on my shoulder, letting her sit high up. The little one was so happy she felt like she could fly. Familly watched in horror. After all, I could barely stand on my own, yet I dared to carry my daughter around the living room. I stubbornly refused to admit I was drunk and even made Tuanchuan vouch for me. The little one was having a great time playing on my shoulders, naturally siding with me. Familly looked at us, father and daughter, both so troublesome, and his expression changed. He looked at us as if he doubted whether we were really father and daughter. The hangover soup was served quickly, and Familly beckoned me over to drink it. I wanted to run away, but then my ear hurt, and she pushed me onto the sofa. In the end, I could only reluctantly drink down the bowl of bitter soup. The smell almost killed me. In my dazed state, I wondered if Familly was trying to murder her husband, but she gave me a good scolding, and I eventually obediently went back to bed to sleep. When Familly returned after coaxing Tuanchuan, I was already sprawled out on the bed, still dressed, with the blanket kicked to the floor. She pinched my cheek in anger, but as soon as I cried out in pain, she immediately let go. She helped me take off my shoes and clothes, and then covered me with the blanket again. After she changed into her pajamas and lay down, I immediately felt like I had found a soft, fragrant pillow. I rolled over, hugged her, and buried myself in her arms to continue sleeping. Familly was too lazy to argue with a drunkard anymore, so she let me hold her. She was exhausted from my antics tonight and fell asleep soon after, leaving me, the culprit, to sleep soundly without any worries. When I woke up the next day, my head was still very groggy, but when I opened my eyes, I found my face pressed against a soft, white surface. I was so startled that I instantly woke up and quickly moved my face away. Last night's memories slowly returned to my mind, and the more I thought about it, the more guilty I felt. I think I really did have a drunken outburst, and even took advantage of my drunkenness to bully Familly, and even did many things in the bathroom that I wouldn't normally dare to do. Familly woke up too, looking at me coldly, and asked if I remembered what I had done last night. I immediately pretended to be stupid and said I had blacked out, but her eyes seemed to see right through me. I lowered my head and apologized, trying my best to appear innocent and pitiful. Familly poked my chest and warned me that if I dared to drink this much again, she would throw me out. I quickly swore I would never drink again. But as soon as I mentioned that I had drunk hangover soup last night, I immediately realized something was wrong. Familly's eyes instantly turned cold, and she seized on the loophole, asking me how I could remember the hangover soup if I had blacked out. I could only bite the bullet and explain that I was just guessing. She was clearly still angry, so I quickly sat down and massaged her shoulders and legs, and told her that if she made money from her new song, I would buy her wedding jewelry. I mentioned pink diamonds, gemstone necklaces, and pearl earrings, saying I would buy her everything other people have for their weddings. Familly nodded superficially, but a smile secretly crept onto her lips. I had finally appeased my wife. After appeasing Familly, I immediately went to Tianxuan's room to see my darling little baby. Last night, she saw me drink so much. Would she dislike me as her father? I should have known better than to drink. When I gently pushed open the door, Tianxuan was still asleep, holding the little doll I had bought for her in her arms. Her little face was pink and tender, her eyelashes drooped down, and her little mouth was slightly pouting. She was as soft as a ball of cotton. I bent down, gently kissed her little face, and told her that Daddy was here. As soon as the little one opened her eyes and saw me, she immediately smiled happily, even putting her dolls aside, and opened her little arms for me to hold her. I finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that even though I was drunk and disheveled last night, she didn't dislike me as her father. I picked her up and let her smell if I still smelled of alcohol. Tianxuan shook her head earnestly, but reminded me in her childish voice that Daddy drank a lot yesterday and shouldn't drink anymore. At that moment, my heart softened, and I immediately promised her that I really wouldn't drink anymore. The little one then happily nuzzled my face. I dressed her in a pretty little dress and shoes, making my little princess look beautiful. She even ran to the mirror and praised herself for being pretty. I asked Tianxuan if she had seen my phone, and the little one immediately took out her bunny bag, which contained my phone. It turned out she had been keeping it from me all night, afraid that her dad's things would get lost. My phone had barely plugged in when messages started popping up like crazy. Lu Hao and the others were all asking how I got home last night, even suspecting they'd seen a beautiful woman while drunk. I replied that my wife had helped me find a designated driver who got them all home safely. They immediately started praising my wife for being beautiful and kind, but Lu Hao suddenly suspected that the woman from last night looked exactly like the tycoon who'd visited the school before. Hu Yuxuan simply didn't believe it, thinking he must be drunk and dreaming. After all, that was a billionaire. How could she possibly be my wife? They were shocked and hurriedly rushed to work. Familly urged me to eat breakfast, and I casually told her that Lu Hao and the others asked me to thank them on their behalf. She simply said it was nothing. After all, they were my friends, and she couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Tianxuan pulled my hand to go eat. I put a pink bib on her, and the little one earnestly said that she wouldn't need to wear it anymore when she grew up. I could only go along with her and say that our Tianxuan will grow taller in the future. At the breakfast table, Feng Yin suddenly mentioned that the paternity test results would be available today. The air instantly fell silent. Feng Li also paused for a moment before saying that Bai Jin would bring the results over shortly. My heart sank, and I gently squeezed Tianxuan's little hand. Actually, I was selfish. I hoped the result wasn't Zheng Xiaofei's, because Tuanchuan was already my precious daughter. Tuanchuan showed me the little butterfly she had drawn yesterday. It was colorful and beautiful, unlike what a little toddler could have drawn casually. I praised her for her drawing, and she immediately picked up her paintbrush again, saying she wanted to draw one for her dad. The drawing she made of me had 2 eyes, a nose, and a mouth. Although it was ridiculously abstract, I still thought it was the most precious drawing in the world. To distract myself, I picked up a comb and combed her hair. Just then, Bai Jean walked in with a folder. The paternity test results were in. My palms instantly broke out in a cold sweat, and I even became distracted while combing Tuanchuan's hair, accidentally combing it crooked. I stubbornly clung to the thought that if Tuanchuan couldn't find her biological father, I could be her father forever. But now, this document has shattered my last shred of hope. Familly opened the folder, took out the report inside, and frowned after just one glance. I swallowed hard and asked her what the results were, but she handed the report to me, telling me to look at it myself. My hands trembled slightly as I took it. Tuanchuan is performing again. I glanced at the paternity test report and instantly breathed a sigh of relief. No, it really wasn't true. Tuanchuan wasn't Zheng Xiaofei's child at all. At that moment, an inexplicable joy welled up inside me, like a heavy stone had finally been lifted from my chest. But I also knew I was being selfish. Tuanchuan came over and pointed at the folder, asking in her childish voice what it was. But her big, dark eyes were wide open. She couldn't understand the words at all. I gently patted her head and told her it was a document that she would understand when she grew up. Then I continued to comb her hair, trying to calm her down. Feng Yin was shocked after snatching the report. She hadn't expected Zheng Xiaofei to be a culprit. She began to suspect that Feng Ling had lied to Feng Li and was also curious about who Tuanchuan's biological father really was. Tuanchuan didn't understand any of this. She just clung tightly to my neck, firmly believing that I was her father. The more Feng Yin asked who her biological father was, the more aggrieved she became, even thinking her aunt was blind. I braided 2 little braids for Tuanchuan, and looking at her adorable little face, my mood finally improved. I picked her up and prepared to take her to the company. Feng Li didn't stop me. Feng Yin, however, was still conflicted. Feng Ling had clearly admitted that she was the one who did it back then, so why wasn't it Zheng Xiaofei? Feng Li leaned back on the sofa, her eyes deep in thought. She understood that something else must have happened in between, and perhaps Tuanchuan's real biological father would never be found. I took Tuanchuan to the company, just as my new song was officially released. Not long after, Listening to the Rain went viral, with discussions about its beautiful lyrics and my musical genius exploding. Fans were frantically discussing my new song and started digging into Xixing music media. The company's official account reposted my Weibo post and even called me boss, instantly revealing my identity. Everyone knows I'm not just a newly popular singer, but also the largest shareholder of Xixing Media. The internet exploded, and by the time I saw it myself, it was too late to take it down. I called Nan Yan, who was in charge of the account, over. She lowered her head and apologized, saying she just wanted to help me increase publicity. Although I felt helpless, I didn't pursue the matter further and let it end there. Nan Yan quickly brought over hot water, but her movements were too close. As she bent down to hand over the water, the cup suddenly spilled, splashing hot water directly onto her and also onto me. She immediately apologized in a panic and even tried to touch my pants to check if I was burned. But before her hand could get close, Tuan rushed out and blocked my way. The little one, with her adorable yet fierce expression, protected me, not allowing anyone to touch her dad. Nan Yin explained that she was just worried I'd get burned, but Tuan clung to me, convinced she was trying to steal her dad. Nan Yin still had a smile on her face, but then started scolding Tuan for being naughty. My expression instantly turned cold. My daughter is not for her to judge. I immediately told Nan Yin to go out and change her clothes, and that Wu Xiao would be in charge of the official Weibo account from now on. She would be transferred to the front desk. Nan Yin was completely flustered. What exactly did President Yi mean by this? Nan Yin was unwilling to leave. She kept emphasizing her professionalism and hoped I would give her another chance. But the company was never just about her, so I didn't keep her and just let her leave. As she left the office, Her eyes were filled with disappointment. I didn't know what she was thinking. I only knew that Tuanshuan, nestled in my arms, reminded me in her sweet, childish voice that the mean auntie wanted to take her daddy away. I gently comforted her, telling her that no one could take her daddy away. Tuanshuan will always be my precious daughter. I peeled another small candy for her, and the little one was quickly soothed. Looking at the trending topics on my phone, I felt a bit helpless. I originally wanted to live a low-key life, but now my identity can't be hidden anymore. Everyone knows I'm the boss of Xixing Media. Many people online have started discussing me, and classmates and teachers from school have all left comments. Everyone is surprised that I started a company right after graduation, can write and compose songs, and have even become somewhat famous. Seeing these comments made me feel a little uncomfortable, because in my heart, I've always just been an ordinary college student, and suddenly being the focus of so much attention is somewhat unsettling. When I got home for dinner that evening, the school's vice principal called me personally. Only after I answered did I learn that the school wanted me to speak on behalf of the students at the graduation ceremony. My first reaction upon hearing this request was to refuse. A graduation ceremony with tens of thousands of people, school leaders, and figures from all walks of life, I felt I had no right to stand there. But Familly thought I was overthinking it. She told me that my current achievements were already excellent enough, and my position as a company boss was legitimate. I didn't need to feel inferior to anyone. Her words were like a ray of light, restoring my confidence. At 23, I have songs, a company, and a loving wife and daughter. I'm already luckier than many. While I was still hesitating, Tuanshuan ran over to encourage me. In my eyes, she'll always be the cutest little angel, but in her eyes, her father will always be the most amazing person in the world. With the support of my wife and daughter, I finally agreed to attend the graduation ceremony. At the same time, Lu Hao and the others also sent me messages to thank me, because my album had brought them some attention. The brothers were happy, saying they would have their own fans in the future. I told them that I had specifically included their names when the album was released, and that this help was only fair. They invited me out for drinks to celebrate, but remembering my embarrassing drunken experience last time, I resolutely refused. Drinking is fine, but I absolutely cannot drink to the point of losing control again. After the new album sold so well, I also made a sum of money. Remembering my promise to buy jewelry for Familly, I decided to leave the money for her, because I haven't given her a truly special gift yet. After breakfast on the weekend, I took Familly's hand, and we prepared to go out. I told her that this time I must take her to pick out some jewelry she likes, and that I would buy her whatever she wanted. Familly looked at me, seemingly somewhat surprised. I remained resolute, because she is my wife. If I don't spend my money on her, who else can I spend it on? Tuanshuan ran out too, not wanting to leave her father for a moment. I held her little hand and told her that she could also buy what she liked, and the little one was overjoyed. The next second, she pointed her little finger to the sky and earnestly declared that she wanted an airplane. I was instantly stunned. Sure enough, my little darling was still the daughter who knew how to trick her dad the most. While I've made some money now, a private jet is still something I can't afford for now. When Tuanshuan asked for a private jet, I almost choked on her wish. Private jets are really unaffordable right now, so I could only coax her to ask for something else. The little one quickly changed her mind and asked for a doll, which finally put my mind at ease. I carried Tuanshuan into the car and took Familly shopping. There were too many people on the weekend, and I was afraid the little one would get lost, so I simply carried her the whole way. With my daughter in one arm and my wife's hand in the other, I suddenly felt a sense of true satisfaction in starting a family. As we passed the ice cream shop, Tuanshuan's eyes lit up instantly, and she hugged my neck, begging for ice cream. I knew Familly wouldn't let her have too much, but the little darling kissed my cheek, and I completely gave in. Familly didn't stop me, only reminding me that my baby has a weak immune system and shouldn't eat it too often. I bought her a matcha ice cream, and after taking a bite, she said it was delicious. Suddenly, I felt that this trip was worthwhile. After walking a few steps, Tuanshuan leaned against the shop window again, eyeing a high-end limited edition doll. I swiped my card and bought it for over 18,000 yuan. Although it was a bit expensive, it was just right for my precious daughter. The shop assistant complimented Tuanshuan, saying she looked like a little doll, and my fatherly pride welled up instantly. The little guy held a doll in one arm and an ice cream cone in the other, looking as happy as if he owned the whole world. Then I took Familly into a jewelry store where I immediately spotted a pair of couple rings. The rings were exquisitely designed, and they fit Familly perfectly after she tried them on, so I decided to buy them right away. Just then, a man in a pink suit barged in and tried to snatch the ring from my hand. He was accompanied by a glamorous female companion, and his entire demeanor exuded arrogance. The shop assistants all called him Young Master, and that's when I learned his surname was Gu, and he was the eldest son of the Gu family in the capital. But I had my eye on the ring first, and no matter who he was, I wasn't going to give it up. I swiped my card for 388,000 yuan and bought the ring, then put it on Familly's finger right in front of him. Familly looked up at me, and we seemed to automatically isolate ourselves from everyone around us, completely ignoring Gu Tingchen. Gu Tingchen was furious, his face turning ashen. After chasing me out of the shop, he reached out and grabbed my shoulder. The next second, I grabbed Tuanchuan with one arm and threw him over my shoulder to the ground with the other. He lay on the ground, unable to speak from the pain, and I only glanced at him indifferently. He attacked first. I was just defending myself. Tuanchuan, perched on my shoulder, fiercely and adorably cursed the bad guy for me. Familly told me that Gu Tingchen is the eldest son of the Gu family, one of the 4 major families, and he's used to being arrogant and disdainful of everyone. I think this kind of person just needs to be taught a lesson. He really thinks the whole world should cater to him. After that, I continued to take Familly shopping for clothes purple, black, limited editions, all bought in bulk. Familly thought it was too much, but I insisted on paying for it myself. Of course, I should use my own money to spend on my wife. The 8 pieces of clothing cost over 9 million yuan in total. After swiping my card, my bank account was almost empty, but I don't regret it at all. It's all worth it to spend the money I earned from the endorsement on my wife. When Tuanchuan saw that I had bought 8 pieces of clothing for her mother, she clung to my leg and begged for 8 little dresses. I couldn't resist, so I immediately let her choose the colors herself: pink, blue, and white, and bought them all. Back home, Familly stared enviously at the ceiling covered in luxurious clothes. Tuan changed into a pink dress and proudly walked around the living room, showing off that her father had bought it for her. Familly was scrolling through her phone when she suddenly mentioned that the Gu family's heir had been beaten up in the street that day, and it was even trending on social media. I looked up and nodded seriously. She was right. He deserved to be beaten up. I was the one who did it. Familly was furious. She couldn't believe that I was the one who beat up Gu Tingchen. She pressed me, asking if I had made a grudge against the Gu family. I simply explained what had happened yesterday. Familly and I took a liking to a pair of couple rings, but Gu Tingchen came over with a female companion and tried to snatch them. I refused, so he made the first move. I just gently returned them. But who knew this young master was so fragile? After listening, Familly agreed that I was right. People who act arrogantly and domineeringly because of their family background certainly deserve to be taught a lesson. But she quickly reminded me that the version online had changed and told me to check the trending topics myself. I opened my phone, and the news of Gu Tingchen being assaulted was trending on social media. Many people said I was incredibly audacious, while others felt that his past misdeeds were karma coming back to haunt him. Gu Tingchen even posted on Weibo, saying he had been discharged from the hospital and would soon reveal who had assaulted him. Looking at these messages, I felt nothing, because it wasn't my fault to begin with. The next day, I took Tuanchuan to Qingyao Interactive Entertainment to shoot a magazine cover. The styling alone took several hours, while Tuanchuan sat next to me eating snacks and playing games. Whenever she encountered a level she couldn't pass, she would come to me with her phone. The stylist kept praising my face shape and features, saying it was a shame I wasn't an idol. After I changed into the limited edition black men's clothing, my whole demeanor turned cool, and Tuan's eyes lit up, immediately praising her dad for being handsome. Filming continued until the afternoon. Tuanchuan was well taken care of by the staff at lunchtime. They even gave me some small jelly candies. I took her home for lunch, and as soon as filming started again, messages from my friends flooded in. They were all asking me how I got involved with Gu Tingchen, and they were worried that the Gu family would target me. I opened Weibo and, sure enough, saw the edited video released by Gu Tingchen, which only showed the clip of me throwing him. The online debate erupted instantly. Some accused me of violence, while others defended me, arguing that I wouldn't act without reason. I was just about to go to the store to check the security footage when the complete video was already released by a prominent online figure. The video clearly shows that Gu Tingchen snatched the ring first and then grabbed my shoulder. I was only acting in self-defense. Public opinion immediately reversed. Everyone saw clearly that this young master was the one who falsely accused me. I also posted a clarification, directly stating that I was only acting in self-defense, and casually asked him if he had a penchant for stealing other people's things. Gu Tingchen remained completely silent, not even daring to respond. After Familly returned, I learned that she was the one who had the complete video released. She told me that Gu Tingchen was never a good person. He had bullied people for too long because of his family background, and there was nothing to be afraid of. She looked at my magazine photo shoot today and even complimented me, saying I looked handsome. I was flattered by her words. After all, being complimented by someone else feels completely different from being complimented by my wife. Tuanshuan snuggled into Familly's arms and earnestly reported that she had been watching her dad all day and that he hadn't been talking nonsense with the pretty auntie. That's when I realized that the little guy was Familly's little supervisor. I quickly explained that I kept my distance from the female staff members except for work-related reasons. Familly was very satisfied and even kissed me. Seeing this, Tuanshuan also came over and kissed me, and the father and daughter almost made me dizzy with their kisses. Later, I mentioned that I wanted to visit the orphanage again over the weekend to see if the children there had improved. Familly agreed to go with me, which made me feel much more at ease. The next day, as soon as I arrived at the company, Lu Hao and the others surrounded me, bombarding me with questions, worried that Gu Tingchen would cause trouble. I told them not to worry, that I had studied Taekwondo for a few days, and that rich kid couldn't do anything to me. Tuanshuan, standing nearby, also praised her father in her sweet, childlike voice. Her brothers were immediately charmed by her and took turns hugging her, each for 2 minutes, not wanting to give her even a second longer. Everyone at the company likes Tuanshuan. Someone always gives her snacks and lollipops. It's just that Familly hasn't shown up yet, and everyone's guessing whether I'm a single father. After get off work, I took Tuanshuan home. As the car drove along a quiet street, several black cars suddenly blocked our way. The doors opened, and a familiar figure stepped out. Tuanshuan pointed her little finger at the people outside, her cute face fierce as she leaned close to me to warn, "Daddy, the bad guys are here again." It wasn't just Gu Tingchen alone. More than a dozen bodyguards in black suits got out of several black cars behind them. They were all wearing sunglasses, tall, and clearly had ill intentions. I squinted at the scene, already understanding that this young master of the Gu family was indeed vindictive. He had been humiliated in public yesterday, and today he had brought people to block my car. Tuanshuan sat in the car, pointing fiercely outside, convinced that Gu Tingchen was the bad guy. I patted her little head and told her not to be afraid, that Daddy was here. I told Tuanshuan to lie down obediently on the back seat and not to peek. The little guy was very obedient and immediately buried his face in his hands, only sticking his little bottom out, waiting for me to come back. After I got out of the car, Gu Tingchen acted all high and mighty, immediately demanding that I kneel down and apologize, even threatening me with Tuanshuan, who was in the car. At that moment, my eyes turned completely cold. He could threaten me, but he shouldn't have mentioned my daughter. I grabbed his wrist, and with a slight pull, he screamed in pain and immediately cowered behind his bodyguard. Gu Tingchen, emboldened by his superior numbers, became arrogant again. He claimed these bodyguards were all highly skilled, but I simply took off my suit jacket, rolled up my sleeves, and figured I hadn't stretched in a long time. A dozen bodyguards surrounded me, but I didn't waste any words. The first one touched me, and I twisted his wrist and kicked him away, sending him crashing to Gu Tingchen's feet. The remaining men rushed forward, but they were too slow and their moves were too straightforward. In less than a few minutes, all of the dozen or so well-trained bodyguards were lying on the ground, none of them able to get up. I stood in the middle and asked them if they wanted to continue. Gu Tingchen was completely dumbfounded. Just a moment ago he was as arrogant as a prince, but now his face was pale and his legs were almost weak. He finally realized he was scared and started begging me to let him go. I squatted down, patted his shoulder, and told him that murder was against the law. I had a wife and daughter, and I had no interest in sending myself to jail. But to my surprise, after being beaten into submission, this guy suddenly wanted to acknowledge me as his older brother. He said he admired strong people and was even willing to give me money, asking me to protect him from now on. I casually held up 5 fingers, intending to say 5 million. But Gu Tingchen immediately misinterpreted it as 50 million and agreed on the spot. That's when I realized what it truly means to be rich but foolish. I couldn't be bothered to argue with him any longer, so I just gave him my contact information and bank card number. Not long after, the 50 million really arrived in my account. I looked at the text message and almost doubted my eyes. When I got back to the car, Toanchuan was still obediently lying in the back seat waiting for me. As soon as she heard my voice, she pounced on me and pressed her face against mine, then pointed at the bodyguard on the ground, convinced that her dad had beaten the bad guy to a pulp. Gu Tingchen tried to come closer and pet Toanchuan, but the little girl hugged my neck tightly and refused. She ignored this bad guy, and Gu Tingchen could only stand awkwardly outside the car, watching me leave with my daughter. When I got home, I told Familly about it, and I couldn't stop laughing. Familly, on the other hand, was very calm. She just said that the Gu family was indeed rich, and Gu Tingchen was the only heir, so they weren't short of money. Toanchuan lay on the ground imitating the way the bodyguards fell, gesturing as she told her mother that her father had beaten the bad guys. Familly looked at her and asked if her father was very powerful. The little one nodded immediately, firmly believing that her dad was the best. I picked her up and reminded her that the floor was dirty and she shouldn't lie on it like that anymore. But my heart had already been melted by this little bundle of joy. That evening, the internet was still buzzing about Gu Tingchen framing me. Unexpectedly, he actually posted a public apology on Weibo, leaving netizens stunned, because this young master had never bowed his head before. What I didn't know was that Yemo, on the other side, was furious and his face darkened when he saw the apology. He originally thought that Gu Tingchen could have the upper hand over me, but things had taken a turn for the worse. Seeing my growing popularity, increasing fan base, and album sales surpassing his, Yemo's jealousy became uncontrollable. He absolutely couldn't let me continue to be so smug. Gu Tingchen would be a great help. 216 Yichen. Are you all rushing to give me money? Weekend. Yichen slept until he naturally woke up, glanced at his phone, and saw it was only 9 o'clock, still early. My wife's soft, fragrant body is just so cuddly. Yichen buried his face in Familly's chest and closed his eyes again. With his wife by his side, he doesn't want to get out of bed on weekends at all. Someone please save him. Yichen nuzzled against Familly's chest, his breathing gradually becoming heavier. Familly seemed to sense the person beside her, slowly opened her eyes, her cold eyes slightly upturned, and looked at Yichen. Wasn't last night enough? Again, Yichen could never have enough. His wife was so beautiful, he could never get enough of her. Then, the two of them didn't get up until 11 o'clock. Clothes were scattered everywhere, and the place was a mess. The hickeys on Familly's neck couldn't be hidden, and she had to cover them with foundation for a long time. The maid who was tidying the room blushed when she came in. Yichen coughed a few times and immediately left the room. Toanchuan sat on the sofa, swinging her short legs, practicing writing. The baby has already eaten breakfast and learned several words in Chinese characters before Mom and Dad got up. Toanchuan got up so early. What a diligent baby. Yichen sat next to the baby and watched her write. Although she was writing with a slight limp, it was still possible to make out what kind of character it was. Dad. The little guy looked up and said in his adorable voice, Daddy, you're lazy. Get up and write. Yichen touched the tip of his nose. Dad had something to do this morning, so he got up late. Toanchuan sometimes sleeps in too, right? The little boy nodded, but Feng Yin, who was playing on her phone, burst out laughing and looked at Yichen with a sly grin. Brother-in-law, what important thing do you have to do this morning? You wouldn't know even if I told you, just play on your phone. Feng Yin chuckled and continued playing on her phone. Gu Tingchen must have lost his mind last night. He actually apologized to you. When I saw his apology on Weibo, I thought his account had been hacked. Him? Yesterday, he brought more than a dozen bodyguards to stop me. I beat them all down, but Gu Tingchen insisted on becoming my underling and even offered me money. I couldn't stop him. Yichen shook his head and showed the transfer record. Feng Yan's pupils widened. What? There are actually such good things in the world? How come you get them all? Yichen rested his head on his hand and leaned back on the sofa. Maybe it was just good luck. There's nothing I can do about it. Feng Yan was incredibly envious. How come she missed out on such a good thing? Dad. Tuanshuan is writing about Dad. The little guy wrote 2 crooked dad characters for Yichen to see. Yichen was almost moved to tears. Great, baby, you write so well. What else can you write? Write about Tuanshuan, Mom. The little guy wrote the words Tuanshuan and Mom again. Feng Yin pinched the baby's ear and asked, Feng Tuanshuan, why can't you write Annie? Tuanshuan sniffed, looking aggrieved. Tuanshuan, I can't write Annie. Then hurry up and learn it. You must learn it by today. You must be able to write Dad and Mom, but not Annie. You can't treat them differently. Yichen took Tuanshuan into his arms. Feng Yin, don't force Tuanshuan. Auntie's writing has too many strokes. It's hard to write. Okay, I'll come back for a checkup in a couple of days. Tuanshuan rubbed her eyes, looking aggrieved. Daddy, Tuanshuan can't do it. Yichen patiently coaxed the baby. If you can't write, Daddy will teach you, okay? Good. Dad is definitely the best. Feng Li slowly descended the stairs in her high heels and asked, Yichen, weren't we supposed to go to the orphanage today? Okay, let's go after lunch. I originally wanted to go earlier. Yichen looked at Feng Li guiltily. The woman had a bright and beautiful face, chestnut-colored wavy hair, a shapely figure, and long legs wrapped in black stockings beneath a black short skirt. My wife is so beautiful, I just can't resist. Feng Li raised the corner of her eye. Morning? Weren't you quite busy this morning? Oh yes, I'm busy. Busy pushing his wife down. Mom, Tuanshuan is writing. Little Tuanshuan showed her mother the little notebook she had written in. Feng Li took it, glanced at it, and praised. Well written. It's an improvement over the past few months. The little guy, after receiving praise from his mother, proudly raised his head, stood on tiptoe, and looked quite smug. Feng Yin said aggrievedly, I don't want to live anymore. Tuanshuan can write Dad and Mom, but she can't write Annie. Those 2 characters are too difficult to write. Tuanshuan needs to practice more. Auntie, don't cry. The little girl gave all her lollipops to her aunt. Feng Yin was finally satisfied and said, Tuanshuan, then you must work hard to learn how to write the words Annie in the future. Tuanshuan nodded and continued to coax her aunt. My aunt is so hard to please. Feng Li clicked her tongue twice. Feng Yin, you're really getting more and more out of touch with reality. Actually letting Tuan coax you. So what? Tuanshuan is my good baby. Feng Yin kissed Tuanshuan's little face. Get your aunt some fruit. Tuanshuan quickly peeled a grape for her aunt, and Feng Yin opened her mouth wide with happiness. As a result, the grapes were fed into Yichen's mouth. Then, Xiao Tuanshuan gave her the grape skins. Feng Yin was so angry she almost lost her temper. Feng Tuanshuan, you gave your aunt grape skins, you're so kind. Come here. Tuanshuan quickly hid in her father's arms and complained in her babyish voice. Daddy, Auntie, is bullying Tuanshuan. You little brat. How dare you accuse me of bullying you? You gave me grape skins and then said I was bullying you. Feng Yin stomped her foot in anger, determined to teach this naughty child a lesson today. Tuanshuan hid in her father's arms and wouldn't come out, sticking out her little tongue at her aunt. Yichen advised, Feng Yin, Tuanshuan is still a baby. Don't take it personally. She's so infuriating. While eating, Feng Yin bit her chopsticks hard, as if she were biting a little dumpling. Tuanshuan, wearing a little bib around her neck, sat next to her father eating, keeping a good distance from her aunt. Gu Tingchen's younger brother. Big brother, I'm treating tomorrow to dinner at the Starry Sky Hotel. I'll also be introducing you to some of my friends from the industry. Tomorrow? I'll go when I have time. Gu Tingchen's younger brother. Okay, I'll be waiting for you, big brother. Big brother, please don't forget. I will not forget. Gu Tingchen's younger brother. You have money to come to dinner, but I'm not treating you for free. I'll transfer the money to you. Yichen's lips twitched. Gu Tingchen invited him to dinner and even offered to transfer him money. This Gu Tingchen is practically like the foolish son of a wealthy landowner. Yichen smiled and said, Gu Tingchen just sent a message that he's treating me to dinner tomorrow. He's not treating me for nothing. He'll even give me money for the meal. Feng Yin suddenly looked up. What? Such a good thing? They're treating you to dinner, and even paying you back? Can I go? Confused face, Yi Chun. There's nothing I can do. Everyone's eager to give me money. 217, Tuan has come to visit the little girls at the orphanage again. Hearing that she was going to visit her younger sister at the orphanage, Tuan got up early in the morning and filled her bunny bag with snacks. At her favorite chocolates and candies as well. Finally, even the zipper couldn't be zipped up. Tuan angrily handed the small bag to her father. Dad, Tuan, I can't pull it. Yi Chen zipped up the little rabbit's zipper and asked, Tuan, why is your little bag so bulging? Dad, this is candy for my little sister. Yi Chen patted the little guy's head with a look of satisfaction. This is candy for your little sister. Tuan is such a good child. She really is his daughter. She's beautiful and kind. A true little angel. She hugged Tuan and kissed the baby's little cheek. When your little sister finds out, she'll definitely love our Tuan. As soon as Fengli came downstairs, Yi Chen said, Fengli, look how kind our Tuan is. She's prepared some food for these little girls in the orphanage. Her little bag is overflowing with food. Our Tuan must be the kindest baby. Fengli gently rubbed the baby's fluffy little head. These are all for your little sister. Tuan nodded her little head like a chick pecking at rice, and said in a childish voice, My poor little sister has no candy to eat. Tuan, give your little sister some candy. The little one climbed down from his father's arms, clutching his little bunny bag, which was filled with lots of milk candies and lollipops. Tuan, let's eat breakfast first, and then go see our little sisters and give them candy, okay? Let's eat. The little guy put the bunny bag on the sofa and touched his tummy with both hands. Tuan is hungry. Yi Chen put the baby in a small bib and placed a small spoon in her hand. Eat up. Tuan is about to start eating. The baby's cheeks were bulging from eating, and millet grains were falling out everywhere. Fengli said, I had Bai Jean deliver supplies to the welfare home a few days ago. The babies there should all be eating now. That's good. Some babies are not even as big as Tuan. They look tiny and clearly have been malnourished for a long time. Yi Chen felt sorry for the baby, probably because he had become a father himself, and the sight of such a tiny, pitiful baby made him feel heartbroken. Poor thing, poor little sister. Little Tuan picked up her rice bowl and refused to eat anymore. Tuan, why aren't you eating? Tuan hugged the bowl tightly, saying, Tuan doesn't want to eat it. Give it to your little sister. Your little sister has food now. Tuan, eat quickly, and then we'll go see them. The little guy shoveled his food into his mouth and ate even faster. She's going to see her sister. Qingdong Welfare Home. The black Maybach came to a stop. Yi Chen and Fengli came out together, followed by a little tail carrying a bulging bunny bag on its back, looking adorable. The gate was very dilapidated, overgrown with weeds, some of which were even taller than Tuan. This is the welfare home in the east of the city. I heard it's the most dilapidated welfare home, and there aren't many people left in it. Yi Chen nodded and said, There aren't many people, and not many staff members either, but the place inside is quite large. Fengli, let's go in and take a look. Upon entering, the elderly man who opened the door was lying in a rocking chair, squinting his eyes, with a dark blue hat covering his face. Hearing the noise, he raised his hand and removed the hat from his face. Seeing Yi Chen arrive, he didn't say anything and put his hat back on his face. Go in. Yi Chen greeted them politely and went inside with Fengli. The bluestone road was dilapidated, with spiderweb-like cracks gradually widening, revealing the soil underneath. Fengli was wearing 10-centimeter high heels, which made walking on this kind of road particularly difficult, so Yi Chen immediately helped her up. Fengli, be careful. The road here is not easy to walk on. This place is so dilapidated. Can anyone really live here? It's overgrown with weeds. Doesn't anyone come to clean it up? This was the first time Fengli had walked such a difficult road. She muttered to herself, why hasn't this dilapidated welfare home closed down yet? They could transfer all these children to the west or north of the city. The environment there is much better than here. Yi Chen replied, It's probably because Dean Wang is still here. This orphanage is so dilapidated. How come the director hasn't left yet? Fengli frowned slightly. Yes, When I was a child, Dean Wong was the dean here, and it's been more than 10 years since then. Familly asked, is Dean Wong reluctant to leave this place? Yichen said in a somber tone, maybe not. Perhaps he has ulterior motives, but he has no evidence yet. Younger sister. Suddenly, Tuanshuan called out and ran to the flower bed next to her with her short legs. Several babies were playing games there. Her hair was messy, she was wearing a dirty little dress, and her shoes were all very worn out, some even had holes in them. The babies seemed to recognize Tuanshuan. This time, they didn't avoid her. This clean and pretty older sister will give them delicious food. Sure enough, Tuanshuan took off the small bag behind her, unzipped it, and the candies inside jumped out. The children quickly squatted down to pick up the candies and eat them. Yes, Tuanshuan, she brought a lot. Tuanshuan busily distributed candy to her younger sister. Familly glanced at the babies sitting on the ground. Most of them were girls, with only one little boy who looked to be a little over 2 years old. However, he was mute. Otherwise, he would have been adopted long ago. I've already asked by Jean to prepare the clothes, so why are they still wearing such dirty old clothes? Yichen said, we'll have to ask the dean to find out the answer to that question. When Dean Wong learned that Yichen had come again, he immediately went downstairs, dressed in a well-tailored suit, looking like a leader. Xiaofeng, you came without telling Uncle Wong. Who's the person next to you? Is she your wife? Dean Wong's gaze remained fixed on Familly. Yichen shielded Familly behind him and asked, Uncle Wong, didn't a batch of donated goods arrive a few days ago? Dean Wong frowned slightly and asked in confusion, goods? What goods? I don't know anything about this. Our welfare home hasn't received any donations for a long time. Yichen looked at Familly. No? How is that possible? Familly would never lie to him, nor would she have any reason to lie to him. Therefore, the only explanation now is that Dean Wong is lying. His guesses were all correct. 218 the grand and imposing Dean Wong. Dean Wong said earnestly, I really didn't receive it, Xiaofeng. You must have misread it. You're mistaken? How could that be? Director Wong, the welfare home hasn't received a single donation in recent years, Yichen asked again. No, our orphanage is too small and has been forgotten. I'm the only one left here. What will happen to these poor children if I leave? Dean Wong sighed and said righteously, I can't abandon these poor children. In my eyes, they are all my own children. Yichen pursed his lips and almost rolled his eyes. You let your child wear tattered clothes, don't care if their shoes are broken, and never groom their hair, which is now infested with lice. Most importantly, they were all pale and thin, clearly indicating poor nutrition. Yichen sneered. Yes, Dean Wong, your child is really pale and thin as a rake. Xiaofeng, you've misunderstood. It's not that I don't want them to eat, it's just that they refuse to eat. They're too picky eaters. Without donations from kind-hearted people in society, the orphanage is entirely covered by my own expenses. I'm not a billionaire, so I can't give the children a better life. I can only make sure they have enough to eat and wear. Director Wong spoke in a grand and dignified manner, completely portraying himself as a responsible and accountable director of the welfare home. Yichen said, Dean Wong, since you don't have any extra money, your room is decorated quite nicely. Dean Wong patted Yichen on the shoulder. Xiaofeng, I've saved up this little bit of money over the years, and you're going to criticize me for that? Don't you know Uncle Wong? You know best what kind of person Uncle Wong is. I know, but I also believe what I see. These children are truly pitiful. The group came out together, and Yichen pointed to the child not far away. It's the same clothes I wore when I came here a few days ago. They're so dirty they're unrecognizable. Dean Wong, buying a new outfit shouldn't cost that much, right? The little milk group is still handing out snacks to all the older sisters, and their once bulging little bags are now deflated. The children in the orphanage all love this beautiful older sister. Some of the babies even talk to Tuanshuan. This outfit is still wearable, although it's a bit dirty. I'll have the staff change it for them tomorrow. Xiaofeng, don't worry about this place. Go back to work and don't let it interfere with your job. Dean Wong's implication was that he didn't want Yichen to be involved in so much, and he had already started to kick him out. I just wanted to come back and take a look, and now that I've seen it, it's time to leave. Yichen walked over to Xiao Tuanshuan's side. The little one was talking to her sister, but he couldn't tell what she was saying. Perhaps only a baby could understand it. Tuanchuan, we're going home. Dad, Tuanchuan and your little sister, play. The little baby held his little sister's hand. The baby in front of me is about the same age as Tuanchuan and is very beautiful. Yichin squatted down and asked, Baby, what's your name? Wang Shueshua. Yichin nodded knowingly. Director Wang made all the children here take his surname. So all the babies in the orphanage are surnamed Wang, as he used to be surnamed Wang as well. Shueshua, how old are you this year? 3 years old. The baby held up 3 fingers, and only then did Yichun realize that she only had 4 fingers and no little finger. Is it just because it has one small flaw that it's been left here? She's 3 years old now, the same size as Tuan Tuan. Yichun gently rubbed the baby's head. Next time Uncle comes to see you, I'll bring you pretty clothes, okay? Good. As soon as they heard there were pretty clothes, many babies gathered around Yichun, their dark eyes blinking expectantly. Next time your uncle comes, you'll all have new clothes to wear. Thank you, Uncle. Yichun was surrounded by a group of babies. I never expected him to be so popular with the baby. You're welcome. Uncle will be leaving now. I'll come to see you again in a few days. You must eat well. Good. Goodbye, Uncle. Yichun left with Tuan Tuan. Goodbye, Sister Tuanchuan. Tuanchuan turned around, waved her little hand, and said, Goodbye. Next time, I'll bring you lots of food. Dean Wang watched Yichun leave, a ruthless glint in his eyes, coldly sweeping over the children playing by the flower bed. The children were so frightened that they huddled in place, too scared to move. Humph, mind your own business. When Yichun left, he walked very slowly, looking around as if he was looking for someone. He remembered that Erpang should also live here, so why didn't he come out today? The second fat guy was acting really strange last time. He seemed to know something. After leaving the orphanage, Yichun said in a low voice, Is Director Wang lying? Familly said coldly, He's definitely lying. I don't know where he got the money and supplies I donated. None of them went to those children. Then go call the police. Familly shook his head. Leave this to me. I'll have Baijin investigate thoroughly first, and then call the police once the evidence is conclusive. Otherwise, that old fox will definitely try to deny it. It's been so many years, yet it hasn't been exposed. This Dean Wang has kept it very well hidden. Yichun explained, This welfare home is too small, and many people don't even know it exists. But the donations from the community are split equally with the other welfare homes. Wang Kai has embezzled quite a bit over the years. No wonder he wouldn't let go and stayed here to be the director. This welfare home is his cash cow. He used a dozen or so children as bait and made a lot of money over the years. Yichun clenched his fists, his anger rising. This Wang Kai even uses children. Why didn't he see his true colors before? They still regarded him as the most respected dean. Familly held Yichun's hand. Don't be angry. He will be brought to justice soon, and those children will be sent to a better welfare home. Yichun nodded and said, Dad, don't be angry. Give me a big kiss. The little bundle of milk crawled up to his father from behind and gave him a sweet, cuddly kiss on the cheek. She kisses her dad, and then he won't be angry anymore. Tuanchuan, Daddy's not angry. Go back and sit down. Daddy's going to start the car and go home. Go home. Yes, go home. Yichun gripped the steering wheel tightly and turned to leave. Dean Wang stood not far away, watching the car disappear, and pushed up his glasses. Come out. In the corner, a young man was hiding, trembling as he looked at Dean Wang, then covered his head and squatted on the ground. I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything. Dean Wang patted his head, his dark gaze falling on him. You did very well. 219 help. I've been harassed by a group of beautiful women again. In the afternoon, Yichun continued to spend time at home with his daughter, and with his stunning wife by his side. The weekend was simply too wonderful. The little guy bent over on the table with his little bottom sticking out, writing words. After he finished writing, he showed them to his dad. Dad, Tuanchuan writes about Dad. You write so well. Tuanchuan's handwriting has improved. She'll definitely be a top student in elementary school in the future. Tuanchuan, you're awesome. Yes, our Tuanchuan is the best baby. Tuanchuan, you're going to participate in a painting competition soon. Focus on painting these days. Yichun took out the little paintball. The little guy could even mix colors himself, and the colors he mixed were even better than Yi Chen's. Suddenly, Yi Chen looked at Familly beside him and said, Tuanshuan has such a talent for painting. Could her father be a painter? Before Familly could speak, Fengyan slapped her thigh and stood up, saying, Yes, how come I didn't think of that? Tuanshuan has such a talent for painting. Her father must be a top-notch painter. Then, Fengyan searched all the well-known domestic illustrators on Baidu and found that there were very few that matched. Sis, look at this one. She's 27, and she looks all right. Familly said coldly. Didn't you see the next sentence? He went abroad to study at the age of 22. Oh, right, then that's not it. Fengyan continued searching on Baidu, and after a while she stammered. Sister, could it be this? She's over 40 and still unmarried. Familly almost rolled her eyes, looking coldly at Fengyan. The person that night was very young, around 20 years old, no more than that. So young, but there's not a single match on Baidu. Could he be a handsome foreigner? But our Tuanshuan doesn't look like a mixed-race person. Fengyan held the little girl's chin and looked her over. The little girl was beautiful, with big eyes and thick eyelashes. She was a genuine Chinese. Tuanshuan didn't know what her aunt was doing. She blinked her big, dark eyes and snuggled close to her aunt. Fengyan was almost melted by her cuteness and picked Tuanshuan up. Sweet Tuanshuan, don't you like your auntie the most? Little Tuanshuan shook her head decisively and pointed to her father sitting next to her. Tuanshuan likes daddy. Get lost. Then, the little dumpling was thrown onto Yi Chen. The little one pouted, looking aggrieved, and nestled in his father's arms. I was bullied by my aunt. It seems this path won't work. I think we should give up looking. Tuanshuan is probably destined not to have a biological father. The little dumpling raised its head, looked at its aunt with a huff, and retorted, Daddy, Tuanshuan has a daddy. Dad is holding her. Okay, your dad is the best. Fengyan was too lazy to argue with this little bundle of joy, and continued browsing Baidu to send messages to Tuanshuan's dad. She refused to believe that she couldn't find Tuanshuan's father. In the evening, Yi Chen suddenly received a message. Gu Tingchen's younger brother. Big brother, why haven't you arrived yet? I've been waiting for you at nightfall. Ah, nightfall. Aren't we at a hotel? Why the change of location? What place is this? Gu Tingchen's younger brother. This is definitely a great place. Come on over, I'll introduce you to some friends. Okay, send me the address. Nighttime bar. Yi Chen parked his car in a parking lot not far away, with a little tail following behind him. There was no way around it. Tuanshuan insisted on following him everywhere. What should I do if my daughter is too clingy? Of course I brought it with me. Yi Chen, holding the baby's little hand, was stopped at the door by two beautiful women. Sir, children are not allowed in here. Yi Chen asked innocently, why? This area is not open to people under the age of 18. We hope you understand. A beautiful waitress said with a smile. Good. Yi Chen called Gu Tingchen. I can't get in. I brought my daughter with me, but we were stopped by a few people at the door. I'm leaving now. You guys have fun. Brother, no. I already called someone today. It's okay. I'll come pick you up. You're at the door, right? Wait for me for a minute. Before Yi Chen could speak, the other party had already hung up the phone. The beautiful waitress bent down and pinched the baby's little face. How old is this adorable baby? Tuanshuan held up 3 short little fingers. 3 years old. 3 years old already. So cute. Then she looked up at Yi Chen, her gaze cold. You already have a wife and children. Why do you still come to a place like this? Me? I'm here to visit a friend. The pretty waitress snorted coldly. Humph. All men are the same, always wanting more than what they have. Yi Chen said innocently. What? Are you mistaken? I just came here to visit a friend. Looking for friends to hang out with? Didn't you come here to find women? You really don't know anything, buddy. Bai Shuang raised her hand, about to touch Yi Chen's face, but he dodged it. What are you doing? Don't touch me like that. I'm a married man. Yi Chen quickly retreated with his daughter. Don't touch it, Dad. The little bundle of joy shielded his father behind him, looking both adorably fierce. What an adorable little baby. I won't touch your dad. You should leave. This isn't a suitable place for you. Bai Shuang turned around, swaying her slender waist as she prepared to leave, but upon seeing Gu Tingchen, she immediately greeted him with a smile. Young Master Gu, what brings you out? Didn't you have enough fun? I came to pick up a friend of mine. It's his first time here, and I heard you wouldn't let him in. Bai Shuang pressed herself against Gu Tingshun and said, how could that be? Since he's young Master Gu's friend, of course it's fine. Gu Tingshun brought Yi Chun in directly. Brother, why are you here with a child? Babies aren't allowed here. But you're an exception. Even if you're the general manager of Nightfall, you still have to give me some face. Yi Chun said, my daughter is quite clingy. I have to take her everywhere I go. It's okay, let her play with her toys in a bit. Once inside, Yi Chun realized that this was a nightclub, with various women dressed provocatively, their legs long and their soft breasts almost spilling out. I turned around, too afraid to look. Is he still able to go out now? If Familly knew he came to a place like this, she would definitely be furious. Hey bro, you're so handsome and young. Are you free tonight? Suddenly, a soft hand appeared on Yi Chun's face, startling him so much that he immediately took a few steps back. No, it's not necessary. I'm busy. Tuanshuan stood in front of her father, shouting, don't touch it, Dad. Oh, you're a dad now? I've never seen anyone bring their daughter to a place like this before. Maybe he's a single father. He looks so young. Maybe his daughter was adopted. The woman in the cheongsam walked up to Yi Chun in her high heels. Before she could touch him, she was suddenly bumped by something, stumbled a few steps, and almost fell. Tuanshuan rubbed her sore head, tears welling in her eyes, and said fiercely, don't touch me, Daddy. Tuanshuan's daddy. Tuanshuan, Daddy belongs to her, and Mommy. 220 Yi Chun became a hot commodity. The woman in the cheongsam laughed and said, you little rascal, you almost knocked me over. Little Tuanshuan raised her head and said in a childish voice, don't touch me, Daddy. Okay, I won't touch your dad. You're such a fierce little guy. She crouched down and pinched the little dumpling's cheek. Little baby, give your sister a kiss, and your sister won't touch your dad. The little one tilted his head and asked in a cute, childlike voice, really? Of course it's true, my sister doesn't lie. Then, Xiao Tuanshuan kissed the pretty older sister. Haha, what an adorable little baby. I mean what I say, I won't touch your dad anymore. With Tuanshuan watching over her father, no woman dared to come near him. Dad, Tuanshuan, let's go home. The little one hugged his father's leg. There are so many beautiful women here, what if one of them steals Dad away? Little Tuanshuan is very worried. Gu Tingshun coaxed. Good girl, Uncle will give you a little cake in a bit. It's a sweet little cake. Do you like it? Tuanshuan nodded and continued to follow her father. Upon entering the private room, Yi Chun found many unfamiliar faces, but there was one he recognized. Yiemo. Yiemo naturally saw Yi Chun as well, and suddenly sat up, asking, Yi Chun, what brings you here? This is the Crown Prince's scheme. Yi Chun has offended the young master of the Gu family. Gu Tingshun will definitely make him pay. He's just waiting for the show. Before Yi Chun could speak, Gu Tingshun raised his finger and pointed at Yiemo. Who is this? How dare you speak like that? This is my distinguished guest. Who gives you the right to point fingers? Yiemo was taken aback. A distinguished guest? Could Yi Chun be the distinguished guest the Crown Prince was talking about? How is that possible? They should be enemies. Zhao Xinyu immediately stopped Yiemo, stood up, and explained, Young Master Gu, Yiemo is my friend. Gu Tingshun said coldly. So it was you who brought them. No wonder they looked unfamiliar. Don't bring just anyone here in the future. What if they startle my older brother? Big brother? The people who came were all rich young men, and they all looked at Gu Tingshun in shock. I've never heard of the Crown Prince having an older brother. Gu Tingshun pushed Yi Chun forward and introduced him in a very high-profile manner. This is my older brother, whom I just met. I'm introducing him to you all today. Your Highness, isn't this the person who hit you? Yeah, it was him. One over-the-shoulder throw and you were lying on the ground, legs in the air. How could you let him be the boss? Gu Tingshun waved his hand dismissively. There's no need to mention those old stories. My brother and I became friends after a fight. I see. The people around looked at each other in bewilderment. Could it be that the Crown Prince has a masochistic streak? Gu Tingshun smiled obsequiously and patted the sofa with his own hand. Brother, please sit down. These are all my brothers. They came here today especially to drink with you. After Yi Chun sat down, he placed Xiao Tuanshuan beside him and said, I won't drink any more wine. I brought my daughter with me today, so it's fine to make a friend. Okay, if you don't drink, we will. Zhao Xinyu said in a low voice. Yimo, you should sit down right now. Yimo's face turned green, and he had no choice but to sit down. He went to great lengths to meet the crown prince, only to find that Yi Chun had become the crown prince's elder brother. How could he not be angry? This Yi Chun is no ordinary person. Everyone present was eagerly waiting to toast Yi Chun. I wonder who this person is that even the crown prince considers him his elder brother, and everyone wants to befriend him. Zhao Xinyu pulled Yi Mo up, but Yi Mo reluctantly sat back down. Brother Yu, what are you doing? Of course we should get to know him. I wonder who this person is. He must be a powerful and influential figure. Let's go and meet him. Yi Mo scoffed. What power or influence? He's just an ordinary person. Don't bother going. It's a waste of your time. How do you know? Do you know him? Yi Mo smiled dismissively. Of course I know him. He got to where he is by virtue of his looks, and got to know a rather powerful rich woman. No way. How could the crown prince have such poor judgment? I'd better go and make his acquaintance. I'll wait here and not provoke him. He's a distinguished guest of the crown prince, and we can't afford to offend him. Zhao Xinyu also went to curry favor with him. Surrounded by a group of people, Yi Chun felt a little uncomfortable, but he smiled and greeted them. Yi Mo slammed his fist on the table, gritting his teeth in anger. He originally wanted to befriend the crown prince, but the prince didn't even glance at him. Yi Chun became a hot commodity, and everyone wanted to get to know him. Does a lowly commoner deserve it? You all stay away from my older brother. He doesn't like crowds. Gu Tingchen then whispered, Big brother, do you want me to call you a few pretty girls? What type do you like? We have all kinds here. Yi Chun waved his hand. No need. I still have my daughter. Gu Tingchen grinned slyly. To Anchuan, I'll have someone lure her to the next room in a bit, and I guarantee you can do whatever you want with her. Yi Chun immediately refused, saying, Your sister-in-law is quite strict. I have to go home soon. Let's eat first. Okay, let's eat first. Gu Tingchen specially had a small cake prepared for Tuanchuan. Little Tuanchuan, this is a little cake from your uncle. Do you like it? Like. Tuanchuan picked up her little spoon and started eating. Sitting next to her father, swinging her short legs, the chubby baby is so cute. Gu Tingchen couldn't help but praise. Big brother, your daughter really looks like you. Yi Chun smiled and said, Really? The regimental commander looks a lot like me. Of course they look alike. They're practically identical. I've never seen a father and daughter who look so alike. A group of people surrounded Yi Chun, flattering him, while Yi Mo sat to the side, saying nothing. Father and daughter? I'm afraid they're raising someone else's daughter. Yi Mo sneered. Zhao Xinyu said unhappily. Yi Mo, what nonsense are you talking about? Apologize to Brother Chen right now. I apologize, I was telling the truth. Gu Tingchen warned coldly. Zhao Xinyu, this is the person you brought. Don't you know the rules? Zhao Xinyu's face was grim. He said in a low voice, Yi Mo, I brought you here to introduce you to the crown prince, not to make you offend him. Quickly apologize to Brother Chun. Yi Mo pointed at Yi Chun and said angrily, I will not apologize. I am telling the truth. He is just a commoner who rose to power by relying on his looks. He comes from a humble background and is not as good as anyone here. Why should I, the young master of the Yi family, apologize to him? He would rather die than apologize to an ordinary citizen. 221 I'm going to exercise. I ate a bit too much tonight. Zhao Xinyu grabbed Yi Mo's arm, gritting his teeth as he said, Yi Mo, what are you doing? Do you still want to get to know the crown prince? Yi Mo was furious and didn't care about anything else. He simply couldn't tolerate a poor man like Yi Chun stepping on his face. Brother Yu, I'm leaving now. After saying that, Yi Mo turned and left. Your Highness, Yi Mo has something to attend to and will be leaving first. Let's continue. Don't let him spoil the fun. Gu Tingchen ordered several pretty girls to pour drinks, while Yi Chun and his daughter stayed far away. Gu Tingchen, we can handle this ourselves. Let them leave. She was covered in a pungent perfume smell, which made Yi Chun sneeze repeatedly. Gu Tingchen nodded and said, Big brother is right. Big brother already has a wife. You should all leave now, so my sister-in-law doesn't misunderstand. Yes, young Master Gu. The group of beautiful women left, and everyone was reluctant to part with them. What a waste of such a beautiful woman. Dad, to Anchuan, eat shrimp. The little guy pointed to the biggest shrimp. Okay, Dad will peel it for you. Yichen continued to feed his precious daughter. Before long, Gu Tingchen and his group of cronies were all drunk, sprawled out on the sofa, the table, and even the floor. Yichen was speechless. I wasn't watching them for a moment, and they all got drunk. Tuanshuan pointed at the person on the ground. Dad, he drank too much. Okay, let's go back first. Did Tuanshuan eat enough today? The little dumpling patted its round little belly and said, Daddy, Tuanshuan is full. Okay, let's go home. Yi Chun brought his daughter out, and Gu Tingchen suddenly stood up, dazed, and followed behind Yi Chun. Brother, I'll go home with you. Yi Chun turned around and asked, You want to come home with me? Don't you have a home? Follow the eldest brother. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Tingchen lay down again, stiff and lifeless on the ground, like a corpse. Tuanshuan walked over and kicked Gu Tingchen. Dad, he's dead. Yi Chun almost burst out laughing and explained, Tuanshuan, he's asleep, not dead. You can't just say someone is dead. Then, Yi Chun had the waiter take all the drunkards home. A bunch of rich kids, always coming here to drink. What a bunch of idle people. As soon as he came out, Yi Chun ran into Yi Mo, who was standing by the flower bed with many mosquito bites on his face, making him look a bit funny. Yi Chun suppressed a laugh. What are you doing there? Feeding the mosquitoes? It's so hot. Yi Mo slowly approached. Yi Chun, you're really something, managing to become sworn brothers with the crown prince. How did you manage that? Yi Chun shrugged. Actually, I didn't do anything. I just beat him up and made him submit. You should have seen the news online. Yi Mo frowned and said, You mean you hit Gu Tingchen, and Gu Tingchen recognized you as his older brother? Okay, it's that simple. I'm leaving now. You should go home early so you don't get bitten by mosquitoes, Yi Chun kindly reminded him. Yi Mo nodded thoughtfully, then turned and left. Could it be that this young master has masochistic tendencies? If Yi Chun can do it, he certainly can too. When he returned, it was almost 11 o'clock, and the manor was still brightly lit, as if welcoming him home. The LCD TV in the living room was on. Familly was already asleep, curled up against the back of the sofa, her face serene. When Yi Chun first saw Familly sleeping here, he quietly walked up to her and pinched her cheek. Familly suddenly opened her eyes and met Yi Chun's gaze. Yi Chun coughed awkwardly a few times and immediately looked away. Why are you sleeping on the sofa? Why don't you go back to your room? You'll catch a cold sleeping here. Familly lifted her eyelids. Why are you so late? What were you doing? Nothing much. I just met some friends. I didn't drink any alcohol. You can smell it if you don't believe me. Familly's hand leaned over Yi Chun and sniffed him, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. You haven't been drinking? No, really no. If you don't believe me, ask Tuanshuan. They all drank themselves into a stupor, but I didn't drink a drop. The little baby stood next to his father, rubbed his sleepy eyes, and yawned sweetly. Dad, I don't drink alcohol. Yi Chun gently rubbed the baby's fluffy little head, secretly sighing. She really is my little darling. Then, the little one snuggled close to his mother's ear and said in a cute, babyish voice, Mommy, there are so many pretty aunties. Yi Chun vaguely heard the baby's voice and almost covered her mouth. His little cotton-padded jacket is letting in the wind. What should I do? Familly, I really didn't. You have to believe me. It was Gu Tingchen. He ordered several beautiful female waitresses, but I didn't even glance at them and just sent them out. Really? Familly raised the corner of her eye. Really, I didn't. I swear, if I had anything with another woman, may I be struck by lightning. Before he could utter the last word, his slender, jade-like fingers suddenly covered his lips. I believe you, don't swear. Yi Chun's Adam's apple bobbed slightly. I really didn't. With a wife this beautiful, how can anyone else compare? Well, it's late. Let's take Tuanshuan to rest first. The little one was already dozing off in his father's arms, rubbing his sleepy eyes. Daddy, Tuanshuan, go to sleep. Okay, Daddy will take you to bed. Yi Chun carried Tuanshuan back to the room, changed the little one into pajamas, and took her to the bathroom to wash her little hands. Tuanshuan had already fallen asleep in her father's arms, her soft face pressed against her father's shoulder, sleeping soundly. Even when she's asleep, she still holds onto her dad's clothes with both little hands. Yichen had just pulled the little one's hand away when the little guy pouted and was about to cry. Yichen put the little bunny next to him into the baby's arms. My sweet Tuanshuan, Daddy's here, Daddy's here. The little bundle of milk fell asleep again while hugging the little bunny. Dad. He was still calling out Dad to himself. Yichen's heart tightened. Dad's here. I've been with Tuanshuan for a very, very long time. After coming out, Yichen smelled himself, took off his coat, and went into the bedroom. Familly lay on her side, her figure graceful, her snow-white skin faintly visible through her thin, paper-thin nightgown, her black hair falling across her face, partially obscuring it. Yichen swallowed hard and pounced on him. What a nice view. Familly opened her eyes groggily. Her clothes had vanished, and her soft body was being carelessly manipulated. Yichen, what are you doing? Honey, you keep sleeping. I'm going to exercise a bit. I ate a bit too much tonight. 2:22, I will never cheat. Familly turned her head, her voice broken. Tell me honestly, what did you do there today? Did any woman touch you? No, absolutely not. I just went there for a free meal. The food was all right. As for the women, of course they weren't as pretty as you. I didn't even get a good look at what they looked like. Yichen took a deep breath. I'm married, I won't cheat on you. Familly lay face down on the pillow and closed her eyes again. She believed in Yichen. Despite not having slept all night, Yichen was still full of energy when he woke up. Nighttime is not for sleeping. It's for being intimate with my wife. Familly, how did things go yesterday? Jean is still investigating. It will take at most 3 days. The sooner the better. Those children don't know if they'll have anything to eat. Dad, Tuanshuan, eat some meat. The little girl's sweet, soft voice rang out. Her whole body was fair and tender, and her features were delicate and adorable. She was the most beautiful little princess in the world. Yichen also hopes that all the children in the orphanage will be as happy as their Tuanshuan. The crown prince got beaten. Yimo, courageous. Gu Tingchen, you sucker. Fun frog. Why did the young master get beaten up again? Is this his unlucky period? He's getting beaten up every day. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. I'm almost starting to feel sorry for him. Yimo, is that the has-been male singer? His songs were quite popular a couple of years ago, but he's not popular now. It's him. He's lost his touch. His lyrics used to be truly amazing. A washed-up male singer actually dared to assault a rich young master. He's practically asking for trouble. Yichen was stunned when he saw the news at the company. Isn't Yimo always trying to curry favor with Gu Tingchen? Why did he suddenly beat someone up? It was quite sudden. At this moment, Yimo stood beside Gu Tingchen, trembling with fear. Your Highness, I really didn't mean to. I just suddenly couldn't control my hand. Yimo's right cheek was swollen, and he had a dark circle around his right eye, making him look like a panda. Gu Tingchen raised his head and said coldly, Can't control yourself, Yimo? Do you have some kind of problem with me? Yimo immediately shook his head. No, absolutely not. He listened to Yichen's nonsense, which said that if he beat up the crown prince, he would become his elder brother. As a result, he not only hit someone today, but also got a beating from Gu Tingchen. Yichen. This Yichen must be lying to him. Yimo hated Yichen to death in his heart. Now it's all over. We've offended the crown prince. We're completely finished. No? Then why did you attack me? Gu Tingchen asked arrogantly. Yimo almost knelt down. Your Highness, I was just confused for a moment. Please forgive me this time. You weren't injured either. Spare you? You're the second person to dare hit me. Gu Tingchen pointed at Yimo. Throw him out. Yes. Yimo was thrown out, beaten, and walked down the road with a limp. After get-off work, Yichen took some time to visit the orphanage again. Suddenly, a familiar figure by the roadside caught his attention. The person was walking with a limp, like an 80-year-old grandfather. Is it Yimo? Yichen slowly pulled the car to the side, reduced the speed, and then rolled down the window. Yimo. Upon hearing the sound, Yimo turned around and saw Yichen. The moment he saw Yichen, he felt like he wanted to die. Unfortunately, I ran into the person I least wanted to see when I was at my most vulnerable. Yimo turned his head and stubbornly continued walking forward. Yichen asked, Yimo, what happened to your face, and what about your arm? Yimo said sullenly, It's none of your business. Yichen said, I'm just showing concern. After all, your grandma's grandson. Oomph. Yi-chun, aren't you very smug now? You're happy that I've been beaten up like this. I'm not gloating. Get in the car. I'll take you to the hospital. Yi-mo said coldly. I don't need your pretense. You think I'd thank you for that? Let me tell you, I won't. Yi-chun said helplessly. I'm just concerned about Grandma's grandson. If something happens to you, she'll be heartbroken. Yi-mo took a few more steps, but he was too exhausted to walk any further. In the end, he got into Yi-chun's car. A man can bend and stretch. After a while, Yi-mo asked in a low voice, Didn't you say that if I hit the crown prince, he would treat me like an older brother? Why can't I do that? Yi-chun's lips twitched. When did I say that? Yi-mo muttered under his breath. That's what you meant last night. You hit Gu Tingchen, so he'll treat you like an older brother. Yi-chun explained, I didn't. I knocked down more than a dozen of his bodyguards, so he treated me like an older brother. I see. I'm going to practice Taekwondo tomorrow. In short, there is absolutely no way he can lose to Yi-chun. Yi-chun shook his head helplessly. This Yi-mo always wanted to be one step ahead of him in everything. Upon arriving at the hospital, Yi-mo got out of the car by himself, completely ignoring Yi-chun. Yi-chun didn't care, as long as the person wasn't dead. Then, Yi-chun turned around and went to the orphanage. It was probably too late, and Erpang was about to close the door. You're Erpang. When Erpang saw Yi-chun, he was so frightened that he trembled and turned to run away, but Yi-chun stopped him. Erpang, don't you recognize me? I'm Yi-chun. We used to play together when we were kids. Why are you running away when you see me? Erpang covered his head and squatted on the ground, saying, I don't know. I don't know anything. I really don't know. Yi-chun squatted down and handed a portion of food to Erpang. Erpang, what exactly are you trying to say? Are you doing well here? This is the dinner I bought for you to eat. Erpang suddenly hugged the lunchbox, looked up at Yi-chun, and said, I really don't know. Erpang, I didn't ask you anything. Why do you keep saying that? Let's eat first. Erpang opened the box and reached out to grab it. Yi-chun immediately stopped him, took the chopsticks apart, and placed them in his hand. Erpang, use this. Erpang nodded, picked up his chopsticks, and began to wolf down his food, choking in the process. Yi-chun immediately patted him on the back. Erpang, don't worry. How long has it been since you ate? There's food in the cafeteria, isn't there? Erpang, who was chubby and fair-skinned as a child, is now pale and thin with a scruffy beard, and you can't tell at all that he is a young man in his 20s. It's a real shame. Erpang actually has a mild mental illness. I heard he was abandoned by his family when he was 3 or 4 years old. Erpang wolfed down his boxed lunch, then suddenly smiled at Yi-chun. Erpang, haven't you eaten in a long time? Why are you so thin? Why don't you eat in the cafeteria? Erpang shook his head. No, I'm not going. Why not go? Erpang curled up into a ball again, muttering to himself, I can't fight them. They beat you up in the cafeteria, why? Aren't you from here? Don't worry. After a while you will be able to leave here and have enough to eat every day. Erpang looked at Yi-chun and muttered to himself, No, you're not. Not what? Not a king. Yi-chun asked anxiously. Erpang, what? You're saying I'm not what? Before the words were finished, Dean Wong appeared behind them at some point, his eyes behind his glasses unfathomable and chilling. 223 What do you do if you sign a complete idiot? Erpang, what are you doing? Hurry up and go back. Go back, Erpang, go back. Erpang stood up, covered his head, and stumbled away. Yi-chun stood up and called out, Erpang. Erpang turned around, glanced at Yi-chun, and opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something. Dean Wong immediately said, Xiaofeng, Erpang's mental illness is getting worse and worse. He doesn't even remember who you are. How could Erpang be so seriously ill? He just said he hadn't eaten. How could he not have eaten? He has a bad memory. He probably ate, but forgot. Yeah. Yi-chun looked at Dean Wong with some doubt. Dean Wong, I'll be going now. All right, go back now, it's so late. Dean Wong smiled as he saw Yi-chun off. Yi-chun got into the car and started the engine. I was still thinking about what Erpang had said earlier. Why did he say it wasn't something like King Wong? What exactly is Dean Wong hiding? In the manor, little Tuanchuan was already waiting for her father. Dressed in a pink dress, she stood at the door, her big, dark eyes looking at the road not far away. Where's Dad? Dad hasn't come home yet. Familly came out. bent down and poked Tuan Tuan's little head. Tuan, your dad might have something to do today, and we'll be back late. Let's go inside first. The little boy shook his head. Tuan, wait for Daddy. Daddy will be back in a little while. You little rascal, you insist on waiting for your dad. Aren't you hot outside? It's not hot. Sure enough, a little while later, Xiao Tuan saw her father's car and happily ran off to it. Dad. As soon as Yichen got out of the car, his adorable daughter came to greet him, picked her up, lifted her high, and spun her around. Little Tuan, are you here to pick up your dad? The little dumpling nodded adorably. Tuan, wait for Daddy, time to eat. Familly stood not far away, wearing a black short skirt, with straight legs and excellent body proportions. Tuan insists on waiting for you here and refuses to go in. Yichen carried Tuan into the living room. I'm back late today. I had something to take care of. I went to the orphanage. Erpang was acting strangely. I wanted to talk to him, but Director Wang wouldn't let me. I've already had someone investigate him. Don't worry, the results will be out in a few days. Let's eat first. Familly wiped the sweat from Yichen's head and said, It's been hot lately, so I had the family prepare some ice cream. Tuan ate 3 today. 3. Yichen glanced at the little guy in his arms. The little guy had already covered his face. Dad, Tuan doesn't have it. The little head shook like a rattle drum. Tuan, eating too much ice cream will make your stomach hurt. Does your tummy hurt? It doesn't hurt, Daddy. Tuan doesn't hurt. Then you can't eat so much anymore. Tuan is Daddy's good baby, right? The little chubby head bobbed like a chick pecking at rice. Daddy, Tuan doesn't want to eat. Our Tuan is so well-behaved. Familly crossed his arms and glanced at the little girl. No matter what I said, it was no use. Daddy calmed her down with just one sentence. Familly, Tuan is still young. You might be scolding her. You can't scold the baby. Yichen took his daughter to eat, and Familly followed and sat down next to Yichen. You only have Tuan in your heart and mind now. Have you forgotten about me? Familly put down her chopsticks. No, how could I forget you? You are my dearest wife. Yichen thoughtfully served his wife some food and asked, I'm going to my graduation ceremony in a couple of days. Will you be there? Familly hesitated for a moment. Yichen immediately said, If you're not free, that's fine. It's just a graduation ceremony, nothing important. You also have your company to attend to. Familly suddenly turned her head and looked straight at Yichen. I'll give you a surprise later. A surprise? What surprise? You'll find out in a couple of days. Let's eat first. Good. In the past few days, Yichen has been busy with company affairs, recruiting a lot of people and expanding the scale. Now it can be considered a well-known entertainment company. Even Yichen's classmates approached him, wanting to sign with the company. Even Gu Tingchen came, insisting on becoming Yichen's employee. Yichen's lips twitched. Young Master Gu, what are you doing here? This isn't a place to play. Gu Tingchen said earnestly, Big brother, you can just call me by my name or call me little brother. You're so capable. You've already started a company. You truly deserve to be my big brother. I want to be an employee here. Yichen said helplessly. Our small company can't accommodate someone as big as you. Go somewhere else. I think Jiaxing Entertainment next door is pretty good. Big brother, I can make money for you. I can make movies. I'll get my dad to invest in me. Please take me in. No. Brother, I can serve you tea and water and help you out. I can even treat you to meals. I'm very useful. Yichen still did not agree. Then, Gu Tingchen pestered Yichen for 2 whole days, both during meals and at work. Yichen finally compromised and decided to sign him first. Gu Tingchen signs with Xixing Media. Is the young master visiting someone's company? I've heard that this young master is an expert in everything from eating and drinking to having fun, but he's not good at anything else. Is this company sure they won't lose money by signing him? Enraged, Gu Tingchen went directly into the arena to hurl insults at him. Hey upstairs, how do you know I can't do anything? I can do a lot. How dare you insult me like that? I'll find out who you are. Yichen shook his head helplessly. Gu Tingchen, stop cursing. Our company has become infamous because of you. Brother, they're insulting me. Insulting me is insulting you. Yichen's lips twitched. Were these people wrong? Gu Tingchen is completely incompetent. The landlord's foolish son is rich but stupid. He invested a lot of money in the company, Otherwise, he wouldn't have signed the person. Brother, don't worry. I'll ask my dad to invest in my movie right away. Whatever makes you happy. Yi Chen continued reading the documents, while Xiao Tianxuan sat obediently beside her father. Gu Tingchen then took a liking to the chocolate in Tianxuan's hand and approached her with a smile. Tianxuan, Uncle wants to eat the candy in your hand. Give Uncle one. Tianxuan gave Gu Tingchen 2 candies. Gu Tingchen unwrapped the candy and popped it into his mouth. Not bad, little one. You have good taste. Give me a few more. This candy is delicious. Where did you buy it? Dad will buy it. Yi Chen watched Gu Tingchen and Tuan eating candy together and felt something was off. Gu Tingchen seemed a bit silly. Will signing someone like this really make money for the company? 224 My wife needs a reward too. Give me a kiss. The graduation ceremony was held as scheduled. Early morning. Yi Chen was changing clothes, trying on several suits, but none of them were quite right. These clothes were all bought for him by Familly. He had never worn them before, but he could wear them for the graduation ceremony. Familly was exhausted from being tormented by Yi Chen last night, and she opened her eyes groggily. Yi Chen, why are you up so early? It's barely dawn. Yi Chen asked, Wife, I'm going to my graduation ceremony today, which is the most important ceremony. Should I wear a gray-blue suit or a pure black one? Familly sat up, completely naked. Her slightly curly hair fell on her chest, revealing a patch of snow-white skin. Below that was her incredibly slender waist and long, thin legs. Yi Chen was itching to try it again. No, I have to go to my graduation ceremony today, so I can't push my wife anymore, or I'll be late. Familly selected a black suit from the closet. This set, pure black, handmade. I bought it for you last time, but you've never worn it. Yi Chen nodded and said, This is it. Familly, go to sleep first. You're running around without any clothes on. Yi Chen said in a low voice, his ears turning red. Familly raised the corner of her eye. Not wearing any clothes? I remember I was wearing pajamas last night. I don't know who took them off. Yi Chen guiltily looked away and glanced at the clothes on the ground. He tore them all. Didn't you say you'd buy me underwear? It's been so long, and you still haven't bought me a single piece. You've torn all my underwear. Familly lay on her side on the bed, without a blanket. Her skin was as smooth and delicate as the finest mutton fat jade. Yi Chen swallowed hard. I was too busy and forgot. I'll buy it for you when I'm done with this. You like black and purple. I'm waiting for you. Yi Chen turned his back to change his clothes. Familly chuckled softly. It's not like I haven't seen it before. Haven't I seen it where you are? I've not only seen it, I've also used it. Yi Chen muttered softly. Familly, stop talking. Okay, I won't say any more. The black suit made him look even more noble, with long legs, a slender waist, and a flawless face, making him look like someone who had stepped out of a painting. Familly stared intently. Beautiful. Yi Chen was naturally very happy to be praised by his wife, and handed the tie to Familly. What reward will you give me if you want my help? Aren't you my wife? Familly knelt on the bed, his eyes filled with seductive charm. My wife needs a reward too. Give me a kiss, and I'll tie your tie. Yi Chen swallowed hard, kissed Familly's face, and then kissed her lips. Is it okay now? Great, you really performed exceptionally well today. Familly tied Yi Chen's bow tie. It's still early, let's go eat first. The two people stood together, one dressed neatly, the other completely naked. Put your clothes on first, I'm going to eat. Yi Chen went to see Tuan baby. The little guy was dressing himself, but he put his clothes on backwards. Then, he took off his clothes and put them back on, but after a long time he still couldn't get them on properly, so he angrily threw them all on the ground. Yi Chen opened the door and saw the little girl with her cheeks puffed out. He pinched her little face. Tianxuan, why did you throw your clothes on the floor? I can't wear these clothes. Dad dressed you, what a grumpy little guy. Yi Chen dressed the baby, tied the straps, and the little baby gave his father a sweet kiss on the cheek. Dad, you're so cool. Wasn't Dad handsome before? Handsome. Dad was handsome before, but he's even more handsome today. Yi Chen was amused by the little guy and took the little bundle of joy to eat. Donkey bro. Chener, are you ready? We're about to come out, and today I'm going to be the most dazzling presents. Yi Chen replied, I'm leaving soon. Isn't the graduation ceremony at 8:30? It's only 7 o'clock now. I'll have lunch with my daughter first. Okay, We'll go check it out first and wait for you at school. Dot. After finishing the meal, Yichen kept Tuanchuan behind. After all, there were too many people at the graduation ceremony, and he also had to go on stage to give a speech, so he couldn't take care of Xiao Tuanchuan. Tuanchuan, you can draw at home. Dad will be back this afternoon. Good boy, Tuanchuan. The baby is sitting on the sofa reading a short storybook. Daddy knows Tuanchuan is a good baby. When Daddy comes back, he will bring you something delicious. Familly, are you going to the company today? Familly said, yes, I have a meeting this morning. Yichen didn't say anything more. Familly was very busy and probably wouldn't have time to attend his graduation ceremony. I'm leaving now. Tuanchuan walked her father all the way to the door, waving her little hand and saying, goodbye, Daddy. Goodbye, Tuanchuan. Emperor Da. Today is the graduation ceremony. There are many cars parked at the entrance, and the inside is even more lively, with people coming and going. As soon as Yichen entered the dormitory, Lu Hao tossed him a piece of clothing. Chen'er is here. Quick, change into your graduation gown. After the ceremony, we'll take photos. This is the last time. I've already brought you your graduation certificate and degree certificate. They're on your desk. I heard the principal came in person today. Yichen changed his clothes and put on a hat. Standing together, Yichen is still the most handsome. Lu Hao broke down. That's not fair. Why do you look so handsome in your graduation gown? We look so sloppy in them. When you're handsome, you look good in anything. There's nothing I can do about it, Brother Donkey. You'll have to get used to it. Yeah, Chen'er is a campus heartthrob. Why are you comparing your looks with him? Aren't you just asking for trouble? That's right, let's go. The group went to the central stadium together. The huge gymnasium held tens of thousands of graduates, all dressed in black academic uniforms. There are so many people, Chen'er. Let's sit in the front so we can take the photo with the dean faster later. The group of four moved through the crowd, attracting the attention of many people. It's Yichen, number 1 on the popularity list. I heard he started a company before he even graduated. A pretty young woman next to her covered her mouth and exclaimed, wow, he's so handsome. What department is he in? He's a music major, isn't he handsome? He's the school's heartthrob. He's also a singer. His albums sell very well, and I've even bought some. A famous alumnus. I never knew a celebrity was right next to me. Yichen was surrounded by a group of people, and even sitting in the corner was not peaceful. His name has already been displayed at the entrance of Imperial University. Come to Imperial University and become Yichen's classmate. The advertisement was very loud. 225. Boss phone came to the school. He's a hit with both boys and girls. Chen'er, I saw your advertisement outside when I came here. Yichen said helplessly. Actually, I saw it too. Lu Hao said in a low voice. It's because you're too popular. Look at all the girls around you. They're all looking at you. They probably want your contact information, but they're afraid you're too aloof. I have a girlfriend, don't talk nonsense. Sure enough, a very pretty young lady arrived and asked, Yichen, can I add you on WeChat? Thanks, but I didn't bring my phone today. Why don't you add my roommate? Yichen pushed Lu Hao forward directly, and Lu Hao, looking completely bewildered, added a very pretty young lady. Lu Hao said excitedly, Chen'er, that young lady just now is my type. Yichen said, in that case, treat me to a meal next time. Of course, please you must. I'll treat you to a meal after I've won him over. Lu Hao chatted happily with the young lady. Is Yichen your roommate? Could you give me his contact information? Of course I can. Chen'er, she wants your contact information. What should I do? How can I refuse? She's my goddess. Never mind, give it to her. Good. Lu Hao replied. Chen'er's contact information is. Thanks. Then, Lu Hao was directly deleted. Lu Hao almost burst into tears, feeling wronged, and complained to Yichen. Heartless. Chen'er, women are so heartless. I just gave her your contact information, and she deleted me right away. That's too much, far too much. Brother Donkey, the next one will be even better. Yichen didn't add the person from before, he simply ignored them. The little incident ended quickly, and more people arrived, filling the entire hall. Yimo also arrived, sitting in the middle with his group of cronies. Lu Hao asked, what happened to Yimo? He's limping, like he's been beaten up. Yichen said, I think so. The deans, chairpersons, and board members of Imperial University all came. What followed was a lengthy speech that made everyone in the room drowsy. The deans of dozens of departments spoke one by one, and it was almost noon when it was finally the turn of the school board members. Lu Hao, who had already taken a nap, asked, "Chun'er, how much longer? We're waiting to take the photos." "It should be soon. It should be finished before midnight." "That's good. Dad." The little girl sent a cute emoji. "Little Tuanchuan, Daddy won't be back until this afternoon. Be a good girl and stay home reading and drawing." Tuan painting. Then, Tuanchuan sent over the flowers she had drawn. "Tuanchuan is awesome." Little Tuanchuan was very happy to receive praise from her father and continued drawing. She wiped her face, which was covered in paint. The beautiful new clothes were also covered in paint. The school statement has finally come to an end. Next, please welcome Yi Chun, the #1 on the popularity charts, a singer with 5 million fans, and the CEO of Xixing Media. Yi Chun was suddenly called by name and stood up in a daze. He was surrounded by a huge crowd of graduates, numbering in the tens of thousands. "Chun'er, you can do it. Keep going, hurry up." Yi Chun was forced into this situation, standing on the stage holding a microphone, feeling a little lightheaded and not too nervous. Then, I made a brief speech, which I felt went quite well, and immediately, there was a round of applause. Finally, we took a group photo with the board members and deans. Of all the graduates, only Yi Chun was qualified. After stepping off the stage, Yi Chun finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Chun'er, how did it feel? When you were standing up there just now, I felt like you were the boss. You were so cool. So cool. His presence is just as impressive." Yi Chun touched the tip of his nose. "It's all right. I'm not too nervous." After taking a group photo with the dean, Lu Hao and his companions left together. "Chun'er, let's take pictures. The 4 of us will take pictures of the entire campus." Yi Chun and his friends went to the pavilion in the middle of the lake. There were many people there, all taking graduation photos to commemorate the occasion. "There are so many people. Chun'er, let's go to the shade of the trees over there." Lu Hao and his friends took 2 photos, both taken from a straight man's perspective. "Chun'er, why didn't you bring Tuanchuan baby? I wanted to take pictures with Tuanchuan baby." Yi Chun said, "There are too many people today, and it's hot. I'm afraid Tuanchuan won't be able to stand it." "That's true. Then let's wait until next time." As the group was taking photos, a familiar figure slowly approached. "Student Song? Yi Chun, can we take a picture together? This is the last time. There won't be another chance." Song Wan Ning gently pursed her lips. "Can." Since it was the last time, Yi Chun did not refuse Song Wanning's request. "Even if we can't be boyfriend and girlfriend, we can still be good friends." A smile finally appeared on Song Wanning's face. As a goddess of school beauty caliber, she instantly attracted a lot of attention. "Oh, Song Wanning is taking pictures with Yi Chun. Are they dating?" "Maybe so. They make a good couple. They're such a perfect match." The students around them began to speculate. When Yi Chun took the photos, he kept the distance from Song Wan Ning, deliberately maintaining his distance. "Yi Chun, I've been looking for you for so long, so this is where you are." Chu Yi also arrived, walked to Yi Chun's side, and pushed Song Wanning aside. "Yi Chun, are you taking pictures with Song Wanning? Why don't you take one with me? We're childhood sweethearts. You can't just not take any pictures with me, can you?" Yi Chun said, "Okay." Chu Yi took out a Polaroid camera and handed it to Song Wanning, saying with a smile, "Song classmate, you wouldn't mind taking a picture of me and Yi Chun, would you?" "Thank you." Song Wanning smiled slightly. "Of course." Chu Yi deliberately stood very close to Yi Chun, wrapping her arms around his. Yi Chun removed her hands, but she hugged them again. "Yi Chun, didn't you always say you treated me like a little sister? It shouldn't be a problem for a little sister to hug her big brother, right? Why are you being so petty?" Yi Chun shook his head helplessly. "All right then. This Chu Yi is still the same, spoiled and willful." "Chu Yi, what are you doing?" Yimo's face turned ashen when he saw the 2 of them being so intimate. "Yimo, of course I was taking pictures with Yi Chun, didn't you see? Are you blind? You're not my boyfriend. Why are you so nosy? Get out of here." While the argument was still going on, a gasp rang out not far away, and everyone peeked out. Not far away, a black figure slowly walked over, wearing a black fitted short dress, with a shapely figure, and holding a bouquet of flowers in her hands. Her large, slightly wavy hair cascaded down her chest, smooth and glossy, and her face was breathtakingly beautiful, unforgettable at first glance. Although she wore sunglasses, it did not diminish her beauty in the slightest. An assistant was holding a black parasol for her. Prestigious and aloof. So beautiful, she's so gorgeous. Impressive aura. This aura is the most noble I have ever seen in a woman. One by one, they poked their heads out to look. It's absolutely irresistible to both men and women. Those legs, that figure. She's a mature woman. Isn't she prettier than those top female celebrities? Oh my God. Rich lady, you want to kill me. Rich lady, take me away. Hearing the noise, Yichun suddenly looked up. Yes, Familly. Yichun, excited. My wife is here. 2:26. What's the point of eating? We're already full from dog food. Ah, Chunner. She's coming this way. Could it be that she's taken a liking to me? Am I really that charming? Lu Hao excitedly touched his face, his smile almost reaching his ears. He's good looking, but it shouldn't be that exaggerated. Brother Donkey, what nonsense are you talking about? She's clearly looking for me. Look, she's coming in my direction. Hu Yuxuan chuckled and nudged Lu Hao. Lu Peng straightened his hair and whispered, I think they've clearly come to see me. They were all incredibly excited, waiting for the beautiful woman to speak. Who exactly is this rich woman looking for? I don't know. It's so beautiful I almost fainted. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Familly strode slowly to Yichun's side and stopped. Yichun, happy graduation. Familly gave Yichun a bouquet of flowers. Lu Hao. Hu Yuxuan. Lu Peng. Was all that effort for nothing? The most shocked were Song Wanning and Chu Yi. This woman actually made them feel ashamed of themselves? Yimo clenched his fists, gritting his teeth in anger. Yichun stole the spotlight again. This time, President Feng actually came in person. Just how much influence does he have? Yichun snapped out of his daze, took the flowers from Feng Li's hand, and stammered, Why are you here? My heart was filled with joy, shock, and mostly sweetness. The smile on his lips was impossible to suppress. Feng Li actually came in person. Feng Li lowered her voice. It's your graduation day. Of course you have to come. Lu Hao's eyes widened like saucers as he glanced at Hu Yuxuan and Lu Peng, muttering under his breath. Could this be Chunner's girlfriend? It's probably true. She's too beautiful, and she looks familiar. Have I seen her somewhere before? You're overthinking it. The crowd watched the spectacle from the sidelines. Isn't Yichun with Song Wanning? It's all just rumors. This is probably his real girlfriend. She's like a wealthy female CEO, beautiful, and with a great figure. I like that type. Who wouldn't like this type? Familly said, You are all Yichun's classmates, right? Song Wanning asked. Yes, may I ask who you are? Familly said, I am Yichun's girlfriend. Song Wanning's smile was more like a grimace, and she nodded faintly. Chu Yi stomped her feet in anger, but she knew she was no match for this woman and didn't dare to go up and snatch Yichun away. Familly took Yichun's arm and said, Today is your graduation day. Since you're here, let's take a graduation photo together before you leave. Good. Yichun and Familly took several photos together. Familly said with satisfaction, This one is all right. Let's take 2 more. Come on, all of you. Lu Hao and the others nodded blankly, somewhat nervous. The photos they took showed them with their lips tightly pressed together, making them look like ID photos. Song Wanning said goodbye to Yichun and then left. Chu Yi was left standing alone, watching, her fists clenched. Yimo walked over and said, Chu Yi, you see? Yichun already has a girlfriend. His girlfriend is 1,000 times better than you, and she won't be with you. Chu Yi said coldly. Yimo, I don't need you to remind me. I saw it. What else do you want to say? It's nothing. I just feel like I haven't treated you well before. Can you give me another chance? After all, he is now a washed-up male singer, unlike before. This Chu Yi still has the Chu family's company behind her. Marrying her would definitely be much better than marrying an ordinary woman. Yimo thought that since Chu Yi used to be very infatuated with him, he should be able to get her back if he said some nice things to her. Chu Yi snorted coldly. Yimo, even a good horse doesn't eat the grass it has already grazed. Do you think I would eat the grass you've already grazed? Don't even think about it. Chu Yi, don't go too far. I'm just giving you a chance. You used to chase after me every day calling me Brother Yemo. Chu Yi glared coldly at Yemo. That's because I was blind before. After saying that, Chu Yi turned and left. Yemo gritted his teeth. This Chu Yi actually put on an act? Feng Li came to the school in person, and the rumors between Song Wanning and Yi Chun were dispelled. Lu Hao and his companions finally met the legendary sister-in-law, and they were all extremely attentive to her. After all, this big boss was their great benefactor. Sister-in-law, I am Lu Hao, Yi Chun's good friend. This is Hu Yuxuan and Lu Peng. We were roommates for 4 years. I went to the company with him. I have heard a lot about you. Hu Yuxuan nodded and said, Yes, I finally met my sister-in-law today. Let's go out for a meal together. Okay, sister-in-law. Feng Li specifically chose the best hotel. On the bus, Feng Li drove the car himself. Yi Chun sat in the passenger seat, and the other 3 people sat in the back. Lu Hao whispered, Have you guys noticed that your sister-in-law looks a lot like someone? It's that tycoon who gave a lecture at our school last time. Now that you mention it, I remember now. It does look somewhat similar. Hu Yuxuan nodded repeatedly. Could we have mistaken her for someone else? Chun'er is just an ordinary college student. How could she possibly know a female CEO like that? We must be mistaken. It just looks a bit like it. When they arrived at the private room, Feng Li took off her black sunglasses, which shocked Lu Hao and the others. Their eyes widened like saucers. After a long while, Lu Hao finally came to his senses and nudged Yi Chun's arm. He asked in a low voice, Yi Chun, isn't this the CEO who gave a speech at our school last time? Yi Chun hesitated, then said, Yes, it's her. What? Could it be that you two knew each other back then? You kept it from us. You really kept it from us for so long. Chun'er, you're such a bad brother. You kept this from us for so long. And you actually know a top tycoon. When did this happen? Tell the truth. When exactly did you get together with President Feng? The 3 of them almost went too far, but because of Feng Li, they didn't go too far and just asked a few questions. Yi Chun pursed his lips shyly and quickly handed Lu Hao a chopstick. It was just a few months ago. Don't ask any more questions. Let's eat first. The 3 of them ate in silence. Feng Li specially peeled crab meat for Yi Chun. Eat more? Do you like the food here? Yi Chun said in a low voice. The food here is fine. Feng Li, don't peel it for me. I'll eat it myself. Then, a piece of shrimp was stuffed into my mouth. This one is good too. It's your favorite. Yi Chun's lips curled up slightly, and he gave a soft Lu Hao and the others watched intently, silently putting down their chopsticks. Why bother eating? I'm already full from dog food. 227. Once we leave school, who will treat us like children anymore? The 2 of them were very affectionate during the meal, and it took them a long time to finish. Lu Hao and the others watched with their chins in their hands, thoroughly enjoying the dog food. It was golden dog food, no less. Feng Li, I'm full. Let's go back. Should I bring my school things tomorrow? Yi Chun nodded and said, Okay. Actually, there's not much in the dorm. Just a box, some daily necessities, and a few clothes. Brother Donkey, are you guys going to pick up some things tomorrow? Lu Hao suddenly came to his senses. Bring it. Of course we have to bring it. The dorms will be emptied in 3 days, and we won't be college students anymore. Yes. Our university life has come to an end. The tone of the group suddenly became somewhat somber. Once we leave school, who will treat us like children anymore? Yi Chun patted Lu Hao on the shoulder. All right, Brother Donkey, now that we have a company, we can make even more money in the future. Yes, if we follow Boss Yi, we'll have food to eat. And my sister-in-law, she's invested a lot in our company. We'll pay her back when we make money. Feng Li said earnestly. You are all Yi Chun's best friends, and I believe in your abilities. Lu Hao and the others were almost moved to tears and insisted on toasting Feng Li, but Yi Chun refused them all and drank more than a dozen cups in a row. Chun'er, come on, continue. I'm not drinking anymore, Brother Donkey. I'll find a designated driver to take you home later. I'm not leaving. I can still drink. I can drink some more. I want to toast my sister-in-law. Don't stop me. Lu Hao stumbled over to Feng Li's side. Sister-in-law, let's drink. I can't believe I have such an amazing sister-in-law. Lu Hao chuckled foolishly, and Yi Chun snatched the wine from his hand again. Brother Donkey, you're drunk. Can't you behave yourself? Just sit here and I'll go find you a designated driver. After a while, Yichen finally saw all the drunkards off and leaned against Feng Li's chest, feeling dizzy. Wife, you're the best. Let's go home. Okay, let's go home. Feng Li took Yichen home. Little Tuanshuan frowned with worry when she saw her father drunk. Dad, let's drink. Sweetie, Daddy didn't drink. How could Daddy drink? Come here and give Daddy a hug. Yichen smiled and wanted to hug the little bundle of joy, but then he felt dizzy and almost fell to the ground. Tuanshuan quickly hugged her father's arm. Daddy, get drunk, go to sleep. Feng Li helped the drunkard up and tossed him onto the sofa. See? Your daughter says you're drunk. No, I'm not drunk. Come here, baby Tuanshuan, give Daddy a hug and a kiss. Yichun held the little guy in his arms and kissed his face. Little Tuanshuan frowned. Daddy smells the worst when he's drunk. Dad doesn't kiss Tuanshuan. The little one nudged his father's face. My sweet Tuanshuan, you are my only precious daughter. Don't leave me. Yichun held Tuanshuan tightly, kissing her repeatedly. Poor Tuanshuan. Feng Li went to the kitchen and ordered someone to cook a hangover soup. She personally brought it over and placed it on the table, commanding, drink it. I'm not drinking. I told you I'm not drunk. I'm watching Tuanshuan draw. Our baby's drawings are so beautiful. I've seen it too. I've seen painting. A scene seemed to appear in his mind. A young woman holding a paintbrush, and him standing beside her watching. Who is that? You can't even draw the flowers your mother asked you to draw. Why didn't you inherit your mother's talent? You're always learning to fight from your grandfather. This time, you will watch Mom draw it yourself and learn from her. You are not allowed to be naughty anymore. You are already 3 years old, and you can't even draw the simplest flower. How will you become an artist in the future? Mom, I don't want to be an artist. I want to learn martial arts. Grandpa's martial arts are amazing. I want to go learn tomorrow. What if you get hurt? You can learn to draw with Mom, okay? The woman turned her head, a gentle smile on her face, and gently patted the little boy's head. Yichen wanted to see the woman's face clearly. It was such a familiar face, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Where have I seen this before? Before Yichun could figure it out, Feng Li grabbed his ear. Ouch, 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 honey, it hurts. Want a drink or not? Yichun finally gave in and begged for mercy. I'll drink it. Wife, I'll drink it. My ears hurt so much, please let me go. Okay, drink the hangover soup first, then I'll let you go. Otherwise, you can forget about your ears today. Tuanshuan raised her head and said in a childish voice, Mommy, Daddy's ears hurt. Feng Li tugged again. His ear hurts, that's what we need to do, so he won't drink the hangover soup. I'll drink it. To save his ears, Yichen picked up the bowl and drank it all in one gulp, leaving it completely empty. Tuanshuan quickly peeled a piece of candy for her father and put it in his mouth. Daddy, the candy is sweet. Thank you, my little darling. My daughter is truly the most sweet and considerate daughter. Yichen gently touched the baby's soft little face, Daddy's little cotton-padded jacket. Dad, time for bed. Okay, Dad will go to sleep soon, and Dad will watch Tuanshuan draw. Tuanshuan picked up her little paintbrush and continued drawing, creating a colorful little flower for her father. Our little one is so smart. He can draw flowers at such a young age. When his father was your age, he couldn't do anything. Yichen thought of the woman from earlier again. Who is she? Who is it? I can't remember, my head hurts so much. Yichen clutched his head in pain and collapsed onto the sofa. Daddy, Daddy. The little one shook his father's arm anxiously. Feng Li asked worriedly. Yichen, what's wrong? Did you drink too much? It's okay. I'll be fine after a nap. You don't need to worry about me. Feng Li helped Yichen to his room, saying, You should rest here. Little Tuanshuan lay by the bed and patted her father's arm. Daddy, go to sleep. I'm awake now. It doesn't hurt anymore. Yichen closed his eyes. His head was dizzy, and in his sleep, he seemed to be having a very long dream. In his dream, he was only 2 or 3 years old, living carefree in a huge manor with artificial hills, gardens, and beaches. He also has 3 older sisters, loving parents, and a grandfather. Limbao, have you learned the tricks Grandpa taught you today? Show them to Grandpa. The old man sat in front of the stone bench, looking at him with a smile. I've got it, Grandpa. I've learned it. Mom taught me to draw, but I don't want to learn to draw. I only want to learn martial arts. The 3-year-old boy is practicing martial arts quite well. He can even do backflips and back kicks. Being brothers with Yi Chun, 228, really means you get to enjoy life to the fullest. Lin Bao? Yi Chun muttered to himself, then suddenly opened his eyes. Who is Lin Bao? That grandfather looks familiar. Yi Chun rubbed his temples. It was already dark. It must be evening. He shifted his body and suddenly touched a soft body next to him. The touch was so familiar. He could tell who it was just by touching it. Yi Chun continued to sleep with his sweet and soft wife in his arms, and had another sweet dream. He dreamed that Xiao Tuanshuan had grown up and was going to school with her little school bag. Dad, why do I hear my daughter's voice? Was he hallucinating? Yi Chun suddenly opened his eyes, and a magnified little face appeared in front of him. It was fair and tender like a white dough ball, with a pair of round and big black eyes and a small and cute nose. Dad. When Xiao Tuanshuan saw that her father was awake, she quickly snuggled into his arms and pressed her face against his. Tuanshuan, what are you doing here? Tuanshuan is waiting for her dad. Where is your mother? Mommy's at work. Tuanshuan is watching Daddy. The little dumpling said to her father in her sweet, childish voice. Mom has already gone to work. She asked you to watch over Dad. Dad is fine. Yi Chun sat up, still feeling the soft touch in his arms. I just fell asleep holding my wife, and now it's already dawn. How fast time flies. Yi Chun picked up the little baby, who was still wearing a pair of pajamas. Tuanshuan, which outfit do you want to wear today? Tuanshuan is wearing a skirt. Good. Yi Chun changed the baby's clothes, helped her wash her face, and the father and daughter brushed their teeth together in front of the mirror. Because he woke up too late, Yi Chun didn't plan to eat breakfast, and was about to go to the company when he was stopped by the little girl. The little guy looked up and said, Daddy, time to eat. Tuanshuan, you can eat at home. Dad has to go to the company. It won't be good if he goes too late. A maid took out a packed breakfast and handed it to Yi Chun, saying, Mr. Yi, Feng specially asked us to pack this meal for you. You can take it with you on the way. Good. Yi Chun took the packed lunch out of the living room, followed by a little tail. Seeing her father get into the car, Tuanshuan climbed on as well and sat obediently next to him. Tuanshuan, you haven't had breakfast yet. Stay home and eat your breakfast. Tuanshuan won't eat. Tuanshuan will stay with her dad. Okay, then you can eat the food in this box. Yi Chun opened the box, placed it in the baby's hand, and fastened the safety belt for her. The little guy wouldn't eat it himself, but instead gave his dad a big bag. Yi Chun looked pleased. Thank you, baby. You eat too. Let's eat together. Little Tuanshuan even feeds her dad. Afternoon. After get off work, Yi Chun and Lu Hao went to the school together to clear out the dormitory. The baby is helping his dad move things, but the baby is not strong enough and can only move small things. Yi Chun gave the small items on the table to Tuanshuan, and the little guy worked very hard carrying things, following his father up and down the stairs. Tears of envy streamed down Lu Hao's face. Chinner, Tuanshuan is so sensible. She even helps you carry things. I want to have a baby as cute and sensible as Tuanshuan in the future. Yes, what a good baby. Are you tired, Tuanshuan? If you are, sit down and rest for a while. Tuanshuan shook her head. Not tired. Tuanshuan will carry it. Then, she continued to move things for her father, busying herself up and down. Everyone around them was envious. They had finished college and their daughter could already move things, but they still didn't have girlfriends. The group leader is so cute that she has attracted a lot of attention. What an adorable baby. So cute. My future daughter will definitely be just as cute. Can I have a hug from Uncle? Tuanshuan shook her little head and quickly hid behind her father. Yi Chun, you're amazing. Your girlfriend is so beautiful, and your daughter is so well-behaved. I heard you've started a company. Are you hiring? I haven't found a job yet. Yi Chun said, Sure, you can submit your resumes. Wang Yiza scoffed. We still need to submit resumes? We're not just classmates. We're all from Imperial University. Can you pull some strings and let a few of us in? Yeah. Yi Chun, you've become so successful. Why don't you take us classmates with you? Are you trying to forget your roots? Or do you look down on us? Yi Chun now owns a company and is CEO Yi. Of course, he's different from us. It's only natural that he looks down on us. The speakers were a few from the next class. These guys were good-for-nothings, wasting their time at school, and had no family connections. He's already graduated, but he still hasn't found a job. Lu Hao retorted, "How dare you talk like that? Everyone in the school knows you guys. You skip classes every day. I heard you haven't even gotten your diplomas yet, and you'll have to defend your theses again next year. Yeah, you don't even have a graduation certificate. What company would dare to hire you? You still have to defend your thesis. Why don't you just stay here? You have no skills, no education. What would Yichen do with you? Does he expect you to just sit around doing nothing?" Wang Yiza clenched his fist and grabbed Lu Hao's collar. "What did you say? Say it again." Yichen grasped Wang Yiza's hand and said coldly, "Our company doesn't accept trash. Let go." Wang Yiza gasped in pain and immediately released his grip. "I thought you were so great just because you run a small company? Calling you President Yi is giving you face. Do you really think you're the CEO?" Yichen raised his eyelids, his tone indifferent. "I didn't say I was very good, but compared to you, I'm naturally far ahead. Just stay here and prepare for next year's defense. Brother Donkey, let's go." "Okay." The group swaggered past Wang Yiza and his companions. Isn't Wang Yiza asking for trouble? He didn't even pass his thesis defense, yet he has the nerve to talk about Yichun. Lu Hao and the others flew directly into the sky with Yichun. "I heard they are all high-ranking executives in the company and drive cars worth 500,000 or more. That's amazing. To be this good right after graduation, what will he be like in the future?" Everyone in the male dormitories knew Yichun and his roommates. They were all successful people on campus. Yichun's car was full of luggage. Lu Hao and his group also picked up cars, all of them brand names, which looked very cool. "Chun'er, look at my new car, what do you think?" "Brother Donkey, your car is nice." Lu Hao patted the front of the car, beaming with pride. "A Porsche worth over 900,000 yuan. I never even dared to dream of driving one before, but now I can actually do it. All thanks to you." Hu Yuxuan said, "Yes, my car is worth more than 800,000 yuan. I thought I would never be able to drive such a nice car in my life." Lu Peng nodded with a smile. "My car is also worth over 800,000 yuan. When my mom found out, she insisted that I drive it and show it off to her." The onlookers were incredibly envious. "I really want to latch onto Yi Chen's coattails and become his sworn brother. There's real money to be made that way. Yi Chen, come and eat some meat." 229 graduation season. Leaving school. The dormitory room has been emptied out, leaving only 4 beds and 4 tables, and the surrounding area is clean. There's nothing left, right? Lu Hao sighed. It's gone, and it probably won't come back. In a few months, new people will move in here, and it won't be our dormitory anymore. Yi Chun patted Lu Hao on the shoulder. "Aren't you guys in the company dormitory?" "But Chun'er, you're not here either. The 3 of us each have a room. Although the house is big, with 3 bedrooms and a living room, it still feels a bit lonely. Back in the dorm, 4 of us shared a room, and I could see my brothers as soon as I opened my eyes." Yi Chen said, "We can still see each other when we're at work. The 4 of us haven't separated." "Yes, Chun'er, you're right. We're still in the same company, so we can see each other every day. Let's go, let's go." The group walked to the door, and finally, turned back for one last, reluctant look at the empty dormitory before closing the door. The dormitory supervisor was a woman in her 50s who stood in the lobby on the first floor watching the students leave one by one. "Are you leaving already? Have you moved all your things?" Yichen nodded. "Yes, it's all moved in, and it's very clean. School regulations stipulate that students must clean their dormitories before leaving to avoid delaying the next batch of freshmen from moving in." "Of course Annie believes you. You are all clean and good children." The dormitory supervisor took out several glass bottles from the room. "This is chili sauce that Annie made herself. I'm giving each of you a bottle as a souvenir. Since you're leaving, I don't have anything else to give you." Yi Chun and the others took the bottle, saying, "Thank you, Annie. You're welcome. You're a really handsome boy. I've been keeping an eye on you, thinking I'd introduce you to my youngest daughter after you graduate." "Who knew you already had a child?" The dormitory supervisor sighed and patted Xiao Tianchuan's head. "Baby, you're so pretty." "Thank you, Auntie," the little dumpling said politely. The dormitory supervisor said reluctantly, "What a polite and good child. Go with your father now. Goodbye." Yichen got into the car with Tianchuan. Song Wanning watched from the crowd. but did not go up to chat with Yi-chun. Yi-chun already has a better choice, and she feels inferior to him. It's better for everyone if she doesn't bother him. The four of them drove out of the school in a very stylish manner. Everyone in the school knows that Yi-chun's dorm mates have all become incredibly successful. They all bought luxury cars right after graduation. Yi-mo watched helplessly as the group left together. He spent 4 years at school, and it seems he didn't have a single friend. As for those who used to follow him, they were all after his money. If he gets along well with Yi-chun, will Yi-chun also treat him as a brother? Probably, since they played together when they were little. The car was parked in the front yard. Yi-chun opened the car door, took the little baby out, put her on the ground, and then took out the suitcase. The little one stuck out her bottom and pushed the box with all her might, managing to push the box, which was even bigger than her, all the way to the living room. Mother! Familly turned her head. Tuan is back. The little one walked up to his mother and said in a childish voice, Mommy, give Tuan to Daddy to carry things, lots and lots of things. Tuan can already help her dad carry things. She's so good. Yi-chun also came in with his things, placing a stack of books on the table. His forehead was already covered in a layer of sweat. Yes, Tuan is great. She's helped me a lot. She can carry small things and push boxes. Are all your things in the car? I'll have Jean and the others help you get them. You can rest for a while. It's so hot. Familly pulled Yi-chun to her side and personally wiped the sweat from his brow. It's 38 degrees Celsius today. I offered to send them to the school to help you, but you refused. I just want to move some luggage. It wasn't that much. Now that we're back, the house has central air conditioning, so it's not hot at all. The little baby snuggled up to her mother, tilting her head back so her mother could wipe her sweat. Okay, let's wipe Tuan down. Familly pinched the baby's little cheek. You're not sweaty at all. Why should Mommy wipe you? The little dumpling stuck out its little tongue and ran off to play. Let's take a break first. Good. Yi-chun wasn't watching her for a while, and Tuan ate several more ice creams, leaving the trash can full of her food bags. Familly was exasperated. Yi-chun, you need to control your daughter. I can't control her anymore. The little guy sat on the sofa and continued eating, swinging his 2 short legs, watching Brother Sheep as he ate, looking quite relaxed. Yi-chun glanced at the bags in the trash can. There were at least 4 or 5 of them. Tuan, how many ice creams did you eat again? Dad was tidying up and didn't see. The little guy looked up, took a bite of ice cream, and then held up a tiny little finger. Dad, Tuan, have one. Yi-chun pinched the little guy's little ear. One? Do you think Daddy believes that? Are you lying to Daddy? A baby who lies is not a good baby. The little dumpling pouted and whispered, Daddy, Tuan will eat 5. Yi-chun gently squeezed the baby's soft little face. Finally, you're telling the truth. You're not allowed to eat any more after you finish this. Next time, you're not allowed to lie again. Tuan is good. If you eat too much, your stomach will hurt. Yi-chun poked the baby's round little belly, wondering what it had eaten that made it so full even before eating. Daddy, Tuan doesn't hurt. The little guy saw the bottle of chili sauce again, thought it was something delicious, and started digging into it. Dad, let Tuan eat. The little girl had never seen homemade chili sauce before and was full of curiosity. Familly asked, Yi-chun, what is this? The chili sauce was given to me by the dormitory supervisor. She said she made it herself, and it looks just like the one my grandma makes. I miss my grandma a little. Yi-chun gently picked up the bottle, which was exactly the same as the one in the bottle. Let's go back to see Grandma this weekend, and bring Tuan along too. Good. Yi-chun opened the chili sauce. Tuan, didn't you want to eat this? Here, have a taste. The little guy poked his head out with a look of curiosity, opened his mouth wide, and waited for his dad to feed him. Yi-chun scooped up a little bit with a spoon and put it in Tuan's mouth. The little guy frowned and looked miserable because of the spiciness. Dad, Tuan doesn't want to eat it. It's too spicy. Little Tuan held the cup and drank water, finishing the whole cup in one go, which made the baby very uncomfortable due to the spiciness. Familly, would you like to try the chili sauce? It's quite delicious. Familly hesitated for a moment and said, Delicious? Look how spicy it is for Tuan. Are you sure you're not lying to me? Are you trying to trick me, Yi-chun? This Yi-chun is no longer as innocent as he used to be. Chapter 230 Yi-chun. I don't want to work hard anymore. I want to cling to a rich older sister. Yichen shook his head repeatedly. You are my dearest wife. How could I possibly cheat you? Try a bite. Familly said. Then I'll try just a little bit, just a little bit. Okay. Yichen served Familly half a spoonful, chuckling. That's too little, isn't it? No, that's too much. If you give me less, I'll just eat a little. Yichen reduced the amount a little more and fed it directly to Familly. Familly's face turned red from the spiciness, and water droplets clung to her butterfly-like eyelashes as she looked at Yichen with teary eyes. His eyes looked extremely aggrieved, as if he had been greatly deceived. Yichen, you're lying to me. Seeing Familly so charming for the first time, Yichen swallowed hard. I really want to give him a kiss. I'm not lying to you, it's not spicy at all. If you don't believe me, I'll let you try it. Yichen took a big bite, and was fine. He always preferred spicy food, but he didn't expect Familly to be unable to eat spicy food. As a result, he offended his wife and was kicked out of the house that night. Yichen could only stay outside and watch cartoons with his daughter. A bottle of chili sauce sparked a bloodbath. Tonight, he won't be able to go home and sleep. Dad, brother Yang is handsome. Yeah, handsome. Yichen was absent-minded. I need help online. How do I appease my wife? I asked netizens for help, but all I got were a bunch of terrible, nonsensical ideas. What do you mean by pushing someone down or giving them a good spanking? Tuanshuan nestled in her father's arms, all soft and squishy, and said, Daddy, Tuanshuan is going to sleep. Okay, Dad will take you. Yichen coaxed his daughter to sleep and quietly left the room. Then, he stopped at Familly's door, turned the doorknob, but the door was locked and he couldn't move it at all. Yichen withdrew his hand. Maybe Familly will calm down tomorrow. Familly won't be angry for long. Just as Yichen was about to turn and leave, the door to the room was suddenly opened. Familly stood there, her thin purple nightgown barely concealing her voluptuous figure, her breasts almost spilling out, and her long, snow-white legs exposed. Yichen stared blankly at the woman in front of him, and couldn't help but swallow. Familly, what's wrong with you? Familly raised her finger and hooked it around Yichen's belt. Come in and go to sleep. Oh. Yichen was dragged into the room and thrown onto the bed, looking completely bewildered. You're not angry with me anymore, are you? Familly stood beside Yichen and said, It's just a small matter. I'm not angry. You're really not angry? I didn't know you could handle spicy food. I thought it wasn't spicy at all. Familly knelt beside Yichen, her slender, jade-like fingers beginning to unbutton his clothes. Yeah, I'm not blaming you. Be a good girl. Really? Yichen turned the other person over and pinned them down. You're not angry? No. Give it to me now, starting tonight. You're no longer a college student. Familly curled her red lips and pressed them against Yichen's chest. Yichen's heart raced as he was teased, but thankfully his face didn't turn too red. Tonight, he is no longer a naive and shy young man. He is a mature man. The woman before me was like a fairy, with skin as white as snow, smooth and fair. Yichen raised his hand and squeezed it. Wife, please beg me. I beg you, Yichen. Yichen remained motionless. Familly's eyes were glazed over as she clung to Yichen's neck, pleading, Yichen, please. Yichen remained unmoved, like a mountain. Familly gently nuzzled him, her eyes reddening. Husband, please. This time, Yichen finally couldn't hold back and tormented Familly over and over again. I thought my wife was angry and I wouldn't be able to sleep with her tonight. As it turned out, my wife wasn't angry at all, and was even quite proactive. Yichen buried his face in Familly's chest and closed his eyes. How wonderful. He must be the happiest person right now. Mom has taught you to draw so many times. Why can't you still draw? Learn martial arts from Grandpa, and Grandpa will make you the #1 martial arts master in the world. These two sentences kept echoing in Yichen's mind. They were very familiar sentences. In his memory, there were no figures like his mother or grandfather. Grandfather. Yichen, what have you been muttering to yourself? What have you remembered? Yichen opened his eyes and gently rubbed his temples. No, my head hurts so much. Don't think about the pain. Look at what's on the ground. Familly pointed to the things on the ground, a pile of scattered clothes and torn underwear. Yichen said guiltily, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I'll make it up to you. Familly slowly leaned closer and whispered in Yi Chen's ear. You've said that so many times already. When are you going to make it up to me? Yi Chen assured him. Soon. I'll buy you lots after I get off work today. Okay, I'll be waiting for you. Don't forget today. No, honey. Yi Chen glanced at the clock on the bed. It wasn't even 7 o'clock yet. He held his soft wife close with his 2 strong arms and continued to cuddle. My wife is so sweet and soft. I don't want to go to bed or go to work at all. What should I do? Yi Chen gently stroked Familly's smooth and delicate back and asked, How's the investigation into the orphanage going? We found some leads, but there are too many cases involved. That Dean has embezzled a total of 13 times from 18 years ago to now, and we haven't fully investigated it yet. Yi Chen asked in surprise, So many? Is nobody going to do anything about it? Familly said, The orphanage in the east of the city has been forgotten by many people. It's a very small institution, and since it hasn't received any reports, naturally no one cares. This Director Wang is very bold. He's embezzling public funds for his own use. I suspect he bribed everyone else in the orphanage. Otherwise, how could no one have reported him? Yi Chen nodded and said, Yes, he has been making money off children for 18 years. I will investigate him when I have time and find more evidence. Familly lifted Yi Chen's chin. Aren't you getting up? It'll be 8 o'clock soon. You'll be late for work. You just graduated from university, and you're already not working hard. Taking advantage of the situation, Yi Chen hugged Familly's waist and continued to rub against her, saying, I don't want to work hard anymore. I want to cling to the rich lady's thigh. Familly curled her lips into a half-smile. Oh? Trying to curry favor. Yi Chen blinked, his hands getting restless as he patted Familly's waist. Will this rich lady let me cling to her thigh? Familly's eyes were alluring as her fingers touched Yi Chen's abs and wandered over his body. Of course I'll let you cling to my coattails, but it depends on how well you perform. I will definitely do a good job. Yi Chen grinned mischievously and then hugged Familly again as they crawled inside. Yi Chen, don't go to work, you'll really be late. Just a moment, I promise it will be quick. Yi Chen, you're getting worse and worse. You're no longer an innocent college student. Familly's coquettish voice rang out. He graduated from university yesterday. Of course, he's not a naive young man. He'll be your husband from now on. So behave yourself. Yi Chen gently patted Familly's thigh and slowly moved upwards. 231 They met again, and he lost to Yi Chen once more? It was already past 8 o'clock when I came down. Familly hurriedly took Yi Chen's hand and went downstairs. Yi Chen dissuaded her. Slow down. You're still wearing high heels. It's all your fault. I'll be late today. It won't happen again, I promise. Familly pinched Yi Chen's cheek, her red lips landing on his lips. I forgive you. There aren't any important meetings this morning, so it's okay if I'm a little late. I'll be going now. Familly put down her chopsticks. Oh dear, I don't even need to eat breakfast this morning. I've had my fill of dog food. My sister and brother-in-law are always showing off their love. Familly glanced at Familly and said, In that case, don't eat. Come to the company with me today and be my assistant. No, sis, I'll get hungry if I skip a meal. Anyway, I don't have much to do at the company, so it shouldn't be a problem if I go a few hours late. Familly continued eating with a satisfied smile. Having an older sister is great. I can just relax and do nothing. Yi Chen placed the box in Familly's hand. Take this breakfast and eat it on the way. The steamed buns are your favorite flavor. Mom, time to eat. The little dumpling raised its head, its brows furrowed with worry, and gave a few words of advice. Familly gently rubbed the baby's fluffy little head. Okay, Mommy knows. Mommy will eat breakfast. You and Daddy can eat breakfast at home together. Mommy is leaving now. Goodbye, Mom. Yi Chen lowered his eyes and said incredulously, Tuanchuan, did you dress yourself today? Why are you dressed so nicely? Tuanchuan pointed at Familly, who was eating, with her babyish voice. Auntie, wear this. Familly, thank you for taking care of Tuanchuan. Brother-in-law, we're all family. Why are you being so polite with me? You and my sister must have been very busy this morning. Familly made a pointed remark, her smile sly and mischievous. Yi Chen coughed a few times. Well, you guys eat first. I'm leaving now. The little one grabbed his father's clothes, crying, Daddy. Sweetie, Daddy's a bit busy today. You can have dinner with your aunt. When Daddy comes home tonight, we'll watch TV together. Yichen ate a few bites of food and strode away. Goodbye, Dad. Yichen rolled down the car window and waved his hand. To Anshuan, let's go back. It's hot outside. To Anshuan watched her father's car disappear from sight before going back. Andy will take you out to play today, okay? Good. Feng Yin took her little group of children to a bar, where they had arranged to go clubbing with her girlfriends until tomorrow. For Saint's rumor group, Lu Hao was wearing a black suit. His hair was neatly combed, and he looked quite presentable. Chenner, you've finally arrived. Let's go quickly. I'm all ready. Today's guest is a former top male singer. I heard his contract expired a year ago and wasn't renewed. We can take advantage of this opportunity to snag a bargain. Hu Yuxuan asked. Chenner, didn't you say that several companies want to sign him? Is our new company a good fit? Yichen said, sure, don't worry. We've offered even better terms than them. We're determined to win over this veteran singer. Qin Zhang is a very well-known male singer. If the company has him, it will be like adding wings to a tiger. Chenner, are you and Brother Donkey all right together? Yichen said, okay, you can stay at the company. Okay, then we'll wait for your good news. Lu Hao and Yi Chun went to Qin Zhang's studio together. There were indeed quite a few people who came, all wanting to sign Qin Zhang, this big shot. After entering, Yi Chun encountered an old acquaintance. Yi Chi sat on the sofa not far away, legs crossed, and looked up to greet him. Yi Chun, you're here too. You've actually started a company this time. I remember last time, you were working for me. Yi Chun walked over and sat down next to Yi Chi. You're not bad either. You have several companies under your control, all left to you by your family. Yi Chi smiled dismissively. Of course, I am the only legal heir. From now on, all of Ye's group's assets will be mine. Don't think that just because you run a small company, you can compare to me. Qin Zhang knows perfectly well who he chose. Yi Chen said calmly. Then we'll wait and see. Young Master Yi, it's your turn. Good. Yi Chi stood up, took the folder, and went into the office. Lu Hao asked, Chenner, who is he? An opponent. Lu Hao said in a low voice, several people have gone in just now. I heard they are all people from big companies trying to recruit Qin Zhang. Chenner, with so many people, are we confident? Yi Chun raised his hand. Wait a little longer. These people have all left. It seems the cooperation was not very pleasant. Chenner, this Qin Zhang is a big shot. I wonder what kind of conditions he's demanding, and whether we can afford them. It should be possible, it just costs a little more money. Yi Chun had already made up his mind. If all else failed, he would spend more money, throw money at the problem, and sign the person. With a big shot like Qin Zhang at the helm, their company is sure to reach new heights. After a while, Yi Chi still hadn't come out, and Lu Hao paced back and forth anxiously. Chenner, it's been so long since you went in. Why haven't you come out yet? Could it be that you've already signed the papers and we've missed our chance? Probably not. Although Yi Chen said that, he wasn't quite sure in his heart. Could it be that Yi Chi really managed to capture the person? About 5 or 6 minutes later, a staff member came out and respectfully said to Yi Chun, Mr. Yi, you may go in now. Lu Hao, carrying the folder, followed Yi Chun inside. Yi Chi and his assistant were also inside, and they didn't look too good. Qin Zhang sat on the leather sofa in the middle and looked up at Yi Chun. Please sit down. Good. Yi Chun sat down opposite Yi Chi. Teacher Qin, these are the terms we've offered. Please take a look. Lu Hao placed the folder on the table. Yi Chi said, Yi Chun, you've only run your company for a few months, and you already want to compete with me? Our company has been around for decades. Mr. Qin Zhang should know what the right choice is. Qin Zhang ignored Yi Chi and picked up the folder to take a look. You've offered me such a high price, double that of Ye's entertainment. Yi Chun said sincerely. Teacher Qin's strength is obvious to all, and I came here with the best intentions. Your price is too high. I chose you not because of your price, but because of your talent. I need you to write lyrics for a song for me. Yi Chun asked in surprise, just lyrics? Yes, I really like your lyrics. You're a very talented young man. I hope we can work together happily in the future. Qin Zhang stood up and took the initiative to shake hands with Yi Chun. As for such a high signing fee, I don't need it. I can sign a contract with you right now. Yi Chun was overjoyed. Okay, LV Hao. Bring out the contract and give it to Teacher Chin. Yi Chi gritted his teeth in anger. He had actually lost to Yi Chun. All he can do is write a few lyrics. What kind of talent could he possibly have? Yi Chun, he's too outstanding. There's nothing I can do about it. 232, does he also have many advantages? How could that be? He is the young master of the prestigious Yi family. How could he lose to Yi Chun? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Yi Chi immediately dissuaded him, saying, Teacher Chin, if you're not satisfied with the price we offered, we can raise it further. Whatever your price range, we can meet it. After all, our company is backed by the Yi Group, as you know. Qin Zhang shook his head and said, It's not that I'm not satisfied with the price you offered. It's that I admire Yi Chen's talent, and I need him to write lyrics for a song for me. It's just lyrics. Our company guarantees to write better lyrics than him. Would you consider our company? Xixing Media is just a small company. It's only been open for a few months. Yi Chi continued to try to dissuade him, unwilling to give up. Yi Chen raised his eyelids. Young Master Yi, what you said is wrong. Although we are a new company, we are full of fresh blood. Doesn't the future belong to young people? Yi Chi was speechless, clenching his teeth and glaring at the person in front of him. Yi Chun, are you deliberately going against me? This is how it is at the martial arts tournament, and it's the same outside of it. Is Yi Chen his natural nemesis? Running into him is never a good thing. Yi Chen said calmly. Why would young Master Yi think that way? I just wanted to try and win over Teacher Chin. We were just competing fairly. I wasn't targeting you. Yeah. Yi Chi clenched her fist. You knew I wanted to sign Qin Zhang, so you deliberately came here. Yi Chen shrugged helplessly. What I said just now was the truth. Since young Master Yi doesn't believe me, then forget it. He didn't actually know that Yi Chi would come here to try and win over Qin Zhang. This young master of the Yi family is extremely petty. If the Yi family falls into his hands, he probably won't live long. Qin Zhang immediately said, Young Master Yi, I'm so sorry to have made you come all this way for nothing. Let's go. Yi Chi turned and left with his assistant, slamming the door shut behind him. Lu Hao asked in a low voice, Chun'er, who exactly is he? He's so arrogant. He's just a young master from a wealthy family. We don't need to pay him any attention. Turning to Qin Zhang with a smile, he said, Teacher Qin, this is our contract. Take a look, and if there are no problems, we can sign it. Good. Qin Zhang picked up a pen, wrote his name, and signed it for 10 years. It's signed. Yi Chen told Lu how to put the folder away. Teacher Qin, what kind of lyrics do you want me to write? You can send them to my phone. This is my contact information. It will be done in as little as half a month. Qin Zhang exclaimed in surprise. Half a month? You only need half a month to write a complete song lyric? Are you kidding me? It would take an average person at least a year and a half to create a song lyric. But this person only needed half a month. Yi Chen nodded and said, Yes, it will only take half a month. I will do my best to satisfy Teacher Zhang. Okay, I believe you. Qin Zhang was extremely excited and specially invited Yi Chen to stay for dinner. She told Yi Chen all her thoughts, wanting him to compose a grand and majestic song for her. As soon as he left the studio, Lu Hao gave a thumbs up. Chun'er, you're really amazing. You signed a big shot to our company without spending a single penny. I didn't expect it to go so smoothly. I won't need any of this money. Teacher Qin Zhang must have seen your talent, which is why he signed you to our company. We've hit the jackpot. As the two were talking, Yi Chi slowly walked over from a short distance away. Yi Chun, don't think you can be so smug just because you signed an old singer. Don't forget, I can make your little company unable to survive in the capital with just a flick of my finger. Yi Chen casually raised his eyelids. Young Master Yi is really amazing. Then you should give it a try. But young Master Yi has been waiting for me outside the company. Haven't you had lunch yet? It's so hot. Aren't you afraid of getting heat stroke? Yi Chi's face turned green with anger. We don't need your help. We'll wait and see. I guarantee your company won't survive for more than 6 months. Okay, I'll wait. Lu Hao opened the car door, and Yi Chen got in. Chun'er, why was that person so hostile towards you? He's probably just too jealous of me. Yi Chen looked at Yi Chi through the window, his head covered in sweat, his clothes soaked through. Could it be because he beat Yi Chi in the martial arts tournament that he's been holding a grudge ever since? No way. How could this person be so petty? He's a grown man, after all. Yes, it must be because our Shun'er is too outstanding, Lu Hao muttered to himself. Back at the company, Hu Yuxuan excitedly asked, Shun'er, how did it go? Did you manage to negotiate? Lu Hao deliberately put on a worried look and sighed. Lu Peng said, Qin Zhang has a strange temper. I think he's probably not very capable. It's okay, let's talk to other people. Lu Hao suddenly looked up, his face beaming with a bright smile. Our Chun'er took charge and the contract has already been signed, without spending a single penny. What? It didn't cost a single penny, wasn't it 60 million? Lu Hao grinned slyly and patted Yi Chen's arm. Hee, that's because our CEO Yi is talented. We promised to write a song for him, and he signed with our company. Upon hearing this, the surrounding area erupted in excitement. Acquiring Xinjiang will definitely boost the company's brand awareness. Lu Fei immediately fawned over Yi Chen, serving him tea and water, saying, as expected of President Yi, with President Yi in charge, everything can be taken care of. Lu Hao asked, Lu Fei, what are you doing here? Have you finished your report? You still have 15 PowerPoint presentations to complete today. I'll go right away. Lu Fei went back to work. He used to make Yi Chen work like a slave for him, and now it's his turn. Sure enough, karma comes full circle, and no one gets away with anything. Yi Chen asked, Brother Donkey, why did you assign him so many tasks? He used to bully you and make you work yourself to the bone. I just want him to experience that too. People like this need to be taught a lesson. Yi Chen nodded and said, just don't go too far. Lu Fei has some experience. I know. He used to be a leader, and now he's working under us. I don't know how frustrated he must feel. That's life. Things are unpredictable. Your boss might become your subordinate the next day. Lu Hao continued to inspect the situation and was promoted to director of the entire company. Back home, Yi Chen couldn't wait to share the news with Familly. Familly, I didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Teacher Qin Zhang actually likes the lyrics I wrote. Yes, because he thinks you are talented. Yi Chen, you are really great. Really? Yi Chen touched the tip of his nose. He had always thought of himself as an ordinary person. Now, it seems he has some redeeming qualities too. 233 Mr. Ye's charm is just too great. Of course it's true. Familly hugged Yi Chen's face and kissed him. In my eyes, you are the best. Dad, you're awesome. The little one snuggled into his father's arms and kissed his face. Qin Zhang signed a contract with a new company. For Saints Media. It seems that Xixing Media is the newly established company. It's surprising that teacher Qin Zhang chose a new company. For Saints Media has only been open for a little over a month, and they've already managed to sign Qin Zhang. Is teacher Qin Zhang blind? How could he go to such a small company? Don't know. Many of these small companies open every year, but they might go bankrupt in a few months. It probably won't even last until the Lunar New Year. It'll just go bankrupt. Just watching, passing by, waiting. A group of people are waiting for Xixing Media to go bankrupt. Familly put down her phone and said coldly, these people, they don't wish others well, they just hope other companies go bankrupt. Yi Chen wasn't angry at all, and gently rubbed Tuan's head. Familly, ignore them. Many people are hoping my company will go bankrupt. Familly narrowed his eyes. Should I silence these people? No need. With so many people talking, you can't shut them up no matter what. It's okay. In less than a year, I'll make everyone in the capital know about Four Saints Media. Even a newcomer like him can run a company well. Okay, let's eat. We'll go see Grandma this weekend. The little dumpling looked up and said, Tuanchuan, I miss Grandma. Yi Chen gently pinched the baby's little face. We'll go see Grandma in a few days. Last time Grandma called, she said she missed Tuanchuan too. Tuan is watching the sheep. The little guy loves fluffy little movements the most. Yi Chen said indulgently. Okay, Daddy will take Tuanchuan to see the sheep. The next day, Yi Chen was reading documents in his office when there was a sudden knock on the door. Come in. President Shun, another person has come for an interview. She said she wants you to conduct the interviews personally, and she doesn't agree to interview anyone else. Yi Chen stood up. You disagree? Take me to see him. Good. Upon entering the room, Yi Chen saw who had come and turned to leave. Chu Yi immediately grabbed Yi Chen's arm. Yi Chen, don't go. I'm serious. I want to sign with your company. Yi Chen removed her hand and said, Chu Yi, You are the eldest daughter of the Chu family and will inherit the Chu group in the future. What are you doing here as an artist? I just like it, Yi-chun. I meet all your hiring criteria. Look at me. Yi-chun frowned and said, No. Chu-yi, you should go back. Uncle Chu won't agree to you coming to my company. Go to your own company. No, I won't. I want to follow you. Yi-chun, please take me in. Sign me up. I'm very cheap. Chu-yi blinked and said impatiently. The interviewers around them exchanged glances, none of them daring to speak. Could it be that this is for their CEO Yi? Mr. Ye's charm is just too great. Yi-chun said helplessly. Chu-yi, stop making a fuss and go back right now, or I'll call Uncle Chu to come and pick you up personally. I'm not leaving. Even if my dad comes, I won't leave. I'm going to sign with your company. Chu-yi plopped down on the living room sofa and refused to leave. Having no other choice, Yi-chun had to call Chu's father. Uncle Chu, Chu-yi is at my company and insists on coming for an interview. Could you come and pick her up? Father Chu sighed. All right. This Yi was spoiled by her uncle when she was little. Don't mind. Uncle will go right away. Xiao-chun, I heard you started your own company. That's really great. You're doing better and better. Your uncle was originally thinking of having you marry Yi and inherit the Chu group, but it seems you don't need to anymore. Yi-chun pursed his lips. Uncle Chu, you flatter me. It's just a small company. Yi insisted on signing the contract, and I couldn't do anything about it. Uncle will be right there. Hang up the phone first. Good. Yi-chun hung up the phone, looked at Chu-yi, and said, Why are you still as willful as you were when you were a child? Chu-yi explained in a low voice, I just want to sign with your company. I don't want to run a business in my own home. She enjoys singing and dancing and dislikes working in front of a computer at the office. You can explain it to Uncle Chu later. Good. In less than half an hour, Chu's father arrived. Wearing a gray suit, he was tall and had a very serious middle-aged appearance. Chu-yi lowered her head and muttered softly, Dad, you really came? Aren't you very busy at the company? Mr. Chu said helplessly, I told you to go to work at the company, but you wouldn't go. Why are you running around here now? Dad, I don't want to go to work at the company. I like singing and dancing. Don't stop me. Father Chu asked in a deep voice, Are you sure you like singing and dancing and not just doing it to pursue Yi-chun? Yi-chun touched the tip of his nose. Uncle Chu was being way too blunt. Chu-yi seemed to have her thoughts exposed and shook her head guiltily. No, I just like singing and dancing. Okay, then let's go to another entertainment company. Chu-yi was agitated. No, I'm right here. This is Brother Yi-chun's company. He can take care of me. Chu's father said earnestly. Yi-chun already has a girlfriend. Didn't you already know that? Are you going to go and ruin someone else's relationship? No, I just felt that Brother Yi-chun was kind to me. I wanted to work at his company. If you want to take me away, then take my body with you. Chu-yi raised her neck, acting extremely willful. Father Chu's face turned pale with anger. But he had no way to help his only daughter. They were all spoiled by him. Yi-chun said, Uncle Chu, since that's the case, let Yi stay here for now. Xiao-chun, thank you so much. You're a good child. It's just that Yi isn't lucky enough to have you. Yi-chun added, Uncle Chu, if you're busy at the company, you should go there first. At least Yi won't run around. Thank you for your help. Chu-yi was successfully retained by Yi-chun's company. Dad, time to eat. Tuan ran to her father's side with her two short legs, and suddenly saw that there was another person sitting on the sofa. She hugged her father tightly. She was terrified that her father would be taken away from her. Chu-yi, it's time to eat. Come with me to the cafeteria. Chu-yi nodded and said, Okay, will you come to eat with me? Let's go. Yi-chun took Tuan to the company cafeteria. The company cafeteria wasn't very big, and there weren't many dishes. Yi-chun made braised pork and spicy tofu, which are Tuan's favorite dishes. Chu-yi walked around the cafeteria and said with disdain, Is this all the food we have? Yi-chun picked up a piece of potato for Tuan. Well, that's all. The shredded pork with green peppers and the sweet and sour pork ribs are both good. If Miss Chu doesn't like them, you can leave. What I like. Chu-yi ordered the two dishes that Yi-chun had mentioned earlier. I almost threw up after just one bite. Yi-chun chuckled softly. These were the two worst dishes in the cafeteria. He didn't believe Chu-yi could stand them. 234 Tuan is not a little burden. Yichen glanced at Chu Yi and said, "If Miss Chu doesn't like the food from our small company, she can leave and eat outside." "Who said that? I think it's delicious, very delicious." For Yichen's sake, she endured it. As the saying goes, those who are near the water get the moon first. As long as she is with Yichen every day, that woman is nothing to be afraid of. Chu Yi took another bite. The shredded pork with green peppers had too much salt. It was unbearably salty. The sweet and sour pork ribs had too much sugar in them. They were too sweet. Chu Yi felt like she was flying to the sky. She had never eaten such terrible food in her life. Yichen suppressed a laugh and continued feeding Tuanchuan. "Tuanchuan, have a piece of braised pork." The little one ate with great relish and wasn't picky at all. "Is it tasty?" "Dad, it's delicious." After finishing her meal, Chu Yi continued to follow Yichen. Yichen handed a document to Chu Yi. "Are you free? Can you do me a favor?" Chu Yi said excitedly. "Of course, brother Yichen. What do you need my help with?" "Please print out a few copies of this document for me." "Okay, this is such a simple task. Leave it to me." Chu Yi went to print it herself, but it took her ages to get it right, and she ended up breaking the company printer in the process. Who is this person who broke the printer? How stupid. I have to go out and print something today. Chu Yi returned to her office, head bowed, and said, "Brother Yichen, I'm sorry, I broke the company printer. You've ruined it." Yichen lowered his head and rubbed his forehead. "I intended to make things difficult for Chu Yi and make her back down, but I didn't expect her to break the company's printer. She's really something else. I'm sorry, brother Yichen, but I can do something else. I'll go get you a cup of hot water." Chu Yi took a cup to get hot water. Just as she finished filling the cup, she turned around and bumped into a female assistant. The cup of water was poured directly onto her arm. Chu Yi was still not giving up and continued to help Yichen organize the documents. A gust of wind blew the documents downstairs. "Yichen, this Chu Yi is good for nothing but making things worse. Brother Yichen, don't be angry. I'll leave now and won't come back." Finally, Chu Yi left the company in tears. Are she and brother Yichen really not meant to be? No, she can't give up. Chu Yi left, and everyone in the company cheered with joy. Yichen breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that Chu Yi was gone. It was bad luck that Chu Yi clashed with their company. I hope Chu Yi will inherit the Chu group well. Don't come again. After not seeing Chu Yi come to the company for several days, Yichen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Weekend. Yichen and Feng Li took the little one to the countryside early in the morning. The town is picturesque. After getting off the car, Tuanchuan pointed to the houses not far away. "Dad, Grandma." Tuanchuan is so smart. She knows where Grandma lives. The little guy ran ahead with his short legs, while the old ladies around him looked at the little bundle of milk with curiosity. "This is Yichen's daughter. She's grown up so much." "Yes, he's about 3 years old now, and he looks just like Yichen. I heard her name is something like Little Tuan Tuan. Round and round." I don't know which Grandma called out, but the little guy stopped his short legs and politely said, "Hello, Grandma." "What a good baby, so beautiful. Come here, let Grandma take a look." Little Tuanchuan walked over to several grandmothers and was touched on the face, head, and hands. So cute. Such a pretty little girl. She'll definitely grow up to be a beauty. Let me see it quickly. Tuanchuan was surrounded by a group of people, being held and carried around, her little eyebrows furrowed like caterpillars. Yichen quickly picked Tuanchuan up and said, "Grandma Zhang, let's go home first." After saying that, he quickly left the crossroads with his daughter and wife. "Yichen, why are you walking so fast? We haven't had a proper look at your wife and daughter yet." "Yes, come back soon." Yichen pretended not to hear. These old ladies have too much free time. When I got home, the door was open. Great-grandmother. The little bundle of joy went inside to find great-grandma. Yichen and Feng Li followed them inside. Upon entering, Yichen saw a familiar face once again. "Chu Yi," Yichen asked in surprise. "How did you end up here?" Chu Yi stood up. "I've come to see Grandma. I haven't seen her in so long, so I thought I'd come this weekend." "Brother Yichen, you're here too. We're really destined to meet." "She is." Chu Yi looked at Feng Li, her gaze filled with hostility. "This woman is Yichen's girlfriend. She's really beautiful. But no matter how beautiful they are, They can't compare to the bond they formed as childhood sweethearts. Yichen explained, "This is my girlfriend. You've met her before." Grandma Yi smiled and said, "Lily is here, come sit down. And there's our little Tuanshuan too. Let Grandma see if she's grown taller." Tuanshuan, grow tall. Yes, our Tuanshuan has grown taller again. Grandma Yi looked at Xiao Tuanshuan and Feng Li, beaming from ear to ear, and pulled Feng Li aside to ask him all sorts of questions. Chu Yi was a little jealous. Grandma Yi clearly likes her the most, so why would she like this woman? Grandma Yi must be faking it. She's Grandma Ye's favorite. She's the child Grandma Yi watch grow up. Lily, Grandma specially prepared pork ribs and fish for you. She'll make you some soup later. Feng Li said, "Thank you, Grandma." Chu Yi said unhappily, "Grandma, didn't you just say you were going to make my favorite braised eggplant?" Grandma Yi replied without hesitation, Maybe next time. Our Lily likes to eat ribs." Chu Yi stomped her foot in anger. Could it be that her grandmother had already taken this woman as one of her own? Impossible. Grandma's favorite person is still her. Chu Yi muttered softly, "Grandma, have you found someone else and forgotten about me? How could Lily be just anyone? She's my granddaughter-in-law, one of our family members." Grandma Yi was increasingly pleased with the sight of her grandson. Her eldest grandson was truly blessed to have married such a wonderful wife. Chu Yi said unhappily, "Grandma, you watched me grow up. Am I not as good as her?" I've always considered you as my half-granddaughter. Lily is my granddaughter-in-law, and she even gave birth to our little Tuanshuan. Look, how much Tuanshuan looks like Chin-Chin." Grandma Yi patted Tuanshuan's little head. "They're practically identical. No wonder they're such a perfect match." Chu Yi whispered, "How could she be his biological daughter? She's just a little burden. She's not Yi Chen's daughter at all." Grandma Yi's expression changed. What did you say?" Tuanshuan is not a little burden." 235 Feng Li versus Chu Yi, a complete rout. Tuanshuan pouted, looking aggrieved, and nestled in her father's arms. The baby was so upset. Yi Chen glared at Chu Yi. This Chu Yi is really going too far these days. Chu Yi stammered, I'm just telling the truth. Brother Yi Chen never had a girlfriend before, so how could he have such a big daughter?" "Grandma, please don't be fooled. Does Brother Yi Chen really have a girlfriend at 18? You've never seen Tuanshuan before." Grandma Yi nodded and said, "Yes, I had never seen Tuanshuan before. Could it be that what Chu Yi said is true, and Tuanshuan is not Chin-Chin's daughter?" Grandma Yi looked at the father and daughter with a puzzled expression. If they're not related, why do Tuanshuan and Chin-Chin look so alike? Chu Yi snorted lightly. "It's just a coincidence. There are plenty of coincidences in the world. Maybe they just happen to look a bit alike." Grandma Yi shook her head and said, "Impossible, and it's impossible for them to look so alike. Chin-Chin, tell Grandma, is Tuanshuan your biological daughter?" Yi Chen looked at the little baby in his arms and hesitated for a moment. "Grandma, Tuanshuan is my biological daughter. We look so alike." Little Tuanshuan laughed happily, pressing her soft little face against her father. Dad finally admitted it. Chu Yi said in surprise, "Impossible, Brother Yi Chen. You can't possibly have such a big daughter. You're lying to Grandma." Grandma Yi advised, Chin-Chin has already admitted that this is his daughter, so don't overthink it." "Grandma, I'm not thinking nonsense. I'm telling the truth. You can believe me. She's definitely not Yi Chen's daughter." Chu Yi explained excitedly. "Yes, Daddy, Tuanshuan's daddy." The little dumpling retorted in a childish voice. Tuanshuan's dad and mom. The little one sat between his parents, holding their hands. Chu Yi pointed at Tuanshuan and shouted angrily, "You're not. You're just a burden. You're not Yi Chen's daughter." Tuanshuan burst into tears of grievance and cried in her father's arms. "Dad, don't cry. Tuanshuan, Daddy's here." Grandma Yi looked displeased. Stop making a scene. What exactly did you come here for today? You haven't been back for so many years, and now you're here to ruin my grandson and granddaughter-in-law's relationship? You even made our Tuanshuan cry." "Grandma, I'm telling the truth. She's just a burden." Chu Yi was still unwilling to give up. "Why don't you believe me? Let Brother Yi Chen and her do a paternity test." Stop talking nonsense. If you keep talking nonsense, Grandma will get really angry." Chu Yi pointed at Tuanshuan, gritting her teeth. "I didn't. She's a bastard." Tuanshuan sniffled pitifully, her little nose brimming with tears. Tuanshuan, it's not. Tuanshuan has it, Mom and Dad. Daddy knows. Tuanshuan, be good. Yichen coaxed softly. Then, she looked up at Chu Yi and said coldly, Chu Yi, you're talking nonsense. Don't blame me for being impolite. Finally, Chu Yi was kicked out by Grandma Yi. As soon as the door closed, Chu Yi stood outside, completely bewildered. She was actually kicked out? Were we kicked out by Grandma Yi? Grandma Yi clearly liked her the most, and even said she would be her granddaughter-in-law. But now she's kicking her out because of that woman and her bastard child? The little guy rubbed his eyes with a pitiful expression, which broke Grandma Ye's heart. She gently patted the baby's head and said, Don't cry, Tuanshuan. Great-grandma has chased away the bad guys. Don't cry anymore. Our Tuanshuan is a good baby. Great-grandma is going to cook something delicious for you today. What would you like to eat, Tuanshuan? Grandma will kill an old hen for you. Which old hen bullied our Tuanshuan? The little girl pointed to a very fierce old hen not far away. I almost pecked her hand just now. The hens, who were so arrogant just moments before, are now keeping as far away as possible. We can't afford to mess with them. We can't afford to mess with them. We're going to have to slaughter them again. Okay, that's the one. Great-grandma will kill it in a bit and make chicken soup for our Tuan. Tuanshuan finally smiled and nodded her little head. Lily, don't mind her. Chu Yi is just spoiled by her family. She doesn't know how to speak properly and likes to talk nonsense. Grandma has already kicked her out. Familly looked up. It's all right, Grandma. Grandma Yi smiled kindly and said, It's wonderful that Chunshin has married such a good daughter-in-law. Our ancestors are blessed. Grandma will make you some chicken soup later. Familly nodded and said, Thank you, Grandma. No need to be so polite with Grandma. Grandma Yi went to the kitchen to cook again. Although she was a little tired, she was happy. After a while, Familly stood up and left the living room. Yichen asked, Familly, where are you going? Familly said in a nonchalant tone, Go out and take a look. You stay home and watch the sheep with Tuanshuan. I'll be back in a bit. Good. Tuanshuan, Daddy will take you to see the sheep. Big sheep. Yichen carried the little guy to the sheep pen next door. Familly opened the gate and went out of the courtyard. As expected, Chu Yi did not leave. She simply sat in the car. She saw Familly come out and immediately opened the car door. What are you doing out here? Familly raised his eyelids, his black eyes gleaming with a cold light that sent chills down one's spine. Just now, you called my daughter a burden, a little bastard? Chu Yi was so frightened by Familly's gaze that she took half a step back. He stammered, That's exactly right. I'm just telling the truth. She's not Yichen's daughter at all. She's your daughter. You just want to make Yichen a sucker. Familly walked slowly towards them in high heels, exuding a powerful aura. Chu Yi kept backing away until she finally got into the car. Familly lifted Chu Yi's chin and said coldly, So what if it is? So what if it isn't? Yichen is mine now. Do you think you still have a chance? Chu Yi's expression changed slightly in fright, and she swallowed hard. Meeting such a strong woman for the first time actually made her feel somewhat afraid. Yichen and I are childhood sweethearts. Do you think you can compare? He's just infatuated with you for a while. Once he gets tired of you, he'll see me. Yeah. Familly raised the corner of her eye. What do you think makes you better than me? Why would Yichen choose you? Chu Yi observed the woman up close and felt that she looked familiar, as if she had seen her somewhere before. The last lecture. Yes. Even though she was sitting far away, she caught a glimpse of her through binoculars and recognized her face. Could she be President Familly? Impossible. What kind of person is Familly? How could she possibly like Brother Yichen? Familly withdrew her hand, coldly glaring at Chu Yi. Speak up. Tell me, in what way do you compare to me? Why would Yichen choose you? 236. 2 choices? He decisively chose his wife, Familly. Chu Yi said, I grew up with Yichen. When we were little, we even stole bird eggs in the woods over there. We've known each other for much longer than you have. Familly curled her lips into a smile. So what if we've known each other for a long time? I heard your ex-boyfriend was Yemo. What? Now you know Yichen is good. Chu Yi said in a low voice. That's because I didn't know people well, so I missed out on Brother Yichen. Brother Yichen used to like me the most. He was afraid of tiring me out, so he carried me on his back every day. Familly smiled dismissively. Carry you on his back? He holds me every day now, and he wants to sleep with me in his arms at night. He can't be without me for a moment. Chu Yi's face turned ashen with anger. Stop talking. Brother Yi-chun must have been bewitched by your beauty. I am the person Yi-chun likes the most. I only got together with you because I was jealous. In his heart, I must be the most important person. Familly crossed her arms, completely unfazed, and said in a calm tone, how about we make a bet to see who he actually likes? Chu Yi was intrigued and asked softly, how do you want to make the bet? She wanted to make this woman give up completely. Familly said, you'll find out in a moment. Familly curled her red lips and pulled Chu Yi's arm to the pond. Where are you taking me? You'll find out soon enough. Daddy, ride the sheep. The little dumpling sat on the sheep's back, swinging its 2 short legs, happily watching its father. Yi-chun stood by, making sure the little one wouldn't fall and get hurt. Fortunately, this sheep was quite docile and didn't resist, obediently carrying the little dumpling on its back. Toanchuan looked around with her big, dark eyes, tilting her head in confusion. Daddy, where's Mommy? Mom said she's going out for a bit. She should be back soon. At that moment, Yi-chun suddenly received a message on his phone. No, to be precise, 2 messages. My dearest wife, Lily. Yi-chun, come to the pond in the woods. I've fallen into the water. Chu Yi, brother Yi-chun, I've fallen into the small pond in the woods to the east. Please come and save me. Yi-chun had automatically ignored the second point. Familly fell into the pond. Yi-chun quickly took Xiao Toanchuan off the sheep's back and put her on the ground. Toanchuan, Daddy's going to find your mom. Be a good girl at home. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared. The little girl scratched her head. Where was her dad? Can Daddy fly? Yi-chun moved with lightning speed, quickly arriving at the grove of trees to the east. Familly and Chu Yi both fell into the small pond. Chu Yi reached out her hand, trembling. Brother Yi-chun, please save me. I can't swim. Please save me. I'm going to die. Familly lightly splashed the water twice, just to make a gesture. Why is she playing such a childish game? This was the first time Familly had ever done something so childish. Chu Yi continued to cry out, Brother Yi-chun, please save me. I can't swim, Brother Yi-chun. She's crying so hard. Yi-chun will definitely save her first. Chu Yi glanced triumphantly at Familly beside her. Today, she would make Familly realize her place. Yi-chun glanced at Chu Yi, then tiptoed and leaped to Familly's side, carrying her to the shore. While wiping the water off Familly, she asked anxiously, Are you all right? How did you fall in here? Did you choke on water? Familly lifted her eyelids and glanced at Chu Yi. It's nothing, just slipped. Yi-chun wiped Familly's face again. How could you slip and fall here? This pond is very deep. I just slipped, but I'm fine now, except I'm a little dirty. Familly looked at her clothes with disdain. She regretted it. She regretted playing the game. Although she knew Yi-chun would definitely choose her, she still wanted Chu Yi to see it for herself. To prevent that woman from becoming overconfident. It's all right. You're dirty, so go take a shower and change your clothes when you get back. Let's go. Yi-chun pulled Familly away. Chu Yi completely broke down, crying, Brother Yi-chun, what about me? Have you forgotten me? I'm still in the water. Oh, there's one more. I almost forgot. Then, Yi-chun found a large tree branch, stood on the riverbank, and handed the branch to Chu Yi. Chu Yi, hold on to the branch, and I'll pull you up. Chu Yi's face stiffened for a moment. Okay. He clearly didn't treat Familly like that. Does she only deserve a tree branch? Chu Yi was also pulled up. Her clothes were dirty, and her face turned pale and then red. This time, she lost, and lost completely. Yi-chun chose Familly without hesitation between her and Familly, without even glancing at her. Chu Yi covered her face and cried, her tears falling like raindrops, looking pitiful. Brother Yi-chun wasn't like this before. Why has he changed now? Does this mean Brother Yi-chun really won't wait for her anymore? Yi-chun asked, Chu Yi, why are you crying again? Are you hurt? I'll take you to the hospital in a bit. I'm fine. Chu Yi sniffed. When Yi-chun brought the 2 of them home, Grandma Yi said worriedly, Lily, how did you get so wet? There aren't any clothes for you here. And didn't I just tell you to leave? How did you end up falling into the pond too? Chu Yi lowered her head and refused to speak. Mother, The little baby held her mother's hand with concern. Tuanchuan, Mommy is okay. Mom, my clothes are wet. After taking a shower, Yichun dried Feng Li's hair. You were so careless. The pond is deep. Be more careful next time. Chu Yi wiped her face herself, gritting her teeth in anger. Vixen. She bewitched Yichun, making him completely infatuated. Feng Li had Bai Jin bring over a new set of clothes, while Chu Yi was wearing Ye's mother's old clothes. Feng Li wore a black short skirt. Her legs were long and her figure was very well proportioned, while she was wearing tattered clothes and looked like a middle-aged woman. Chu Yi felt ashamed of her appearance and kept her distance from Feng Li. How could she possibly compare to the renowned CEO Feng? Mommy, Tuanchuan, look at the sheep. Yichun said. Feng Li, Tuan rode a sheep again today. Luckily, that sheep was well behaved and didn't run around. Dad, ride around. Okay, let's keep riding. Yichun and Feng Li accompanied the little girl as she rode a sheep. The family of three looked very happy, and Chu Yi couldn't get a word in edgewise. 237. Acquire their company? Get lost. Let's eat, Lily. Grandma made sweet and sour fish especially for you today, as well as steamed eggs that Tuanchuan likes. The lunch consisted of 8 dishes, plus seaweed soup and pork rib soup, which was very plentiful. Thank you, great-grandma. I'm glad Tuanchuan likes it. Go ahead and eat. Yichun put a little bib on the baby, and the little bundle of milk ate the egg with a small spoon, just like a little hamster. Lily, eat more fish. Grandma specially made pork rib soup for you to nourish your body. Good. Feng Li had a bunch of food on hand, including pork rib soup. Chu Yi said it would be a lie to say she wasn't jealous. She stomped her feet in anger, but there was nothing she could do. Grandma Yi is treating Feng Li so well now, far better than she ever was. Chu Yi picked up the food herself and ate very unpleasantly. Her favor was all stolen by Feng Li. Feng Li, eat this, eat this. I've removed the fish bones for you. There aren't any at all. Yichun personally fed it to Feng Li. Quickly try it and see how it tastes. Okay. Feng Li ate it in one bite. I'm glad you like it. This is crispy duck. Grandma made it especially for it. Tuanchuan, have a piece. The little dumpling opened its mouth wide, ate it in one bite, and then spat out a small bone. The family meal was very warm and cozy, but Chu Yi always felt like an outsider. Grandma Yi, I was wrong just now. I shouldn't have said those things to Tuanchuan. Grandma Yi smiled with relief and said, it's good that you know you were wrong. You're someone I watched grow up, and I've always treated you like a granddaughter. Even if Chunshan gets married, Grandma will still treat you like her granddaughter. Good. Chu Yi continued eating. She doesn't want to be a granddaughter. She only wants to be a granddaughter-in-law. After finishing her meal, Chu Yi still refused to leave. Yichun and Feng Li took Tuanchuan outside for some fresh air, and she went along with them. Yichun, this is the swing you made. Okay, sit down, I'll push you. Feng Li was eager to try. Okay. She had never played with anything like this before. As soon as Feng Li sat down on the swing, the little dumpling hugged her mother's leg, saying, Mommy, sit here. Okay, Mom will hold you and sit with you, and Dad will push us. Yichun placed the little one in Feng Li's arms. Tuan, sit up straight. Daddy's going to push you. Tuanchuan, sit down. Yichun gave it a gentle push, and the swing began to sway. The little guy chirped happily. Dad, push it higher. Good. He pushed it a little higher, and a smile appeared on Feng Li's face. Yichun higher. Good. That's the highest. Tuanchuan was so happy she cried out. Chu Yi watched quietly as the family of three played on the swing, her fists clenched. That's her swing, the one Yichun made for her before. Now it belongs to someone else. Chu Yi turned her head and left sadly. Is she going to give up? But why has Yichun changed his mind now, when he clearly liked her a lot before? Yichun asked, Are you happy? Feng Li turned her head and said, I'm happy. This swing is pretty good. I've never played on one before. Yichun said, When we get back, I'll make a new swing for you and Tuanchuan in the back garden. This swing is a bit worn out. Good. We played all day and didn't go home until night. Grandma Yi also asked Feng Li to bring along some pickled green peppers, dried radishes, and other snacks from her home. There wasn't enough room in the trunk, and Yichun said helplessly, Grandma, that's enough already. Bring more, Lily likes to eat it. She's definitely never eaten these kinds of pickled foods that we make at home before. They're tastier than any big fish or meat. Good. Yi-chun brought a lot of bottles and jars with him, and after returning home, he put them all in the refrigerator. Save it for later. The next day, for Saints Media, Yi-chun arrived at the company early and worked hard. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Lu Hao rushed in and said, Chinner, the vice president of Jiaxing Entertainment is here. He says he has something to discuss with you. Do you want to see him? He is one of the largest entertainment companies in the capital. Yi-chun raised his head. Let's invite him in and see what he's up to. Good. 2 or 3 minutes later, a young man entered, wearing a black suit and a bow tie, looking every bit the business elite. Mr. Yi. Yi-chun stood up and shook hands. Please sit down. I wonder what business the people from Jiaxing Entertainment have with my company. I am Feng Xiaoquan, the vice president of Jiaxing Entertainment. Your company has great potential. I wonder if you would be interested in cooperating with us in Jiaxing. Yi-chun raised his eyelids. Cooperation? How do we cooperate? Feng Xiaoquan said, merge with us. Your company is relatively small. If you become affiliated with our company, you will definitely get better and better. Yi-chun frowned. You want to take over our company? Feng Xiaoquan laughed and said, President Yi, you're not right about that. What do you mean by merger? We have a cooperative relationship. Xixing Media is a branch of Jiaxing Entertainment. In the future, you will still be President Yi of this group. Should we have a serious talk? After all, your company is newly established and needs a strong backer to gain a foothold. Lu Hao almost lost his temper. This guy just wanted to take over their company, and he was saying it so nicely. Huh. Absolutely shameless. Yi-chun sneered. Is that so? But I have no intention of cooperating with any company. I appreciate Jiaxing's kindness. Feng Xiaoquan continued to dissuade him, saying, President Yi, really, why don't you reconsider? Your small company is small in scale, doesn't have many artists, and has no development potential. Our company has no resources and can't promote anyone. If you cooperate with our company, Jiaxing can help you. You want to be famous too, don't you? Yi-chun said, no need. Xixing Media will not become a branch of Jiaxing Entertainment, and I will not give up Xixing Media. Mr. Yi, this is the price we're offering. You might want to take a good look. Feng Xiaoquan placed a folder in front of Yi-chun. This price is already astronomical. Yi-chun glanced at it briefly. Jiaxing Entertainment had offered 280 million yuan to acquire Xixing Media. With such a small amount of money, you think you can take over his company? Yi-chun pushed the folder to Feng Xiaoquan's side and said coldly, Thank you for your company's kindness, but I disagree. Feng Xiaoquan asked in surprise, You disagree? You think the price is too low? This is already an astronomical price. Your company is doing quite well to be able to sell it for this price. Yi-chun replied coldly, Thank you, but our company doesn't need it. Yi-chun, calling you President Yi is an insult. This little company is something we in Jiaxing could destroy with a flick of our fingers. You really think you're so great? Feng Xiaoquan smiled contemptuously. Yi-chun said coldly, Lu Hao, see the guest out. Lu Hao was instantly revived. Finally, some work has arrived. I've been wanting to get rid of this guy for ages. Vice President Feng, please. Feng Xiaoquan continued. Yi-chun, are you really not going to reconsider? No one but our company can offer you this price. I advise you to be sensible. Lu Hao immediately kicked the man out, saying, Get out of here. Our CEO Yi has already made it very clear that he won't sell the company. Does this person not understand human language? 238. What's wrong with being a kept man? Others want to be kept men, but they don't have any. You are all ungrateful. Just wait to die. Feng Xiaoquan angrily left the company with the folder in his hand. This newly listed small company dares to be so arrogant. Humph, just you wait. Lu Hao angrily said, Pa, how dare he curse our company like that? He's just jealous. Chinner, ignore him. He wants to take over our company. Does he even deserve it? He's just a few years older than us. Brother Donkey, I'm not angry. Lu Hao added. Chinner, I heard that Jiaxing Entertainment is one of the branches of the Jiang family group, and the young master of the Jiang family, Jiang Mingyang, is the person in charge. Yi-chun pondered, the Jiang family? As expected, they have powerful backers and the right to be arrogant. But even if Jiang Mingyang comes in person, I will not agree. Lu Hao chuckled and nudged Yi Chen's arm. Chinner, of course you don't need to be afraid. Have you forgotten who your girlfriend is? She's President Familly, the #1 conglomerate. If anyone bullies you, just tell them, and let your sister-in-law help you get revenge. Yi Chen raised his head and said, Brother Donkey, you can't live off a woman every day. You have to be a little tougher. Lu Hao said matter-of-factly. So what if you live off a woman? It's your girlfriend who's so powerful and influential. She can eat when she wants to, but we don't even have her if we want to. Don't worry, Brother Donkey, I won't give up the company. This is the first company we started since graduation, and we've invested a lot of money in it. Yi Chen patted Lu Hao on the shoulder. Go to work. I still have to look at those headache-inducing data. Okay, Chinner, don't forget the lyrics you promised Teacher Chin. Good. After reviewing the data, Yi Chen went on to write lyrics. The office was quiet when suddenly, a cute little emoji appeared on my phone. Dad. Sweetie, Daddy's at work. Daddy, Tuanchuan misses Daddy. A soft, warm voice came from the phone. Yi Chen's heart melted, and he replied, Dad went back this afternoon. Tuanchuan, stay home and read and write. Tuanchuan will be starting school soon. Good da. Little Tuanchuan continued writing with a pen in her tiny hand. She can write Daddy and Mommy, as well as many other English words. Jiaxing Entertainment. Office. Jiang Mingyang angrily said, What? Yi Chen actually rejected your request. Giving him 280 million is already giving him face. In a few days, I will go there in person. Young Master Jiang, I also think we've given him face, but he's being shameless. 280 million. Does he still think it's not enough? Jiang Mingyang plopped down on the sofa, crossed his legs, and looked disdainful with a smirk on his face. He still thinks 280 million is not enough. How much does he think his company is worth? In a few days, I will go there in person, and not only that, I will also try to lower the price. Feng Xiaoquan hesitated for a moment and said, Young Master Jiang, Yi Chen will not agree. He is a man who will not be swayed by either soft or hard tactics. Jiang Mingyang lit a cigarette, exhaling smoke. Then let's try another method. We'll eventually get him to agree. Only Yi Chen, Qin Zhang, and Lu Shiriwei are valuable in Yi Chen's company. Everyone else is a bunch of useless trash. What method could have made Yi Chen agree in such a short time? Jiang Mingyang sneered. Come here, I'll tell you. Feng Xiaoquan leaned close to Jiang Mingyang's ear. The two exchanged a glance, their smiles growing even brighter. They talked for a while, then looked at each other, their smiles widening. Yi Chen revised and rewrote and revised again, and spent the entire afternoon writing only 2 lines of lyrics. As for his new song, it's ready and will be released in a few days. To increase the company's brand awareness, we can only rely on him. Perhaps because he had been too busy these past few days, Yi Chen's head was spinning, and he was still leaning against the office when he left work. Lu Hao poked his head out. Chinner, you're off work. Why aren't you home? Yi Chen opened his eyes. Brother Donkey, my head hurts a bit. You guys go back first, I'll be back in a bit. Are you really alright? Or should we give you a ride? Yi Chen rubbed his temples. No need, you guys go back now. You still have dinner to eat. I can go back by myself. Lu Hao then said, Chinner, young Master Gu asked me to tell you that he's coming to the company to report for duty tomorrow and that you should arrange a job for him. Yi Chen shook his head helplessly. Just arrange any job for him. He insists on following me. It's a headache. Okay, then I'll arrange a relatively easy job for him. After Lu Hao left the room, Yi Chen rested for a while before getting up and leaving the office. Everyone outside had left, leaving only the staff responsible for cleaning up the mess. As soon as Yi Chen got into the car, he received a video call from Familly. A familiar face appeared on the screen, with the familiar living room behind him. Familly, are you home already? It's past 5 o'clock, why aren't you back yet? Familly had just sat down on the sofa when the little one couldn't wait to look at his dad on the phone. Dad, let's go home. Yi Chen finally smiled. It's Tuanchuan. Daddy will be home soon. Daddy is a bit busy at work today and is in the car now. Tuanchuan, wait for Daddy. The little girl took out her drawing to show her dad. All right, Tuanchuan, your dad is driving right now and can't look at your painting. He can look at it when he gets home. Let's put your painting away for now. Good. Tuanchuan obediently put the painting away. Yi-Chen, are you feeling unwell? Your complexion doesn't look quite right. I'm fine, I'll be home soon. After hanging up the phone, Yi-Chen continued driving as darkness fell. On the road, various cars shuttled back and forth, their horns blaring in a cacophony, and Yi-Chen felt dizzy and throbbing. It hurts. Suddenly, Yi-Chen had a headache and didn't have time to stop the car. Everything was dark before my eyes, and something seemed about to emerge. He saw himself roll down a small hill and hit the back of his head. Pain. Yi-Chen felt a distinct pain in the back of his head. He raised his hand to cover the back of his head, as if blood was flowing out. The scenery before his eyes was swaying, and he felt dizzy. Yi-Chen drove carefully, passing through a secluded street. Suddenly, several cars blocked his way. Yi-Chen was dizzy and his reaction was a beat slow. He slammed on the brakes, but the front of his car still hit the car in front of him. The car door opened, and several young men wearing black vests stepped out. They had fair skin, blue eyes, and thick arms with blue dragon tattoos on them. It was him who dared to make Brother Tae suffer a setback. I want to see if he's up to the task. He probably just got lucky and beat Trump. Another man got out of the middle car. He was tall and very strong, and he was also a foreigner. Yi-Chen raised his head and vaguely saw a familiar figure. It's Tesla. Didn't he go abroad after his last competition? How did I end up here? 239 injured. Boss phone rushes to the rescue. Tess walked up to Yi-Chen's car, knocked on the window, and said in fluent English, "Get down here. Do you think you can escape today?" Yi-Chen frowned slightly and rubbed his temples. Tesla didn't come earlier or later, but of all times. Despite his headache, Yi-Chen opened the car door. "Tess, what are you doing here? Didn't you already go back to your country?" Tess smiled coldly. "I will repay the humiliation I suffered on the field last time 100-fold. Yi-Chen, do you remember how arrogant you were on the field? Now kneel down and beg me. Maybe if I'm in a good mood, I might spare your life." Tess stared coldly at Yi-Chen, as if he were looking at a dead man. Yi-Chen lifted his eyelids. "Spare my life? Tess, do you think you're all right now? Have you forgotten how you lost to me in the competition?" "Of course I haven't forgotten. I'll never forget it in this lifetime. Yi-Chen, you are the only person who has made me experience failure. You shouldn't exist in this world." Tess grabbed Yi-Chen by the collar. "Today I'm going to kill you." Yi-Chen calmly grasped Tess's arm. "Then come on. I don't need to lift a finger today. I have a bunch of my brothers with me." Yi-Chen grabbed Tess's wrist and executed an over-the-shoulder throw, sending Tess flying like a cannonball and crashing heavily to the ground with a loud bang. Tess let out a pig-like scream, the pain contorting his face, but he didn't faint immediately. Instead, he endured the intense pain and struggled to his feet, trying to rush towards Yi-Chen again. However, before Tess could reach Yi-Chen's side, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. He felt as if he had been hit by a heavy truck, and he stumbled back more than 10 steps before falling to the ground with a thud. "I can't get up." "Tess." A gasp of surprise rippled through the crowd. This person is no ordinary person. It has such great power. Tess's face turned ashen as he roared, "Get him! Kill him! Kill him!" Upon receiving the order, the group rushed towards Yi-Chen with lightning speed. These men were all highly skilled mercenaries from overseas. "The mercenaries in front of us are among the best, with an average skill level of A. Hee. Yi-Chen sneered, then kicked one of the mercenaries with incredible speed and power, sending him flying 5 or 6 meters away. Bang! With a muffled thud, the mercenary slammed against the wall, coughing up blood. Immediately afterward, Yi-Chen swiftly turned around and arrived in front of the other 2 mercenaries in the blink of an eye. He raised his fist, and the 2 men were sent flying, clearly seriously injured. In just a few breaths, Yi-Chen had taken care of 8 mercenaries. At this point, there are 5 left. "Go, get him. Kill this bastard." Upon seeing this, Tess immediately shouted, and at the same time, he called for 2 other mercenaries to come forward. The 5 mercenaries attacked together. Their offensive was extremely fierce. However, Yi-Chen was not afraid at all. Just as he was about to throw a punch, a sharp pain shot through his mind. He frowned and groaned, and his figure suddenly paused. Even such a brief pause, in an instant, could be fatal. All 5 mercenaries' fists landed on Yi-Chen. Then, Yi-Chen let out a muffled groan. took several steps back, knelt on the ground, covered his head with his arms, and convulsed all over. Yichen felt his consciousness slowly fading. Ha ha ha, you bastard. I finally killed you. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, Tess was overjoyed and excitedly stood up from the ground, pointing at Yi-chun and saying, "Weren't you so arrogant? How about now? Do you still dare to hit me?" Yi-chun gritted his teeth and persevered. His head felt like it was about to explode, but he still retained the last bit of clarity and used all his strength to lift his head. "I haven't lost yet. He's not in a good state today. If it were before, these few scoundrels wouldn't even be worth as much as trash in front of him. Then I'll make you lose miserably and make you kneel on the ground begging me." Tess was extremely arrogant, ordering the remaining mercenaries, "Go and cripple his limbs and joints." Upon hearing this, Yichen's pupils contracted slightly, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He bit his lip and stood up again. Still resisting, Tess revealed a cruel smile. "Fine, I'll give you a quick death. Cripple him, gouge out his eyes, cut off his tongue, sever his ears, and sever his tendons. I want him to know what it means to wish he were dead." Tess grinned maliciously. Yichen's eyelids twitched slightly, his eyes flickering uncertainly. At this moment, 5 mercenaries surrounded them. Yichen's hand was grabbed, and his arm was also grabbed. "Let me go! Let me go!" Yichen struggled. However, he was unable to break free from the 5 mercenaries' grasp and could only let them drag him away. "Hey hey!" Tess gave a sinister smile. "Yichen, don't blame me for being ruthless. Blame yourself for messing with the wrong person." Yichen's head was spinning, and he muttered to himself, "Familly. No one can save you now. If you mess with me, you won't even know how you died. I'll take off one of your arms first." Tess grinned maliciously, about to make a move, when he suddenly felt a chill on his neck, as if a coldness surged into his heart. The next second, a mercenary behind Yichen slowly fell to the ground with a dagger stuck in his chest. At the same time, several black cars sped by, the sound of brakes echoing through the night. The woman slowly pushed open the car door. She wore a long black dress. Her figure was slender and tall, her skin was fair and delicate, but her face was frighteningly cold. The moment she appeared, the temperature around her seemed to drop several degrees. Yichen's gaze fell on her. His expression relaxed slightly, and then he chuckled. "Familly. Familly has arrived." Tess froze for a moment, then opened his mouth in shock and exclaimed, "President Fong." Familly wore a cold smile that sent chills down one's spine. "Tess, you're really something, daring to touch my people?" Immediately, she beckoned with her hand, and countless female bodyguards in black surrounded Tess's men. Familly stood there with his arms crossed, like a king on high above. "Mercenaries? You've really gone all out. But with your low-quality A-rank mercenaries, do you really think you can capture Yichen?" Tess angrily said, "I've already captured Yichen. He's a piece of trash. He only won the competition by luck last time." Familly said coldly, "Is that so? Yichen is having health problems today. Otherwise, with your inferior goods, how could you possibly catch him?" Yichen opened his eyes with difficulty and glanced at Familly. How did she know? 240, clinging tightly to the big boss's wife's thigh, feeling completely safe. Familly calmly ordered, "Take him down. Remember, he has to be alive." "Yes, Mr. Fong." Tess arrogantly said, "Do you dare come any closer? My men are A-level mercenaries. Come on if you're not afraid of death." Familly curled her lips into a smile. "A-level mercenaries? I forgot to tell you, by Jean and her subordinates, even the worst of them are S-level." Tessa's eyes widened in shock. "What do you mean it's impossible?" Familly raised a finger and said casually, "What's impossible? By Jean, go teach them a lesson." "Yes." Tess only felt a black shadow flash before his eyes, and then the person in his hand disappeared. At that moment, a sharp pain shot through his leg, and he immediately knelt down on the ground. When he looked up again, the mercenaries around him were all dead, lying on the ground, unconscious. Impossible. How could Familly have an SS-level mercenary? You can't find it even abroad. Who exactly is Familly, and why does he wield such power? Tess knelt on the ground, trembling with fear. He seems to be finished. Yichen has been sent to Familly's side. Familly supported Yichen and asked anxiously, "Yichen, are you all right? Are you hurt?" No, I just have a headache. Yichin slapped the back of his head. Ouch. My head feels like it's going to explode. Did he suffer a severe blow to the back of his head before? Why does it hurt so much? I'll take you to the hospital right away. Please bear with it a little longer. Yichun, Familly said anxiously. Bye, Jean. I'm leaving things here to you. Yes. Familly immediately led Yichun into the car and gently patted his face. Yichun, let's go to the hospital now. Good. Yichun closed his eyes and frowned in pain. Yichun, don't scare me. What's wrong with you? Why do you have a headache? Familly gently touched Yichun's forehead. We're going to the hospital. Don't be afraid. Yichun leaned against Familly's chest, seemingly less in pain, and slowly closed his eyes. Ji Wonjo was already waiting at the hospital and took Yichun directly to the emergency room for a full-body checkup. Familly paced anxiously outside, unable to sit still for even a moment. Just then, her phone rang in her bag. She answered the call, and on the screen was a cute little face. Mom, Dad, don't come home. Tuanchuan is waiting for Mom and Dad to have dinner. The little dumpling pointed to the food on the table. The food is getting cold, and Mom and Dad still haven't come home. Tuanchuan, you eat first. Mom and Dad have some things to take care of, and we'll be back later. Okay, Tuanchuan is good. The little one put on his little bib and ate by himself. The poor little baby is eating all by himself. About 2 hours later, Ji Wonjo came out with a worried expression on his face. Familly's heart sank, and she asked in a low voice, How is it? Ji Wonjo said, It's nothing serious. There's a small bruise on the back of his head, probably from a bump a long time ago. Let's observe it and see if it goes away. If not, we'll need to have surgery. Familly asked anxiously, Hematoma? We need surgery. Are there any risks involved? Yes, there are risks, of course, but don't you trust my skills? Familly remained silent. Ji Wonjo said, The person has already woken up. Go and check on him first. It's not a big problem. Why are you so worried? What is there to be afraid of for a dignified CEO like you? I'm leaving now. Familly went to the ward immediately. Yichun had already woken up, but his lips were a little pale. Familly sat on the edge of the bed and asked with concern, Does your head still hurt? It doesn't hurt, it's just a bit heavy. My body is in so much pain. Yichun took Familly's hand and gently rubbed it against her palm, like a wounded little puppy. Where does it hurt? Tess brought too many people. I had a headache and my reaction was slow, so I took several punches. Yichun pointed to his arm, chest, and shoulder. It hurts here, and here too. A cold glint flashed in Familly's eyes. Tess, I've already caught the man and will help you get revenge. You should rest and recover in the hospital now. Yichun muttered to himself. I had a bit of a brain fart today, and then Tesla showed up. Was he doing it on purpose? Otherwise, I would have dealt with those little bastards already. Familly kissed Yichun's forehead. I know you're the best. I've had someone buy you dinner, it'll be here soon. Yichun asked, Where's Tuanchuan? Has Tuanchuan eaten? That little one just called me. I told her to eat first and not wait for us. Okay. Familly, you should go home tonight. You don't need to stay here with me. Familly wiped Yichun's face and said, Drink some water first. There's a bruise on the back of your head. We need to observe it further. I can't leave tonight. Clotted blood. Yichun asked in confusion. Why is there a bruise on the back of my head? I don't remember bumping my head when I was a child. It's possible you bumped your head when you were little and you don't remember. Yichun touched the tip of his nose. Maybe so. I don't remember a lot of things from when I was little. Am I pretty stupid? Familly pinched Yichun's face and said, I've heard that people who don't remember things are the smart ones. Yichun pursed his lips. Really? Is Familly trying to coax him now? I'm not lying to you. The two were talking when there was a knock on the door. Mr. Fong, it's me. Come in. Bai Jean placed several boxes of dinner on the table. President Fong, Tess has been taken back. The men with him were mercenaries from a small overseas organization. They knew a little bit of martial arts, so they were taken back with them as well. Familly narrowed her cold eyes. Lock them up first. These people injured Yichun. I'll settle the score with them in a couple of days. Yes, Mr. Fong. Bai Jean left the room and closed the door. I thought Tess had already returned home. He's so petty. He lost the game and tried to have me killed. Yichun said helplessly. He doesn't value human life, yet he still manages to create mercenaries. That's just his personality. I don't plan to let him go this time. He's like a ticking time bomb. Thank goodness you were here this time. Otherwise I would have been caught by them, and I don't know if I would be dead or alive. Yi-chin hugged the big boss's wife's arm tightly, feeling a strong sense of security. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's eat first. Familly personally fed Yi-chin. I can do it myself. It's not like I don't have hands. I just had a bit of a headache, but I feel much better now. Familly pressed Yi-chin down on the bed. You lie down properly. I'll feed you. Don't be so impulsive next time. Call me immediately. Good. Yi-chin had no choice but to obediently lie on the bed and accept his wife's feeding. He seems like a useless person. Is it really that good to have a powerful wife? My wife is so wonderful. 241 Yi-chin. I'm a patient now, and patients are very clingy. Familly, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Don't just feed me. You should eat some too. Yi-chin picked up a crystal bun and put it in Familly's mouth. It's seafood filling, and it tastes pretty good. You should try it. Familly took a bite, then fed Yi-chin some porridge, saying, Xiao Tuanchuan is eating alone at home today, and Feng Yin is out playing and hasn't come home yet. Tuanchuan is home alone. I'll make a video call to the baby to see if she has eaten. Yi-chin picked up his phone and made a video call to Xiao Tuanchuan. The little one's WeChat profile picture is her own photo. What an adorable baby. The baby answered the video call as soon as I made it. A magnified little face appeared on the screen, with big, round, dark eyes. Upon seeing her father, she suddenly smiled. Dad, honey, have you had dinner tonight? Tuanchuan's baby voice rang out. Daddy, Tuanchuan is eating lots and lots of food. Daddy, let's go home. Sweetie, Daddy has some things to do today and might not be home until tonight. Will Tuanchuan be able to sleep alone? You can have the maids keep you company. The little one's smiling face vanished instantly. Dad, don't come home. Yi-chin immediately explained, Baby, don't cry. Daddy has something to do today and can't come home. You go to sleep quietly, and you can talk to Daddy on your phone. Daddy, Tuanchuan wants Mommy and Daddy. The little baby's dark eyes were filled with tears, as if he was about to cry at any moment. Familly quickly took the phone and said, Tuanchuan, you're a good baby. Don't cry. Daddy is sick today and is in the hospital. Dad is sick. Dad is in pain. Daddy will be better soon and can come home tomorrow. You should go to sleep quietly for a while, okay? The little guy nodded his head like a chick pecking at rice. Good boy, Tuanchuan. Yi-chin watched the little baby sleeping, her phone placed on the pillow beside her, and she could still hear the baby's breathing. Yi-chin said softly, Familly, Tuanchuan is asleep. She fell asleep in just 5 minutes. The baby falls asleep so quickly. Of course the baby falls asleep quickly. Let's hang up the phone first, and you should go to sleep too. Good. Yi-chin hung up the phone and patted the pillow next to him. Come sleep with me too. This bed is so small, how can both of us fit? I'll go sleep on the bed next door. Yi-chin held Familly's hand and whispered, My head still hurts a little. You can sleep with me. Okay, I'll sleep with you, Yi-chin. Why are you so clingy? Familly cupped Yi-chin's face and kissed him. Yi-chin said matter-of-factly, I'm a patient now, and patients are very clingy. You have to sleep with me. Familly gave in, saying helplessly, Fine, I'll sleep with you. Whatever you say goes. Familly took off her shoes and lay down next to Yi-chin. Neither of them had taken off their clothes. Familly was wearing a black dress and black stockings. Yi-chin embraced the woman's slender waist, gently squeezed it, and lightly kissed her neck. Wife. Long, slender fingers covered Yi-chin's mouth. No, you're still a patient and can't do strenuous exercise. Get a good night's sleep tonight. Yi-chin hugged Familly and rubbed against her, muttering softly, But I'm hot, wife. Don't move. The more you move, the hotter you get. Just go to sleep. I'll stay with you. Familly kissed Yi-chin's cheek. Go to sleep. He had a stunningly beautiful wife lying next to him, with a beautiful face, a curvaceous figure, and a graceful body. How could a virile young man resist? As he touched her, his large hand landed on Familly's thigh. Yi-chin had messed up her clothes. Her skirt had been pulled up to her waist. Familly helplessly removed Yi-chin's hand. Yi-chin, stop fooling around. You haven't fully recovered yet. Go to sleep. Wife. Yi-chin continued to hug and kiss Familly, pulling at her dress with both hands. I couldn't help it. I just couldn't help it. With such a stunning wife by your side, who could resist? Li's clothes were torn to shreds, but she grasped Yi Chen's hand and said, I'll help you. Help me. She hooked her fingers around Yi Chen's belt, her tone seductive. Tonight, let me serve you well, my husband. Yi Chen swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly. What are you going to do? Actually, I couldn't wait any longer. I can't wait. Li raised the corner of her eye. Considering you're a patient, I'll reluctantly help you tonight. Good. Yi Chen breathed a sigh of relief and closed his eyes comfortably. So being a patient has these benefits. I wish I could come more often. My wife is taking such good care of me. Midnight. Li was exhausted and gritted her teeth, saying, Yi Chen, why aren't you done yet? Yi Chen explained awkwardly. It got a little agitated, but you can't blame me. It's all its fault. Honey, don't be angry. I don't care anymore. I'm going to sleep. I'm so sleepy. Li yawned, and then collapsed next to Yi Chen. Yi Chen was almost in tears, gently shaking Li's shoulder. Li, get up. Get up quickly. I'm not ready yet. It's over. My wife is asleep. Then, he grabbed Li's hand. Since that's the case, we'll just have to do it ourselves and be self-sufficient. It's all because his wife is so beautiful. He also didn't forget to kiss Li's luscious lips. Wife. Yi Chen held his sweet and soft wife beside him and drifted off to sleep, having a beautiful dream. Come here, honey, let me give you a kiss. Yi Chen quickly leaned in and kissed his wife. The next morning, Li opened his eyes to find something stuck to his face. She raised her hand and shoved it around before realizing it was Yi Chen. Yi Chen opened his eyes, looking aggrieved. You hit me. Li coughed a few times. No, why would I hit you? She thought it was something else, but it turned out to be her husband. Why do I sleep so close to her? Yi Chen continued. It hurts when you slap my face. Let me see. Li lifted Yi Chen's chin, admiring his handsome features and deep-set eyes, and couldn't resist kissing his lips. It's nothing. I just touched it lightly. There's no mark at all. You're still as handsome as ever. Yi Chen was flattered by the compliment and asked, Really? Of course it's true. After a good night's sleep, does your head still hurt? Yi Chen shook his head and said, It doesn't hurt anymore. I can still go to work today. The company has been a bit busy lately, so I went there this morning. Yi Chen was about to stand up when Li stopped him, saying, Take a good rest today and don't go to work. 242 Mr. Feng, your precious husband is all right. No, there's a lot going on at the company these days. There's also someone who wants to acquire our company. Yesterday they offered me 280 million, but I didn't agree. He's quite angry. He must have a backup plan. Yi Chen had just stood up when Li pressed him down again. Which company wants to acquire your company? Yi Chen said, It's Jiaxing Entertainment. It's a pretty big company, and it seems to be an enterprise owned by the Jiang family. Li narrowed her eyes. The Jiang family? The Jiang family's reach is really far-reaching. They dare to touch your company. Yes, I have to go back to the company today. Li, look, I'm fully recovered and there's nothing wrong with me at all. Yi Chen shook his head, feeling incredibly healthy. That won't work either. We need to do some tests first. There's a bruise on the back of your head. If there are any complications, you'll need surgery. Li had someone invite Ji Wenzhou over. My dear CEO Feng, you've come to see your husband before even having breakfast. How about I get my breakfast reimbursed? Li raised her eyebrows. Sure, as long as Yi Chen is safe and sound, I'll reimburse you for every breakfast from now on. Ji Wenzhou chuckled. You said it yourself. Look how nervous you are. Your precious husband seems to be fine now. I'll take him to get a checkup. Yi Chen was completely dizzy. My darling husband? Does Li cherish him a lot? I think so. After you finish eating, go get your checkup done first. Good. The two had a simple breakfast. Yi Chen entered the room, lay down on the cold machine, and underwent a full-body examination, which took a full hour to complete. He almost fell asleep. The bruising is still there. If it's nothing serious, surgery isn't necessary, but you should be careful not to overexert yourself. You should avoid eating spicy food, get enough sleep, and especially avoid strenuous exercise to prevent hitting your head and causing secondary injuries. Li wrote it down carefully. Good. I'm fine and can be discharged today. Then, Ji Wonjo received a very lavish breakfast. So much food, Mr. Feng. Your breakfast is quite good. Your reward. Thanks. Ji Wonjo took the breakfast to his room. Yichen asked, Fengli, aren't you going to work today? Nothing much happened at the company today. Are you really not in pain anymore? Your head doesn't hurt at all. Yichen pulled Fengli out of the ward. It doesn't hurt anymore. Let's go home quickly. Go home. Change your clothes. Take a shower. See to Anshuan. And then I have to go to the company. Fengli said, Don't walk so fast. I wonder if Toanshuan is awake yet. There's a cake shop over there. I'll buy Toanshuan a small cake. Good. Toanshuan loves small cakes the most. I didn't have dinner with her yesterday, so I'll make it up to her today. A spacious living room. Toanshuan baby is already dressed in her little clothes, sitting on the sofa with a worried look on her face, waiting for her parents. Little Miss Toanshuan, would you like to have breakfast first? We have your favorite prawns, which we've already peeled, and we also have lamb chops. Yes, these are all your favorite dishes. Would you like some? A group of maids surrounded Xiao Toanshuan, asking her all sorts of questions. Little Toanshuan frowned and shook her head. Toanshuan won't eat. Toanshuan will wait, Mom and Dad. Miss Toanshuan, we don't know when President Feng and Mr. Yi will be back. Would you like to have breakfast first and then wait for them? Yeah, what if we get really hungry? Aren't you hungry? The little ball of flesh shook its head like a rattle drum. No. She's waiting for her parents to eat together. Just then, a car horn suddenly sounded outside. Little Toanshuan's eyes lit up, and she quickly climbed off the sofa and ran outside with her short legs. Sure enough, after the car stopped, the door opened and a familiar figure got out. Dad. Toanshuan hugged her father's leg with her two little paws. Toanshuan, Daddy's home. Yichen picked up the little guy, lifted him high, and asked, Did Toanshuan eat well today? The little guy said in his baby voice, Toanshuan, wait, Mom and Dad, let's eat together. Look what delicious food Dad brought you today. Yichen took out the small cake from the car. The pink cake was decorated with a few small strawberries and looked very delicate. The little one was overjoyed and hugged his father's face, giving him a kiss. A sweet, childlike voice. Daddy, Toanshuan, I like it. Toanshuan, are you only thinking about your dad and have forgotten about your mom? Toanshuan loves her mom. The little one kissed his mother's face again. With his parents around, Toanshuan was very happy. Dad is sick. Toanshuan nuzzled her father's face, then went to get him fever-reducing medicine. She was so worried. Daddy is all better now and doesn't need medicine anymore. Sweetie Toanshuan, let's eat first. Yichen ate with the little boy. The little guy had a good appetite today, eating half a roast duck, a steak, and drinking porridge. Taking advantage of a break, Fengli went to the basement. In the dim light, Tess and his dozen or so mercenaries were tied up and lying on the ground, unconscious. Fengli picked up the water and splashed it on him, and Tess suddenly opened his eyes. Who are you? Fengli curled her lips into a sneer. What? Tess, don't you recognize me? Fengli, what do you want to do? I am not a citizen of China. You have no right to deal with me. Fengli held a black dagger in her hand, its sharp blade gleaming brightly under the light. Is that so? You harm my people, and you think you can get away unscathed? Tess trembled with fear. I just wanted to spar with Yichen. A friendly spar? You're bringing so many people along for a spar. Tess raised his head and said, President Feng, I am a member of the Ancient Martial Arts Alliance. Are you really going to touch me? If you do, my master will not let you off the hook. Trying to intimidate me with your master? Do you think I'm afraid? Fengli bent down, and the sharp blade landed on Tess's face. So, which do you want, left hand or right hand first? Tess finally felt scared and said in a trembling voice, President Feng, I was wrong. I will never dare to do it again. Please forgive me this time. Please forgive me this time. Fengli patted Tess's face with the blade and said coldly, Spare you? If I'm late, Yichen will be dead. As soon as he finished speaking, a scream rang out, and a deep, bone-revealing gash appeared on Tess's arm. The dagger in Fengli's hand was still dripping blood, a horrifying sight. Remember this. This is today's punishment. I will come again tomorrow. Fengli curled her red lips, wiped her hands with a handkerchief, casually tossed it next to Tess, and left in her high heels. Blood dripped down his shoulder, and Tessa's lips trembled slightly in pain. This woman, that's ruthless. This was the most ruthless woman he had ever met. 243, I got a powerful younger brother. Awesome. After Familly came out, she instantly changed into a gentle and graceful demeanor and sat down next to Yi-chun. Familly, where did you go just now? I just want to see Tesla. Yi-chun asked. Tess? He's not from our country. Won't there be any problems if you arrest him? Familly pinched Yi-chun's cheek. Don't worry, I didn't do anything. I just taught him a lesson. Don't you have to go to work today? Oh right, I have to go to work today. Yi-chun patted Tuanchuan's little head and said, Tuanchuan, my baby, Daddy has to go to the company. Be a good boy at home. Daddy, Tuanchuan is good. When Dad comes back, he'll bring you some delicious chocolate. The little girl pouted and kissed her father on the cheek. Although she was reluctant to part with her father, she was a good baby and couldn't disturb him while he was at work. Let's go. The two left together, and the little girl watched the car disappear from the doorway. It's okay, Mom and Dad will be back this afternoon. Tuanchuan continued reading. I arrived at the company after 10 o'clock. As soon as Yi-chun entered the company, Gu Tingchen jumped off the sofa. Brother, can you give me something to do? I'm just sitting there looking at the computer, and I have nothing to do. Yi-chun asked, Gu Tingchen, what can you do? Gu Tingchen thought for a while and scratched his head. Big brother, I can do a lot of things. I can drink, play cards, and go clubbing. Oh, and I can fight too. I've never lost, except for once when I met you, big brother. Yi-chun was speechless. This is a company. What are you thinking about all day? Sit still in your seat and don't move around. Okay, brother. Gu Tingchen obediently sat down in his seat. Lu Hao breathed a sigh of relief. Chinner, you really have a way with things. We just can't control this little devil. He went to chat up the girls at the company this morning. Gu Tingchen retorted, Brother Lu, I didn't. Don't slander me in front of my elder brother. I only said 2 words. You said just 2 sentences, but you talked for an hour and even interrupted their work. No, brother, you have to believe me. I just have social anxiety disorder. I can't stay silent. Yi-chun said helplessly. Gu Tingchen, you better behave yourself for a while and work properly. I'm going to my office now. If you need anything, come to my office. Okay. Gu Tingchen obediently sat down next to Yi-chun, acting as his dutiful follower. Lu Hao asked again. Chunner, I heard you were hospitalized last night. What happened? There was a small problem, but it's resolved now. That's good. The 3 of us were so worried about you. We were even thinking of going to the hospital to see you. You were perfectly fine. How did you end up in the hospital? Brother Donkey, don't worry, I'm in good health. Yi-chun patted Lu Hao on the shoulder and was about to go to the office when a series of chaotic footsteps suddenly sounded outside. Jiang Mingyang barged in with 5 or 6 assistants. Yi-chun's company was small, with only 2 security guards at the entrance. Yi-chun, come out. Let's have a good talk. Chunner, who is this? So arrogant, daring to trespass on our territory. Yi-chun walked up to Jiang Mingyang and asked, May I ask who you are? Jiang Mingyang raised his eyebrows and said, Jiang family, Jiang Mingyang. The Jiang family? Lu Hao whispered. He's the CEO of Jiaxing Entertainment. They probably couldn't reach an agreement yesterday, so he came today. Yi-chun invited Jiang Mingyang into his office. Jiang Mingyang plopped down on the sofa, crossed his legs, and acted like the master of the house. Your office is too small. It's not even as big as my toilet. Yi-chun asked politely. Mr. Jiang, what brings you here today? Jiang Mingyang shrugged. I'm talking to you about acquiring a company. Yesterday, my assistant was there. If you think 280 million is too little, I can raise it to 300 million. Sell your company to me. Yi-chun said coldly. I've already made myself very clear. No matter how much money you offer me, I won't sell the company. Jiang Mingyang scoffed. You think your little lousy company is really worth 300 million? I'm just doing this out of kindness. If you don't sell now, and something happens later, the price won't be the same. Jiang Mingyang grinned smugly. Don't wait a few days. You'll be begging me to buy your company. Yi-chun gave a forced smile. Thank you for your kindness, young Master Jiang, but I don't think that day will come. Lu Hao, see the guest out. Jiang Mingyang's face turned ashen with anger. Yi-chun, I'm giving you face, and you're really putting on airs. I wouldn't even look at your little company. In a few days, you'll be begging me. Hey, Jiang Mingyang, it's been a few days and you've become so impressive. I remember last time, you even toasted me. Before she could finish speaking, Gu Tingchen had already arrived, leaning against the door with a nonchalant smile on his lips. Jiang Mingyang was stunned for a moment, his expression incredulous. Young Master Gu, what are you doing here? Of course I'll work here as an employee, assisting my older brother. Jiang Mingyang, it's been over a month, and you've become more and more arrogant. Gu Tingchen stood with his arms crossed next to Jiang Mingyang. Jiang Mingyang immediately stood up and said politely, How could I dare, young Master Gu? Gu Tingchen curled his lips into a smile. You even dare to provoke my older brother, Jiang Mingyang. Do you have a death wish? Jiang Mingyang shook his head repeatedly. No. I didn't know Yi Chun was young Master Gu's older brother. How could Yi Chun possibly have gotten involved with the Gu family? Gu Tingchen calls him Big Brother. Gu Tingchen is the most dissolute young master in the capital. He has a noble status and an unpredictable temper. Even his parents can't control him. Yet he actually acknowledges Yi Chun as his older brother. Jiang Mingyang was completely stunned. I thought I could bully the weak, but I ran into a brick wall. Gu Tingchen glanced at Jiang Mingyang and said, Now you know, you can get lost. Don't come causing trouble at my brother's company again, or I'll make you regret it. Jiang Mingyang nodded and bowed. Yes, young Master Gu is right. I'll leave right away. You lot, get out of here with me. Can't you see young Master Gu is here? You bunch of blind fools. Jiang Mingyang's assistant huddled up like a little chick. Jiang Mingyang left the company with his men, his arrogance for moments before replaced by humility. There was nothing they could do. The Gu family was far more powerful than theirs. Yi Chun and Lu Hao were both dumbfounded. Gu Tingchen smiled brightly. Big brother, the person has been driven away. Don't you think my little brother is still of some use? Yi Chun nodded. Yes. This Gu Tingchen is actually quite useful. Yi Chun, I've taken in a big shot's underling. 244 Tang Anshuan calls her dad every day. Gu Tingchen said coldly. If Jiang Mingyang dares to come again, I'll help you drive him away. This guy is used to bullying the weak and fearing the strong. I don't care to be friends with someone like him. Yi Chun looked relieved. Okay, Gu Tingchen, you can work at the company from now on. But what about your family's company if you're working at my company? Brother, my dad said he's not comfortable handing the company over to me. He wants to keep it running until the day he dies. Yi Chun was speechless for a moment. Okay, then you can work hard at our company, and I'll pay you a salary. Gu Tingchen fawned. All right, big brother, when are you going to teach me a few moves? Jiang Mingyang was so arrogant just now. You should have punched him away. Yi Chun said seriously. This is a civilized society now. How can we solve things with violence? Gu Tingchen nodded repeatedly. Yes, big brother is right. We can't solve this with violence. Okay, go to work. Gu Tingchen really did go to work obediently. Lu Hao said in a low voice. Chun'er, this young master is really useful. Jiang Mingyang seems to be quite afraid of her. How could I not be afraid? Gu Tingchen is the only son of the Gu family, the crown prince here. Jiang Mingyang's family background is one level lower than his. That's right. With Gu Tingchen at the company, Jiang Mingyang probably won't dare to come. Jiang Mingyang was already on the car heading back. His face was covered in bruises, looking as ugly as if he had swallowed flies. This Yi Chun actually has Gu Tingchen behind him. Isn't Gu Tingchen a playboy who spends all his time in bars and nightclubs? How come he's in his company? Jiang Mingyang cursed inwardly. That's incredibly embarrassing. Young Master Jiang, Gu Tingchen probably just thought it was fun, so he wanted to take a look. He might leave in a few days, and then we can go and cause trouble for Yi Chun. Jiang Mingyang said in a deep voice. Why are you causing trouble? I'm just going to discuss business. We must acquire Yi Chun's company. His company is not to be underestimated. It may become a powerful competitor in the future. Feng Xiaoquan scoffed. Young Master Jiang, you overestimate their company. It's just a third-rate little company. Nothing to worry about. What do you know? Yi Chun is only in his early 20s and has already achieved so much. What will he be like in the future? We can't let him grow any further. Yes, young Master Jiang, we'll come back in a couple of days. Jiang Mingyang revealed a sinister smile. How's the preparation going? The image is ready. It will be so well prepared that no one can tell the difference. Jiang Mingyang sneered. I'll post it online tomorrow and ruin Yi Chen's reputation, so he'll be begging me to buy his business. Yes, young Master Jiang. Yi Chen felt a chill run down his spine, as if something bad was about to happen. Fortunately, inspiration struck today, and I've already written most of the lyrics. Yi Chen put the notebook in the drawer, drank a cup of tea, and prepared to go home after get off work. This is the 5th video call from my little one today. My baby calls his dad all the time, whether he has something to say or not. Dad. Yi Chen looked at his adorable daughter on the screen and smiled. Tuanchuan, Daddy will be off work soon. I'll buy you something to eat when I get home. What do you want to eat? Tuanchuan is drinking milk tea. Yi Chen was both amused and exasperated. He had heard that girls like to drink milk tea, and it turned out that the baby was no exception. Okay, Dad will bring you milk tea when he gets back. Do you like strawberry flavor? The big guy's little head was nodding like a chick pecking at rice. Strawberry milk tea. Okay, wait for Dad at home for half an hour. Good. The baby sat obediently on the sofa and continued watching TV, holding a small bear clock in his little hand. Then, Yi Chen received his 6th call from Familly. My phone is always busy. My daughter and wife take turns calling. Familly asked softly, how is your recovery going? Okay, don't worry, I'm going home now. Tuanchuan said she wanted to drink milk tea. The baby is so young and already likes milk tea. Do all girls like milk tea? Maybe so. I'm going back too. I'm getting on the bus now. Okay, see you in a bit. Yi Chen hung up the phone, tidied his desk, and Lu Hao came in with a grin. Chenner, let's go to the hotel for dinner together tonight. Brother Donkey, I promised Tuanchuan I'd bring her milk tea. Maybe next time. All right, you're different now that you have a baby. It's like it's your own. Lu Hao pouted. In my eyes, Tuanchuan is my own daughter. When Yi Chen left the room and went downstairs, there were still 2 receptionists at the company busy at work. Big brother, aren't you going to eat? Gu Tingchen followed Yi Chen around like a tail, asking questions. I'm not going. You guys go together. I'm going to bring some milk tea for Tuanchuan today and have dinner with her when I get back. Moreover, he's not fully recovered and can't drink alcohol. If he does, his wife will get angry, and she might not even let him in the door. Okay, let's do it next time. This time, let's go get some drinks first. Gu Tingchen and Lu Hao went to the hotel together. Yi Chen drove home and bought a few cups of milk tea when he passed a milk tea shop. Little Tuanchuan finally got to drink strawberry milk tea. She hugged it tightly with both hands, reluctant to let go, and drank half a cup in one go. Yi Chen pinched the chubby little face. Tuanchuan, drinking too much milk tea is bad for your health. Your baby teeth will decay, and you'll have to have them pulled, which will hurt a lot. Tuanchuan is not afraid. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. The little guy has become smarter now. He can't be fooled at all. Mom drinks. Tuanchuan drinks. Little Tuanchuan and her mother are drinking milk tea together. Yi Chen, you can't fool Tuan anymore. Sigh. Tuanchuan has grown up. Yi Chen patted Tuan's little head. Tuan will be going to kindergarten after this summer vacation. Tuanchuan isn't going. She's going with her dad. The little bundle of joy sat in her father's lap, swinging her 2 short legs. I want daddy. Familly poked the baby's little face. Your daughter is so clingy. How will she go to kindergarten in the future? There will always be a way. Yi Chen personally held his adorable daughter while she ate. Tuanchuan, you're going to school soon. What kind of backpack do you want? Tuanchuan wants a bunny bag. Yi Chen said indulgently. Okay, Dad will buy you a cute bunny bag, and you can carry it to school from now on. I'm so reluctant to let my daughter go. She'll be starting school soon. 245 Yi Chen. Order 8 young models? I'm more wrong than Doi. Wow, so much milk tea. Did you buy it for me? You're such a good brother-in-law, knowing I wanted milk tea today. Thanks. Feng Yin dropped her bag, plopped down on the sofa, and picked up the milk tea on the table to drink. After finishing 1 cup, I went to get a second one, when suddenly the little guy grabbed my arm. Auntie doesn't drink Tuanchuan's milk tea. Your milk tea? There's no name on it. How do you know it's your milk tea? Little Tuanchuan pointed to her father next to her. Daddy, buy it. Then your name isn't on it, so it's not yours. Feng Yin drank another cup, pinching the little dumpling's chubby cheeks. Aren't you going to let your auntie drink? I'll drink it. Tuanshuan pouted and went to her father to complain. Daddy, Auntie is mean. It's okay. Dad will bring it to you again tomorrow. Dad the best. Tuanshuan kisses her dad's face and eats with him. My sweet little dumpling, eat more. Eating green vegetables helps you grow taller. Feng Yin said. Tuanshuan doesn't eat vegetables. Then, the little girl ate the vegetables her father gave her in one bite. Feng Yin asked in confusion. Didn't the little one not eat vegetables? He used to pick and choose, even when there were vegetables available. Feng Li shrugged. Maybe you're not her father. Feng Yin pouted. Sure enough, Dad is different. Yi Chun said with relief. Tuanshuan is the most well-behaved baby I've ever seen. She's never picky about food. Tuanshuan is good. The little one is so well-behaved in front of his dad. What? Yi Chun, our brother ordered 8 young models. How is that possible? Impossible, impossible, absolutely impossible. Funny, Yi Chun is playing too fancy. He usually seems like a very honest and handsome guy. What's wrong? You're a grown man, not even married. Why can't you order girls? Yeah, if I had money, I'd go too, but unfortunately I don't. No way. I only became a fan of Yi Chun a few days ago. How could he do something like this? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. It must be fake. Early this morning, the internet was already trending. I don't know which paparazzi leaked Yi Chun's schedule, and they even took photos of him with young models. Yi Chun was unaware of this and was brushing his teeth with his daughter. The father and daughter washed their faces in perfect unison. Daddy, Tuan Tuan is all white. Okay, bye-bye. Yi Chun took a towel and wiped the baby's face. As they came down, Feng Li suddenly said, Yi Chun, you shouldn't look at your phone today. Yi Chun was taken aback. Why can't I look at my phone? Is something wrong? Feng Li pulled Yi Chun's hand and sat him down. It's nothing, just a small matter. You eat breakfast first, and I'll have someone take care of it later. Feng Li, what is it that you won't let me see? Is it about me? Yi Chun had already taken out his phone, and as soon as he turned it on, a trending topic popped up. The private life of Yi Chun, a third-tier singer. I never expected that I would get caught up in the gossip myself. After Yi Chun clicked on it, the top 8 trending topics were all about him. What's going on? He didn't do anything immoral, did he? After clicking on it, there was a photo of him, but it was obviously fake. It must have used AI face swapping. Yi Chun immediately explained, Feng Li, I didn't order 8 young models. I didn't even touch those women's hands. If you don't believe me, ask Tuanshuan. Tuanshuan can vouch for me. Feng Li nodded and said, I know, someone is deliberately framing you. Who have you offended recently? Yi Chun pondered for a moment. I haven't offended anyone usually. Yesterday, Jiang Mingyang tried to acquire our company again, but I refused. It's probably him. He failed to acquire the company, and now he's spreading rumors. Feng Li narrowed her eyes. The Jiang family. Yi Chun said with certainty, Feng Li, it must be him. No one else would deliberately smear me. He must want to ruin my reputation, cause my company's stock to plummet, and then he can buy my company at a low price. Yi Chun gritted his teeth in anger. This Jiang Mingyang is really insidious and cunning. He will stop at nothing to achieve his goals, and he can even come up with such a trick. Let me explain first. It wasn't easy to get millions of followers. Yi Chun directly posted a Weibo message. These pictures are AI-generated face swaps. They are not me. Mr. Jean, you're spreading rumors. I've already initiated legal proceedings. My brother has finally spoken out. It was fake after all. It's fake. Brother Yi Chun is a very good person. He would never do such a thing. Someone must be spreading rumors. Brother Yi Chun already has a girlfriend, and he's very devoted, okay? This photo is obviously photoshopped. Can't you tell? Anyone with a little experience could tell. A passerby, it looks fake at first glance. The internet is abuzz with conflicting opinions, some saying it's true, others saying it's false. As soon as Yi Chun entered the company, Lu Hao and the others said anxiously, Chun'er, you're trending again. And they photoshopped your picture, saying you slept with 8 young models. Hu Yuxuan nodded and said, Chun'er, the brothers have been scolding them for you all morning. But there are just too many of them. Yi Chun said, I have already clarified the situation and am currently consulting with a lawyer. That's good. Maybe it was that Jiang Mingyang who did this. Yi Chun nodded and said, I guessed it was him too, but we don't have any evidence right now. So let's deal with the online issues first. Lu Hao said. Yes, Chinner, we can't let your reputation be damaged. You're on the rise right now, representing our company. Yichen nodded and said, Don't worry, we'll have the results soon. At this moment, Gu Tingchen had already gone to Jiang Mingyang's company. Jiang Mingyang, you come out here for me. Jiang Mingyang immediately greeted him with a smile. Young Master Gu, what brings you here? What brings you to our company? Gu Tingchen grabbed Jiang Mingyang by the collar and said angrily, You did it. That thing online, you were the one who did it, right? You framed my older brother. Young Master Gu is joking. How could I do such a thing? I didn't do it. You've misunderstood me. Jiang Mingyang removed Gu Tingchen's hand and curled his lips into a smile. Besides, young Master Gu has no evidence to frame me like this. Frame you? Who else but you would frame my brother? Gu Tingchen clenched his fist and punched Jiang Mingyang in the face. Jiang Mingyang staggered back a few steps and sat down on the ground with a thud. Young Master Gu, you came to my company and caused trouble, and you even hit me. Does that make you feel better? Jiang Mingyang stood up, a cold smile in his eyes. If you're still not satisfied, Mr. Gu, please continue. Gu Tingchen raised his fist again, and Feng Xiaoquan continued to film with her phone. 246 I was praised by my wife, so happy. Gu Tingchen noticed and let go of her hand. Jiang Mingyang, you'd better delete those messages, or I'll make you regret it. Young Master Gu, you have really wronged me. I did not do it. Jiang Mingyang refused to admit it, and Gu Tingchen had no evidence. Moreover, he had beaten the man, so he was clearly in the wrong. In the end, I had no choice but to leave. Jiang Mingyang watched Gu Tingchen's retreating figure and muttered, an incompetent spoiled brat. Should we take a picture of what just happened? Feng Xiaoquan said. It's already been purchased. Okay, I want everyone to know that Gu Tingchen is a violent and spoiled young master. Before Yichen's trending topic had even died down, another one started trending. Gu Tingchen brutally beats Jiang Mingyang. Does young Master Gu have violent tendencies? He actually went to someone's company and assaulted them. That's too arrogant. I knew Gu Tingchen wasn't a good person long ago. He bullies people just because his family is rich and powerful. Poor Jiang Xiao, he got beaten up in his own company. Gu Tingchen has gone too far. Gu Tingchen, that's going too far. Come out and apologize. Yichen lowered his head and rubbed his forehead. His own problems haven't been resolved yet, and this Gu Tingchen actually went to someone else's company and assaulted them. That's really too arrogant. After a while, Gu Tingchen opened the door and came in, excitedly saying, Big brother, I'm back. I've avenged you. I went to Jiang Mingyang's company today and gave him a good beating. Yichen looked up and handed his phone to Gu Tingchen. Take a good look at it. What? Let's take a look first. Gu Tingchen took the phone and glanced at it, then nearly smashed it in anger. Yichen immediately stopped him and took the phone from him. No, don't drop it. This is my phone, calm down. Yichen retrieved his precious phone. This is a matching phone for me and Familly, in the latest color. Gu Tingchen said angrily. Brother, this Jiang Mingyang has gone too far. I only punched him once, and he actually posted it online. I'll beat him up then. Anyway, my reputation is just SOSO. I'll beat him up again next time. Yichen's lips twitched. You forgot, you're now an employee of our company. Brother, Jiang Mingyang was definitely behind this online incident. He's cunning and treacherous, resorting to such methods. I'll definitely teach him a lesson. Yichen said helplessly, Leave this to me. I've already contacted a lawyer. Don't act impulsively and hit someone again. It won't be good for your reputation. Okay, big brother, I'll listen to you, Gu Tingchen said obsequiously. Jiang Mingyang successfully played the victim, garnering a lot of sympathy. He sat on the sofa with his legs crossed, a cigarette between his fingers, surrounded by a layer of milky white smoke. He said smugly, Hee, I'd like to see how Yichen handles this. You must be swamped with work by now. Half an hour later, Jiang Mingyang took out his phone and dialed Yichen's number. Yichen, how's your decision about that matter? Jiang Mingyang, you were the one who did this online, weren't you? AI face swapping. You actually resorted to such despicable means to acquire our company. Jiang Mingyang curled his lips into a smile. So what if it is? But most people online believe it now. Yichen, if you obediently hand over the company to me, I can still give you some money. Your reputation is ruined, which will have a huge impact on your company. If you don't want your company to be destroyed, give it to me. Yichen said coldly. Dream on. Still disagree? Let's see how long you can hold out. Zhang Mingyang said smugly. I've hired another 10,000 online trolls. You're just waiting to be buried alive. Yichun then asked, did you deliberately post Gu Tingchen's story online as well? Zhang Mingyang revealed everything. Yes, that good-for-nothing second-generation rich kid Gu Tingchen wanted to avenge you? I provoked him a little, and he took action. It's all because Gu Tingchen's brain isn't working properly. He's already been overwhelmed by netizens. Yi Chun angrily said, Zhang Mingyang, you are truly despicable. So what? You're dead. Yi Chun. Yi Chun hung up the phone and turned off the recording function. What just happened has been recorded, and it's crystal clear. They finally managed to get Zhang Mingyang to talk. Then, Yi Chun posted the recording online. Yi Chun, recording. Zhang Mingyang framed him. The comments were completely polarized. Poor Yi Chun. He was framed after all. I knew it. Zhang Mingyang is a despicable person. He even came up with such a vicious method. AI face swapping. Isn't that copyright infringement? So the culprit was Zhang Mingyang after all. And I actually felt sorry for him. Young Master Gu did a great job. He should have just killed him. Disgusting bastards. They'll stop at nothing to acquire other companies. Jiaxing Entertainment is disgusting. A company like that doesn't deserve to live. Zhang Mingyang, get out of Jiaxing Entertainment. Zhang Mingyang, you insidious villain, get out here and apologize right now. Zhang Mingyang was still smugly drinking red wine, waiting for Yi Chen's death. Suddenly, the cell phone rang. He answered the phone and immediately launched into a tirade of abuse. Zhang Mingyang, look what you've done. Get out of Jiaxing Entertainment right now. From now on, Manhwa will take over Jiaxing Entertainment. Dad, I'm already planning to acquire Xixing Media at a low price. Why did you suddenly make this decision? Mr. Jiang said coldly. Acquisition? Go and take a good look at the news online. You've dragged the entire Jiaxing Entertainment down with you. Zhang Mingyang opened Weibo, which was full of recordings of the conversation they had just had. Zhang Mingyang's face turned ashen, and he clenched his fists. This Yi Chun had actually recorded it. It's over, completely over. Everything he planned has been ruined by this recording. Even the most meticulous plans can have flaws. He was too smug just now and blurted out everything. Zhang Mingyang smashed his phone and closed his eyes in anguish. Feng Xiaoquan rushed in. Young Master Jiang. Yi Chun has hired attorney Shun, and now they've sent us a lawyer's letter. What should we do? Zhang Mingyang raised his hand and pushed over all the messy things on the table, his temper flaring. What else can I do? All my efforts have been in vain. Feng Xiaoquan trembled in fright. Young Master Jiang, what about us? I'm leaving Jiaxing Entertainment. Take care of yourself. Zhang Mingyang's eyes held a hint of coldness. He hasn't lost yet. Ha ha ha. Chinner, you're really amazing. How did you even think of recording this? Yi Chen shrugged. I just pointed at it casually. I didn't expect Zhang Mingyang to be so smug and tell me everything. Let's see how smug he is now. He won't dare to acquire our company this time. He'll probably have to keep a low profile from now on. Lu Hao and his companions were extremely gloating. Yi Chun immediately sent Familly a message. Familly, I've taken care of things. You don't need to bother me this time. Just focus on your work. Wow, that's amazing. Yi Chun chuckled. Of course. Yi Chun, I'm so happy to have been praised by my wife. 247, Yi Chun's abs photo. Looking forward to it. Chinner, who are you talking to? Why are you smiling so sweetly? Lu Hao raised his elbow and nudged Yi Chun. Nothing. Yi Chun put his phone away. How could he not be happy when his wife praised him? Haha. Zhang Mingyang has been thoroughly criticized by netizens by now. Lu Hao said, he deserved it. He did such a despicable thing. Chinner, didn't you want to sue him? You must take him to court. You can't forgive him easily. Yi Chun nodded and said, don't worry. I've already had my lawyer follow up on this matter, and we will definitely not forgive Zhang Mingyang easily. Gu Tingchen rushed into the office, fawned over Yi Chun, and said with a grin, Big brother, you're amazing. You cleared my name. As expected of my elder brother. Elder brother, you didn't record this just to clear my name, did you? Oh, big brother, you're so good to me. You're even closer than my own brother. I don't have a brother, but from now on, you're my brother. Yichen glanced at Gu Tingchun, who was perched on his shoulder, with a look of disgust. Then, she moved Gu Tingchun's face away. His shoulder was only for his daughter and wife to lean on. Gu Tingchun, can't you be normal for once? Gu Tingchun said aggrievedly. Big brother, I was just too excited. That damn Jiang Mingyang. How dare he slander me, saying that I hit him? With my fiery temper, how could I possibly tolerate this? I'll go and beat him up to vent my anger in a bit. Yichen advised, Gu Tingchun, this is a civilized society. We shouldn't resort to violence to solve problems unless absolutely necessary. Okay, brother. I'm being very polite. I'll be going now. Gu Tingchun secretly slipped out. Lu Hao said in a low voice, Chun'er, I think this young Master Gu is probably going to beat someone up again. Should we stop him? Yichen shook his head. Let him be. Anyway, that guy really deserves to be taught a lesson. It's not a bad thing to hit him once in a while. He even considered taking action himself. Chun'er, weren't you just talking about civilized society? Hitting people is wrong. I forgot. Yichun waved his hand. This matter has been resolved. No one will dare to mess with our company anymore. Get back to work. Let's all go home, everyone. Lu Hao and the others left the office. Yichun sat alone on the sofa, continuing to scroll through his phone. Poor Yichun. It must be because my brother is too outstanding, attracting jealousy. Yes, that's definitely it. They're taking our brother away. Yichun's fan base has grown significantly. He now has over 9 million fans and is about to break 10 million. In his excitement, Yichun casually posted a Weibo message. To celebrate reaching 10 million followers, here's a photo of my abs. Abs photos in color. Ha ha ha. I can't wait for the brother's abs photos. Follow me. Hee hee. I wonder if he'll have 8-pack abs. I'm so excited. The thread below received tens of thousands of comments, all eager to see photos of Yichun's abs, each one a pervert. Then, Yichun received a phone call. Yichun, I heard you're going to release some bonus photos. His tone was cold and detached, carrying a hint of danger. Yichun felt a chill run down his spine and immediately explained, Lily, don't misunderstand. I just said it casually. Reaching 10 million followers is still a long way off. Familly said calmly, Really? I see that your follower growth rate is already number 1. In a few days, you'll probably have over 10 million followers. No, it's still a long time. I was just saying it offhand. It's just 2 photos. Are those 2 photos? You said it was a picture of abs. Yichun muttered to himself. It's probably okay. I've seen people shirtless on the street before. Familly said domineeringly. You are mine, so your abs are mine too. Only I can see them. Okay, honey, I was wrong. Maybe I'll never get 10 million followers in my lifetime. Don't be angry. Yichun coaxed his wife for a long time before finally calming her down. It's tough. His wife loves him too much. On the other side, as soon as Jiang Mingyang left the company, he bumped into Gu Tingchun, who was aggressive and clearly had ill intentions. Jiang Mingyang stopped in his tracks, taking a few steps back in fright. Young Master Gu, why are you here again? Gu Tingchun snorted coldly. Why do you think I came? Jiang Mingyang, you're really something. You dared to scheme against me and even posted the video of me beating you online. Luckily, my older brother cleared my name. Jiang Mingyang said in a humble voice, Young Master Gu, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. It was my ignorant subordinate who took the photos and then posted them online without permission. I knew nothing about this matter. Gu Tingchun sneered and grabbed Jiang Mingyang by the collar as if he were a chick. Don't know? You really know how to absolve yourself of all responsibility. Jiang Mingyang, you treacherous and cunning villain. It's one thing to frame me, but how dare you frame my elder brother? Jiang Mingyang pleaded humbly. Young Master Gu, I really didn't mean it. My men did all that. I didn't frame anyone. How could I dare to frame you, young Master Gu? As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Tingchun swung his fist and punched Jiang Mingyang in the face, and half of his face swelled up in no time. You still dare to deny it? If you didn't do it, who did? You're a coward who dares to do it, but won't admit it. The kind of person I despise the most is a coward like you, who doesn't dare to admit what he did. Jiang Mingyang covered his face and continued to argue. Young Master Gu, it wasn't me. It really wasn't me. I didn't do it. It was Feng Xiaoquan who did it. It was him. If you want to cause trouble, go find trouble with him. He's in office room 306 on the third floor. Looking at Jiang Mingyang's cowardly and timid appearance, Gu Tingchen felt angry. He punched him on the other side of the face. Then, both sides of my face became swollen symmetrically. Didn't you expose me beating you? Well, I'll beat you up today. Keep exposing me. Keep exposing me. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Gu Tingchen caught Jiang Mingyang and gave him a severe beating, right in front of the Jiang family's company, displaying an extremely arrogant attitude. Company employees filmed the scene and posted it online. This time, nobody believed it. It's that same old trick again. Isn't Jiang Mingyang tired? He's putting on quite a convincing show. Look how swollen his face is. Young Master Gu, well done. Beat him hard. A scoundrel like him deserves to be beaten. He's about to be beaten to a pulp. Young Master Gu is awesome. Is Jiang Mingyang staging another one? With acting skills like this, he could win an Oscar. No one sympathized with Jiang Mingyang. They all felt he deserved his fate and was reaping what he sowed. Jiang Mingyang was beaten up and was about to play the victim, but after seeing the comments online, he was so angry that he fainted on the spot and had to be taken to the hospital in an ambulance. Lyrics for 248 were stolen. Is there a mole in the company? Gu Tingchen watched the ambulance leave, then clapped his hands indifferently. This Jiang Mingyang is too weak. I punched him twice and he passed out. Useless thing. Gu Tingchen called Yi Chun again, his face innocent. Big brother. Jiang Mingyang suddenly fainted and was taken to the hospital. Yi Chun asked, half believing, half doubting, really? You didn't do it. No, it wasn't me. How could a fine young man like me lay a hand on someone? Brother, didn't you say we shouldn't solve problems with violence? I'm a civilized person, Gu Tingchen said in a serious tone. It seemed as if Yi Chun had truly wronged him. Okay, I believe you. He ended up in the hospital himself, so it's none of your business. Go back to work. My brother understands me best. I'll be at the company soon. Yi Chun hung up the phone, feeling relieved. Gu Tingchen did what he wanted to do, not bad. Having gotten a bit of inspiration, Yi Chun was preparing to add the last 4 lines of the lyrics. Open the drawer, and it's empty. Yi Chun suddenly slapped his forehead. Wait, where's his notebook? Where did the lyrics he wrote yesterday go? It was clearly placed in this drawer, so why is it gone? Yi Chun immediately went to the front desk and asked the receptionists, who left the latest yesterday? Did they go into my office? Everyone shook their heads in unison. No. No. Who was here last night when he left? Yi Chun raised his head again and locked his gaze on 2 of the receptionists. I remember you 2 were still here when I left last night, weren't you? Yin Ku explained. President Yi, I was organizing data last night, so I left a little late, but Nan Yin was still there when I left. Nan Yin was originally Yi Chun's assistant, but he demoted her to work as a receptionist here last time. Mr. Yi, I was also organizing data. I didn't go to your office. If you don't believe me, you can check the surveillance footage. The 2 of them seemed to have no clue whatsoever. Yi Chun asked Lu how to pull up the surveillance footage. The results showed that the surveillance footage from 9 p.m. to 10 p.m. last night disappeared without any apparent reason. Lu Hao asked in surprise, what happened? Why are there no surveillance videos from this time period? Yi Chun stroked his chin and said in a deep voice, it must have been deliberately erased. My lyric book should have been taken around this time as well. Gu Tingchen slammed his hand on the table. The surveillance footage was erased? Could it be that someone deliberately stole Big Brother's lyrics? Who could it be? What use would they have for these lyrics? Yi Chun said in a low voice, he stole my lyrics, probably for teacher Qin Zhang. He couldn't think of any other reason besides this. Qin Zhang signed with his company because of the lyrics. If he fails to produce the lyrics on time, or if someone else beats him to it, will Qin Zhang terminate the contract? Lu Hao nodded and said, if it's for teacher Qin Zhang's sake, then it'll be easy to find him. Even our opponents, the people who went to discuss the contract last time, are suspects. Yi Chi. This was the first name that came to Yi Chen's mind. Unfortunately, there was no evidence or basis whatsoever. It was all based on his intuition. It's very possible that Yi Chi also wants to win over teacher Qin Zhang, but we don't have any evidence. Gu Tingchen said with a worried look, Big brother, what should we do about this surveillance camera? Should I get someone to fix it? Okay, let's fix the surveillance footage first and find the evidence. Yi Chen's gaze locked onto Nan Yin. Nan Yin, You really didn't come into my office? Nanyan snapped out of her daze and said, No, Mr. Yi. I went back after I finished packing my things. I locked the door when I left. Okay, you can go now. Nanyan left in her high heels, glancing at Yi Chun as she closed the door, a silent smile playing on her lips. Brother, I've contacted someone. Let's see if they can fix it. Yi Chun said, Let's try it first. If it really can't be repaired, then forget it. Lu Hao said anxiously, How can that be? Your lyrics are almost finished. Do you still remember them? Yi Chun pondered for a moment and said, Of course I remember. Everything is in my head. There are only 4 sentences left that I haven't written down. I'm afraid that the person behind this has already handed it over to teacher Qin Zhang. Yi Chun suddenly remembered something and immediately contacted Qin Zhang. Teacher Qin Zhang, I've finished writing the lyrics. When should I send them to you? After a while, a sound came from the other side. Yi Chun, I want to tell you something. I'm so sorry, but I found better lyrics. The lyrics he wrote are exactly the same as what I had in mind. Yi Chun narrowed his eyes and asked, Who? Who gave you the lyrics? He was still too late. Qin Zhang hesitated for a moment and said, That person's name is not convenient to reveal. Yi Chun, I admire your talent, but the lyrics of this song are too important to me. I can give you any amount of the breach of contract fee you want. Yi Chun advised, Teacher Qin Zhang, why don't you take a look at the lyrics I wrote before making a decision? This? Qin Zhang hesitated. After all, he had already agreed to Yi Chun's request. However, the lyrics Yi Chi brought were just right for him. No one could have created anything better. He believed there was no one. All right, come over here in a bit and bring your lyrics with you. To be able to create a complete song in such a short time. Yi Chun, I have to admit, you are really talented. It's just a pity. Qin Zhang sighed. Okay, I'll be right there. Teacher Qin Zhang, please wait for me for half an hour. Yi Chun hung up the phone, picked up a blank notebook and a pen, and prepared to leave. Chinner, what did you say? Teacher Qin Zhang isn't going to terminate his contract with our company, is he? Yi Chun explained, I suspect that someone took my lyrics and gave them to teacher Qin Zhang, but that song doesn't have the last 4 lines, so I still have a chance. Gu Tingchen stomped his foot in anger. Who is this shameless bastard? It's so immoral to steal someone else's lyrics. Brother, I'll go with you. I want to see who this shameless person is. Yi Chun said in a low voice. I think I've already guessed who it is. Yi Chi sat opposite Qin Zhang and asked with a smile, Teacher Qin Zhang, what do you think of the lyrics to this song? Qin Zhang exclaimed in amazement. Great, this is absolutely wonderful. I never expected young Master Yi to be so talented. These are the most amazing lyrics I've ever seen. Qin Zhang read it over and over again, and when he got to the last few sentences, he suddenly frowned. Isn't there something wrong with these last 4 sentences? It doesn't look like it was written by the same person at all. The differences are too great. 249 Yi Chun. Sorry, I'm the original. Qin Zhang asked. Yi Chi, was this really written by one person? Why are the last 4 lines completely different from the beginning? The last few lines of lyrics drag down the overall quality of the lyrics. What a waste. Yi Chi waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry about these details. Maybe he just ran out of inspiration. It's just the last few lines. Teacher Qin Zhang has signed with our company, so this song is yours. But the last 4 lines are really weird. Can you change them again? They're ruining such a good song. Qin Zhang was heartbroken to see this, as if he had drawn a few ink blots on a master's work. Yi Chi had no idea about such things and refused on the spot. It's impossible to change it anymore. If Teacher Qin Zhang doesn't agree, I'll just leave with the lyrics. As soon as Yi Chi stood up, Qin Zhang immediately protected the lyrics in his hand. I didn't say I disagreed, but I've already signed a contract with Xixing Media. I need to talk to Yi Chun alone in a bit. Yi Chi sat back down on the sofa, a half smile on his face. Yi Chun? He'll be here soon. Yes, he's coming soon. After I terminate my contract with him, I'll sign you immediately. This song is absolutely amazing. Qin Zhang continued to read the lyrics intently, unwilling to let go. May I ask who wrote these lyrics? Yi Chi spoke calmly. One of my assistants. Qin Zhang exclaimed, he's so talented. Can I meet him? I'd like to discuss the meaning behind the lyrics with him so that I can express the content more accurately when composing and accompanying the music. Yi Chi twitched his lips. It's just a song lyric. Why make such a fuss? It was stolen anyway. Who knows what kind of artistic conception it conveyed? It wasn't written by him. Yi Chi said, my assistant is usually quite busy and may not have time to discuss this with you. I think you're beyond the scope of discussion. These lyrics aren't yours, so of course you don't know what they mean. Before Gu Tingxian could finish speaking, Yi Chun and the others had already entered. Yi Chi preemptively struck. Yi Chun, what do you mean by that? The lyrics aren't mine, so are they yours? Yi Chun glanced at Yi Chi and said, these lyrics are mine. Yi Chi chuckled softly. Yours? What proof do you have that it's yours? Teacher Qinzhong, is this the person you invited? He wants to claim my lyrics as his own. Qinzhong looked up at Yi Chun and said, Yi Chun, I know you are very talented, but this song is what I want, and I can no longer work with you. Yi Chi raised his eyebrows smugly. Did you hear that, Yi Chun? Now it's Teacher Qinzhong who doesn't want to cooperate with you anymore. Just cancel the contract. Yi Chun said in a low voice. Yi Chi, don't think I don't know what you've done. Nan Yin is one of your people, isn't she? Yi Chi laughed even more smugly, deliberately provoking. Yi Chun, what are you saying? I don't understand a word you're saying. You're not trying to frame me for stealing your lyrics, are you? What evidence do you have? Lu Hao clenched his fist. Chunner, it must be him. He stole your lyrics and broke the surveillance camera. We have no evidence now. Lu Hao, don't frame people. This is just your guess without any basis. Yi Chi sat calmly on the sofa. Yi Chun, keep an eye on your men and don't let them make false accusations, or I'll send a lawyer's letter. Yi Chun grabbed Lu Hao's hand. Lu Hao said in a low voice, Chunner, I'm telling the truth. It was him who did this. Gu Tingxian said angrily. It's him, the young master of the Yi family. I thought he was a good person, but I didn't expect him to be so shameless. Yi Chi shrugged. You can't even write lyrics yourselves, yet you want to frame me? Teacher Qinzhong, you have to stand up for me. I showed you the lyrics first. Qinzhong was completely confused. Yi Chun, it was Yi Chi who brought the lyrics to me first. What are you talking about? Yi Chun handed the notebook in his hand to Qinzhong. Teacher Qinzhong, please take a look at my lyrics. Qinzhong took it and said, I've actually already decided to take the lyrics that Yi Chi brought. These are the lyrics I wanted. I'm really sorry. After all, he was the one who breached the contract first, and Yi Chun is indeed a good person. Qinzhong felt a little guilty. Yi Chi looked smug. Did you hear that? Teacher Qinzhong has decided to cooperate with our company. If you know what's good for you, you'd better cancel the contract right away. Yi Chun said calmly. Teacher Qinzhong hasn't seen the lyrics I wrote yet. What are you still looking at? Teacher Qinzhong has already decided to use the lyrics I brought. Can't you understand what I'm saying? Yi Chun continued. Teacher Qinzhong, please take a look at my lyrics. After you've read them, you'll have a decision. Qinzhong sighed. All right, I'll take a look. Although I can't cooperate with you, I'm very confident in your talent. Thank you, Professor Qinzhong. Yi Chi scoffed lightly. What difference does it make whether I look or not? Qinzhong picked up Yi Chun's lyrics, and after reading only the first line, his pupils suddenly constricted. How could they be exactly the same? Qinzhong continued reading, muttering to himself. They're exactly the same. Why are they exactly the same? Not a single word is different. Yi Chi spoke first. Teacher Qinzhong, I brought you these lyrics first. Yi Chun and my assistant wrote the same lyrics, so it is very likely that it is plagiarism. Yi Chun chuckled lightly. Young Master Yi is really the one who's accusing others first. The guilty party is accusing you first? It's clearly you who plagiarized, Yi Chun. I don't know where you copied the lyrics from. Do you have someone in our company who's spying on you? Yi Chi exclaimed in surprise. Yi Chun continued watching Yi Chi's performance and almost clapped. Young Master Yi, your acting is really good, but you've got it backwards. It's my company that has your spies. You stole my lyrics last night and gave them to Teacher Qinzhong today. Yi Chi retorted. Yi Chun, you are framing me. You have no evidence whatsoever. How could Teacher Qinzhong be deceived by you? Qinzhang's mind was a bit confused. He couldn't tell who had plagiarized whom. Both sides held their own opinions. Yi Chun reminded him. Teacher Qinzhong, you can continue reading. Qinzhong read all the way to the end, and when he saw the last 4 lines of lyrics, a look of joy appeared on his face. That's right. That's it. These 4 lines of lyrics are the finishing touch. Yi Qi's expression changed slightly, and he reminded him. Teacher Qinzhong, I clearly got these lyrics first. Yi Chen plagiarized me. Yi Chen remained calm. Yi Qi, don't you feel guilty saying that? You planted a mole in my company to steal song lyrics. Fortunately, I didn't finish writing the last 4 lines of this song. What you stole was only a half-finished product. Yi Qi's expression changed slightly. He seemed a little flustered. He originally thought Yi Chun had finished writing, but who knew there were still 4 lines left, so he just found someone and added those 4 lines. 250 Yi Qi the thief, stealing identities and song lyrics. Yi Qi continued to argue. Yi Chun, stop making baseless accusations. Show me your evidence. You have no evidence, yet you accuse me of plagiarizing your lyrics? Yi Chen calmly said. Teacher Qinzhong can naturally tell who is real and who is fake. Yi Qi gave a forced smile. Of course, after all, I was the one who brought the lyrics to Teacher Qinzhong first. If anyone is plagiarizing, it's Yi Chun who plagiarized me, Teacher Qinzhong. Don't let Yi Chen blind you. Qinzhong looked at Yi Qi's lyrics again and said, these 4 lines are wrong. The lyrics Yi Chun brought over are the complete version. Gu Tingchen chuckled. Teacher Qinzhong, you have a keen eye for talent. These lyrics were written by my older brother after a lot of hard work and painstaking effort. They were kept in his office, but someone stole them last night. Yi Chen coughed a few times. Actually, it wasn't that hard. Once I have an inspiration, I can create something in 2 or 3 days. Gu Tingchen walked to Yi Qi's side and said, as for the lyrics that young Master Yi brought, they were written by my older brother. Young Master Yi is really capable. He stole the lyrics without anyone noticing. Yi Qi's gaze was cold. Gu Tingchen, don't make false accusations. I'm making false accusations? Someone shameless stole my older brother's things first. Qinzhong added. Yi Chun, since you created this song, you must have had some creative inspiration. Yi Chen recounted his creative inspiration and experiences, which perfectly matched the lyrics. Qinzhong nodded repeatedly. That's right. That's right. That's the artistic conception I wanted. This song must have been created by you. I believe in you. As for the other person, who stole something and came here to discuss cooperation, I've really had my eyes open today. I never thought the Yi family would have someone like that. Qinzhang's gaze swept over Yi Qi indifferently, revealing a hint of disdain. Gu Tingchen added fuel to the fire, continuing his sarcastic remarks. I never expected that the Yi family, which I've heard is one of the most reclusive families, would have such a descendant. I remember Uncle Yi as upright and honest. How could he have given birth to such a bastard? Oh, so he's not his biological son. I heard that his biological child was lost a long time ago, and the current young master of the Yi family is just a little bastard he picked up from outside. How dare a little bastard be so arrogant, stealing other people's things with such self-righteousness? Gu Tingchen turned to Lu and asked, Assistant Lu, was what just happened recorded? Young Master Gu, we've taken pictures of everything. Good, well done. This kind of thing should be exposed properly. Yi Qi's face was a patchwork of blue and purple, looking worse than if he had swallowed a fly. Despite all his calculations, he hadn't anticipated that Yi Chun had a trick up his sleeve. This time he lost. Yi Qi clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, saying, Let's go. After saying that, Yi Qi left the room in a disheveled state with his assistant. Gu Tingchen grinned smugly. Big brother, is Yi Qi about to be driven crazy by me? Look at his face. It looks worse than if he'd eaten a fly. That's his own fault. He stole from others to negotiate the contract. If I were him, I would have killed myself long ago. Yi Chen chuckled softly. Yi Qi was furious with you this time. It would be better if he were driven mad. I'm going to expose this online so everyone can see what kind of person this young master of the Yi family is. A complete thief who stole the young master's status and position, and even stole your lyrics. Gu Tingchen said indignantly. Yi Chen did not stop him. Yi Qi had indeed gone too far. Qinzhong finally understood and breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Chen, I'm so sorry. I almost missed such a good song. I never expected Yi Qi to be this kind of person. I will not cooperate with their company in the future. Yi Chen explained. Actually, the Yi family's company is very good, but Yi Qi has an extreme personality, and he also has a grudge against me. I see. I misjudged you and almost wronged you. I'm so sorry. Yi Chen said politely. Teacher Qinzhong, there's no need to apologize to me. The lyrics I promised you are already finished. Is there anything else I can help you with? No need. Leave the composition and accompaniment to me. I want to do it myself. Such good lyrics can't be wasted. I need to think about them carefully. Qinzhong lay on the table and continued studying the lyrics. Wonderful, absolutely wonderful, unprecedented and unparalleled. This sentence is absolutely brilliant. Yi Chen quietly led Gu Tingchen and the others out of the room, afraid of disturbing Qinzhong. Lu Hao said indignantly. Fortunately, this time it was a close call, and the despicable Yi Qi did not succeed. Okay, this matter is resolved. Let's go. Gu Tingchen has already ordered someone to post this matter online. Night Prayer Thief. Stealing lyrics? Sue the original creator. What an eye-opener. A brazen imposter thief. Little Knife pulled a butt. What an eye-opener. Holy crap. How dare Yi Qi, this imposter young master, do this? I'd heard he was a fraud, that he stole someone else's lyrics and then framed them. Yi Chun is really in a bad situation. His lyrics were stolen, and he was even framed. I suggest taking Yi Qi, this thief, to court and pursuing legal action to protect your rights. May all thieves die. They steal other people's lyrics and steal the artist's identity. Yilan, your older sister needs to come and discipline your imposter brother. He's too arrogant. Yi Qi's reputation as a thief spread far and wide. Yi Qi was furious when she saw the news online, and she threw her phone on the floor. He roared, that scoundrel Yi Chun actually posted this online. You'd better find someone to resolve this for me right now. It must be resolved today. Yes, young Master Yi. Just then, the cell phone on the ground rang. Although the screen was broken, it didn't prevent the call from going through. Yi Qi saw the note. Eldest sister. After a moment's hesitation, I answered the phone. Yi Qi, what did you do today? Yilan's cold voice rang out. Yi Qi immediately retorted, Big sister, don't listen to those people on the internet talking nonsense. They're all talking nonsense. The video has been released, and you still won't admit it. You're utterly shameful. Stealing other people's things? Is this how you were raised at home? Yilan's tone grew even colder. It's clear she's really angry. Sister, I know I was wrong. I wanted to sign Xinjiang, so? Yilan scolded. So you resorted to despicable and low-class methods to steal Yi Chen's lyrics and then presented them to others as your own? Yi Qi remained silent, which was taken as tacit agreement. Nan Yin was someone he had planted there. His initial plan was to have her seduce Yi Chun, causing Yi Chun and Feng Li's relationship to break down, so he could take advantage of the situation. Unfortunately, Yi Chun didn't take the bait at all. 251, are they all vying to be Tuanshuan's godfather? Yilan asked coldly. So, you did this, and I'm not wronging you at all. Yi Qi said in a low voice. Big sister, I was just momentarily blinded by greed. I know I was wrong. Please don't be angry. Don't tell Mom, Dad, or Grandpa about this, or they'll definitely be angry with me. He hadn't even received the inheritance rights yet, and his parents already had some distance between them. If they knew about this, they would definitely not let him get involved in the Yi Group's affairs anymore. Yi Qi clenched his fists. It's all Yi Chen's fault. Yi Chun is his nemesis. Yilan said coldly. You still want me to cover it up for you? With such a huge commotion online, do you think Mom, Dad, and Grandpa can't see it? The reputation of the entire Yi Group has been affected, and the stock price has dropped by 1 percentage point. Yi Qi pleaded, Big sister, I was wrong. I promise I won't do it again. Can you help me resolve this online issue? I won't help you with this. You'd better take care of yourself. After saying that, Yilan hung up the phone. Yi Qi angrily overturned the things on the table. You won't help me. I guess I'm not your real brother after all. Not a single member of the Yi family truly considers me family. Not one. Not one. The assistants nearby kept their distance, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. Just then, the cell phone on the ground rang again, and Yi Qi immediately answered it. Dad, it's me. Yi Qi, go home tonight. Your grandfather has something to say to you. Good. The call was disconnected again. Yi Qi gripped his phone tightly, gritting his teeth as he said, what was bound to happen has finally happened. He made such a big mistake this time. Will the Yi family kick him out? He endured humiliation and hardship to gain full inheritance rights to the Yi family, and he absolutely could not be driven out halfway. Otherwise, all his previous efforts would have been in vain. After finishing all his work, Yichun prepared to go home and have dinner with his wife and daughter. As soon as I left the office, Tuanshuan called her father. After the call connected, a cute little face appeared on the screen. Dad. Sweetie, Daddy's off work and on his way home. I'm bringing you a delicious little cake today. Good. Your phone is dirty. I'll let you kiss it when Dad gets home. Tuanshuan is waiting for Daddy. Gu Tingchen smiled and leaned closer. Tuanshuan, do you still recognize your uncle? Uncle, bad uncle. He's not a bad uncle. He's a very nice uncle. This is candy that he bought for you. Have your dad take it back to you. Don't say that he's a bad uncle. Gu Tingchen waved several large lollipops in front of Tuanshuan. No, Tuanshuan won't eat. The little bundle of milk shook its head sweetly. You little rascal, you've got some backbone. Uncle isn't a bad person, good Tuanshuan. Uncle will take you to play next time. Hearing the little guy's voice, Lu Hao quickly came over. I haven't seen Tuanshuan baby for several days. Tuanshuan, do you still recognize your uncle? Tuanshuan's sweet, childlike voice rang out. Uncle Donkey. It's Uncle Donkey. Tuanshuan, have you missed Uncle Donkey? The little dumpling nodded its head like a chick pecking at rice. Yes, Uncle Donkey. My darling Tuanshuan is so good. Next time you come, Uncle will take you to eat ice cream again, okay? Good. Tuanshuan pouted and kissed Lu Hao through the screen, making Lu Hao so happy, he almost went crazy. Gu Tingchen stomped his foot angrily. Tuanshuan calls me bad uncle. Why is she so close to you? Lu Hao raised his eyebrows. That's because I'm good to Tuanshuan. Tuanshuan is my goddaughter. Of course she's close to me. What? You're actually Tuanshuan's godfather. Gu Tingchen was fed up and went to bother Yichun again, saying, Big brother, if Lu Hao can be Tuanshuan's godfather, I want to be Tuanshuan's godfather too. Yichun looked helpless. Fine, I'll bring Tuanshuan next time and let her be your goddaughter. There's nothing we can do. His daughter is just too popular. Big brother, you said it yourself. I'm already Tuanzi's godfather. Gu Tingchen quickly picked up his phone. Tuanshuan, quickly call him daddy. Yichun slapped Gu Tingchen on the back of the head. What are you calling dad? I'm Tuanshuan's dad. You're just her godfather. Godfather. Gu Tingchen scratched his head and said aggrievedly. Oh, Tuanshuan, you call me godfather. Call me godfather, and I'll give you delicious food. Uncle has lots and lots of delicious food here. The little dumpling wouldn't cry out. It turned its face away, looking extremely proud and aloof. Ha ha, Gu Tingchen, Tuanshuan doesn't recognize you as her godfather. How could that be? I'm so handsome. I look like I have a fatherly love. How could Tuanshuan not recognize me? Gu Tingchen continued to coax the little boy, but no matter how much he tried, Tuanshuan wouldn't listen. Yichun hung up the video call. All right, stop fooling around. I'm going back now. You guys should go back too. It's time to get off work. Gu Tingchen followed behind Yichun. Big brother, when are you going to bring Tuanshuan over? I want to play with her. 3-year-olds are the most fun. They're soft and fluffy everywhere, like little dolls. Yichun was speechless. If you want to play around, get someone else to have a daughter for you. Don't touch my daughter. Mean. I only have one daughter. Yichun got into the car and started the engine. Passing by the royal cake shop, I bought a huge pink bunny cake for Xiao Tuanshuan. It had an adorable bunny on top and was exquisitely crafted. When Yichun took out the cake, the little guy was overjoyed and hugged his father's face, kissing him. Thank you, Dad. As long as Tuanshuan likes it. This little guy just loves cute things. Familly sat on the sofa with her legs crossed, idly playing with her nails, and lifted her eyelids, saying, You certainly know how to please your daughter. Yichun quickly took out another gift. Wife, I brought you a box of chocolates, your favorite flavor. Familly slightly curled the corners of her lips and took a beautifully packaged box of filled chocolates. You do remember what I like. Yichun fawned. Of course I remember. I remember all the things my wife likes to eat. This was bought especially for you. Familly opened the box and ate a chocolate. The little one was already drooling at the sight of it, pointing at the chocolate and saying in a cute, adorable voice, Mommy, let Tuanshuan eat it. Familly unwrapped the wrapper and popped one into Xiao Tuanshuan's mouth, saying, Here's something sweet for you. Tuanshuan was happily eating chocolate, but after chewing a couple of times, Her pretty little face scrunched up into a bitter expression as she looked at her father with a pitiful expression. Honey, what's wrong? Toanchuan pouted. Ugh, so bitter. I've never tasted such bitter chocolate in my life. 252. Is her belly getting bigger? Could she be pregnant? Yichen almost burst out laughing. Although Toanchuan was in a terrible state, it was really funny. Toanchuan, have a bite of cake. It won't be bitter if you eat some cake. Toanchuan opened her mouth wide and took a bite of cream. Fengli deliberately teased Tuan with a piece of chocolate. Want some more? Toanchuan shook her head like a rattle drum, nestled in her father's arms. Toanchuan won't eat. Fengli chuckled softly. Is it that bitter? I find it quite delicious. Yichen said, maybe you and Toanchuan have different tastes. Baby likes very sweet things, but I bought you dark chocolate, which tastes a bit bitter. It doesn't taste bitter to me at all. Fengli put a piece in Yichen's mouth. Try it. Yichen frowned. It's a bit bitter, but you'll probably get used to it. No wonder Toanchuan was so bitter she almost cried. This flavor of chocolate is just too bitter. The father and daughter ate the cake together, looking rather miserable. You'll be full soon, so you don't need to eat dinner. No, I'll just eat a couple of bites to tide me over. Fengli also leaned over and took a bite, then asked, Yi Chi's affair was exposed today. He stole your things. Yeah, Yi Chi is such a shameless person. He planted spies in my company, stole the lyrics I wrote, and gave them to teacher Qin Zhang first. If I hadn't left the last 4 lines unfinished, I would have been completely ruined by him this time. Fengli seemed to be deep in thought. This matter has a significant impact, and the Yi family probably won't let him off easily. I think most of the Yi family members treat him quite well, like their own son. But Yi Chi is not worth it. Yichen shook his head and said, he doesn't deserve it. Having dealt with Yi Chi so many times, he naturally knew what kind of person he was. Vindictive, gloomy, and ruthless in achieving his goals. He is indeed unworthy. I heard that Yi Chi looks somewhat similar to the young master of the Yi family who has been missing for many years, which is why he is so favored. He is just an imposter. Yichen curled his lip. If he were the real young master of the Yi family, he would probably be arrogant and look down on everyone. I hope this incident will teach him a lesson and stop him from going against me. I have no grudge against him. This Yi Chi has been subtly targeting him all along. Maybe he's jealous of you? I heard your new song is about to be released. Yes, it'll be soon. Fengli deliberately said. Your fan count is almost 10 million, right? Yichen stammered. We're still short over 600,000. Fengli lifted Yichen's clothes, her slender, jade-like fingers gently caressing his abdomen, revealing his firm, taut muscles. Are you ready for abs photos? No, I was just saying. Fengli raised the corner of her eye and continued to tease Yichen, her fingers slowly moving downwards to hook the belt around Yichen's waist. It was just talk. Are you going to break your promise to your fans? Yichen's Adam's apple bobbed slightly. No, I'll only post one, and I'll take it down after 1 day. Is half a day okay? Fengli frowned slightly. Yichen pitifully held up one finger. How about I post it for an hour and then take it down? Fengli didn't say anything, but placed a kiss on Yichen's face. Fengli agreed. Little Toanchuan quickly covered her eyes with her paws when she saw her parents showing affection. A sliver of light peeked through between his middle and index fingers, and he smiled even more broadly, peeking at Mom and Dad kissing. You're not angry anymore? Fengli raised her eyebrows. Am I that petty? You send me a photo, and I get angry. I know my wife is the most understanding. Yichen considerately massaged Fengli's shoulders. I'll only post it for an hour, then I'll take it back immediately. Show it to me tonight. Yichen blushed, and his heart pounded, aroused by her teasing, and he nodded in agreement. Dad, time to eat. The baby grabbed Yichen's hand and pulled his father to eat. Okay, let's eat. Yichen put a small bib on the little girl and placed a fork and a small spoon in her little hands. Fengli, you eat too. Fengli said, I was full from eating chocolate earlier, and I don't have an appetite. Have I gained weight? Yichen looked the woman beside him up and down. She was wearing a black fitted shirt and a high-slit dress, with a perfect figure that accentuated her curves. Finally, Yichen's gaze fell on Fengli's lower abdomen. Fengli's belly is indeed quite big. Could she be pregnant? No way. Yi-chan shook his head. No, I'm not fat at all. Eat more. Really? You're not lying to me. No. My wife is a little chubby. She feels better to touch. Northern suburbs. Affluent neighborhood. Yi family manor. Yi-chi knelt in the front yard, motionless, like a statue about to crumble. Madame Ye's face showed worry. Yi-chi is still kneeling outside. He's been kneeling for quite a while now. Father Yi said coldly. Make him kneel down and see what he has done. He stole other people's things and then went to the person in question to accuse them of plagiarism. Our Yi family has never had such a disgraceful incident. Now, everyone knows that our Yi family's young master is a thief. It's shameful, Madame Yi said in a low voice. It is true that Yi-chi was wrong in this matter, but we can't keep him kneeling there forever. Lanner, what do you think? Yilan had long been dissatisfied with Yi-chi and said coldly, Mom, let him kneel there and reflect on his actions. He has done such a big mistake. Of course he should be punished. Grandpa, am I right? Grandpa Yi nodded and said, Lanner is right. He actually framed Yi-chun. Yi-chun is so lovable. I like that kid. I haven't seen him for almost a month, and he hasn't come to see me at all. Madame Yi said, I also like Yi-chun. Yi-chi was indeed wrong. Old Master Yi said sternly, it's not just wrong. Yi-chi has personality problems and is not worthy of being a child of our Yi family. In the first place, it was you who insisted on taking him in. Madame Ye's eyes reddened. Dad, Yi-chi's personality is indeed a bit extreme, but he's my only remaining hope. Over the years, Madame Yi has made up for all the debts she owed Yi Lin to Yi-chi, treating him like her own son. Grandpa Ye's expression changed slightly. How can he compare to Lin Lin? Our Lin Lin was very polite, hardworking, and had good character when she was young. If she grew up now, she would definitely be a very good child. How could he be like him, doing such petty theft, then turning around and framing others? All those family rules he learned over the years have probably been forgotten. He's not even worth a single hair on our neighbor's head. Yi-chi naturally heard what old Master Yi said. His eyes turned bloodshot, and he clenched his fists, the veins on the back of his hands bulging. The anger in my heart had reached its peak. Night has fallen again. He lived in the shadow of the night. But what good is a good night? He's dead now, and we haven't heard from him in ages. Good riddance. What makes him have such a good family background and such good relatives? It was a good thing he died. Yi-chun, who's cursing me? 253, he's an ungrateful wretch who can't be tamed. Achoo. Yi-chun, who was having dinner, covered his nose and sneezed. Familly asked, what's wrong? Did you catch a cold because of the cold weather? No, my nose suddenly feels a little uncomfortable. It's nothing. Is someone talking badly about him? Tuanshuan clung to her father's arm with her two paws. Daddy, it's cold. Tuanshuan, Daddy's not cold. Yi-chun turned his head and asked again. By the way, Familly, has the matter at the orphanage been investigated? It's been almost 2 weeks. It's been investigated. I've already had someone follow up, and we'll have results soon. Just wait a little longer. The sooner the better. Is there anything I can help you with? Familly raised her eyelids. No need. You should focus on your work. There's a lot going on at the company lately. Okay. Yi-chi has given me a lot of trouble. Dark clouds filled the sky outside, and a clap of thunder ripped through the air. The little one was startled and quickly shrank into his father's arms. Dad, the thunder is scary. Yi-chan picked up his father and gently comforted him. Tuanshuan, don't be afraid. Daddy's here. Coward, most afraid of thunder. Familly pinched Tuanzi's cheek. Are you a coward? Tuanshuan rubbed her eyes, feeling wronged, and then hid in her father's arms. It's going to rain tonight. Yeah, it hasn't rained in a long time. It would be good if it rained again. Large raindrops fell to the ground. It hit Yi-chi's face, stinging painfully. He was soaked to the bone, water droplets streaming down his wet hair and sliding down his face. Madame Yi couldn't bear it and said, it's raining so hard. Xiao-chi has been soaked in the rain for so long. Won't he catch a cold? Let him come in first. Father Yi said, he did something wrong and should be punished. Let him kneel there. What's wrong with a grown man getting a little rain? Yilan nodded and said, Mom, you're just too soft-hearted. Look at what Yi-chi did. He made our family lose all face. And he even framed Yi-chun. Madame Yi said worriedly, I was worried he would catch a cold. He's been in the rain for so long. Let him come in first. Xiaoqi knows he was wrong. I'll bring him over first and have him apologize to the old man. Yi Qi lowered his head. His eyes were as dark as water, and his fists were clenched tightly. He felt no rain hitting his face. The Knight family. The Yi family, who treated him like an outsider. One day, he will make these people pay the price. Suddenly, an umbrella appeared above my head. Lady Yi stood beside Yi Qi. Xiaoqi, stop kneeling and come inside. You're all soaked. Take a hot bath first, or you'll catch a cold. Yi Qi looked up and asked in a low voice, Mom, have Grandpa and Dad forgiven me? Madam Yi said, get up first and apologize to your grandfather. What you did this time was indeed wrong. Our Yi family is upright and honest. How could we do such petty things? Mom, I really know I was wrong. I was just blinded by greed and wanted to beat Yi Chun, so I used those methods. Madam Yi helped Yi Qi up. It's good that you know your mistake and can correct it. Get up quickly. Aren't you cold kneeling here in this heavy rain? Yi Qi said in a low voice, I'm not cold, and I deserve what I got. I did something that brought shame to the Yi family. Grandpa and Dad must be very angry. Go inside and properly apologize to your grandfather. Good. Yi Qi lowered his gaze, slowly entered the living room, and walked to the old man's side. The old man didn't even glance at him, turning his face away. Grandpa, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I shouldn't have stolen other people's things. I will definitely change next time and will never do it again. Old Master Yi said coldly, Don't call me Grandpa anymore. I'm not your grandpa anymore. Grandpa, I really know I was wrong. Yi Qi lowered his head and sincerely apologized. In fact, his mind was already twisted. He did nothing wrong, not a single mistake. The world is wrong. His ability to steal things is a skill. Madam Yi said, Dad, you see that Xiaoqi has already admitted his mistake, so please forgive him this time. After all, he is still young and can correct his mistakes in the future. Yes, Grandpa, I will definitely change. Please give me a chance. Old Master Yi's anger surged. You are wicked and do not deserve to be a descendant of the Yi family. Yi Qi's face was deathly pale. Grandpa, I really know I was wrong. I made a mistake this time. Won't you forgive me? You've gone too far. Now everyone knows that the young master of the Yi family is a thief. His identity is fake, and he loves to steal. Where do you think you're putting the Yi family's reputation? Madam Yi pleaded. Dad, Xiaoqi has really admitted his mistake. Please forgive him this time and don't kick him out of the house. Yi Qi looked flustered. Yes, Grandpa, this is my home. If you kick me out, where will I live? We absolutely cannot let this old man kick him out of the house. He's about to inherit the family business. We absolutely cannot allow it. Yi Qi knelt down beside old Master Yi and pleaded. Grandpa, please don't kick me out. I'll never do it again. Grandpa, you watch me grow up. And Dad, I know you both love me very much and treat me like your own child. I really know I was wrong. Yi Qi spoke with tears streaming down his face, his words filled with genuine emotion. Ye's father said, Dad, although Yi Qi did something wrong, he has humbly admitted his mistake this time. Why don't we give him a chance? After all, they were children I watched grow up, and even though they made mistakes, I couldn't bear to kick them out. Old Master Yi still softened and sighed. All right, since Yi Qi has humbly admitted his mistake, let's give him another chance. If you do it again, I will show absolutely no mercy and will kick you out of the house. The Yi family has no place for those with wicked intentions. Yi Qi said happily. Thank you, Grandpa. Thank you, Dad. I will definitely repent sincerely and never do those things again. I will not bring shame to the Yi family. Grandpa Yi nodded and said, Well, in that case, hand over the company to your eldest sister. You should reflect on your actions in seclusion for a month. Yi Qi's smile gradually froze. What does this old man mean? Grandpa, should I hand over the company to my eldest sister? Old Master Yi's expression changed slightly. Is there a problem? You've made such a big mistake this time. The company will only decline further under your management. Yi Qi remained calm and said, No problem. I will hand over my companies to my eldest sister immediately. That old geezer. It seems like they're still wary of him. Since that's the case, then don't blame him for being impolite. The Yi family has no feelings for him anymore. A ruthless glint flashed in Yi Qi's eyes. 254 Rich lady, We don't want to work hard anymore. Yichen's new song, The Dragon Lurks in the Abyss. The most magnificent song in history. Yichen's new song release has been met with enthusiastic response and has gained him many new fans. Brother's new song is here. Hee, we'll be able to see Brother Yichen's abs soon. Color. I'm so hungry, bro, hurry up and send it. A group of people were waiting for Yichen's abs to be shown. Yichen held his phone and watched as his followers increased, reaching a total of 9.99 million. Just 10,000 more, and we'll be over 10 million. Should we prepare photos first? But how do we film it? Yichen studied the matter in his office for a long time, and finally, he lifted up his shirt and took a blurry photo. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, and Yichen immediately put down his shirt. Come in. Lu Hao came in to report on the progress. Chener, I've already fired Nan Yen. She was an undercover agent. It's good enough that she wasn't sent to the police station. Yichen nodded and said, she might have been coerced by Yichi. Don't make things difficult for her. It's not easy to find a job these days. Here's the subsidy she's getting. Lu Hao frowned and said, they gave her compensation for 8 months, enough for her to find her next job. Chener, you're too good. Nan Yin was so awful, stealing all your lyrics, and you even compensated her. If it were me, I'd send her straight to jail. Yi Chun continued reading the documents and casually said, it was Yi Chi who instructed her. Just let her leave. Sai, you're just too soft-hearted. You'll only hurt yourself if you keep doing this. Lu Hao turned and left the office. At this moment, Nan Yin had received 8 months' worth of compensation and went downstairs. Why did Yi Chun release her and even compensate her with her wages? This Yi Chun is truly different from anyone she's met before. Nan Yin curled her lips and looked up at the upstairs. Yi Chun stood in front of the railing and saw her too. Nan Yin boldly winked at Yi Chun as if she were saying something. However, the distance was too far, and Yi Chun did not hear it. Once in the car, her phone rang, and Nan Yin answered it. Where? I was kicked out. I need your help with something else. Okay, go ahead and say it. That evening, Yi Chun's fan count finally surpassed 10 million. Yi Chun immediately posted a photo of his abs. Today's perk is only for 1 hour. I've done what I promised. Ah, he's so handsome. Those abs, I want to lick them. Looks slim in clothes, muscular underneath, 8-pack abs, well-defined lines. The only downside is that it's a bit blurry. Can I lick the screen because I'm so excited? That body is even better than a male model's. Yi Chen's girlfriend is so lucky. She can touch it every day. Hee, I have material for my dream today. I'm so hungry. Sisters, you only have 1 hour, so save this quickly. The comments below have gone on for hundreds of thousands of posts. Yi Chen became popular again with his photos of his abs. When it was time to leave work, Lu Hao and a few others gathered around. Yi Chun trembled. Brother Donkey, what are you doing? Why are you smiling so sinisterly? You've surpassed 10 million followers and even posted a photo of your abs. I never would have guessed. Chunner, you have such a great physique. Brother, your 8-pack abs are amazing. When will I ever get 8-pack abs? Look at me. I don't have any, just flabby fat. Gu Tingchen even lifted his clothes to reveal his stomach, and sure enough, he didn't have a single abs. Yi Chen's lips twitched. So, what are you planning to do? How did you train? Teach us, we want to show off our abs too. If you exercise every day, you'll also get 8-pack abs. Gu Tingchen, I have faith in you. Yi Chun patted Gu Tingchen on the shoulder. I'll give you a gym membership. In just 6 months, you'll be just like me. Brother Donkey, Brother Hu, Brother Peng, you all have these. I specially arranged for them. Then, each of them received a permanent VIP gym membership. Lu Hao was skeptical. Really? We can train and be like you? I saw those comments. Lots of beautiful women want to touch your abs. Can I do that too? Of course, I would never lie, Brother Donkey. Once you get your 8-pack abs, you'll definitely find a goddess wife. Really, Chenu? I can have just as many fans as you. Yi Chen nodded seriously. Okay. A group of people, armed with VIP gym memberships, excitedly went to the gym, skipping dinner altogether. Yi Chen parked the car in the front yard. As soon as he got out of the car, a little baby was hanging on his lap. Yi Chen picked up Tuanchuan and placed her on his shoulder. Was Tuanchuan a good girl today? Did she write her characters obediently? The little guy said softly. Tuanchuan wrote so much. I'll show Dad what Toanchuan wrote in a bit. Yichen lifted Toanchuan high in the air and spun her around twice. After entering, Familly raised her eyelids and said in a dangerous tone, "Your abs look pretty good today." Yichun pursed his lips shyly. "As you can see, I deleted it an hour later. I see a lot of people like it. So why don't we not delete it and take a few more pictures?" Yichun felt a chill run down his spine from those words and shook his head violently, saying, "No, no more filming. I already have a wife. I'm not filming anymore." Familly slowly leaned closer, breathing warm air into Yichen's ear. "Are you sure you don't want to take any more photos? I've seen some people say the photos are too blurry and they can't see clearly. Why don't you take another high-definition one and show it to them?" Yichen shook his head again. "I'm not filming anymore. I already have a wife. I only show my abs to my wife, not to them. I'll delete it later." Familly sat back down on the sofa. Yichen quickly went over to massage his wife's shoulders. "Honey, how's the pressure?" Toanchuan also imitated her father, massaging her mother's legs and kneading her arms with her little hands. The father and daughter were remarkably in sync. "It's all right. You must be tired after get off work. You don't need to massage my shoulders. Sit down and rest for a while before having dinner." "I'm not tired at all." Yichun continued to fawn over him. Familly picked up her phone and, for the first time ever, commented 2 words under Yichen's Weibo post. "Not bad." Familly's Weibo account has a gold V verification and tens of millions of followers, making her the dream goddess of all otaku. Am I seeing things? Is this President Feng? Shocking. President Feng is here too. Does she know Yichen? Holy crap. This is outrageous. Even CEO Feng likes Yichen's abs. "Mr. Feng, look at mine. Look at my abs. My abs aren't bad either. Mr. Feng, here's a high-resolution photo of my abs. Mr. Feng, please take a look. This is my photo. 6-pack abs. Are you satisfied?" Feng Li's comment section received many more replies, all of them showing off his abs. They all hope to catch the eye of CEO Feng. "Rich lady, we don't want to work hard anymore." 255 Shocking. President Feng has a crush on Yichen? Yichen panicked. Why are all these people trying to poach his employees? Why are you all showing off your abs? President Feng, "I don't want to work hard anymore." Yichen replied, "Young man, you have such a wonderful time. You should still try your best. Why doesn't this perfectly normal person work hard? Is he going to cling to his wife's coattails? Only he can cling to his wife's thigh." Yichen turned his head and saw Familly looking at someone else's abs, so he immediately snatched her phone away. "Lily, their abs aren't as good as mine. This guy only has 6 abs, and the lines aren't smooth. It's obviously fake. And this one, it's all flabby fat. There's no abs at all, and you still post it for others to see. There are only 2 pieces here, and they don't look good at all." Yichen added, "And this one, a rib with no meat at all. Why are you looking at their abs? They're not attractive at all. Look at mine instead. Dad, Toanchuan, look." Little Toanchuan tugged at her father's hand to look at his phone, but her father covered her eyes again. Children shouldn't watch this. Yichen tossed his phone aside. He doesn't want his wife to see other men's abs. Familly chuckled softly. "Of course not as good-looking as you." Yichen muttered under his breath. "Then why are you still watching?" Familly shook her head helplessly. "I just wanted to complain a little, but before I could even complain, you took my phone. For you." Yichen returned the phone to Familly. "Why are you commenting here too? Your abs look good." Yichen opened his phone, and Familly's comment had already been pushed to the top of the feed. Boss Feng comments on Yichen's abs. President Feng has a crush on Yichen. President Feng and Yichen are in a relationship. Several trending topics are more outrageous than the last. Yichen was shocked. These people have such vivid imaginations. Familly only commented with 2 words, and she guessed it. Stop making wild guesses. President Feng simply admires Yichen's abs. How can your imaginations be so wild? It's getting increasingly absurd. Yes, that's outrageous. What connection could Yichen and President Feng possibly have? They probably don't even know each other. I bet those 2 don't know each other at all. What on earth is going on? Where there's smoke, is it possible that President Feng really has a crush on Yichen? Oh no, Mr. Feng has very high standards. Yichen is so handsome, such a dashing young man. The internet is in an uproar. Many speculated whether President Feng had a crush on Yi Chun, but only one person commented on his Weibo post. Yi Chun said anxiously, "What should we do? What should we do? They won't guess our relationship, will they? These netizens are too good at guessing. How do these people manage to guess so much from just one sentence?" Familly said calmly, "If you guessed it, you guessed it. I never intended to hide it anyway. I'll just find a time to make it public. No, not now. Give me another 6 months, or even a year. I'll definitely give you the grandest wedding ever. I'm not good enough for you right now." Yi Chen's voice grew softer and softer. He was an orphan with no parents and no family background, while Familly was the head of the Feng Group, the largest financial family in the capital. He's not good enough for Familly. Familly cupped Yi Chen's face in her hands. "Who said you're not good enough for me? The only person in this world who is good enough for me is you. Don't belittle yourself. I promise you." "Really? You really think so?" "I'm not lying to you. Just ask Tuanchuan if you don't believe me." Familly placed the little one into Yi Chen's arms. "Tuanchuan, tell me, isn't Dad the best dad in the world?" Tuanchuan nodded her adorable little head and said, "Daddy is the best." The baby pouted and used both paws to poke at his father's face and give him a kiss. Yi Chun was both amused and exasperated as his precious daughter kissed his face again, leaving it covered in drool. Familly said, "Did you hear that? Tuan said you were the best dad. Don't underestimate yourself. You released so many songs right after graduation, and each one is very popular. There are very few people in the world your age who can achieve what you have. Dad is the best." Yi Chen nodded and said, It does seem pretty good. Wait for me a little longer. Once I become famous, I'll make it official with you." Yi Chen gently rubbed the baby's head. "What words did Tuanchuan write today? Show them to Daddy." The little boy quickly took out his notebook and showed it to his father, where he had neatly written the word Dad. "It's so well written. Our group has made progress again. Dad, let Tuanchuan draw." The baby took out his drawing. "This time I drew little butterflies, colorful little butterflies. They're so beautiful." Yi Chen stared in disbelief. "Tuanchuan, you drew this little butterfly yourself. It's so beautiful. Even Daddy can't draw it as well as you." Yi Chen held his daughter and almost burst into tears. He had never drawn such a beautiful butterfly in his life. His artistic talent was exceptionally poor. The little dumpling smiled, pursing her lips, and said in a sweet, childish voice, "Tuanchuan will teach Daddy how to draw." "Okay, you teach Dad to draw this weekend. We're sure Tuanchuan will win the children's group championship in this competition." Yi Chen said, "Familly, Tuan's talent for drawing is too high. She will definitely be able to get into the Academy of Fine Arts in the future." "Yes, Tuanchuan started drawing when she was very young and loves to draw. I bought her watercolor pens, all kinds of paints, and even hired a teacher for her." Familly pinched the baby's little face. "It's probably because of talent. Tuanchuan is talented." Tuanchuan stuck out her little tongue, picked up her paintbrush, and continued mixing colors. Yi Chen glanced at the time on his phone. 2 hours had already passed. He immediately opened Weibo, ready to delete the post. In less than 2 hours, it had already garnered over 3 million likes. Yi Chen looked at Familly's comment, hesitated for a moment, and then hid the Weibo post instead of deleting it. "Where are the photos? Where did they go? My brother's photos have been deleted. Don't worry, ladies upstairs. I have the original picture here. For only 9 renminbi and 90 cents, you can buy a photo of Yi Chen's abs. I want it. I'm too late. I didn't see it. I want one too, ladies upstairs. Please let me know. It's cheaper here. You can buy it for only 8.8 meters. A high-resolution photo of Yi Chen's abs, 6.6 meters long. Feel free to kick me. Not 9.9, not 8.8, not 6.6, just 3.8 to buy high-definition photos of Yi Chen's abs." Yi Chen's lips twitched. There was actually such a way to make money. It was truly amazing. His abs photos can actually be sold for money. "Yi Chen, I've learned something new. 256 adult version of the story of the Big Bad Wolf and Little Red Riding Hood." Just then, his phone rang, and Yi Chen immediately answered it. "Grandpa Yi, is there something you need?" "Hey, Xiao Chen, Grandpa knows that Yi Chi was at fault. Don't hold a grudge against the Yi family because of this. He has already received the punishment he deserved." Yi Chen said, "I know he did it himself, Grandpa. I don't blame you." Yi Chi knelt all afternoon today. Considering his sincere repentance, I've decided to give him another chance. If he dares to do these things again, I will definitely kick him out of the house. Come to my house when you have time. Grandpa will have Yi Chi apologize to you personally. Old Master Yi deliberately glanced at Yi Chi. Yi Chi dared not refute, fearing he would be expelled from the family and lose his inheritance rights. Yi Chi clenched his fist and said, Grandpa is right. I was wrong in this matter, and I should apologize. Yi Chen refused, saying, Grandpa, really, it's not necessary. He and Yi Chi must have been born enemies. Old Master Yi said seriously, this matter is Yi Chi's fault. If you are wrong, you have to admit it. You must make him apologize to you in person. Yi Chen had no choice but to agree. Okay, Grandpa, let's wait until the weekend. The company is quite busy lately. Well, it's up to you. Grandpa hasn't seen you in a long time. How's your training going? Yi Chen touched the tip of his nose. It's all right. He just practices when he has free time in the evenings, treating it as a form of exercise. After all, we live in a society governed by law, and nobody wants to fight or kill anymore. Okay. Grandpa Yi then said, Little Chun, Grandpa wants to ask you for a favor. Grandpa, just say what you want to say. As long as it's within my power, I'll definitely agree. Grandpa Yi laughed heartily. All right, I'll tell you later. You're busy, Grandpa's going to hang up now. Before Old Master Yi could hang up, Madam Yi took the phone from him. Heavy. Aunt Yi. Madam Yi asked softly, It's me. What would you like to eat? I'll prepare it for you myself when you come to my house. I'm fine with anything. Auntie, just prepare whatever you like. Okay, we'll be waiting for you at home this weekend. Good. Yi Chen hung up the phone. He felt that this lady Yi was very gentle, and he really wanted to talk to her more. It looks like his mother. Where is his mother? He was an orphan, and even orphans should have a mother. Yi Chen turned to Feng Li and asked, Feng Li, do you think my mother can still be found? Feng Li nodded and said, Of course, the orphanage should have records of your biological parents. Yi Chen muttered to himself, I really want to find them. Come visit the orphanage when you have time to check your records, but since they abandoned you, they probably don't want to take you back. Yi Chen immediately deflated like a punctured balloon. You're right, but I still want to find them, see them, and hope they're safe and sound. I'll go to the welfare home myself after get off work tomorrow. Who doesn't want to find their biological parents? Feng Li said in a low voice. Okay, the matter concerning the dean has been investigated and the results will be available tomorrow. The little bundle snuggled against its father, its soft little face pressed against his. Daddy, Tuanchuan, go to sleep. Yi Chen gently rubbed the baby's head. Is Tuanchuan sleepy? Daddy will take you to sleep. Tuanchuan listens to stories. Okay, Dad will tell you a story. Yi Chen carried the little bundle of milk back to the room, changed her into a fluffy little pajama, and put her on the bed. The baby's bed has railings, in case the little one falls out in the middle of the night. The little one lay in bed talking to his dad. Tuanchuan, listen to the princess. Okay, today I'll tell Tuanchuan the story of Snow White. Yi Chen picked up the storybook and began to read, his voice both sexy and magnetic. Before long, Xiao Tuanchuan fell asleep. Yi Chen turned around and saw Feng Li sitting on the sofa, listening with great interest. What are you doing here? Didn't you go to sleep? Feng Li raised an eyebrow. Your voice is quite pleasant, and you read it well. Yi Chen, you could go into audiobooks and specialize in that. This is just a hobby of mine. Yi Chen took Feng Li away, returned to the room, and pinned her to the bed. You were eavesdropping on me telling my daughter a story. Feng Li tilted her head, speaking with an air of self-righteousness. I was eavesdropping. You were telling stories to your daughter, but why weren't you telling me stories? Yi Chen absolutely adored her coquettish manner and gently placed a kiss on the corner of her lips. What story do you want to hear? I'll tell you, okay? Feng Li lifted Yi Chen's chin, her red lips parted slightly. I want to hear the story of the Big Bad Wolf and Little Red Riding Hood. Yi Chen asked, looking completely bewildered. What adult version of the Big Bad Wolf and Little Red Riding Hood story? I don't know anything about that. Feng Li breathed softly into Yi Chen's ear. Then I'll tell you, okay? Yi Chen felt an itch in his ears, an itch that seemed to travel all the way to his heart. Good. Once upon a time, there was a Little Red Riding Hood who met a Big Bad Wolf on her way. Familly lay down next to Yi Chun, propping her forehead with one hand, her long black hair falling onto Yi Chun's cheek. The woman had an exquisite face, a curvaceous figure, a deep cleavage that vaguely revealed a patch of white skin, and long, white legs. Yi Chun's Adam's apple bobbed slightly. He was in no mood to listen to any stories. He raised his hand and gently stroked Familly's thigh. Her skin was smooth, delicate, and elastic. It was simply irresistible to touch. Those hands slowly moved upwards. Familly grabbed Yi Chun's hand and said coquettishly, "I'm telling a story. What do you want to do?" Yi Chun pressed against Familly's chest. "Let's not tell stories anymore. These stories are too childish. How about we do something else?" "Childish? You haven't finished listening. How do you know if it's childish or not? Listen carefully, and don't you dare lay a hand on me," Yi Chun said anxiously. "All right, then tell me quickly. I can't wait any longer. With such a wonderful time, and with stories being told, we should do something more like adults." Familly continued. Little Red Riding Hood looked completely innocent and asked, "Who are you?" Then, the big bad wolf chuckled and dragged Little Red Riding Hood into the grove. Yi Chun's lips twitched. So this was the adult version of Little Red Riding Hood and the big bad wolf. Then Little Red Riding Hood asked, "Why did you bring me here?" And then, Yi Chun's eyes lit up, and he asked impatiently. Then, Familly lifted Yi Chun's chin and pinned him down. Of course that's how it is. Yi Chun's clothes were ripped open, and Familly curled her lips into a smile. "So you're Little Red Riding Hood." 257. Jealous King Familly. Sure enough, the adult versions of the Big Bad Wolf and Little Red Riding Hood are quite different. Familly curled her lips into a smile and deliberately asked, "Is the Big Bad Wolf powerful?" "Amazing, absolutely amazing." Yi Chun had deeply imprinted the story of the Big Bad Wolf and Little Red Riding Hood in his mind. "I will never forget. My wife is really fierce. We simply couldn't withstand it." For Saints Media. As soon as Yi Chun entered the company, Lu Hao and his group surrounded him with wicked smiles. "Hee, Chunner, I didn't realize you had such a great figure. I heard that a picture of your abs on the internet sold for several hundred yuan." "Yeah, I heard someone made a fortune from your abs photos. I saw a young lady sell a lot of these and make a lot of money." Yi Chun's lips twitched. "Really? Gu Tingchen also came over to join in the fun." "Yeah. Big brother, you're so popular. When are you going to hold a concert?" "I'll book the whole place," Yi Chun said in a low voice. "The concert is still a long way off. Let's wait a bit. If I hold a concert now and the tickets don't sell, it will be awkward. The most embarrassing thing about holding a concert is not being able to sell tickets." "No, brother, you have a lot of fans, and they are all die-hard fans. Wait a little longer. I have a few new songs in the works recently." Yi Chun entered the office, picked up his phone, and checked it. Sure enough, his name was still trending on social media. Yi Chun's abs photo. Yi Chun's figure. My dream lover. You can buy my brother's abs photos by joining the group. Follow me. Ladies, high-definition abs photos. Only 99 yuan. It's much more expensive than yesterday. I saw it for a little over 3 yuan yesterday. Perhaps due to a lack of resources, for some unknown reason, the brother's abs photo was censored. What's wrong with my brother showing off his abs? I've seen some guys showing even more. Why don't they get censored? Yi Chun suddenly realized. No wonder his photos are more expensive today. It turns out his abs photos were censored. Was it because they were too revealing? No way. He only showed a few abs. Office. Familly sat on the leather sofa with her legs crossed. By Jean, how did things go? President Feng. Most of them have already been blocked. Only a small portion is still being blocked. It's estimated that it will only take 3 days. Familly said coldly. The sooner the better. We should also get Weibo to coordinate the handling of this. Yes, Mr. Feng. Bai Jin left the office and closed the door. Their CEO, Mr. Feng, is indeed a jealous man. Just one photo of abs, and I couldn't resist making a move. Dad. During lunch, Tuanshuan called again via video. Yi Chun asked, My dear Tuanshuan, have you been eating properly? Tuanshuan nodded her head like a chick pecking at rice. Tuanshuan, time to eat. Daddy's eating. Yi Chun said with a smile. Dad has eaten too. He ate a boxed lunch. Yi Chun showed the baby what he was eating. It consisted of only 2 dishes and a box of rice, and looked very simple. The little boy frowned. Daddy, eat meat. Okay, Dad will eat when he gets back. You eat now. Yichen watched his daughter eat, and she seemed to enjoy it even more than he did himself. Feng Yin pinched the baby's cheek and deliberately stuffed cilantro into her mouth, saying, Tuanshuan, eat well and don't be picky. Tuanshuan was well-behaved in front of her father, but after hanging up the phone, she took her aunt's hand away and became adorably fierce. Tuan won't eat it. You were eating just now, but you're not eating anymore. Feng Yin continued to feed Tuanshuan vegetables, but the little guy flipped the bowl over, which infuriated Feng Yin. Feng Tuanshuan, I'm going to tell your dad today that you're being naughty. You don't eat vegetables, and you even flipped the table. Tuanshuan lay sullenly on the sofa, not wanting to talk to her aunt anymore. Dad won't believe Auntie. In her father's eyes, she was the most obedient. Get off work. Yichen did not go straight home, but went to the orphanage instead. From a distance, we could see several police cars surrounding the area. Yichen immediately got out of the car and went inside. Dean Wong had already been arrested, with shackles on his hands and several uniformed people surrounding him. Dean Wong. Wang Kai looked up and naturally saw Yichen. He gritted his teeth and said, It's you. Was it you? Why are you meddling in other people's business? Yichen said, It wasn't me, and I don't have that kind of ability. Dean Wong's eyes, hidden behind his glasses, were terrifyingly gloomy. He muttered to himself, Who else could it be but you, Wang Feng? You'll always be Wang Feng. What exactly do you mean by that? Are you hiding something from me? Tell me, what is it? Yichen excitedly grabbed Dean Wong's hand and asked, Tell me. Tell me. A sinister smile appeared on Dean Wong's face. You'll never know. Before Yichen could ask anything more, Wang Kai had already been taken away and put into a car, and the cars quickly drove away. Yichen suddenly remembered something and immediately went into the courtyard and called out, Pang. No one responded. Yichen went to the archives to look up old documents. Who exactly is he? Is he Wang Feng? Many questions lingered in Yichen's mind, and he desperately searched for information. After what seemed like an eternity, I finally found the yellowed folder on a bookshelf. Wang Feng was originally a resident of Lujeda village, Qingyan town. Father, Lu Songtao. Mother, Wang Yanli. These must be his father and mother. Yichen took out his phone and took a picture of the information on this page. Who are you, and why are you here? It was Dean Wong's assistant who arrived. Yichen put the things back in their original places, untouched. Let me check the records. You're Dean Wong's assistant, right? Do you know why he was arrested? Lin Ke shook his head and asked, I don't know. Will he come back? Yichen said, Isn't it good that he's not coming back? You'll be going to another orphanage. Lin Ke muttered to himself, Yeah, it's pretty good. You should leave. He's been arrested and will never come back. Lin Ke suddenly laughed. He's a devil. The world has one less devil. That's good. What's the meaning? Wang Kai should have died long ago. Do you know how many children starve and die of disease in this orphanage every year? Yichen frowned. Starving or dying from disease. This has nothing to do with you. Get out of here. When Yichen came out, it was lunchtime. Dean Wong had been arrested, and everyone in the hospital was in a panic. No one cared about the children, so they went to the cafeteria on their own. They ate the simplest vegetables and steamed buns, along with a bowl of thin porridge so watery that not a single grain of rice could be scooped out. A few of the little ones seemed to recognize Yichen and gave him the steamed buns they were holding. Those hands were so dirty they were unsightly. They had even soiled the white steamed buns. Yichen squatted down and wiped the little guy's face. Don't worry, you'll be able to eat good food from now on, and you won't have to suffer here anymore. 258. After more than a decade of embezzlement, Dean Wong has been apprehended. As Yichen walked to the door, he suddenly heard a sound coming from the weeds. He suddenly pulled back the grass, and Pang was so frightened that he sat down on the ground with a thud, cowering and covering his head. Don't hit me. Don't hit me. It's you, Pang. I've been looking for you. Get up quickly. Yichen helped Pang up. His clothes were very dirty, clearly not changed in a long time, tattered and ragged, like a beggar. No, even more slovenly than a beggar. Don't hit me. Yichen patiently said, No one hit you. Dean Wong has been taken away and will not be coming back. No one will bully you anymore, Pang. You will go to a welfare home with a good environment in the future. Upon hearing this, Pang's eyes suddenly lit up. Dean Wong, no, I'm not coming back. Yichen nodded and said, yes, he won't be coming back, and you won't see him again. Don't be afraid. Tell me, what did you want to say to me before? What happened to Wang Feng? Wang Feng, water. Pang pointed in a direction not far away. In the water. In the water? Pang, are you sure you're not mistaken? I am Wang Feng, and I'm right here beside you. Water. Pang sat down on the ground again, as if recalling something, muttering to himself in words that Yichen couldn't understand. In the water? Why are you in the water? Yichen shook his head. Pang's mind wasn't very sharp when he was little, and it got worse as he grew up. What he said wasn't very credible. He should investigate this matter himself. In Lujeda village, Qingyan town, once his biological parents are found, everything will become clear. Pang, I'm leaving now. Go eat in the canteen. In a few days, you should be transferred to another welfare institution. Just as Yi Chun was about to leave, Pang grabbed his arm. I'm not leaving. Pang, I have to go now, it's getting late. I'll bring you something delicious next time I come. Pang finally let go of Yi Chun and said, eat. Eat bread. Okay, I'll bring you bread next time I come. When Yi Chun left, he didn't see the old man guarding the door. Perhaps he knew something too. Northern suburbs. Manor. Yi Chun entered the living room, where his wife and daughter were both there, and his heart was filled with warmth. Familly looked up and asked, why are you back so late? I was waiting for you to eat. Tuanshuan won't eat if she doesn't see you come back. After get off work today, I went to the welfare home and saw that Director Wang had been arrested. Familly crossed her arms and said, the speed is acceptable. I have all the evidence. Wang Kai is definitely not going to escape this time. Yichen sat on the sofa absent-mindedly. Familly asked in confusion, what's wrong with you? Shouldn't you be happy that Wang Kai has been captured? Yichen said with a heavy heart, I feel like Dean Wang is hiding something from me. He said he wants me to always be Wang Feng. Am I not Wang Feng? Then who am I? Familly bent down and pinched Yichen's face. You are Yi Chun, Tuan's father, and my husband. Let's not think about it too much. Let's eat first. We can think about it tomorrow. Good. Dad, time to eat. Yichen felt much better. Who he was didn't seem to matter much anymore, because he already had a wife and daughter. That evening, a news story immediately topped the trending searches. Breaking news. The director of the Hopeful Welfare Home has embezzled tens of millions. Shocking. A decade-long embezzlement case at a welfare home. It's 2024 already. How can something like this still happen? This orphanage director embezzled tens of millions of yuan. The embezzlement case has been going on for over a decade, and it's only been uncovered now. Wow, this is really well hidden. I've never heard of this orphanage before. This is terrifying. He embezzled all the money meant to save those children's lives. What happened to those children? This kind of person deserves to go to hell. They actually made money off those kids. My God, this person looks like a monster. Why was he only caught now? I've heard that the children in those welfare homes are incredibly pitiful. They can't even afford food, and many die of hunger or disease. His hands are stained with countless lives. Such a person deserves to go to the 18th level of hell. He should be sentenced to death immediately. I saw it once and reported it, but it was no use. Who was the kind-hearted person in society who managed to successfully report him this time? It's a miracle. This orphanage is truly a dark place. Yichen naturally saw this trending topic as well. Familly, you did this, didn't you? Familly shrugged. Yeah, someone like him deserves to go to hell. Of course, the whole country should get a good look at what he did. It's just buying a trending topic. Familly, you are so kind. The first time I saw Familly, I felt that she was cold, emotionless, and frightening. After spending time with her, I realized that she was indeed a very good person, and even better to him. I just can't stand seeing bad people running rampant. Yichen added, I'm planning to go to Lujeda village in Qingyan town soon to find my biological parents. Okay, I'll go with you. Good. The little dumpling tugged at her father's hand. Daddy, let Tuanshuan go. Yichen pinched the baby's little nose. Okay, you little clingy thing. Do you know where we're going? What if Daddy sells you? Tuanshuan shook her little head like a rattle drum. Daddy, we won't sell Tuanshuan. Tuanshuan is good. Yi-chun was amused and put the little guy on his lap. Of course Daddy can't bear to sell Toanchuan. The little dumpling said in a childish voice. Toanchuan earns money for Daddy to support him in his old age. Haha. Okay. Then Dad will wait for Toanchuan to take care of Dad in his old age. Toanchuan kissed her father's cheek. Toanchuan will buy candy for Daddy. Yi-chun was amused by his adorable daughter and burst into laughter. So cute. His baby is so cute. Thank you, Toanchuan. Dad is too old to eat candy. Dad, you're not old. The little one went to rub against his dad's face again. Dad is the most handsome. The dean's embezzlement has attracted widespread attention across the country, and everyone is waiting for this devil to confess and be brought to justice. Even when Yi-chun went to the company, the whole company was discussing this matter. Chunner, have you heard? It's the welfare home in the east of our city. The director has been embezzling for over 10 years, and no one has reported it. The children in the welfare home are so pitiful. The life-saving money donated by others has been embezzled by this person. I heard that his watch is worth millions. He drives Bentleys and is decked out in designer brands from head to toe. I heard he also owns several mansions, but they've been seized now. Lu Hao said indignantly. It's so close to me. Why didn't I go and check it out? Gu Tingshan nodded and said, I don't know which kind person reported it, but they have done a great deed and are my role model. Yi-chun coughed a few times, far away, yet right before my eyes. What? Could it be you, big brother? Gu Tingshan's heart trembled with excitement as he grabbed Yi-chun's arm. Gu Tingshan looked at him with admiration. Big brother, it really is you. You'll be my role model from now on. Yi-chun said arrogantly. She's my wife, your sister-in-law. Yi-chun, my wife is amazing. 259 sweet. I made a swing for my wife. After get off work, Yi-chun specially ordered a pork rib rice and steak to go, and also bought a large portion of toast, which he then delivered to the orphanage. Erpang was squatting at the door waiting for Yi-chun. When he saw Yi-chun arrive, his eyes lit up and he immediately stood up. You didn't lie to me. You brought me bread. Erpang rubbed his hands together excitedly. Yi-chun handed the things to Erpang. Well, this is the dinner I brought you for today, and some bread too. You can keep it and eat it slowly. Erpang couldn't wait to tear open the bread bag, but he couldn't tear it with his hands, so he used his teeth to bite it, tearing the bag to shreds. Yi-chun shook his head helplessly and said, Erpang, you've torn the bag. How are we going to eat now? Erpang had already started eating, one piece of bread at a time, and finished the whole bag of toast in no time. Yi-chun twitched his lips. Erpang, how many days has it been since you've eaten? Erpang chuckled. The bread is delicious. Okay, I'll come see you next time I have time and bring you bread. This is pork rib rice. It has pork ribs, crispy pork, and steak. You can keep it for yourself. Yi-chun patted Erpang's arm and prepared to leave. Erpang suddenly grabbed Yi-chun's hand. I won't leave. I'm going home now. You should go to bed too. Wang Feng is in the water. Erpang muttered to himself. The bottom of the water is at the bottom of the water. Yi-chun couldn't understand Erpang's ramblings and said, Erpang, stop messing around. I really have to go back. Yi-chun removed Erpang's hand, got into the car, and started the engine. Erpang followed for a long distance, but he was too exhausted to continue, so he plopped down on the ground and started eating his steak. He doesn't know how to use chopsticks. He eats with his hands. Yi-chun sighed. This chubby guy was pitiful. During the more than 10 years I spent in the welfare home, I was abused to this extent by Director Wang. The Wang Kai welfare home embezzlement scandal has escalated and remained on the trending topics list for an entire day. The verdict isn't out yet, but this kind of monster should be sentenced to death. He has caused the deaths of countless children in the orphanage from starvation. He should be thoroughly investigated for the deaths he has committed. I've also heard that many children have died of illness at this orphanage. This is terrifying. When Yi-chun returned, Feng Li looked up and asked, Have you seen the news online? Everyone's saying that Wang Kai killed a lot of children in the orphanage. Yi-chun nodded and said, I saw it. Many children have died in this orphanage. I heard they had some kind of terminal illness. However, children in orphanages all have disabilities, so it's not surprising that they got sick, so we didn't pursue the matter. Feng Li pondered for a moment and said, Indeed, so much time has passed. This matter is difficult to investigate. Dad, let Tuanchuan draw. The little girl came to show her dad her drawing again. Today she drew a small orange, a bright orange-yellow-orange, which was very pretty. Yichen picked up the little guy and lifted him high in the air. Tuanchuan drew so well. We'll be going to participate in the competition in a while. What do you want to draw for the competition? The little dumpling's eyes lit up, and in its sweet, soft voice, it said, Tuan Tuan, draw flowers. Familly said, during the competition, you can't just draw whatever you want. You have to draw according to the topic. Yichun said worriedly, will the competition be this difficult? Our Tuanchuan is so young. Will she be able to understand the questions? Familly chuckled. Yichun, you underestimate Tuanchuan. She's very capable. Of course she knows what to draw. Baby is very talented. The little guy gave himself a thumbs up. Tuanchuan, awesome. Yes, our Tuan Tuan is the best. Yichun turned around and said, Familly, I have a surprise for you today. Familly asked, what? Come with me. Yichun carried his daughter and went to the back garden with Familly. There are many flowers, trees, and shrubs planted here, and there are servants who take care of pruning them. The scenery is very pleasant. At this moment, a beautiful swing has appeared in the back garden. Familly exclaimed in surprise, a swing. The little one quickly climbed down from his father's arms, ran to the swing with his short legs, and tried to sit on it. Unfortunately, the baby's short legs were too short, and he couldn't get up no matter what he tried, so he puffed out his cheeks in frustration. Yichun was amused and put the little guy on it. Yes, I promised to make you a swing last time, but I've been too busy lately and haven't had time to finish it. I only finished it today. Familly's cold lips curled into a smile. I had completely forgotten about this. I didn't expect you to still remember. Yichun pursed his lips. Of course I remember what I promised you. I remember every single one of them. Hurry up and sit down and see how it is. Familly sat down next to Tuan Tuan. The two people sat on it together, and there was still room to move. This time, Yichun made a very large swing that could accommodate 3 people. The little baby was hugging the swing with both paws, swinging his short legs, and was extremely excited. Daddy, push Tuan Tuan. Okay, Dad will give you a push. Yichun stood behind and gently pushed the little guy, who cried out excitedly. Daddy, Gao Gao, push Gao Gao. Yichun pushed it a little higher, and the little one got scared and quickly snuggled into her mother's arms. Familly gently rubbed the baby's fluffy little head. Weren't you not scared at all just now? You even wanted Daddy to push you up high. Why are you scared now? Daddy, hug me. Tuanchuan isn't afraid. Yichun sat down next to Familly with the little baby in his arms, and the whole family sat on the swing together, having a great time. Dad, Gao Gao. Then let's make it a little higher, but don't let Tuanchuan get scared and cry. Tuanchuan, don't be afraid. The little boy shook his head like a rattle drum, saying he wasn't afraid, but actually he had already buried his face in his father's arms. Yichun poked the back of the baby's head. This little guy is both terrible at it and loves to play. By the way, Familly, what about Tez? You've already released him, haven't you? He's not from our country. It's not good to keep him imprisoned for too long. Familly's eyes darkened. No, we can't let him go now. He hurt you. How could I let him off so easily? The Alliance hasn't found me yet, so I can let him torment me for a few more days. Don't worry about this. I'll handle it. Let's go. Let's watch TV with our daughter. Good. The little ones continued watching Brother Sheep. After looking at these sheep for a while, Yichun felt that they all had delicate features. Tuanchuan tugged at her father's arm with both paws. Daddy, Tuanchuan likes Brother Sheep. Yichun felt as if the sky had fallen. His daughter loved sheep. Yichun asked softly, which sheep does Tuanchuan like? I like it, Brother Pleasant Goat. Yichun asked again, does Tuanchuan like the sheep more, or does she like her father more? The little one was momentarily speechless. After hesitating for a moment, he kissed his father's cheek and said, I love Daddy. Yichun felt somewhat comforted. Indeed, his daughter still loved him the most. 260. Are you suggesting he kneel down and apologize to Yichun? Saturday. Northern Suburbs. Yi Family Manor. Upon entering the living room, Yichun found the Yi family members all there. He pursed his lips shyly and greeted them politely. Finally, upon seeing Yichi, she decisively stopped talking and did not exchange any words with him. Although the Yi family members are very kind, He will never have any dealings with Yichi. Yichi nodded, a forced smile on his face, as if to say hello. Madam Yi said warmly, Xiao Chun, don't be shy. Come to our house for a meal today, and let Yichi apologize to you. It's all his fault, we all know that, and we're so sorry to have wronged you. Grandpa Yi nodded and said, Yichi, why don't you come out and apologize to Yichin? If you've done something wrong, you should have the courage to admit it. Yichi slowly walked out and went to Yichin's side. Although he was unwilling, he still lowered his head and clenched his fists. I'm sorry, Yichin. I was wrong last time. I shouldn't have stolen your lyrics. I apologize to you. Suddenly, a little baby appeared behind Yichin, poking half its head out and saying in a cute, childish voice, bad guy. Tuanshuan, don't talk nonsense. The little boy continued in a cute but fierce tone. Bad guy, Daddy, he's a bad guy. Okay, baby, Daddy knows. Yichin gently rubbed the baby's head. Let's not talk about it anymore. His daughter is really capable. When he didn't know how to get off the stage, she spoke up. It's impossible for him to forgive Yichi in this lifetime. Yichin raised his head and met Yichi's gaze. Grandpa Yi looked at the little girl with a kind expression and waved to her. It's Tuanshuan. Tuanshuan is here too. Come over to your great-grandfather. Little Tuanshuan ran up to Grandpa Yi with her short legs and greeted him sweetly. Hello, great-grandpa. Grandpa Yi grinned from ear to ear and picked Tuanshuan up in his arms. Yes, great-grandpa is doing well. Did Tuanshuan come to see great-grandpa? Let great-grandpa see if you've grown taller again. Tuan tuan gao gao. Yes, our Tuanshuan has grown taller again. Tuanshuan was very popular, and soon Madam Yi picked her up again. Little Tuanshuan, do you still remember Grandma? The little dumpling nodded. Grandma, Tuanshuan remembers. Grandma is a great artist. Tuanshuan is great too. Our Tuanshuan will definitely be a little painter in the future. His father also liked Xiao Tuanshuan very much. He touched her little hand and wanted to hug her, but he was afraid that the baby would disagree. Tuanshuan, is your name Tuanshuan? Can Grandpa give you a hug? Then, the little bundle stretched out its two tiny arms. Father Yi finally held the little bundle of joy in his arms, beaming from ear to ear as if he were looking at his own granddaughter. Yichi silently rolled her eyes. Even if you like them a lot, they're not your biological children. Yichi raised an eyebrow and said in a low voice, Yichun, you don't actually think I'm going to apologize to you, do you? Yichin said calmly, I know you won't sincerely apologize to me, so I won't accept your apology. If Grandpa hadn't been pushing me so hard, do you think I would have apologized to you? I never regret what I've done. The fact that I was able to steal your lyrics is my skill, isn't it? Yichin nodded and said, Yes, you are indeed very capable. Yichi curled her lips into a smug smile. It's good that you admitted it. Yichin shrugged. I mean, you're really good at stealing, and your despicable methods are impressive too. Of course, I can't compare to you. Yichi's face turned ashen. Yichun, say it again. What did you just say? Before Yichun could speak, the old man said with displeasure, Yichi, what are you doing again? Is this how you treat your guests? Have you completely forgotten all the discipline we've upheld in our family? Yichi didn't dare to refute the old man and lowered his head slightly. Grandpa, I was wrong. The old man said coldly. You shouldn't say that to me. You should say it to Yichun. Yichi clenched his fist and looked at Yichin again, but his gaze seemed to want to kill him. Gritting his teeth, he said, word by word, It was my fault, Yichun. I apologize to you. Yichin said coldly, I do not accept your apology. I know you are not sincerely apologizing to me. Yichi's back teeth were grinding together, making a cracking sound. What exactly is Yichin trying to do? Do you expect him to kneel down? Madam Yi said gently. All right, let's leave it at that. Dinner is coming soon. Yichi, come over here. Yes, mother. Yichi sat down opposite Yichun, keeping a considerable distance between them. The little one wasn't in his father's arms yet. He was being held by Yilan. The little girl adored the pretty older sister. She nuzzled Yilan's face and said in her sweet, childish voice, Auntie, you're pretty. Yilan was amused by the little one and pinched her little nose. You little rascal, how come you have such a sweet tongue? You should call me Auntie, not Auntie. Tuanshuan continued to act cute. Auntie, you're beautiful. Yilan then asked, "Thank you, little Tuanchuan. So, between your aunt and your mother, who is prettier?" The little dumpling tilted its head and said, "Mommy is pretty, and Auntie is pretty too." Everyone around was amused. It turns out this little girl is quite the master of diplomacy. Yilan continued, "If you can only choose one, do you think Mom is prettier or Aunt is prettier?" The little guy was stumped and scratched his head. "Xiaolan, please don't make things difficult for Tuan Tuan." "Yes, Tuanchuan is still a baby. Tuanchuan, come here to Grandma." The little boy is very popular, making everyone in the family laugh out loud. Except for night prayers. Tuan Tuan would run away in fear whenever she saw Yi Chi. During meals, Tuanchuan kept her distance from Yechi. "Tuanchuan, come here to Daddy. Daddy will feed you." The little guy ran to his father's side, raised his little head, and said, "Daddy, Tuanchuan can eat by himself." "Good." Yichin placed Tuanchuan beside him and gave her a small spoon. "Xiaochun, I heard you started your own company. That's really impressive. Your new song is also very popular." Father Yi looked at Yi Chun with great satisfaction. Yi Chun pursed his lips. "Uncle Yi, it was just a fluke." "How could it be a fluke? You're such an outstanding child. If our Linlin had grown up safely, she would be your age too." Madam Yi sobbed. "Yes, when I look at Xiao Chun, I think of my poor child." Father Yi sighed and said, "Yi Chun, would you be willing to be my godson?" Upon hearing this, Yi Chi's chopsticks fell to the ground with a clatter. 261 The feeling of a mother's warmth. Yi Chun was also stunned for a moment, clearly frightened. "Uncle Yi, what do you mean by that?" Father Yi said earnestly, "I feel that we are destined to meet, and my wife also likes you very much. You look a lot like our Lin Lin, so I want to take you as my godson." Yi Chi clenched his fists, his fingers digging deep into his palms, but he felt nothing. "Yi Chun. Why does everyone like Yi Chun?" No one saw his efforts. Yi Chun remained silent for a moment. He also had a good impression of the family, except for Yi Chi. Madam Yi said softly, "Xiao Chun, just agree. From now on, you and Xiao Qi will both be my children." Yi Chi's heart was in his throat. If Yi Chun also became an adopted son of the Yi family, a lot of his shares would definitely be taken away. Yi Chun is always proud, so he probably won't agree. He didn't agree last time, so he probably won't this time either. Just as Yi Chi was thinking this, Yi Chun agreed the next second. "Can." Yi Chi was completely dumbfounded. He turned his head and stared blankly at Yi Chun. "What's going on?" Yi Chun was arrogant. How could he possibly agree to this condition? Madam Yi asked excitedly, "You've agreed?" Old Master Yi was also extremely excited. "Xiao Chun, you really agreed to be the Yi family's adopted son?" Tuanchuan didn't know what the adults were talking about. She was eating her snacks with her little mouth smacking her cheeks, and her big eyes were looking at the people around her. Yi Chun nodded and said, "Yes, I agree." Old Master Yi said excitedly, "Good, good. I will announce to the outside world immediately that our Yi family has another child, and you will be a child of the Yi family from now on. This matter must be handled with great fanfare, so that everyone knows that Yi Chun is a member of our Yi family." Yi Chi was furious. Why should Yi Chun receive such treatment? With Yi Chun around, his grandfather, mother, and father didn't even notice him. They only saw Yi Chun. Madam Yi nodded repeatedly and asked softly, "Xiao Chun, what do you think?" Yi Chun said, "There's no need to make it so grand, and there's no need for the outside world to know my identity." Old Master Yi's expression changed slightly. "How can that be? You are already an adopted son of the Yi family, and you also own shares in the company. Of course, the whole world should know." Yi Chun said, "I agreed because I feel sorry for Grandpa. I don't want the shares of the Yi group, nor do I want the outside world to know. Grandpa, can you promise me this?" Grandpa Yi hesitated for a moment before saying, "All right, you're just too upright, child. I'm destined to have you as my grandson." He was absolutely right. This child has excellent character. Yi Chi, who was standing next to him, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Chun, that idiot, actually didn't want the shares of the Yi group. Perfect, let's leave them all to him. Dad, it's delicious. The baby was still munching on dragon fruit, his face all red. Yi Chun was speechless for a moment, and quickly wiped the baby's little mouth. "Grandpa, I have my own company and my own business. I can support myself. I don't need your shares. This belongs to the Yi family." I just feel a sense of kinship with you all. I am an orphan and was abandoned by my parents when I was very young. Yichin said in a low voice. Maybe my parents don't like me. Madame Ye's eyes were red, and she wiped away her tears, saying, No, no, you're so good. How could your parents not like you? Maybe they have some reason. Yichin suddenly raised his head, his eyes seeming to brighten. Difficulties? Do my parents really have difficult circumstances? Madame Yi nodded and said, Perhaps they were too poor to raise you at the time, so they sent you away. Yichin lowered his eyes. But I've grown up, and my parents haven't come looking for me. They might have long forgotten me, forgotten that I even existed as their child. Yichin muttered to himself. Little Tianxuan seemed to sense her father's worries. She tugged at his arm with her little hands and coaxed him. Daddy, you're the best. Tianxuan loves her dad. The baby touched his father's face and drooled on his face. Madame Yi finally smiled. Tianxuan is really clingy to you. Yeah, Tianxuan is quite clingy. Yichin laughed as well. Eat quickly, or the food will get cold. Madame Yi was happier than ever before, and sat down next to Yichun to serve him food. Xiaochun, eat more. This is your home from now on, so don't be shy. Good. Looking at the scene before him, Yichi couldn't help but feel jealous. He had lived with his mother for so many years, and she had never been so kind to him. It just so happens that Yichun, whom she has known for less than a year, can make her so happy. Is he worse than Yichin? Absolutely impossible. Yichi ate a couple of bites of food, then stood up and left the living room. Unable to bear the sight, everyone surrounded Yichun. He is clearly the real young master of the Yi family, yet all these people are blinded by Yichun. Yichi clenched his fists, thinking bitterly. Without Yichi around, Yichin's mood improved significantly, and he ate very happily. Here, I felt a long-lost sense of family warmth. It was already evening when I got home. Yichun led his daughter into the living room. Familly was sitting on the sofa reading a book. Hearing the noise, she slightly raised her eyelids. So you still know how to come back? Yichin sat down next to Familly and secretly hugged her waist. Wife, this is my home. Of course I know to come back. Mother. The little one climbed into his mother's arms, where his mother roughly pinched and squeezed his little face. What did you do all day, going out for so long? Yichin coughed a few times and muttered softly. It's nothing. I just found a godfather. Familly frowned slightly. What? Godfather? Yichin said. Yes, Grandpa Yi is too enthusiastic. He insists that I become an adopted son of the Yi family. He already mentioned it last time, so it wouldn't be good to refuse again this time. What about Yichi? Can you get along with him? No, we don't really have any connection. I just feel that Madame Yi is very kind to me. It makes you want to get closer. It feels like a mother's feeling. Yichun had never experienced anything like this before. Familly lifted her eyelids and asked, Weren't you going to find your parents? Yes, I'll go to Qingyan town tomorrow. Familly grasped Yichen's hand. Shall I go with you? Good. The little dumpling cuddled up to her father's neck. Daddy, Tianxuan wants to be with Daddy. Okay, let's bring our little Tianxuan. Yichen was still a little excited. He was about to meet his biological parents and wondered what they looked like. Will his parents be happy to see him? Yichen, looking forward to it. 262 What? I've accidentally wandered into the matchmaking corner. The next day, Yichen got up early in the morning, got dressed, and went to Tuan Tuan's room. The little guy was already awake, his big eyes wide open, holding a lollipop he hadn't finished eating. When she saw her father arrive, she quickly hid behind her back, afraid that he would find her. Dad. Yichen pinched the baby's soft little face. Little Tianxuan, why did you sneak a lollipop again? Eating a lollipop so early in the morning will ruin your teeth. Tuan Tuan won't eat it. The little guy quickly put the candy on the table and then went to hug his dad. Daddy, hug me. Yichen shook his head and stood there motionless. Little Tianxuan pouted, sniffled pitifully, and tears were about to fall. Dad, let's not huddle together. Yichen said. Unless you promise your father that you won't eat candy in the morning from now on, your father will forgive you. Tianxuan nodded her little head like a chick pecking at rice, stood on the bed, and stretched out her two little arms. Daddy, hug me. Yichen picked up the little guy and said, Daddy isn't saying you can't eat candy, but you can't eat candy right after you wake up, before you've even brushed your teeth. Tuanchuan, be good, Tuanchuan won't eat. The little boy was talking to his dad with a serious expression. You won't eat? You've said that so many times, Dad doesn't believe you. Little Tuanchuan suddenly laughed, pressed her face against her father's, and tried to get away with it by being cute. Dad, Yichin scooped the little guy out of his arms. Being spoiled won't work. No more candy this morning. What clothes does Tuanchuan want to wear today? Little Tuanchuan pointed to a pink dress. Tuanchuan is wearing pink. Good. Yichun changed the baby's clothes, put on her little shoes, and patiently combed her hair. Tuantuan's hair had reached below her waist. It was very long and was usually combed by Yichun. The little one ran to her mother as soon as she got off the bus, tilting her head up to show her her hairstyle. Familly pinched Tuanchuan's little face. Tuanchuan looks so pretty today, and you even have new hair? Dad, comb your hair. Familly raised an eyebrow. Your dad is really good at combing your hair. He changes your hairstyle every day. Yichin smiled and said, It's nothing. I just learned it online, one a day. He has always had a strong learning ability. I dress up my lovely daughter beautifully every day. Yichin's heart melted at the sight. Sweetie, come and eat. After we finish eating, Daddy will take you to see Grandpa and Grandma, okay? Okay, Grandpa and Grandma. Tuanchuan is such a good girl. Her grandparents will be very happy to see her. After finishing his meal, Yichun took the opportunity to navigate to Lujeda village in Qingyan town. It was quite far from here, requiring a 2-hour drive. Familly, Qingyan town is too far from the center of the capital. It takes 2 hours. I'm worried that Tuanchuan won't be able to handle it. Will she get carsick after such a long drive? Familly raised the corner of her eye. Do you think your daughter will stay at home obediently? The little dumpling shook its head like a rattled drum. Tuanchuan, follow Daddy. Okay, you can come along. Familly and Xiao Tuanchuan sat in the back. The little guy was carrying a bunny-shaped bag, which was bulging with snacks and milk, so he wouldn't get hungry on the way. After driving for an hour, Yichun felt a sore back and throbbed with pain, so he rubbed his lower back with one hand. Familly said, Yichun, come sit in the back and keep our daughter company. I'll drive for a bit. All right. Familly and Yichun switched seats, and Familly sat next to Tuan. The little guy is eating snacks, his mouth is never stopping, and his tummy is round and full. Daddy, have some jelly. Yichun wiped the baby's mouth and said, Daddy doesn't want to eat. You can eat. After another half hour, we finally arrived at Qingyan town. The roads here are full of potholes, making for a very bumpy ride. We've arrived in Qingyan town. Yichun continued navigating and finally stopped at an intersection. This is Lujeda village, a very remote place. A few steps further ahead, there are a few scattered villages. As the car drove along the street, many elderly women were resting under the trees. When they saw an unfamiliar vehicle, they all craned their necks to look ahead. Hey, whose child is this? We've never seen them before. That car is really impressive. Why does he look a little unfamiliar to me? Sure enough, every village has its gossipy old ladies, but they are also very knowledgeable and know everything that happens in the surrounding villages. Yichin got out of the car and politely asked, Excuse me, is this Lujeda village? Yes, this kid is really handsome and looks very young. How about I introduce you to someone? My granddaughter is quite pretty and she's only 19 this year. Your granddaughter isn't good looking. Why don't you take a look at my niece? Your niece is so fat. Who has taken a liking to her? If you say that again, your granddaughter isn't much better. Her eyes are as small as beans. Before long, the old ladies started arguing, all wanting Yichun to be their granddaughter's husband. Familly, who was in the car, naturally heard it too, and barely managed to resist the urge to get out. Yichun was speechless for a moment, then twitched his lips. Grandma, I'm not here for a blind date. I'm here to find someone. Are you looking for someone here? Who are you looking for? Yichun asked. Grandma, do you know someone named Lu Songtao? Xiao Song? Of course I know him. His house is the second to last one at the very end of this street. Just keep walking straight ahead, and you'll find it. Yes, it's very close by, just ahead. What do you want with him? Yichun replied. It's just a small matter. His family is very poor, he doesn't work hard, and he has a bad temper. Why would you want to be with him? I have something to ask you, so I'll be going now. I won't bother Grandma any longer. Just as Yichun was about to leave, Several elderly women stood up reluctantly. My son, you're so handsome. Don't you have a girlfriend yet? Why don't you go see my granddaughter? She's as beautiful as a flower. My granddaughter is very beautiful and well-educated. She went to university. She looks like a perfect match for you. Why don't you go and get to know her? She's on that street over there. One by one, they pulled Yi Chen aside to ask him questions. Yi Chen smiled wryly and said, No need. Thank you, Grandma. I already have a girlfriend. It's okay if you have one. When you see my granddaughter, you'll definitely love her. Maybe you'll even break up with your girlfriend. Yi Chen said, Thank you for your kindness, Grandma. My girlfriend and I have a good relationship. I'll be going now. You can continue enjoying the cool air, Grandma. Finally free from the old ladies and getting into the car, Yi Chen breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that being too handsome isn't always a good thing. Familly's soft voice rang out. So popular? 263. Have they found their biological parents? Familly, don't misunderstand. I can explain. I told them I have a girlfriend, and those old ladies still want to introduce me to other girls. They were so enthusiastic. Yi Chen sighed and rubbed his forehead in exasperation. I almost got dragged into these old ladies' homes to become their grandson-in-law. Familly snorted. It's because you're too handsome. Next time, wear a mask and cover your face. Okay, I'll listen to you. Next time I go out, I promise I'll wear a mask to cover my face so no one can see me. After appeasing his wife, Yi Chen started the engine again and quickly left the street. Several elderly women were still watching Yi Chen's car. It's such a pity that such a handsome boy already has a girlfriend. Who says otherwise? I just find him pleasing to the eye. He'd be perfect as my grandson-in-law. He looks like he's from a big city. How could he possibly stay in this little village and be your grandson-in-law? Don't daydream. Why not? Who do you think you are? Several elderly women were still arguing. Yi Chen had reached the end of the street. The family lived in a very dilapidated house. The small, simple house had only 2 courtyards and looked like it was from the 1990s. Yi Chen got out of the car. This should be it. Familly also got off the car with Tuanchuan. Little Tuanchuan had never seen a house like this before, and she was incredibly curious. She touched the wooden door and raised her little head. Daddy, little house. Yes, this place is indeed a bit small. Yi Chen gently knocked on the door. Is anyone home? After a while, it sounded like footsteps. She was a middle-aged woman who was on the heavier side, and looked to be about 50 years old. She had dark skin, a face full of wrinkles, and messy hair. She opened the door and was stunned to see Yi Chen and the others. Who are you? Yi Chen politely said, I am Yi Chen. I'm here to look for someone. Is this Lu Songtao's house? Yes, what do you need him for? As soon as he finished speaking, a young man walked out, shirtless, with a belly full of fat, and 2 small eyes sandwiched between his face, which looked very incongruous. Mom, I'm hungry. Haven't you made lunch yet? Almost done, Xiaoxin. Mom will go cook now. The middle-aged woman said, I still need to cook. If you don't need anything else, I'll go in first. Etc. Yi Chen said, there is indeed something going on. Did one of your children get sent to the welfare home in the east of the city? As soon as she finished speaking, Wang Yanli's expression changed. We don't have this child. You've got the wrong person. No. How could there not be? Yi Chen muttered to himself. That information should be correct. His biological parents should be them. Why don't they acknowledge it? Really not. 20 years ago, you sent a 2-year-old child to an orphanage. Wang Yanli continued to deny it. No, we only have one child. You've got the wrong person. The woman was about to close the door when she spoke. Xiaoli, who's here? Then a middle-aged man came out of the main room. He was very fat and tall, with dark skin, a big belly, and flat, ordinary-looking features. No, they've got the wrong person. I'll go cook now. Lu Songtao saw Yi Chen's clothes through the crack in the door and quickly stepped forward to stop the woman. Why are you in such a hurry? Who are you looking for? Yi Chen said, I need to find Lu Songtao. Lu Songtao grinned lewdly. It's me. What do you want with me? Judging by your clothes, you're from the city, aren't you? Yi Chen asked again, did you put your 2-year-old child in the welfare home in the east of the city 20 years ago? Upon hearing this, Lu Songtao's expression immediately changed. Why are you asking this? Yi Chen said in a low voice. I am that child. What, you're Xiaoyu? The two stared at Yi Chun in shock, their eyes wide as saucers. Yi Chun nodded and said, "It's me." Wang Yanli shook her head violently, as if she had heard something unbelievable, and answered with great certainty, "No, you are not Xiaoyu." Lu Songtao looked at Yi Chun with a smile and nodded repeatedly, saying, "Yes, you are my son. You look just like Xiaoyu to me. Come in quickly." The two men's attitudes were completely different, which puzzled Yi Chun. Lu's father looked at Feng Li and asked, "This is?" Yi Chun explained, "These are my wife and daughter." Mr. Lu said warmly, "It's been 20 years since we last met. I never imagined that my son, Xiaoyu, would have a wife and children. Come in quickly, come in quickly." Yi Chun felt something was off, but Lu's father warmly pulled him into the house. The room was even more rudimentary, with only a wooden sofa and a marble tabletop. It's 2024 already, and there are still houses like this. Yi Chun was truly amazed. Lu Xian stared intently at Feng Li and asked softly, "Dad, who is this? She's so beautiful. This is your brother's wife." Lu Xian frowned. "My brother? How could my brother be him? My brother's leg isn't." Before he could finish speaking, Lu's father interrupted him. "He is your brother. How could I mistake my own child? 20 years ago, my family was too poor, so I sent him away. Now he has finally come back." Lu's father squeezed out 2 tears and held Yi Chun's hand. "After all these years, I never thought you could find your way home, Xiaoyu. You must have suffered a lot out there." Yi Chun said calmly. It wasn't too bitter. For some reason, he didn't feel any closeness to this person. "It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. I'll have your mom cook for you in a bit. It's almost noon. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Xiaoli, hurry up and make lunch. The child is back, and our family can finally be reunited." Lu's mother stood aside in a daze, looking at Yi Chun, hesitant to speak. "Hurry up and go. The children are hungry, and there's a little one too." Lu's mother glanced at Yi Chun before finally leaving the main room. "Your mom's cooking is delicious. Stay here for lunch. It's so nice to finally find your way home." Mr. Lu then looked at Xiao Tuanshuan and said, "This is Xiaoyu's daughter. She's so cute. Come here to Grandpa." Tuanshuan shook her head, nestled in her father's arms, and was afraid of this unfamiliar environment. Yi Chun explained, "The baby is afraid of strangers. I'm your grandpa, baby. What's your name?" Yi Chun said, "Her name is Tuanshuan, and she is 3 years old this year." Mr. Lu said with a smile, "Tuanshuan, come here to Grandpa. Grandpa will take you to buy some snacks in a little while. What do you like to eat?" Tuanshuan shook her head and continued to snuggle in her father's arms. No matter what Lu's father said, Tuanshuan just wouldn't move. "The baby doesn't like this, Grandpa." 264 Yi Chun was talking nonsense with a straight face. "The meal is ready. A few simple vegetarian dishes, green vegetables, and a small steamed fish." Mr. Lu said unhappily, "Why did you make such a simple dish?" Lu's mother said in a low voice, "There's only one fish left in the house. We were saving it for the new year. You haven't brought a single penny home all these years. We're already lucky to have this much." Yi Chun immediately replied, "It's all right. We can eat anything." Lu's father said, "It's really unfair to Xiaoyu. He's finally back, and we don't have anything to offer him. We're too poor. Give this fish to Tuanshuan. The baby still needs nutrition." Tuanshuan sat obediently next to her father, not being picky about food, and used her little spoon to put rice into her mouth. Feng Li moved her chopsticks slightly, but didn't eat. Even a dignified CEO like Mr. Feng has never seen such meager food. Mr. Lu asked tentatively, "Xiaoyu, what kind of work do you do now? Judging from your appearance, you're doing very well in the city." "I'm just starting work. I just graduated from university. So many years have passed, and you still managed to find your home. I thought you had become successful and forgotten your biological parents. When I sent you away, I was very reluctant, but I saw that we were too poor and there was really no other way. Please don't resent me." Lu's father spoke with tears streaming down his face, his eyes reddening. However, Yi Chun didn't believe a word of these words and just nodded perfunctorily. Lu's mother didn't say anything, and just sat there eating silently. "You've really made something of yourself now, Xiaoyu. Have you bought a house in the city yet?" Lu's father's eyes gleamed. Yi Chun shook his head and said, "Not yet. I don't have much money. It's just enough for my family to eat and drink." Where would I get the money to buy a house? We're renting old, dilapidated apartments, about the same size as our own house. Mr. Lu continued, what about your salary, Xiaoyu? You went to university, so your salary must be quite high. Yichen said, it's not too high. My salary is among the lowest in the capital, only 3,000 yuan. After deducting rent and food, I have nothing left at the end of the month, and even owe money. Lu's father's face clearly showed his disappointment. Since you went to university, you must know a lot of people. Do you have any female classmates you could introduce to Xiaoya as a girlfriend? You already have a wife and daughter, but your brother doesn't even have a girlfriend. Yichen shook his head and sighed thoughtfully. I wasn't good at socializing in college, so I didn't know many classmates, let alone a girlfriend. My girlfriend even pursued me. Lu's father didn't say anything more, and seemed less polite to Yichen, picking up his chopsticks to eat. Familly squeezed Yichen's arm and raised the corner of her eye. Yichen raised an eyebrow. Isn't that so? It was Familly who pursued him. Taking advantage of his youth and ignorance, they tricked him into coming to their home. Lu Xian curled her lip. You're not all that great. I thought he was some kind of powerful figure. Lu's father was utterly disappointed and didn't even want to give Yichen a glance. I thought he was a rich and powerful guy, but it turns out he's just a poor kid. Even the fish meant for Xiao Tuanshuan was taken away, and Lu's father ate it himself. Tuanshuan didn't care at all, since the fish didn't taste good anyway. The baby continued shoveling white rice into his mouth, his cheeks bulging. Yichen added, I actually have another favor to ask of you this time. Mr. Lu didn't speak, but Mrs. Lu said, you speak. Yichen stammered, I want to borrow some money. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu's father slammed down his chopsticks, stood up, his eyes sharp, and gritted his teeth, saying, what did you say? You want to borrow money? Yichen said, yes, I recently wanted to buy a house, but I don't have the money, so I came to you to borrow some money first. When I have money, I will definitely pay you back, including the interest. Lu's father's face was covered in bruises. Yichen said sincerely, I have no relatives in the capital. My only relatives are you all. It was not easy for me to find my parents. Lu Xian stood up and said, these are my parents. Why should they lend you money? And who are you? Yichen said, I am a child of the Lu family. I am your younger brother. Lu Xian scoffed. You're my brother. How could that be? My brother could never be you. My parents won't lend you money. All their money is mine. They're saving it for me to build a house and get married. Yichen asked innocently, what makes you say that? They are my biological parents, and you are my brother. Lu Xian pointed at Yichen and said, keep dreaming. My brother has a leg disability and a birthmark on his face. How could it be you? Your legs are perfectly fine, and your face is clean and white. Yichen narrowed his eyes. What did you say? Lu Xian repeated. I said, you can never be my brother. You're dreaming if you want to take our family's money. Mr. Lu said coldly, what he said is all true. You are not our child. Yichen said in a low voice, but you have already acknowledged that I am your child, so why won't you lend me money? Mr. Lu said, my youngest son was born with a birthmark on his face. He couldn't walk until he was 2 years old. When we went for a diagnosis, we found out that he had a congenital disability. Yichen raised his head, his tone calm. It's also possible that his leg was healed and the birthmark on his face was also healed. How could that be? A birthmark on the face can be cured, but his leg is a congenital disability, something he was born with. It's impossible to cure. You're not even a child of the Lu family, yet you want to borrow money. Father Lu looked at Yichen with disdain. If you know what's good for you, get out of here and don't eat at our house for free. Now that things have come to this point, everything has come to light. Yichen was certain of one thing. He was definitely not Wang Feng. Lu's mother said gently, since you're here, it means we're destined to meet. Let's eat and ignore him. Lu's father angrily said, eat, eat, eat. What are you eating? How much rice do we have left? You've squandered it all. Yichen stood up and said, in that case, I won't disturb you any longer. Get out of here, hurry up and leave. You're just here to eat for free. Mr. Lu said in a friendly but irritating tone. The little one was frightened and hid behind her father, her big, timid eyes looking at the people in front of her. Tuanshuan, don't be afraid, let's go home. Yichen led Xiao Tuanshuan away. Mr. Lu followed them out. and suddenly saw a luxury car parked at the entrance. This car is a BMW. I heard it costs around 500,000. As soon as Yichen opened the car door, Lu's father stopped him, pointed at the BMW, and exclaimed in shock, "Yours?" Yichen nodded and said, "Yes, it's my car. Didn't you say you were broke? How come you have the money to buy such an expensive BMW?" Yichen touched the tip of his nose and said in a serious tone, "It was rented." 265 Yichen, I'm really poor. Mr. Lu was skeptical. Really? You're not lying to me, are you? You're actually very rich? How could you afford a BMW if you weren't rich? Your clothes look expensive too. Yichen continued his nonsensical ramblings with a straight face. This BMW is rented for 20 yuan a day. As for the clothes I'm wearing, they're fake, costing about 30 yuan. A look of disdain flashed in Lu's father's eyes. I thought he was rich, but it turns out he was just faking it. Do you city people like to put on and act so much? Yichen nodded. That's true. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now. Sorry to have bothered you today. Mr. Lu waved his hand. Humph. Go on. Hurry up and leave. The parents you're looking for aren't here. You've come to the wrong place. Looking at Yichen, Lu's mother said in a low voice, You are indeed not our child. Have you seen Xiaoyu over there? He has several birthmarks on his face, and his legs are not very agile. Yichen replied, No, I haven't seen this person. He may have gone to another welfare home. Lu's mother lowered her head in disappointment. Yichen asked, Since you miss him so much, why don't you go over there and see him? Lu's mother sighed. How can I possibly go such a long way? Yichen glanced at the impoverished home. They didn't even have a means of transportation. Lu's mother secretly handed Yichen a note. This is our home phone number. If you find Xiaoya, you can call me. Good. That child is a jinx, born a jinx, bringing misfortune to others. Lu's father pulled the woman into the yard. I warned you not to go to him, or he would bring bad luck and misfortune to our family. Xiaoyu is my child, not a jinx. The two continued arguing. Yichen had already gotten Tuanshuan into the car. Tuanshuan, we're going home. Go home. Tuanshuan pointed with one of her little fingers in the direction of home. Familly said in a deep voice, These two people are not your biological parents, and you are not Wang Feng. Dean Wang is lying to me. I'm really not Wang Feng. Yichen asked in confusion, Then who am I? Who exactly am I? And where is the real Wang Feng? Familly's eyes darkened. We might need to find someone else to answer this. We can only ask him. Yichen raised his head and said, Wang Kai. Yes, he is the only one who knows the truth about this, but he has been detained. Yichen nodded and said, Even if I find him, he probably won't tell me the truth about this matter. But I still want to ask, who am I? Yichen muttered to himself. Suddenly, a little guy crawled up from behind, his soft little face pressed against his dad. Daddy, Tuanshuan's daddy. Yichen was almost melted by the little guy's cuteness and kissed the baby's pink and tender little face. Yes, I'm Tuanshuan's dad. Did you not eat enough for lunch today? Dad will take you to eat lunch later, okay? Tuan eats meat. My baby ate mostly vegetables for lunch today. Okay, when we get back to the capital, we'll go to a hotel for dinner and give Tuanshuan some meat. Familly took Xiao Tuanshuan into her arms. Your dad still has to drive. Come over to mommy. Yichen restarted the car, and Familly suddenly said, Yichen, you haven't delivered the nutritional supplements you bought yet, have you? Yes, I almost forgot. Yichen took out the 8 boxes of gifts he had bought and knocked on the door again. I was so excited just now that I forgot to bring the gift. Since I've already bought it, I might as well give it to them. After all, I ate a meal with them. Who is it? Yichen said, It's me. Lu's father did not open the door after he arrived. What are you trying to do? I've already told you, you're not my child, and I won't lend you any money. My family has no money. I bought a few boxes of gifts and left them at your door. Sorry to bother you. I'll be going now. After Yichen finished speaking, he got back into the car, started the engine, and drove away. After a while, the door was opened. Mr. Lu looked at the several boxes of high-end gifts, which he had never even seen before. Lu Xian also came out and asked, Dad, where did all these gifts come from? Mr. Lu asked, That person who delivered it has already left. What is this? Lu Xian stared at the packaging box, his eyes wide as saucers, and exclaimed excitedly, Dad, this looks like bird's nest. Bird's nest. I've only ever heard of this stuff online. It's very expensive. A single box costs at least several thousand yuan. And he actually brought so many boxes. Mr. Liu frowned even more. One box costs several thousand. So wouldn't this many cost tens of thousands? Yes, Dad. This is something only rich people can afford. I never thought I'd get to try it. It's good stuff. Liu Xin carried the box home, her face beaming with joy. Liu's father looked around, but there was no sign of Yichen anywhere. Was he scammed? That person just now was genuinely very wealthy. Mr. Liu slapped his forehead. He must be lying to me. He must be very rich, and the car wasn't rented. Dad, what did you say? That guy just now, who said he was your brother, must be very rich. Oh no, how could I have been scammed? Mr. Liu was filled with remorse. Didn't he say he wanted to borrow money to buy a house? They all lied to me. Such a money tree slipped through my fingers. Mr. Liu was filled with remorse. At this moment, Liu's mother also came out, and Liu's father grabbed her and asked, "Do you have that person's phone number? He must be very rich. He fooled us all. This box of bird's nest costs over 1,000. After a moment's hesitation, Liu's mother said, "No." Mr. Liu was skeptical. "No? I saw him give you his phone number. I didn't want it. I don't have a cell phone. Why would I need a phone number?" Enraged, Liu's father gritted his teeth and slapped her across the face. "Useless thing. You don't even want my phone number? You chased them away, and now you're blaming me." The two started arguing again. Liu Xin quietly moved all the birds' nests into the room and was studying how to eat them. Yichun traveled for 2 hours and finally returned to the capital. He found the largest hotel and booked a private room. "Tuanshuan, you order. What would you like to eat? Our little one didn't eat well at noon today, so Daddy will make it up to you now." Yichun placed the menu in front of Xiao Tuanshuan. The little guy was pawing at the ground with his 2 tiny paws, watching intently. "Just looking at the juicy meat in front of me makes my mouth water. Dad, Tuanshuan is eating lamb chops, crispy pork, and beef. Okay, anything else?" The little one saw the dessert again and exclaimed, "Eat, mango cake." Familly asked, "Can you finish it? Your belly is only so big." Tuanshuan patted her little tummy and handed the menu to her dad, saying, "Tuanshuan has ordered 266 tests. Is the person behind him very powerful?" Tuanshuan ordered 8 dishes and 2 small cakes. "Familly, you should eat too. I noticed you didn't eat lunch today. Is it because you don't like the food? It's really not to my taste. I still prefer steak." Familly held a fork and elegantly cut her steak. The most meager meal Mr. Feng has ever had was today's lunch of radish, cabbage, and pickled vegetables. Yichun scratched his head. "You might not be used to it. Actually, I used to eat that kind of food all the time. The pickled vegetables were also quite delicious. I could eat 2 bowls of white rice with it." Familly stopped what she was doing and looked directly at Yichun. "Did you eat those things before?" Yichun nodded. "Yes, when I was a child my family was poor, and when there was good food, Yimo would eat it first." Familly said in a low voice, "You're so pitiful. Why didn't I meet you sooner? Otherwise, I would have brought you into my life long ago." Yichun muttered to himself, "Are you going to take me with you and make me your childhood sweetheart?" Familly raised an eyebrow. "Why not?" Yichun touched the tip of his nose. "That works too. Dad, your ears are red." The little guy pointed at his father's ear. Yichun pinched the baby's little face and stuffed a small meatball into her mouth. "Eat your food. Adults talk, but children should eat properly." Tuanshuan continued eating while lying on the table, glancing at her father every now and then. Finally, their bellies were so round from eating that they stretched out their pretty little dresses. Tuanshuan quickly sucked in her tummy, but after a short while, her tummy came out again. Yichun poked it and said with a smile, "Tuanshuan, the watermelon is ripe. How about we cut it open and try it?" Tuan hugged her belly with her 2 paws and shook her little head like a rattle. "No way. Daddy was just trying to scare you. Why would he cut open Tuan's tummy?" Familly, look at Tuan's belly. It looks like a little watermelon. Tuanshuan rubbed her eyes and quickly sucked in her tummy. Familly chuckled softly. "Tuanshuan, if you keep eating like this, you'll become a little fatso." "It's okay. Tuanshuan is still young and not fat at all." Yichun picked up his adorable daughter. Little Tuanchuan is indeed not fat. She has an oval face, elf ears, big, round eyes, and a small nose. Her only flaw is that she has a bit of soft flesh on her belly. If you keep spoiling your daughter, she'll become a little fat girl. It's okay. A daughter should be chubby and fair-skinned. Yi Chun carried Xiao Tuanchuan out of the private room and bumped into Song Wanning as he came down. She was wearing a light blue dress and had a young man with her. He must be her boyfriend. Yi Chun was genuinely happy for Song Wanning. Yi Chun, you're eating here? Yi Chun said, yes, I just finished eating. Song Wanning then said, President Feng. Feng Li nodded slightly, which was considered a greeting. Tuanchuan, do you still recognize your auntie? Tuanchuan nodded. Pretty auntie, Tuanchuan will remember. Good girl. Song Wanning touched Tuanchuan's little face. You have to come to auntie's piano performance next time. Yi Chun suddenly remembered Song Wanning's performance, which seemed to have been mentioned to him more than half a month ago. Is the piano performance coming up soon? Song Wanning nodded and said, yes, it'll be in the next few days. Didn't I give you the tickets last time? Check the dates. Okay, I'll go then. Okay, I'll be going now. You guys continue shopping. Song Wanning wisely left with the man beside her. Sis, this is the guy you had a crush on for 4 years in college, but you didn't end up together. He even has a kid now. Aren't you losing out big time? Yes, we are destined to be apart. Song Wanning gave a bitter smile. It's all right, as long as he's happy. Sis, you're so foolish. There are so many good men in the world. Why are you hanging yourself on this crooked tree? He may be somewhat handsome, but he already has a wife and children. I know. Sis, you're so pretty. You could easily find a bunch of boyfriends. Why keep looking at him? Song Wanning lowered her eyes, seemingly talking to herself. But after I saw him, I couldn't see anyone else. Watching the two figures disappear into the distance, Yi Chun said with relief, Song Wanning actually has a boyfriend now. He's quite good-looking and looks younger than me. Feng Li nodded and said, the two seem to get along inexplicably well, and they even look a bit alike. Yi Chun seemed to be thinking, this must be what they call a couple looking alike. Let's go. In a couple of days, I'll take our group to a concert to cultivate our baby's artistic sensibilities. Our baby is sure to grow up to be a little artistic genius. Yi Chun took his daughter shopping. The family of 3 was very good-looking and attracted a lot of attention. What a young dad. He's so handsome. He looks like he's in his early 20s. Handsome. He looks like a male college student. So handsome and youthful. I really want to kiss him. She has a great figure and is tall, so her physical strength must be amazing. Upon hearing this, Feng Li's face visibly darkened. Is the leaf still attached? Those are her people. Then, Yi Chun had a mask on his face. I bought some small toys and snacks for Tuanchuan. Tuanchuan sat in the stroller, covered in snacks, and happily squealed. The little dumpling looked at his father with his chubby cheeks and said, Daddy, Tuanchuan wants a little jelly. Good. Yi Chun gave Tuanchuan several bags. Why did you buy so much for Tuanchuan? She can't finish it all. It doesn't matter. Little Tuanchuan sat happily in her stroller, clutching her snacks. Dad is the best. He'll buy her whatever she wants. I'm home. Feng Li received a phone call. Tess is in your hands now. Release him. Feng Li said coldly. You think I'll just release him because you tell me to? He hurt my people. You've tormented him for so many days. That's enough, isn't it? Now the Global Martial Arts Federation is demanding his return. It was Chairman Mo who asked you to release them. You shouldn't refuse, right? Feng Li hesitated for a moment. Fine, I'll release him today, but if he dares to hurt my people again, I promise he'll never be able to come back. Don't worry, Vice President Ling will bring him back and won't let him stay in M State. He won't go to Z country again. Feng Li's cold, deep voice rang out. You'd better keep your word. After hanging up the phone, Yi Chun noticed that Feng Li's expression was off and asked softly, What's wrong? What happened? I will release Tess today. He will never return to Z country. You will be safe from now on. Yi Chun suddenly asked, Tess? Is the person behind him very powerful? 267 Little Turtle Tuanchuan needs to exercise. Feng Li calmly said, His master is Ling Yun, the vice president of the Global Martial Arts Association. Yi Chun said, I see. They didn't make things difficult for you, did they? No, they can't make things difficult for me, after all. Feng Li hesitated before continuing. What's wrong? Feng Li lowered his eyes. It's all right. I'll let you see Tez's miserable state in a bit. Although I'm going to release him, I've still tortured him quite a bit. As soon as she finished speaking, the little one ran over, grabbed her mother's hand, and looked pleading. Tuanshuan, look. Feng Li ruffled the baby's head haphazardly, making her hair even more messy. What are you looking at? You're too young to look. Look at your brother Yang Yang. He's going to draw in a bit. He's going to participate in a competition soon. You have to work hard and bring a championship back for your parents. Tuanshuan nodded her little head like a chick pecking at rice, then stuck out her little bottom and went to draw again. She's the best baby. Backyard. Basement. In the dim light, Tess lay stiffly on the ground, surrounded by blood. His clothes were stained red with blood, and the wound on his arm was untreated, looking gruesome and terrifying. Miserable. That's absolutely terrible. Yichen shook his head. He's so pitiful. Feng Li raised her foot and kicked Tez's arm with her high heel. Get up. Someone's here to rescue you. The Martial Arts Alliance will be taking you back soon. Tess suddenly opened his eyes. His face was exhausted from the ordeal, and his eyes were lifeless. President Feng, no, I dare not do it again. I will never dare to do it again. Upon seeing Feng Li, Tess almost knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. He knew how terrifying this woman was. She was a ruthless killer, and most importantly, her methods of torture made him wish he were dead. Feng Li looked down at the person on the ground as if looking at an ant. Am I that scary? Tess shook his head. You're not scary, Mr. Feng. When can I leave? When will the Martial Arts Alliance come to pick me up? Go and contact them yourself. You can leave now. Tess was skeptical. Really? Feng Li frowned slightly. Don't you want to leave? Then you can stay here forever. Yichen, let's go. President Feng, I believe you, I believe you. I'll leave now. I'll leave right away. Tess struggled to his feet, limping and walking slowly. After taking only 2 steps, he fell down right next to Yichen, kneeling on the ground in a disheveled state. Tesla gritted his teeth, stood up, and continued walking forward. He remembered the humiliation he had suffered these past few days, every single day, clearly and vividly. Feng Li, Yichen, he will certainly not let any of them go. Letting him go like this is really letting him off easy. But the martial arts tournament is putting pressure on me, so I have no choice but to let him go. After all, he's mine. Feng Li muttered to himself. Yichen asked, Feng Li, I heard that Grandpa Yi is also the president of the Martial Arts Association. Is that true? Feng Li said, yes, he is one of the vice presidents, but he is not at headquarters. He only holds the title. Is this martial arts tournament alliance very powerful? Feng Li nodded and said, they are quite powerful. The people inside are all martial arts masters and ancient martial arts geniuses. Tess is actually just an outer disciple at headquarters. Yichen asked in surprise, what? Tess is just an outer disciple. Then why didn't the headquarters send anyone to the last Martial Arts Alliance tournament? No, this is just the Alliance tournament held in Z country. Nobody cares about it. The most important thing is the Alliance tournament in M State at headquarters 3 months later. That's where the real masters are. Yichen was eager to try. Are there many experts going there? Feng Li grasped Yichen's hand. Yes, that's the headquarters of the Martial Arts Alliance. Many hidden families are there too. The Yi family was one of the hidden families in M State back then. I don't know why they came to the capital. The Yi family hasn't participated in the headquarters alliance competition for many years. Yichen said excitedly, what about me? Can I go? I also want to see for myself how many amazing people there are. Feng Li said worriedly. Do you want to participate too? The level of the people there is not even on the same level as Tess. Of course I want to go and meet even more impressive people. Feng Li, do you have any way to let me participate? It doesn't matter if I lose. I just want to see some amazing people. Although he has no rivals in the country, there are always people better than him, and there's always something beyond his reach. This world is indeed vast, and there are so many powerful people he has never even met, including that chairman. Is he even more powerful than Grandpa Yi? I can't wait. Feng Li said softly. Okay, I promise you. However, you must promise me one thing. You must never get hurt. Yichen nodded repeatedly. Don't worry, I will definitely not get hurt. I'm getting more and more excited to go to M State and meet all sorts of amazing people. I haven't trained in a long time, but I'm going to work out again tonight. Familly gently poked Yi Chen's firm abdominal muscles, seemingly implying something. Your body is already in good condition. You don't need to exercise. Yi Chen grasped Familly's wrist and placed it to his lips. Is it good? I think it's not quite there yet. Last time it was only 8 times. I heard that some people can do it 10 times in one night. Familly twitched her lips. I'm very satisfied. You don't need to train anymore. No, I need to keep exercising. Be the strongest man. Familly sighed and rubbed his forehead. Fine, whatever makes you happy. That evening, Yi Chen went straight to the gym. Little Tuanshuan also exercises with her dad, doing push-ups on the ground. Yi Chen squatted on the ground looking at Xiao Tuanshuan. The baby couldn't do anything and was lying on the ground like a little turtle. Yi Chen was both amused and exasperated. Little Tuanshuan, are you a little turtle? The little guy raised his head and said in his childish voice, Teamwork, for health. Sweetie, let's not do push-ups anymore. Come here, Daddy will take you for a run. Yi Chen picked up Xiao Tuanshuan and started running on the treadmill. Daddy, run around in circles. Your legs are too short. You can run when you're older. Round and round. She'll definitely have long legs someday. Night. Tess leaned against a street corner, covered in blood, his legs weak and unable to walk. Unfortunately, the person who was supposed to pick him up is still in the car and hasn't arrived in Z country yet. They won't arrive until noon tomorrow. He won't die here, will he? Die in a foreign land. Just as Tess was thinking this, suddenly, a black figure slowly walked out of the night, casting a black shadow in the cold moonlight. Tess looked up, surprised. It's you? What are you doing here? Came to see me make a fool of myself. 268 Wang Feng has been dead for 17 years. After the black hat was removed, a familiar face was revealed. Tess, I've come to you for cooperation. I know who your enemy is. We have a common enemy. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Would you like to cooperate with me? Yechi reached out her hand to Tess and said, Let's do it together. Tess hesitated for a moment, then said, I'm willing. Yi Chi curled his lips into a smile, which appeared exceptionally cold in the moonlight. The next day, the central police station of the capital. After Yi Chen came in, he explained the situation and waited for a while. He looked up and saw Wang Kai through the glass. Wang Kai was wearing a prison uniform, his skin was sallow, and he looked much older. Yi Chen immediately stood up, with a soundproof glass barrier between them. Yi Chen picked up the receiver. Tell me, who am I? Wang Kai also picked up the receiver, a sinister smile on his lips. You are Wang Feng. Your real name is Lu Yu, a child from Qingyan Town. You were abandoned by your parents when you were 2 years old, and I adopted you. Yi Chen said excitedly. No, I went to Qingyan Town and asked that couple. They said I'm not their child at all. Tell me, who am I? Where's the real Wang Feng? Dean Wang suddenly laughed, his eyes behind his glasses appearing sinister and terrifying. You'll never know the answer to that question, Wang Feng. You'll always just be Wang Feng. Yi Chen closed his eyes and asked, What will it take for you to tell me the truth? Release me, then clear my name, and I'll tell you the truth. Yi Chen resolutely refused. Impossible. You've been embezzling for over a decade, and your hands are stained with blood. You have no right to come out. Wang Kai smiled and said, Then you'll never get the truth, and you'll never know who you really are. You will never be able to find your biological parents. Yi Chen calmly said, Then I won't look for you anymore. I already have a family now. You can stay here and accept your judgment. Yi Chen put down the receiver and turned to leave. Wang Kai finally panicked and frantically pounded on the glass in front of him. Wang Feng, come back here. Come back here. I gave you your name, and I saved your life. Come back here. Wang Feng, I am your benefactor. I am your savior. Everyone can hate me, but you cannot. Wang Kai was quickly stopped by the staff next to him. Yi Chen didn't hear what Wang Kai said. After leaving the police station, he breathed a sigh of relief. I'm not going to look anymore. Maybe he and his biological parents weren't meant to be. From today onwards, he will properly be Yi Chen. Yi Chen was unaware that after he left, Familly went in again. The two people were in the interrogation room, separated by a table. Familly tapped the table lightly with her finger, exuding a powerful aura, and said calmly, You are Dean Wang, who has been embezzling for more than 10 years. Most of this was donated by me. Wang Kai exclaimed excitedly. I didn't. They've wronged me. They've all wronged me. I gave everything to the children. Familly casually raised her eyelids. Really? I heard that you have 6 mistresses and 9 illegitimate children. The seaside villa in the east of the city, the Linmei Villa, and the Rose Garden are all places where you keep your mistresses. Wang Kai exclaimed excitedly. You're spouting nonsense. Familly said calmly. These places have all been reclaimed. Where do you think your lovers live now? And what do you think they'll do with your children? They're all after money. Now that you're in jail, they might send your children to an orphanage, where they won't even have enough to eat. Like the children under your care, they'll eventually starve to death. Wang Kai said excitedly. President Feng, I know you have power and influence. Please save my children. They are innocent. Wang Kai had a hobby. He especially loved children, so he kept many mistresses and had children with them. Familly fiddled with her manicured nails. It's not impossible for me to save those children. I can easily feed them. Familly lifted her eyelids and said coldly, but I need your answer. Can you give it to me? Wang Kai naturally knew Familly's purpose and nodded in agreement. I promise you. I'll agree to anything you ask. Very good. For Saints Media, Yichun composed music in front of his computer. The songs he released recently were getting faster and faster, and he had to maintain both speed and quality. Yichun is becoming increasingly popular, with over 10 million fans, making him a well-known singer. In contrast, Yimo, a once very popular singer, has now disappeared without a trace. At noon, Yichun and Lu Hao ate lunch together in the cafeteria. The company cafeteria is quite small, so several people share a table to eat. Chunner, have you heard? It seems that the director of that orphanage recently confessed to his crimes. Gu Tingchen snorted coldly. What? He confessed? Just a couple of days ago he was denying it to the death, saying he was innocent. Lu Hao added. He also admitted to a case from over 10 years ago, in which he reportedly accidentally drowned a 5- or 6-year-old child. Holy crap, this guy is a monster. He drowned a 5- or 6-year-old child. Doesn't he fear retribution? This kind of person shouldn't even live in this world. Just sentence them to death. Yichun frowned slightly. More than 10 years ago? Where did you hear that? Of course I saw it online. Go check it out. That dean is really popular now. He's attracted the attention of the whole society. Yichun immediately picked up his phone, and the top trending topics were Wang Kai's confession video. He confessed to all his crimes, including corruption in recent years, failing to feed the children in the welfare home, and admitting to a case from 17 years ago. Name, Wang Feng, died at age 5. Wang Feng is gone. Yichun's pupils suddenly constricted. A demon. Punish this demon severely immediately. He doesn't deserve to live. He could do that to a child as young as a few years old. It is impossible to appease public anger without killing this demon. To allow him to live even a second longer is an insult to this world. We urge that this evil being brought to justice. Netizens have already started making a fuss in the comments. Chunner, you saw it too, didn't you? This demon is not human at all. He doesn't even spare children who are only a few years old. My God, this person is really scary. Lu Hao said. Chunner, it's truly a miracle that you've survived under his rule until now. Yichun was completely still, as if frozen in place, unable to hear any sounds around him. Wang Feng died when he was 5 years old. He also promised Lu's mother that he would find her child. Yichun clenched his fists. He was only 5 years old. 269, drowned for over a decade. The truth comes out. Chunner, why aren't you saying anything? What are you thinking about? Yichun snapped out of his daze, put down his phone, and said, Nothing, just a bit sentimental. You should be glad that Beast didn't harm you. I heard you were raised under his tutelage. Yichun said, Yes, but I don't have any memories of the past. I only spent about half a year in his care. Poor Chunner, I almost didn't get to see you again, my good brother. Lu Hao hugged Yichun tightly. Yichun pushed the person away with a look of disgust. Don't hug me. Don't you know I find you disgusting? Sure enough, once you have a wife, you forget your brothers. Lu Hao continued eating, saying, I'm going to go find my wife too. Gu Tingchen chuckled. Brother Donkey, how about I help you out? What type do you like? Big boobs, big butt, slim waist, and long legs. Lu Hao's eyes lit up. Can you really help me find one? I like this type, and it would be best if she were even prettier. Sure. I guarantee I'll find you the most beautiful girlfriend. Hu Yuxuan immediately said, Young Master Gu, do me too. Help me find one too. You know a lot of people. Maybe you can introduce me to some rich heiresses. I also want to get on their good side. Don't worry, I've got it covered. You're all my good brothers. Thank you, young Master Gu. Lu Hao and his gang fawned over Gu Tingchen, serving him food. At that moment, Yichen received a phone call from Familly. Honey, what's wrong? Wang Feng's body is still being recovered. It's in the pond next to the welfare home. Do you want to go see it? Yichen paused for a moment, then said, Okay, I'll go now. After hanging up the phone, Yichen stood up and prepared to leave. Lu Hao asked, Chener, where are you going? Why are you in such a hurry? You didn't even eat. I'm not eating anymore. Brother Donkey, you guys eat first. I might be back a little late this afternoon, so please keep an eye on things at the company for me. Thanks. Lu Hao waved his hand. Don't worry, all the brothers are here. You go ahead and get busy. Yichen hurriedly went downstairs and made a phone call. No one answered. Yichen went to the parking lot, drove the car out, and made another call, but no one answered. I made several more calls on the way, and finally got through. An impatient voice rang out. What are you calling for? I don't know you. You've got the wrong number. Yichen said. It's me, the one who went to your house yesterday. Mr. Lu's eyes lit up. It's you. How did you get my phone number? Xiaoyu, I mistook you for someone else yesterday. You are my child. Yichen said in a deep voice. I'm not talking to you about this. Let Auntie answer the phone. Your mom? Okay, I'll let her answer the phone. Mr. Lu handed his phone to Mrs. Lu and gave her a look, signaling her to speak properly with Yichen. Auntie, is that you? Lu's mother received the phone and softly hummed in agreement. It's me. What do you need? Is there any news about Xiaoyu? Yichen remained silent for a long time. I still don't know how to start the conversation. Lu's mother asked again. Yichen, are you still there? Why aren't you saying anything? Did you find Xiaoyu? Where is he? Mr. Lu's impatient tone. Xiaoyu, what Xiaoyu? He is Xiaoyu. Yichen said in a low voice. Found it. Lu's mother's eyes lit up. Found him? Really found him? Where is he now? Can we let him come see me? I can't get out of this place. He actually... Yichen hesitated, unable to speak. A mother waited for her child for more than 10 years, only to receive news of his death in the end. What's wrong with him? Is his leg still not healed? It's okay. As long as you bring him back, he's my child. Lu's father gritted his teeth and said, What did you say? You still want to bring that cripple back? Lu's mother angrily said, Yes, that's my child. You sent him away without my permission back then, so why won't you let me find him now? A cripple, his face covered in birthmarks, was born a jinx. He killed my mother, and now he actually wants to come back? As long as I'm in this family, he can forget about coming back. Yichen could clearly hear the two arguing. Wang Feng and Lu Yu are truly pitiful children. Born as a jinx, he was arrested at the age of 5. His remains are still in the pond, having been submerged for over a decade. Yichen, are you still there? Have you found Xiaoyu? Where is he? Where is he? I miss him so much, Lu's mother sobbed softly. Yichen sighed, closed his eyes, and said in a deep voice, Auntie, Wang Feng actually passed away when he was 5 years old. As soon as she finished speaking, the phone fell to the ground with a thud, just like a mother's heart breaking. Lu's father fell silent, and Lu Xin also fell silent. When he turned 1 year old, there was a photo of him with his younger brother. His brother looked a lot like him, except that his brother had a few birthmarks on his face. I don't know how much time passed before the phone was picked up. Lu's mother wiped away her tears, her voice trembling. No, Xiaoyu was sent to the orphanage. I heard that the orphanage provides food every day. How could he have died? It's impossible. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? You must have made a mistake, my Xiaoyu. You must live well in this world. Yichen moved his lips slightly. He really has passed away. They are currently recovering his body. I will explain the situation and let you come to see him one last time. As soon as she finished speaking, Lu's mother burst into tears. Okay, thank you, child. No need to thank me. I didn't really help much. Yichen hung up the phone, feeling extremely sad. Upon arriving at his destination, he found it sealed off, and he could only watch from afar. The pond wasn't very big, but it wasn't small either. After an hour of searching, they finally pulled out a pile of bones, with several large stones tied to them. Dean Wong must have been afraid the body would float to the surface, so he used a large rock to drop it down to check. He ordered that no one was allowed to approach the pond. This pond was already remote, and there were hardly any people around, except for the children from the orphanage who would occasionally go there. Therefore, no one will discover this body. He looks very young. Yichin clenched his fist so tightly that his fingers cracked. Wong Kai? Even if he died 10,000 times, it would not be enough to atone for his sins. No, Wong Kai wouldn't tell him anything. So why did he suddenly reveal this secret? Moreover, Familly knew about it in advance. A car stopped not far away, and then a familiar figure slowly approached. Yi Chun turned around, and the two looked at each other. Will Tuanshuan be tricked away by Huang Mao in the future? You've come too. Yi Chun looked at the pond not far away. How did you know his location? I asked Wong Kai alone, and he told me the truth. You actually, Familly hesitated. Yi Chun asked anxiously, What? What did he say to you? Why didn't he say a word to me when I went to see him? Familly explained, You were actually picked up by him. When Wang Feng fell down the mountain, he was drowning. He urgently needed someone to take his place. Otherwise, the higher-ups would definitely investigate. So, he gave you his identity. You just happened to fall down the mountain and hit the back of your head, causing amnesia. So he easily mistook you for Wang Feng. He bribed everyone who knew about this back then, so no one told anyone. Except for Erpang, who's not quite right in the head. Yichin suddenly realized and slapped his forehead. So that's why Erpang said I wasn't Wang Feng. He said Wang Feng was in the water. Did he see something? Familly grasped Yichin's hand. Perhaps. The person has been found now. Familly, I want to bring Wang Feng's biological mother back, so I can see him one last time. Okay, I'll go with you. Funeral parlor. Lu's mother finally saw her child after 17 years. Now it's just a pile of bones. Lu's mother was heartbroken and fainted from crying. Yichin immediately had someone take her to the hospital. Familly, did I do something wrong? Yichin suddenly asked. If he hadn't told Lu's mother about this, she wouldn't be so heartbroken. Yichin, you did nothing wrong. Let's go, this matter is over. Familly pulled Yichin out. The mystery of your origins has not yet been solved. Do you remember who pushed you off the hill? I don't remember. I have no memories of the past. Yichin shook his head. I really don't remember. It's okay. If you don't remember, you don't remember. Let's go home. Tuanshuan is still waiting for us at home. Good. Yi nodded heavily. 2 days later, Wang Kai was sentenced to life imprisonment. This demon did such outrageous things. How come he only got a life sentence? Let him properly repent for what he did in prison. Killing him would be too easy. Yes, that's too easy. Just let him make amends for his mistakes. Yilan also saw this message. Is Yichin not Wang Feng? Who is he? Hope was rekindled, and she told Madame Yi and Father Yi about it. Madame Yi sighed. Lanner, I've heard about this too. Those children are so pitiful. Yilan said helplessly. Mom, you're missing the point. I meant Yichin isn't Wang Feng, but could he be my brother? I always feel a connection with him. Madame Yi excitedly covered her mouth. Really? Is it possible? What if it's not true? Mom, how about we have him come over to our house again next time so we can do a paternity test? Father Yi said, this is too abrupt. There's no evidence at all, yet you're asking Yichin to do a paternity test. Dad, this is just my opinion. Why don't you just leave it alone and I'll handle this? I'll do it secretly. Yes, father didn't stop him. Perhaps in his heart, he also wanted a son like Yichun. Yichi heard everything clearly from outside, his face dark and gloomy, and he clenched his fists. These people really do like Yichun. Paternity test? Yichi coldly curled the corners of his lips. Familly, how do I look in this outfit? Wearing a black suit, Yichun looked even taller and more slender, with an exceptionally handsome face. Familly stroked his chin. It's just a concert. Why are you dressed so formally? It looks like you're going on a blind date. Yichin muttered to himself. The people who attend concerts are all business elites. How can I be outdone by them? I'm glad you like it. This outfit looks great on you, and suits you very well. Familly hugged Yichin's lean waist, and stood on tiptoe to kiss his chin. You're so handsome. I want to hide you away and not let other women see you. Yichin pursed his lips. Really? Of course it's true. You can ask Tuanshuan if you don't believe me. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Little Tuanshuan was already trying to open the door, but unfortunately, the baby was too short, and her little paws couldn't reach the doorknob. Dad. As soon as Yichin opened the door, a little baby appeared on his lap. Tuanshuan, why are you up so early? Yichin picked up the little guy, and Tuanshuan drooled as she looked at her handsome father. Dad is handsome. Tuanshuan gave her father a kiss on the cheek. Familly crossed her arms and said calmly, Yichin, your daughter is a little infatuated with boys. You'd better keep a close eye on her in the future, otherwise she might be tricked away by a handsome young man one day. You tricked me. Yichin felt murderous just thinking about his daughter being tricked away by Huang Mao. Impossible, absolutely impossible. His precious daughter must not be taken away by anyone else. Yichin gently touched the baby's little face and asked, Tuanshuan, will you always stay by Daddy's side and never leave Daddy? The little guy hugged his dad's neck tightly with his two little paws, nodding his head like a chick pecking at rice. Dad, Tuanshuan is with Dad. She loves her dad the most. Yichin instructed, good girl. Then you must not pay attention to any other blonde-haired boys in the future. They are all bad, and will try to trick you away. Only Daddy loves Tuanshuan the most. Tuanshuan tilted her little head in confusion, still not understanding what her father was talking about. Familly chuckled softly. Yichin, Tuanshuan is too young. She can't understand what you're saying at all. Let's educate her when she grows up. Yichin squeezed Tuan's little hand. Daddy means that you are not allowed to pay attention to other boys in the future. Tuanshuan shook her head. Dad, Tuanshuan won't listen. You're such a good girl, Daddy's precious baby. We're going to a concert today. What clothes should you wear? Yichin took the little guy to the walk-in closet, which was huge and bigger than a shopping mall, with all kinds of clothes. Tuanshuan chose a white princess dress, which was very pretty and delicate. Daddy, Tuan is wearing a pretty dress. Okay, Tuanshuan will wear this today. I dressed Tuanshuan in her little clothes and shoes, braided two little braids, and tied a bow on her head. Yichin dressed up his adorable daughter beautifully, and the two of them stood in front of the mirror. The more Yichin looked at Tuanshuan, the more he felt that she looked a lot like him. Could it be that it was just his imagination again? The father and daughter stared at each other, wide-eyed. Yichin, what are you two doing? Staring at yourselves in the mirror like that, Familly reminded them from the side. Yichin suddenly came to his senses. I just felt that Tuan looked a lot like me, so I took a second look. 271 Chui, you think of me as your older brother, right? Familly held Yichin's hand and said, it really does look like her. Maybe you and Tuanshuan are destined to be together. Come and have dinner, don't look anymore. Tuanshuan followed behind her father with her short legs, her sweet, childlike voice ringing out. Daddy, Tuanshuan wants some candy. Didn't Dad tell you that you can't eat candy in the morning and you have to eat a proper meal? Otherwise, your teeth will fall out. Yichin pinched the little one's cheek and carried her to the chair next to him. The little guy looked at the food on the table, but had no appetite, so he put down his fork. Daddy, let Tuanshuan eat cake. Cake is sweet too. Let's eat first, and Dad will buy you some more when we go out. Tuanshuan pouts as she eats. Familly pinched Tuan's face and said, Dad is right. You can't eat sweets in the morning. You have to eat properly, or you won't grow tall. Yichin had just finished eating a piece of steak when his phone rang. Sister Lan. A clear voice came from the microphone. Xiaochun, when are you free lately? Grandpa isn't feeling well. Could you spare some time to come and see him? Yichin asked anxiously. What's wrong with Grandpa? I'll go this afternoon. Yilan glanced at the old man, whose face was rosy and who was in good health, and coughed a few times. Grandpa has been coughing a lot lately, and his appetite hasn't been very good either. Lying really makes you feel guilty. Okay, what does Grandpa like to eat? I'll bring it for him when I go. No need, it's enough that you're here. Grandpa is happy as long as you're here. You don't need to bring anything. Good. Yilan hung up the phone and breathed a sigh of relief. Grandpa, Yichin will be here this afternoon. Old Master Yi nodded repeatedly. All right, then you'd better be prepared. You must get Yichin's hair no matter what. Don't worry, Dad, we're ready. This time we'll take Yichin's hair off. How wonderful it would be if Yichin were my beloved grandson. Old Master Yi daydreamed happily. Yilan reminded him. Grandpa, don't have such high hopes. I'm just guessing. I'm thinking about it, but that's not enough. I just feel like Yi-chun is a lot like my Lin-Lin. The old man closed his eyes with a smile. Familly looked up and asked, "What's wrong?" Yi-chun put down his phone. "It's Grandpa Yi. He's not feeling well. He's coughing and has no appetite. I'll go see him this afternoon." Familly asked in confusion, "Old Master Yi? He's always been in good health." "It's probably because people get old, and these problems start to appear." Yi-chun's tone was somewhat low. In his eyes, he regarded Grandpa Yi as his own grandfather, and naturally hoped that he could be safe and healthy. "Don't worry, the old man is in good health. He just has a minor ailment." The little dumpling tugged at her father's arm. "Daddy, Tuanshuan, time to eat. If she behaves well, her father will be very happy. Tuanshuan is such a good girl. Eat well, and you'll grow tall." "Good boy, Tuanshuan." Yi-chun was quickly coaxed by his daughter, and the family enjoyed their meal together happily. The concert hall in the heart of the capital. As a pianist with some renown, Song Wanting naturally attracts a large audience to her concerts. The parking lot was full of cars. As soon as Yi-chun got off the car, he ran into Yi-mo and Chu-yi. Seeing Yi-chun's family enjoying themselves, Yi-mo quickened his pace and walked ahead. The person he looked down on the most has now married President Feng. Chu-yi stopped in her tracks and said angrily, "Yi-mo, why are you walking so fast? Why didn't you wait for me? Didn't you say you were going to pursue me again? Is this your attitude?" Yi-mo immediately turned around to coax Chu-yi. "Don't be angry. I know I was wrong. I won't walk so fast next time. I'll wait for you." Seeing how sincerely you apologized, I'll forgive you. Take my hand." Chu-yi had just reached out her hand when she saw Yi-chun, so she withdrew her hand and excitedly ran to Yi-chun's side. "Brother Yi-chun, you've come to the piano recital too?" Yi-chun nodded and said, "Yes, so you and Yi-mo have gotten back together?" Chu-yi immediately denied it. No, brother Yi-chun, don't misunderstand. I didn't get back together with him. He's the one who wants to get back together with me, but I haven't agreed yet." Yi-mo gritted his teeth in anger. This Chu-yi had actually forgotten about her ex-boyfriend when she saw Yi-chun. Yi-chun replied nonchalantly, "Do whatever you want. I have a girlfriend too. Why don't you two get together? After all, you've been together for so long." Chu-yi and Yi-mo got back together, and she wouldn't bother him anymore. Yi-chun practically wished the two of them could get together immediately. Chu-yi glanced at Familly, who was wearing a black fitted dress, her waist so thin it seemed one could wrap your hand around it. Her figure absolutely perfect. Especially her oval face, which exuded a cool and noble air, with her beautiful eyes slightly upturned at the corners, giving her an air of disdain for everything. A woman who was both noble and aloof. Compared to Familly, he was completely inferior to her. Their identities, status, abilities, and family backgrounds are completely incomparable. She's like a clown. Chu-yi felt ashamed and lowered her head, saying, "Brother Yi-chun, do you really have no feelings for me at all? You used to like me a lot, and you would hide your face from me every day." Yi-mo suddenly felt like he'd been cheated on. Before Yi-chun could speak, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his waist, which made him frown. Familly's hand was still there, and she gently squeezed it again. "Oh no, my wife seems jealous." Yi-chun quickly explained, "Chu-yi, that's because I treated you like a younger sister. I didn't have a younger sister back then, so I treated you like my younger sister. Don't misunderstand, I don't like you at all. My feelings for you are just familial. Do you understand family ties? He only loves Familly." "Impossible. You just like me, we're childhood sweethearts." Chu-yi sniffed, feeling wronged. Yi-chun said, "Chu-yi, you don't actually like me. You just see me as a brother, and I'll continue to see you as a brother." "Elder brother? Don't I like you?" Chu-yi was confused. She didn't know what her feelings for Yi-chun were anymore. "I just feel that he is very approachable, and I want to get closer to him when I see him." Yi-chun nodded and said, "Yes, you don't like me. You only see me as an older brother. Does your heart race when you see me?" Chu-yi hesitated for a moment, then decisively shook her head. She and Yi-chun have known each other for so long, so why is her heart still racing? Yi-chun shrugged. "You see me, but I don't feel anything, so you don't like me at all. You just see me as an older brother." 272 Song Wanting. A regrettable missed opportunity. Chu-yi muttered to herself. Is that really true? I only see you as a brother, and I don't like you? Yi-chun patted Chu-yi on the shoulder. So, go find someone you like. Chu-yi, I will always be your brother. Although Chu-yi is willful, unreasonable, and sometimes goes too far, they are still children who grew up together. He used to dote on Chu-yi, treating her like a younger sister. Naturally, he hoped she could find a good man and live a good life. Chu-yi said haughtily, Yi-mo, didn't you want to pursue me? I'll give you a chance. Okay. Yi-mo couldn't wait. Let's go in, the piano music will start soon. Yi-mo led Chu-yi away. Yi-chun finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally gotten the person away. There was also a hand around the waist. Honey, look, they're gone. Chu-yi has finally come to her senses and won't be chasing after me anymore. Familly finally released her grip, raising the corner of her eye. Is that so? Yi-chun grasped Familly's wrist, his sincerity evident. Really, I assure you. Chu-yi, he doesn't like me at all. She only feels familial affection for me. She mistook kinship for love, so she kept pestering me. After I gave her some pointers, she finally realized it. She has EMO now, and she will never pester me again. Familly snorted lightly. Fine, I'll believe you this once. Yi-chun chuckled. Wife, let's go, the piano piece is about to begin. Yi-chun happily led his wife to a piano performance, only to forget about their daughter. The little guy followed behind his dad with a cute but fierce look. Dad has completely forgotten about her. The little guy puffed out his cheeks in a huff, looking like a little pufferfish. Hearing his daughter's voice, Yi-chun instantly came to his senses. Oh dear, how could I forget about our little Toanchuan? It's Dad's fault. The little guy rubbed his eyes, looking aggrieved. Daddy, does Dad not like her anymore? The little guy felt more and more wronged, and tears were about to fall. Yi-chun quickly coaxed. Baby, I'm sorry, it was Daddy's fault. Daddy forgot about Toanchuan just now. When we get back, Daddy will buy you a little cake, okay? Don't be angry, sweet baby. Yi-chun kissed the baby's little cheek. Our Toanchuan baby is loved by everyone. Flowers bloom for her, everyone likes her. How can someone be so cute? Sure enough, the little one was quickly soothed by his father and shook his little head. Toanchuan, don't be angry. Dad must have forgotten about her by accident. Baby, you're so good. Let's go inside. Yi-chun's ticket was an inner circle ticket, and he was directly invited to the front row. Toanchuan looked around with her big, dark eyes full of curiosity. Daddy, there are so many people. Okay, Toanchuan will be able to listen to piano music soon. Toanchuan is the smartest baby. Shall we learn to play the piano too? Toanchuan said in her childish voice. Toanchuan is drawing. Familly explained. Toanchuan only likes to draw. She doesn't like to play the piano or dance. I hired a special teacher for her before, but she chased them away. This little one has the worst temper. The baby nuzzled his father's face. Toanchuan, be a good boy. Dad knows that Toanchuan is the best girl, so Mom must be framing you. Toanchuan nodded and gave her dad a kiss. Familly snorted coldly. I didn't frame her. She's always had a bad temper. She used to neglect Toanchuan's upbringing, as she was busy with work every day, and the little guy had a bad temper. But things are getting better now, with Dad by my side. That was before. Now, our Toanchuan baby is the best behaved. Toanchuan nodded and played a game on her phone with her dad. Song Wanning walked out in a white gauze dress. She had a pure and lovely appearance, fair skin, and long black hair that reached her waist. She seemed to see Yi-chun, and her gaze lingered on him for a few seconds. Yi-chun looked up and met her gaze. A slight smile seemed to linger at the corners of Song Wanning's lips. He's here. Yi-chun nodded, which was considered a greeting. Then, Song Wanning sat gracefully at the piano, her slender white fingers slowly striking the black and white keys, and exquisite notes flowed from her fingertips. It was the first time Toanchuan had heard such a beautiful piano piece. She raised her little head, put down her phone, and looked at the pretty auntie on the screen. She whispered in her father's ear. Dad, the pretty auntie sounds nice. She's a pretty auntie. She used to give you candy. Do you like it when she plays the piano? Toanchuan nodded. I like it. The exquisite piano music echoed in every corner of the hall. Everyone closed their eyes, immersing themselves in the beautiful yet melancholic piano music. It seems to tell the story of one person's love for another, but in the end, for various reasons, they did not end up together. Pity. Desolate. Yichen muttered to himself. Why is Song Wanning's piano music so melancholic? Fengli nodded and said, perhaps it's because they can't have what they want. Yichen scratched his head. Song Wanning has a boyfriend now. The one we met last time was quite handsome. As the last note faded, a tear fell from the corner of Song Wanning's eye. However, no one saw it. Immediately, applause erupted from all around. Song Wanning stood up, bowed slightly, and then withdrew. The crowd dispersed. The piano performance, though only 10 minutes long, left a lasting impression. This piece of music is beautiful, but it's a bit too melancholic. It makes me want to cry. Who says it isn't? I even cried. What kind of state of mind must one be in to play such a sad piece? I can't have it. The crowd was buzzing with discussion. Backstage room. Song Xian handed her a napkin. Sis, are you really not going out to take a look? Song Wanning wiped her tears with a napkin, sat on the sofa, her eyes red-rimmed. No need. He already has a better option. I don't want to disturb his life. I'm very grateful that he came today. Song Xian tried to dissuade her, saying, Sister, you're too selfless. Why don't you just go and take it? If you want something, take it back. Song Wanning said in a low voice, some things are not yours just because you snatch them. The way he looks at me is different from the way he looks at Fengli. They are a perfect match. They even have a daughter. What do I have to compete with them? Song Wanning gave a wry smile. It's all right. I will devote myself to practicing the piano from now on, and nothing will be able to shake me anymore. Shu Xin advised. Why don't you go out and say a few more words to him? He's leaving soon, and you might never see him again. Then let's just disappear, Song Wanning said calmly. 273 The little clingy kid who secretly follows his dad. Once in the car, Tuanshuan clung to her father's arm with both of her little hands. Dad, Tuanshuan, eat cake. Okay, Daddy promised you today, I'll buy you a big cake. Tuanshuan is such a little glutton. Yichen gently tapped Tuan's little nose, and then started the car. Upstairs, Song Wanning stood on the windowsill, quietly watching the cars below until they disappeared from her sight. Royal cake. Yichen stopped the car and took the little one out. Tuanshuan, you choose for yourself. Little Tuanshuan, carrying a small bunny bag, walked beside her parents. She was so cute that everyone wanted to take a second look. What an adorable baby. She's so beautiful. I really want to take her home. Sweetie, what color burlap sack do you want? Annie will go buy it right away. Yichun twitched his lips and squeezed his daughter's little hand tightly. These people actually wanted to take his daughter away openly and honestly. That's outrageous. Tuanshuan shook her head and said in her childish voice, Tuanshuan, follow Daddy. So cute. Tuanshuan walked to the shop window, pressed her face against it, and looked at the cakes inside. Her eyelashes fluttered, and her big eyes sparkled. Daddy, Tuanshuan wants a princess. Tuanshuan pointed with one of her little fingers to the pink cake in front of her. It had a three-dimensional relief carving of a little princess standing on the cake, which looked very pretty. Okay, we'll take this one. After buying the cake for the baby, Yichen quickly carried her back to the car, afraid that his daughter would be taken away. Those people all wanted to take his daughter away. Back home, Xiao Tuanshuan looked at the cake for a long time, reluctant to eat it. Yichen asked, Tuanshuan, why aren't you eating the cake? Don't you like this cake? Tuanshuan likes it, but Tuanshuan won't eat it. The little guy shook his head like a rattle drum. Actually, the baby just didn't want to eat such a pretty little cake. Okay, then we won't eat it. We'll just leave it there. But Tuanshuan was very greedy, and her mouth was practically watering. Yichun was both amused and exasperated, having never seen such an adorable baby before. Fengli glanced at the little guy who was drooling. Eat up, and Daddy will buy you another one next time. Tuanshuan couldn't wait and took a bite. Daddy, buy one for Tuanshuan. Okay, Dad will buy you a bigger one next time. Of course, I have to fulfill my daughter's request. Piano prodigy Song Wanning sheds tears. Absolutely breathtaking. The beauty of regret. Who does the goddess have a crush on? Several trending topics immediately topped the list. What happened to the goddess? Why did she cry while playing the piano? The piano piece performed this time was very melancholic. I heard that most people cried while listening to it. Who is Song Wanning secretly in love with? Which guy is it? Come out and tell us. You made the goddess cry, and while you don't feel sorry for her, I do. Yichen was completely confused. Song Wanning has a boyfriend. Who is she secretly in love with? Could it be him? Yichen shook his head violently. Impossible. What are you muttering to yourself? Yichen said, It's nothing. I'm going to see Grandpa Yi this afternoon. Yes, I'll buy some things while I'm at it. In a few days, it will be the old man's 70th birthday. Yichun said anxiously, It's Grandpa Ye's 70th birthday. What should I prepare? Don't rush, there are still several days left. Go check on the old man's health today. Okay, I'm leaving now. You stay home and watch Tuanchuan draw. She might have a competition soon, so she can't be lazy anymore. This little guy likes playing games now. Tuanchuan put down her phone, stuck out her little tongue, and said, Tuanchuan isn't playing. Sweetie, Daddy can't be with you this afternoon. Let Mommy stay with you instead. Daddy's going now. No sooner had Yichun left than a little tail followed him, sneaking behind his father and peeking around curiously. As soon as Yichun turned around, Xiao Tuanchuan quickly hid in the flower bed next to her, shrinking herself into a tiny ball. She thought her dad couldn't see her, but actually, her little head was already peeking out. Suddenly, her ear was grabbed. Little Tuanchuan looked up in confusion and immediately saw her father. She smiled at her father, trying to get away with it by being cute. Yichun deliberately asked, Tuanchuan, what are you doing here? Tuanchuan blinked her big, dark eyes and pointed to the little flower next to her with her little finger. Tuanchuan, look at the flower. Yichun pinched the baby's little cheek. You want to hide in the flower bed to see the flowers? Did you secretly follow Daddy? Little Tuanchuan, her secret exposed, awkwardly stuck out her little tongue and said, No, I won't go. Yichun picked up the little one and patted the dirt off her. In that case, you can stay with Daddy, you little clingy thing. Tuanchuan's big eyes curved into crescents as she happily nestled on her father's shoulder. Good boy, Tuanchuan. Dad knows we're going to see Grandpa Yi today. He'll be happy to see you. Yichun placed the little guy in the seat next to him and fastened his seatbelt. Familly, I'll take Tuanchuan with me. Good. The car quickly left the yard. Familly went to the study and started a video conference. The people opposite me were all unfamiliar faces from various countries. An elderly man spoke up. Familly, you've gone too far this time. You've tormented Tess to this extent. He's your junior brother, after all. Familly said coldly. Junior brother? I never admitted to that. Ling Yun gritted her teeth in anger. Familly, you'd better watch yourself. Harming your fellow disciples. You will be punished when the guild leader returns. Okay, I'll wait. Look at her temperament. I really don't know what the president sees in her. Calm down, stop talking. Familly crossed his arms and quietly watched the old men in front of him arguing. Yichun drove his daughter to buy a gift. I bought several boxes of nutritional supplements and also bought some high-quality tea for the old man. The car was speeding along the road when suddenly an unidentified object appeared in front of them. Yichun thought it was his imagination and immediately stepped on the brakes. With a thud, it sounded like they bumped into something. Then, an old man in white lay straight down on the ground. Yichun sat there blankly, unable to come back to his senses for a long time. It looks like he bumped into someone. Dad, Grandpa, I fell down. Little Tuanchuan patted her father's arm. Yichun finally came to his senses and immediately got out of the car to help the man up. Grandpa, are you all right? What to do? He hit someone. But this person was hit so hard. How come there was no bleeding? Grandpa, wake up. More and more people gathered around to watch. Why don't we call an ambulance first? There's no blood. Why call an ambulance? You're just trying to scam me. A staged accident. Yichun shook the old man in white, who finally opened his eyes and said in a strong voice, Stop shaking him, or he'll get dizzy. Yichun said happily, Grandpa, you're really all right. What old man? Am I that old? 274. A strange man smashed a hole in his car. Mo.E waved his hand. Don't call me Grandpa, call me brother. Yichun twitched his lips. This person looked to be in his 50s or 60s. Are you really all right? It's nothing, I just got hit by a car. Then he actually stood up and waved his hand dismissively. Yichun was shocked, his eyes wide open like copper bells. He clearly bumped into the old man just now. He even heard the sound. Mo.E sighed. I was running too fast just now and accidentally bumped into your car. Luckily, I didn't damage it, just left a small dent. Then, Yi-Chen saw that the front of his car was dented from the impact. Is this person made of King Kong? They actually managed to smash a hole in his car. Yi-Chen asked in a low voice, Are you not human? Moe immediately became anxious. You're not human. Look closely. I'm a genuine human being. I'm here to find my unfilial disciple. Yi-Chen took a few steps back and said, Are you really all right? Then I'll be going now. I have other things to do. I have a feeling that this old man is not quite normal. What normal person could smash a hole in his car? The people around were also stunned. Tuanchuan stepped forward and said, Grandpa, it hurts. Moe squatted down and rubbed the baby's little head. Little cutie, how come you are so cute? You look just like my disciple. Grandpa, I got hit by a car, it hurts. Little Tuanchuan pointed at her grandfather's head. Ha ha ha, Grandpa doesn't hurt. Grandpa doesn't hurt at all. You're such a good boy. Moe pointed at Familly's car. It's your car, I don't need to pay for it, right? No need. It's good that you're all right. You're a good kid. I'm going to find my disciple now. See you again sometime. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi-Chen realized there was no one in front of him. He rubbed his eyes. There really was no one there. They just vanished into thin air like that. Who is this person? They're amazing. His strength should be no less than Grandpa Yes. Tuanchuan tilted her little head in confusion and asked her father, Dad, Grandpa is gone. Yi-Chen carried Xiao Tuanchuan into the car. Yes, Grandpa probably went to look for someone. Grandpa fly. Yi-Chen was amused by the little guy. Grandpa can't fly. He's just too fast for you to see. After this little incident, Yi-Chen's car successfully arrived at the Yi family manor. Tuanchuan, clutching a box of nutritional supplements, peeked out with her little head and called out in her sweet, childish voice, Grandpa. Hey, little Tuanchuan is here. She brought something for Great-Grandpa. Come over here and let Great-Grandpa see it. The old man smiled and picked up Tuanchuan. Tuanchuan looked to be in excellent health, showing no signs of illness. Yi-Chen immediately said, Grandpa, you haven't recovered yet. Don't hold Tuanchuan. It's nothing. I'm perfectly fine. Why did you come to see Grandpa and bring things? Grandpa is in great health. Old Master Yi coughed twice, pretending to be serious. Yi-Chen immediately helped the man to the sofa. Grandpa Yi, these are nutritional supplements I bought for you. I heard they're the best for treating coughs. You can brew them and drink them. Okay, you're such a thoughtful child. Yilan turned her head and gave Old Master Yi a look. Old Master Yi looked at Yi-Chen with a smile, secretly reaching out from behind him. Just as he touched Yi-Chen's hair, Yi-Chen suddenly turned around. Grandpa, this box contains tea. I heard that old people like to drink tea, so I bought you tea, Guanyin. Okay. Yi-Chen's father and Yilan were far away from Yi-Chen, so they could only desperately try to signal to the old man with their eyes. Old Master Yi sat next to Yi-Chen, raising his hand from time to time, but he had no opportunity to do so. We can't make it too obvious either. Yi-Chen then said, Grandpa, what's wrong with you today? Is something on your mind? Or are you feeling unwell? Why don't you go and rest first? No, I'm not tired, and I have nothing on my mind. I don't need to rest. I'm glad you came. I want to talk to you a little more. The old man kept pestering Yi-Chen with questions, while little Tuanchuan was pulled aside by Madame Yi to be fed. Grandma, Tuanchuan doesn't want to eat. Tuanchuan is chubby. The little one shook his head, wanting to go find his father, but was stopped again. Tuanchuan, have you been drawing lately? Do you have any new works to show Grandma? Tuanchuan took her phone out of her bunny bag to show her grandma her recent drawings. Tuanchuan's drawing is really good. She's so young, yet she can create such beautiful colors. Round and round. The baby was overjoyed to receive praise from Grandma. Grandpa Yi chatted with Yi-Chen about everything under the sun and asked him about his childhood. Yi-Chen stammered and couldn't answer. Grandpa, actually I don't remember much about my childhood. Old Master Yi's expression changed slightly. I don't remember. What exactly happened? Yi-Chen explained. I must have fallen and hit the back of my head when I was a child, which caused memory loss, so I don't remember anything. I see. Yilan nodded thoughtfully, then suddenly asked, Yi-Chen, aren't you Wang Feng? Yi-Chen's voice was low and deep. I am not him, and I don't even know who I am or where my parents are. Yilan opened her mouth, but hesitated to speak. It's not confirmed yet, so let's not tell him. What if it turns out to be another false alarm? Even when Yichen left, the old man still hadn't gotten a single hair from him. He was anxiously preparing to take action when he suddenly saw a hair fall off the sofa. This must be Yichen's hair. Grandpa, I'm leaving now. Please take good care of yourself at home. I'll come to see you again in a couple of days. The old man was reluctant to leave, saying, Why didn't you stay for dinner? Grandpa wanted to talk to you a little longer. Seeing you makes me feel so close to you, just like my own grandson. We won't disturb Grandpa's rest anymore. Tuanshuan, we're leaving now. Come here to Daddy. Yi Chun stretched out a hand, and the little dumpling quickly climbed down from the sofa and took her father's hand. What did you talk about with Grandma today? Tuanshuan raised her little head and said in a sweet, childlike voice, Grandma, watch Tuanshuan draw. Madam Yi nodded and said, Tuanshuan is the most talented baby I have ever seen. In the future, she will definitely be a famous little painter. Yi Chen smiled and said, Thank you for the compliment, Auntie. In 2 weeks, Tuanshuan will be participating in the children's art painting competition. Really? Then I wish Tuanshuan the best of luck in winning the championship. Tuanshuan politely said, Thank you, Grandma. Yi Chen got into the car with Xiao Tuanshuan, and the old man immediately rushed back to pick up the hair from the sofa. I got it, Xiao Lan. Hurry up and go to the paternity testing agency. 275 Master? Could he be a cultivator? Old Master Yi couldn't wait any longer. Hurry up. Yilan put her hair into the file bag. Grandpa, I'll go now. The test results should be out tomorrow. Okay, the sooner the better, the sooner the better. I've always had a feeling that Yi Chun is the grandson of our Yi family. Yi's father said, Dad, what if it isn't? Grandpa Yi said angrily, My intuition has always been the most accurate. That child must have hit his head when he was little and forgotten his past. Besides, he hit his head when he was 5 years old, and Lin Lin was lost around the same time. Is it really such a coincidence? Everyone fell silent. It was indeed quite a coincidence. Mom, Tuanshuan, you're back. The little bundle of milk rushed towards its mother. Familly was processing data on her computer when suddenly a little baby appeared on her. Where's Dad? Dad, he's behind us. As soon as he finished speaking, Yichen entered. Familly, I need to go to the repair shop in a bit. Familly looked up and asked, What are you doing at the repair shop? Is the car broken? I bumped into someone today. Familly suddenly stood up, looked Yichen up and down, and asked with concern, Who did you bump into? Are you hurt? Yi Chun grasped Familly's hand and said, It's all right, of course I'm all right. However, the person I hit was very strange. He was like an Iron Man. He smashed a hole in my car, but he was completely unharmed. Familly frowned slightly. You crashed your car and left a hole in it, and he's completely unharmed? Yi Chun nodded. That's indeed the case. Little Tuanshuan nodded and said in her childish voice, Grandpa, you're amazing. Familly was silent for a moment, then asked, What does that person look like? Yi Chun thought about it carefully. He looked to be in his 50s or 60s, dressed in white, with long hair, and looked like a wise and otherworldly being. Could it be a cultivator? Could there really be cultivators in this world? Familly's eyes darkened slightly. He's not. He just has a stronger physical body. Yi Chun continued. I also heard that the old man came looking for some disciple, said a few words to me, and then left in a hurry. I took him to the hospital, but he wouldn't go. He's so impatient. I don't even know if he's okay. Familly nodded and said, Okay, I understand. I'll go to the study first. Okay, I'll go fix the car. There's a hole in the front. Familly advised, Don't bother repairing it. Drive another car. You should have replaced that car a long time ago. There are so many cars in the garage, just pick one. Okay, I'll get it fixed when I have time. I've been quite busy lately. Yi Chun sat on the sofa, continuing to compose music on his tablet. Familly returned to her study and made a phone call. My disciple, where are you? I can't find you. This place is too big, and there are vehicles everywhere. It's too dangerous. A car just hit me, but those cars are like decorations, too weak. I just smashed a hole in them. Familly twitched her lips. She guessed correctly. He really was an old rascal. What are you doing in the capital? I came to find you. It's been so long since I've seen you. You don't even come back to see me. I'm such a pitiful master, like an old man left behind on the island every day. Feng looked speechless. Don't you have a lot of people around you? I don't like any of those. What I like most is you, my disciple. Where are you? I'll come find you. Feng said helplessly. I'm in the northern suburbs. You might not be able to find me. Give me your location and I'll come pick you up when I have time. Northern suburbs? Mo ran wildly down the street, holding his phone. Everyone felt a white figure flash past their eyes and thought it was an illusion. Disciple, wait for me. I'll be there soon. You don't need to come pick me up. I'll find the place myself. Then, Feng heard a sudden screech of brakes. This old rascal's arrival in the capital is likely to paralyze the traffic. Who knows how many more cars will be affected? Could you slow down and obey the traffic rules? This isn't like M State. Mo shook his head. Disciple, what are traffic rules? I see some lights here, red, yellow, and green. They look quite nice. Feng sighed and rubbed his forehead in exasperation. You can only walk when the light is green. You can only walk when the light is green. Oh, that's too slow. No. At this rate, when will I ever get to the northern suburbs? After saying that, Mo quickened his pace again. I'm in a hurry to see my disciple. Feng came out of the study, feeling completely overwhelmed, and sighed. Yichen asked considerately, what's wrong? Is there some problem at work? Feng shook his head helplessly and said, with a road menace coming to the capital, traffic will be paralyzed immediately. A road menace? Is it that old man who was running around on the road at high speed? I didn't see him clearly at the time. That's why I bumped into him. Yichen still feels a chill when he thinks about it now. Luckily, it was an old man with a special constitution. Otherwise, there would have been a real car accident. He is illiterate. He comes from another place. He doesn't understand traffic rules, and he can't read traffic lights. Yichen exclaimed in surprise. There are still such backward places that don't even know what a traffic light is. Feng nodded. Yes, it is indeed quite backward. The people there do not admire science, but only martial arts. Feng, how do you know so much? Do you know that old man in white? Before he finished speaking, the person had already arrived. A white figure suddenly appeared, startling Yichen so much that he dropped his tablet and stared in shock at the old man in front of him. Are you the old man I hit? Mo stood in front of Yichen. So it was you. No. How come you're with my disciple? This is my disciple's home. Feng said calmly. This is my husband. Mo's jaw nearly dropped to the ground in shock. You have a husband? When did that happen? How come I didn't know? Then he started crying, saying, my disciple got married and didn't even tell his master. He has no conscience. Feng almost rolled her eyes. This old rascal was still the same as before. Yichen looked at Feng. Is this your master? Feng nodded. Yes, it's been several years since I last saw my master, maybe 4 or 5 years. 4 years and 8 months. It's been so long since you last went to M State. You must have forgotten about your mentor. You didn't even invite me to your wedding. Tuanshuan took out her little milk candy and said, Grandpa, don't cry. Have some candy. The old man immediately stopped crying and sat on the sofa eating candy. Yichen's lips twitched. This person really was a rascal. 276. A fiercely protective husband. He's panicked. Moe pinched Tuan's little face and asked, Who are you? You even know to give Grandpa candy. You're so good. Grandpa, it's Tuanshuan. Moe ate another chocolate and continued. Tuanshuan, where are your mom and dad? The little one pointed to his parents beside him and said in a sweet, childish voice, Tuanshuan's mommy, daddy. Moe raised her head, her expression stiffening for a moment, and the chocolate in her hand fell to the ground. After a while, he came to his senses and said, Disciple, don't tell me this is your daughter. Feng nodded calmly. Yes, this is my daughter Tuanshuan. She is 3 years old this year. You even have a daughter? Moe pinched Tuan's little face and asked in disbelief, How is this possible? How could you possibly have such a cute daughter? You've always been cold and aloof, so why is your daughter so adorable? It must be because of him. Moe came to Yichen's side and patted him on the shoulder. You are my disciple's husband. You are good looking. From now on, you are also my disciple. Yichen raised his hand and pointed to the sky. Senior, are you a cultivator? Did you come from up there? What immortality cultivation? We are martial arts masters. If you want, I can make you as powerful as me. After all, You're my disciple's husband, and practically my disciple too. Since she refuses to inherit my mantle, the future rests on your shoulders. Moe grasped Yichen's hand and said, I see you have exceptional talent. You're clearly a good candidate for martial arts. From now on, you'll follow me. Really? Can you teach me? Moe patted his chest. Of course, in this world, if I dare to claim to be second, no one dares to claim to be first. Even the undefeated legend Lao Yi was defeated by me back then. Feng Li shielded Yi Chun behind her, saying, Are you looking for an heir? I'm sorry. Yi Chun won't go back with you to be your heir. He's mine. My disciple, why are you so nervous? I see him as a good candidate for martial arts training, and he is destined to be with me. Feng Li coldly replied, Is that so? You came here just to make me go back and become your heir, trapped in M state. Moe shook his head and sighed. I missed you, so I came to see you. As you know, the Alliance Tournament, which takes place every 5 years, is about to begin. As my disciple, shouldn't you go back and see it? Feng Li said indifferently, I'm not interested in these things. I'm only interested in making money. You are my last disciple. If you don't go back this time, what will I do? Feng Li raised her eyelids. Why don't you just take on another disciple? After saying that, Mo Yi's gaze fell on Yi Chun. I think he's not bad. Feng Li immediately said, No, Yi Chun cannot be your last disciple, nor can he return to M State to inherit your mantle. The old man gave a haughty snort. How do you know he doesn't want to? Being my apprentice is the dream of so many people. Yi Chun said in a low voice, Senior, I'm sorry, I've lived in the capital for over 20 years. My wife, children, relatives, classmates, and company are here. I can't go to M State to inherit your mantle. You should find someone else. Mo Yi's tone hardened. What? You actually refuse? Do you know who you're rejecting? Yi Chun said calmly. I just want to live with my family and friends. Mo covered his face and almost burst into tears. I'm such a lonely old man. I can't even take on a disciple now. Yi Chun comforted him. Senior, don't cry. Tell me what's wrong with you. Mo said pitifully. The martial arts tournament is coming soon. My apprentice hasn't practiced martial arts for 5 years, and she's probably already ruined. I just want to find an apprentice to participate in the tournament. Yi Chun felt sorry for his senior, and his heart softened. If you just want to participate in the competition, I can help you. Mo exclaimed excitedly. Really? You can really help me? You're really willing to be my apprentice? I promise, I will never keep you trapped in M State. You can go wherever you want. Sure, after all, you are Feng Li's master, so you are also my half-master. Mo nodded repeatedly. Haha. Okay, let's begin then. Yi Chun was completely confused. What are you doing? Of course I'll become your disciple. Didn't you say I'm half your master? If you become my disciple, you'll be my apprentice and my last disciple. Mo sat upright on the sofa, waiting for Yi Chun to become his disciple. Yi Chun said helplessly, I only said I would help you. I didn't say I had to become your disciple. You're rejecting me. Do you know who you're rejecting? Mo Yi's expression changed slightly. He suddenly stood up and raised his hand to grab Yi Chun's shoulder, but Yi Chun was quick and turned around to avoid it. Senior, what are you going to do? You're pretty good, kid. Let me try you again. Mo charged at Yi Chun again. Yi Chun quickly dodged, and the two clashed in the hall. They went back and forth, neither giving an inch, and surprisingly, they were evenly matched with Moe. Yi Chun was still young, and he was accidentally hit on the shoulder by Moe, staggering back a few steps. Senior, I have lost. Moe was very satisfied and repeatedly praised. Good. You are simply a martial arts prodigy. At such a young age, your speed and strength are unparalleled. I must take you as my disciple. Yi Chun politely replied. Thank you for your kindness, Senior, but I have no intention of becoming your disciple. I have other things to do. No, you will definitely become my disciple in the future. Feng Li turned to Moe and asked, Are you going to stay here for a few days? I'll have someone clean a room for you. My apprentice is so thoughtful. I've decided to stay here for a few days. He absolutely had to take Yi Chun as his disciple. He would regret it for the rest of his life if he missed out on such a genius. Yi Chun was composing music when Moe sat down beside him with a smile, pulling out several blue-covered books from his pocket that looked quite old. Look what this is. Yi Chun raised his eyelids. 36 moves in a martial arts manual? This is one of my unique secret techniques. As long as you become my disciple, all these secret techniques here are yours. Then, Moe searched his body and found several more books. Do you really want them? If you become my disciple, all of these will be yours. Yichin shook his head slightly. No need. I'm not too interested in these things. So what are you interested in? Tell me. Yichin said, I like writing songs and composing music. Moe frowned. Yichun, if you don't become my disciple, Fengli will be the only one who can participate in the competition this time. She hasn't practiced martial arts for 5 years. Do you know how badly she will be beaten by those people? Yichin's eyes darkened. Fengli is going to participate in a competition, and she might get injured? He panicked. 277 exciting. My husband becomes my junior. Yes, Xiao Lily is my last disciple. 5 years ago, she participated in the competition. Although she was injured, she still won the championship. But things are different 5 years later. Moe hesitated, as if he wanted to say something, but then stopped. Yichin asked anxiously, how come it's different? Moe slowly said, for years ago, Lingyan took in a disciple with extremely high comprehension. He should only be 24 years old this year, and he already has no rivals. Everyone says that he will definitely be the champion this time. Yichin asked, Lingyan? Is he Master Tesdao? Moe thought about it seriously for a long time. I haven't heard the name Tess for a long time. Tess was one of the worst in the league conference, and he didn't even have the qualifications to participate in the competition. Yichin was shocked. Tess is not famous in the world, and has never had an opponent. No rivals. Didn't he lose that martial arts tournament last time? Yichin touched the tip of his nose. Yes, he lost to me. Moe was even more satisfied. Yichin, you are my destined disciple. Hurry up and become my disciple. As long as you become my disciple, I will give you anything. Yichin said, no. Do you really want your master to kneel before you? Making an elder kneel is said to shorten one's lifespan. Moe gently shook Yichin's shoulder and snatched his tablet away. There's no future in what you're doing. Yichin said helplessly, I just don't want to become an apprentice. Senior, you are very talented and you will definitely be able to find a better disciple. Yichin is really at a loss for words when it comes to composing music for his new song, which is about to be released. Moe returned the tablet to Yichin and turned to leave. Since that's the case, I have no choice but to let Xiao Lily participate in the competition. She might get a terrible beating and even get injured. Alas, my poor disciple, she's going to get injured again this time. Etc. Yichin immediately stopped Moe. Didn't you say you wouldn't be my apprentice? Why are you blocking my way? I'm going to find Xiao Lily. Yichin retorted without backing down. What did you mean by what you just said? You still want Fengli to participate in the competition. Of course, she is my last and only disciple, so naturally she will represent me in the competition. Yichin frowned and said, no, Fengli will get hurt. You said it yourself, there are so many powerful people here. What if Fengli gets hurt? She's my only disciple. If she doesn't participate, no one else will. Are you going to participate in her place? All right, you continue writing songs. I'll go talk to Xiao Lily about this and tell her to prepare properly. Yichin originally wanted to participate in this competition to meet more people, and it would be even better if he could participate in place of Fengli. I do. Moe picked at his ear, knowing the answer already, and asked, what are you willing to do? Yichin raised his head. I am willing to become your disciple, and I will participate in this competition in Fengli's place. Moe coughed a few times. Weren't you unwilling just now? Why are you suddenly willing now? I originally wanted to participate in this competition too, to see who's even more amazing. It would be even better if I could go in Fengli's place. You're not going to leave me stuck in M state, are you? Moe waved his hand. No. No. Do you think I'm that kind of person? Hurry up. Yichin asked in confusion. Hurry up and become an apprentice, or you'll miss this opportunity. Moe sat upright on the sofa. Yichin stood in front of him and bowed slightly. Master. Ah, my good disciple, how wonderful. Fengli came out of the study and happened to see this scene. She rushed to the old rascal's side. What are you going to do now? Moe had a smug look on his face. It's nothing. I just took on a disciple, and I'm very satisfied with him. You don't need to go to the competition this time. Your junior brother will go in your place. Junior brother? Feng looked at Yi Chun and raised an eyebrow slightly. Husband becomes junior apprentice? Mo said in a serious tone. Yes. Yi Chun will be your junior brother from now on. Feng pulled Yi Chun aside and whispered, Yi Chun, why did you agree to him? This old man is very troublesome. He might force you to do things you don't want to do in the future. It's okay. I'm going to participate in the competition anyway, so I'll become his apprentice. You don't need to participate. Feng suddenly realized. So, you became his disciple for my sake. Yi Chun nodded and said, Yes, I heard you were injured in the last competition. Where were you injured? Feng pointed to her arm. It's nothing serious. I just bumped my arm, but it's already healed. Don't worry, I'll be here for you from now on. I'll never let you get hurt. Yi Chun hugged Feng Li's waist, and the two looked at each other tenderly. Mo stood to the side, arms crossed, and pouted. Oh, I'll be here for you from now on. I'll never let you get hurt. Yi Chun blushed and quickly released Feng Li. How could this old man still hear it from so far away? What a playful old man. Little Lily, you have such good taste in husbands. You found someone young and handsome, and in good health too. Feng Li raised an eyebrow. That's natural. My standards have always been very high. Mo asked in a low voice, How are the plans for a second child? When are you going to have one? Tuanshuan is already so big. Yi Chun almost bit his tongue. Senior, please don't ask anymore. I have no plans to have a second child. You've already acknowledged me as your master, and you've already performed the apprenticeship ceremony. Why are you still calling me senior? Are you going to change how you address me? Yi Chun whispered, Master? This title sounds better. From now on, call me Master. You two are my disciples. Mo slumped onto the sofa and began to boss Xiao Tuanshuan around. Tuanshuan, peel some candy for your grandmaster. The little dumpling took out the largest chocolate candy, bit it open with its mouth, peeled it open with difficulty, and then handed it to the great master. Grandpa, have some candy. Mo stared at the candy that Tuan had bitten off half of, lost in thought. There seemed to be some of the baby's drool on it. Grandpa, have some candy. The baby put the candy near Grandpa's mouth. Mo coughed a few times. Tuanshuan, you should eat this candy yourself. Grandmaster can peel it for you. Tuanshuan rubbed her eyes, looking aggrieved. Grandpa, I don't like it. It's not that I don't like it. Grandpa just suddenly doesn't like this candy. Grandpa will eat this one. Mo gently rubbed the baby's head. From now on, you're not allowed to call me Grandpa. You have to call me Grandmaster. I'm your Grandmaster. Grandmaster, have some candy. Little Tuanshuan brought over her candy again. Mo couldn't bear to eat the candy covered in the baby's saliva, and was about to refuse when Yi Chun suddenly walked over and took the candy from her. Daddy, eat this. This is Daddy's favorite flavor of candy. Tuanshuan's dark eyes blinked, and she laughed happily. Dad is the best. 278, he's Yi Lin. Am I dreaming? The following day, a trending topic appeared on social media. Shocking. A cultivator has appeared in the capital. An old man in white robes, a cultivator. The world has become surreal. Several pictures are attached below. On the road, a white figure flashed by quickly, so fast that it was impossible to see the figure clearly. Only a fleeting afterimage could be caught. No way, could there really be cultivators in this world? Damn, he's definitely a cultivator. Where's this master? I want to become his apprentice too. Such speed, could it be an alien? This is incredible. I was so ignorant. I didn't know that cultivators really exist in this world. The Tao is boundless. I must now go and seek apprenticeship, everyone. Goodbye, fellow Taoists. The figure in white even appeared in the news reports. According to reports, yesterday an elderly man in white robes moved with incredible speed. He didn't look like an ordinary person, but rather like a legendary cultivator. This matter is still under investigation. Tuanshuan pointed at the person on the screen and said in a childish voice, Grandpa is Grandmaster. Yi Chun looked up and saw that the person on the TV report was none other than his master. Feng Li looked up and asked, How many people saw you when you came? Why were you still photographed? Mo was gnawing on a pig's trotter and said casually, How should I know? I was in a hurry to find you, so I was a bit faster. These cars are too slow, for wheels can't keep up with my two legs. Yi Chun twitched his lips. Now some people are treating Master as a cultivator, and it's all over the internet. What should we do about this? Should we try to clarify things? Otherwise it will only get worse. Familly said, no need. His identity is special, and it's not convenient for him to show his face. Let's put this matter aside for now, and people will forget about it in a few days. Then, she turned to look at Moe and said, you are not allowed to go out anymore. You unfilial disciple, do you expect me to stay confined in this courtyard? Familly added, you'll need to take a car when you go out in the future. Fine, I'll take the car then, the old man said, puffing out his beard and glaring. Little Tuanchuan grabbed her grandfather's beard with one tiny paw. Grandpa, beard grow. With her two little hands, she braided her great master's little mustache into a small braid. Yi-chun, Tuanchuan, that's grandmaster's beard. Moe waved his hand. It's all right. I think Tuanchuan has extraordinary bones and is a good material for martial arts training. He can learn martial arts from grandmaster in the future. Master, no, Tuanchuan is a girl, and she's still young. She likes to draw. What does it matter? Boys and girls are the same. I think Xiao Tuanchuan is a martial arts prodigy. Moe patted Tuan Tuan's little head. Little Tuan Tuan, would you like to learn martial arts from your great-grandfather? Tuanchuan had no idea what her great-grandfather had said, and tilted her little head in confusion. It means learning very powerful martial arts so that you can run very fast. Tuanchuan shook her head, picked up her small paintbrush, and continued drawing on the table. Tuanchuan likes to draw. Master, you see, Tuanchuan likes to draw, but doesn't like martial arts. Moe urged. Then you should hurry up and have another one. My mantle cannot be left without a successor. Yi-chun pursed his lips and secretly glanced at Familly. Having a baby is something you can't rush. Suddenly, a car horn sounded outside. As soon as Yi-chun stepped out, a familiar old man got out of the car. Grandpa Yi, what brings you here? Grandpa Yi stroked Yi-chun's face, tears streaming down his face. You are Lin. Yi-chun asked in confusion. Grandpa Yi, what are you saying? At this moment, Madame Yi also got out of the carriage, looked at Yi-chun, her eyes red-rimmed, and said, he's my child. Yi-chun was even more confused. What was wrong with these people? Why are they all so excited when they see him? Yi-chun asked, Aunt Yi, what's wrong? What happened? Suddenly, he was pulled into the arms of Night Mother. Yi-chun was caught off guard, but the embrace was so warm that he forgot to push it away. Child, this is my child, our Lin. Aunt Yi, are you sure you haven't mistaken me for someone else? I am Yi-chun, not Lin. Madame Yi sobbed. Yes, you are him. You are the child we lost more than 10 years ago. Yi-chun stood there dumbfounded, unable to come to his senses for a long time. What did Aunt Yi just say? Is he Yi-lin? It's Lin, you are him. Yi-chun whispered. Aunt Yi, you must have mistaken me for someone else. Yi-lan walked forward in her high heels and handed a folder to Yi-chun. No, we won't mistake someone for someone else. This is a paternity test, take a look. Yi-chun was stunned for a moment. Paternity test? How did you do a paternity test? Old Master Yi said. When you went to my house yesterday, you left some hair on the sofa. Yi-chun suddenly realized what was going on and immediately opened the folder. Sure enough, the test results showed a 99% parent-child relationship. So, he really is the young master of the Yi family who has been missing for more than 10 years? Yi-chun was in shock and didn't come to his senses for a long time. This news was extremely important to him. A group of people from the Yi family surrounded him, asking him all sorts of questions. But he couldn't hear anything anymore. Only one thing was on his mind. He is Yi-lin? Familly came out with the little one and asked, Madame Yi, what brings you here? Madame Yi said excitedly, Shaoli, Yi-chun is my Lin. He is my biological son. Familly thought Madame Yi was talking nonsense again, and said helplessly, Madame Yi, he is Yi-chun. Really, look at the paternity test results. I've already done a paternity test with him. Madame Yi handed the folder to Familly, saying, take a look. Familly glanced at it briefly, then raised an eyebrow. So, Yi-chun really is a child of your Yi family, the young master of the Yi family who has been missing for over 10 years. Yes, I felt a sense of familiarity with Yi-chun the moment I saw him. I never imagined that he was really my son. Madame Yi was so excited that tears streamed down her face. Heaven has truly blessed me, allowing me to find my son. Father Ye's eyes also welled up with tears. Yes, our Linlin. After more than 10 years, we've finally found her. The Yi family members were so excited they couldn't express it, surrounding Yi Chun and asking him all sorts of questions. Linlin, why don't you come back and stay? Mom hasn't seen you in so long, and I miss you terribly. Yes, Linlin, Grandpa's eldest grandson has grown up so much. No wonder your moves seemed familiar. It turns out I taught them when you were little. Grandpa Yi chuckled and patted Yi Chun on the shoulder. Not bad. Worthy of being my grandson, Yi Qing. Yi Chun was also extremely excited. Had he finally found his biological parents? Was he dreaming? 279 The two old people are arguing. This is my beloved grandson. This is my beloved disciple. The family sat together in the living room. Tuanchuan was held tightly in Madame Ye's arms, who was reluctant to let go. So this is my granddaughter. No wonder she seems so familiar at first glance. She also has a talent for drawing. She inherited it from her grandmother. Tuanchuan nuzzled against her grandma's face. Grandma. Yes, Tuanchuan, I am your real grandma. Tuanchuan said in her childish voice. Grandma, kiss. So good. Our Tuanchuan is so good. Yi Chun opened his mouth, but hesitated to speak. Madame Yi looked at Yi Chun. Little Chun, Mom wants you to come home and stay for a few days. Your room is still empty. Nothing has changed at night. It's still the same as when you were a child. Yi Chun muttered to himself. I don't actually remember anything from when I was a child. As long as you're well, Grandpa will be content. It's okay if you don't want to go back. Grandpa Yi looked at Yi Chun with deep emotion. He was just a 3 or 4-year-old child before. I never imagined he would grow up so fast. We weren't there for you, Linlin. Will you blame us? Yi Chun shook his head. It's not my fault. I know you've been looking for me. Besides, I've been doing quite well these past few years. I have my grandmother, and now I have Feng Li and Tuan Tuan. That's good, that's good. I'm going to find an auspicious day to announce this good news, so that everyone in the capital will know that you are the real young master of our Yi family. Yi Chun nodded and said, Grandpa, you can arrange this matter. Good child, Grandpa will definitely make sure you return to the Yi family in good health. Madame Yi nodded repeatedly. Linlin, it's Mom who's sorry. Whatever compensation you want, Mom will grant it. I don't want anything. I'm already so happy to have found my family. Yi Chun looked at his family members in front of him. His father, mother, grandfather, and sister. Not one is missing, that's great. Yi Lan and Feng Li sat together and whispered, We've been searching high and low, and it turns out my brother is Yi Chun. Feng Li turned her head and said, You can rest assured now that we've found your younger brother. Don't worry, Feng Li, today is the happiest day of my life. My younger brother is actually your husband. You two haven't held your wedding yet, have you? Feng Li nodded and said, No. Is it because you don't want to give my brother a proper status that you haven't held a wedding? Yi Chun immediately explained, Sister, it's not what you think. It's just that I feel I'm not good enough for Feng Li, so I haven't made our relationship public. Madame Yi said excitedly, Linlin, you are the only young master of our Yi family. Of course you are worthy of him. As long as you regain your identity, I will prepare a wedding for you. Father Yi said, Linlin and Xiaoli already have a child, but they haven't held a wedding yet. I'll go and make the arrangements right away. Let's set the wedding for a month from now. Yi Chun's fingers tightened, and he whispered, A month? That's too fast. I'm not ready yet. Let's push it back 2 months. After all, this is one of the most important events in his life, and he really wasn't prepared. Moreover, he has to participate in a competition in place of his wife 2 months later. Madame Yi grabbed her father's arm. Why are you in such a hurry? Listen to Linlin's opinion. We'll hold the wedding whenever Linlin wants. The child isn't ready yet, so don't pressure him. Okay, let Linlin decide. Yi Chun frowned. But Grandpa Feng doesn't seem too satisfied with me. The old man waved his hand. Linlin, I'll talk to Lao Feng. You just focus on preparing for the wedding. Our Yi family's young master is good enough for anyone. Yi Chun held Feng Li's hand and asked softly, Feng Li, are you willing? The wedding date is set for 3 months from now. Feng Li said softly, I'm willing. She had already agreed. Madame Ye's face was filled with emotion, and her eyes were moist. It's wonderful. I've found my son. I have a daughter-in-law, and I even have a granddaughter. Disciple, I've pulled another secret manual out of my pocket. This is the culmination of my life's work. Moe came downstairs at great speed and was beside Yi Chun in an instant. Then, seeing so many people, he blinked awkwardly. What's going on? Old Master Ye's expression changed slightly, and he looked at Moe in disbelief. Your old Mo? Moe naturally saw Old Master Yi as well and asked in surprise, Old Master Yi, you're here too? What are you doing here? Old Master Yi did not answer the question, but asked again, Whom did you just call your disciple? Moe pointed at Yi Chun. Of course it's him, my new disciple. He has exceptional talent and is a true martial arts prodigy. He's also good-looking. How about it? Envious. Old Master Yi scoffed lightly. This is my grandson. What do I have to envy? What? Yi Chun is your grandson? How is that possible? Is he even from your Yi family? His surname is Yi, not the Yi of the Yi family, but the Yi of the leaf. You must be mistaken. These are the results of the paternity test. If you don't believe me, take a look. They just came out today. Yi Chun is my grandson, Yi Lin. Moe looked at the paternity test results, his brows furrowing slightly. Old Yi, how could you have such a wonderful grandson? How is that possible? How could you possibly have such a wonderful grandson? It would be a lie to say I'm not envious. He's unmarried, has no children, and no grandchildren. Grandpa Yi couldn't hide his pride. This is my eldest grandson. You can only be envious. You'll never have such a grandson in your entire life. What's there to envy? He's my last disciple, practically my grandson. Grandpa Yi suddenly came to his senses. Lin, you really took this old guy as your master? Or is he lying to me? Yi Chun nodded and said, Grandpa, I did indeed become his disciple yesterday. I am his last disciple. What? Lin, how did you end up becoming this person's disciple? Grandpa Yi was filled with regret. Just one day off, his beloved grandson had actually become a disciple. Yi Chun is my last disciple, and he will inherit my mantle in the future. He is my grandson, and he will inherit our Yi family business. This is my disciple, so of course he should inherit my mantle. We are members of the Yi family, so of course we should inherit the Yi family's legacy. This is my good disciple. This is my beloved grandson. The two old men were arguing fiercely, each vying for Yi Chun, and neither could stop them. Yi Chun had a headache and said helplessly, Grandpa, Master, please stop arguing. The two old men looked at Yi Chun at the same time and asked, Tell me, which one do you want to choose? 280 when will you go home with Grandpa? Yi Chun hesitated for a moment and said, I'm fine with anything, but can you two please stop arguing? The two old men really stopped arguing. Moe moved closer to Yi Chun and said, My dear disciple, is what you just said true? You too can inherit it. I, your master, have high hopes for you. I'm prepared to pass on all my knowledge to you, but your senior sister is already ruined. Familly raised her eyelids and glared at Moe. Yi Chun nodded. Yes, master, I can do it. Please stop arguing. I'll just have to work a little harder. There was no way around it. He was just too popular, and those two old men kept trying to take him away. Good. You are indeed my good disciple. This is a new martial arts manual that your master has found for you. Take a good look at it. You will definitely win the competition in 2 months. Don't embarrass your master. Old Master Ye's expression changed slightly. What did you say? The competition 2 months from now? You want Lin to participate as your disciple. Moe nodded with a smile. This is my last disciple, so of course he's participating in the competition as my disciple. No, this is someone from our Yi family. He needs to represent our Yi family in the competition. It's been a long time since anyone from the Yi family has participated in the league tournament. Old Master Yi refused decisively. You old geezer, don't forget who you are. You're just the vice president. I'm the president. So what? Lin is my own grandson. Even if you are his teacher, you are not as good as his grandfather. How can you be inferior? You're not that close to your grandfather, and you just found your grandson. You're not even as good as me, your master. Old Master Yi, having been touched on a sore spot, deliberately said, That's still a blood relation, much better than someone like you who's not even remotely related. The two old men continued arguing, refusing to back down. Yichen quickly pulled the two apart and said helplessly, Master, Grandpa, please stop arguing. Can I speak for you both? Moe stroked his mustache. Is that all right? Old Yi, what do you think? Old Master Yi replied rather irritably, fine. He had just reunited with his beloved grandson, only to have half of him snatched away by someone else. No wonder he was upset. All right, it's decided then. Yichen will participate in the competition, representing me and the entire Yi family. Moe was overjoyed, delighted to have gained such a good disciple. The two old men finally quieted down. The old man asked again, Old Mo, is that you in the news reports? What are you doing here? And why did you take my grandson as your apprentice? Of course I came to find my good apprentice, Xiao Lily, and incidentally, I also gained another good apprentice. Father Yi asked in surprise, Dad, is that cultivator in the news report the same senior? It was him. He was running around on the road, didn't know the traffic rules, and almost paralyzed the entire traffic system of the capital. Who else could it be but him? Moe stroked his mustache. Your four-wheeled vehicles are too slow. They're not as fast as my two legs. There were people and cars everywhere. I hit several cars. The cars weren't very good quality either. They would have a hole in them after I hit them. Yichen twitched his lips. His master was truly indestructible. Grandpa Yi smiled and said, You old fogey, you've never left M State, have you? Of course you don't know how advanced the technology is outside. I left the island more than 30 years ago. Back then, there were no four-wheeled vehicles like this. Yichen asked in surprise. Master has been on the island for over 30 years without coming out. The old man explained. He is the president and needs to stay at the Alliance Conference headquarters. Yichen panicked a little and asked again, Since I inherited my master's legacy, will I also be trapped on the island for more than 30 years? He didn't want to be an old-fashioned person. He wanted to see the world and travel the world with his wife and children. No, you are a member of the Yi family, not the chairman. Our Yi family moved out of M State a long time ago. Old Master Yi's expression suddenly changed. I will never go back to M State, nor will any of my descendants from the Yi family. Therefore, Lin cannot participate in this competition. Yichen had a vague feeling that something was going on here. Mo, he said seriously. How can you go back on your word, old man? Ling Yun's apprentice this time is very talented. He might even win the championship. Do you really want to see him win this championship, become the president, and have M State handed over to him? Are you truly content with that? Old Master Yi suddenly raised his head. Impossible. Therefore, the only way this time is to let Yi Chun participate. He is the only hope. My eldest disciple is already ruined. As soon as he finished speaking, he was glared at fiercely by Familly. Old Mo, you just said Ling Yun's apprentice is very powerful? Will my grandson get hurt? Moe confidently declared. With my personal guidance, he will definitely make great strides in the next 2 months, and winning the championship will be no problem. Father Yi asked in a low voice, Dad, are we really going to M State? Didn't you say you'd never go back? Old Master Yi said in a deep voice, When we get back this time, there are some things that need to be settled properly. Moe tried to dissuade him, saying, You're not going to start another war with Ling Yun, are you? That's not allowed in the Alliance. I know that what happened back then hurt you a lot, but internal strife is not allowed within the Alliance. Otherwise, the judges will have to step in to stop it. You know their methods. Yichen was completely confused. What was all this about? What exactly happened back then that forced the entire Yi family to relocate to the capital, Tianyu Hotel? The family sat together for a meal. Tuanshuan clung tightly to her father, her mouth wide open as he fed her. With bulging cheeks, he ate one piece after another. Yichen pinched the baby's soft little face. Tuanshuan, would you like some lamb chops? The baby's mouth was wide open as he continued to be fed by his father. Tuanshuan is such a good girl. She's not picky about food at all. Come here to Grandma. Tuanshuan continued to be fed by her grandmother. Today is a day for our family to get together. Come on, let's have a drink together. Yichen placed a glass of juice in Familly's hand. Familly, you haven't been feeling well lately, so please have some juice. This is juice I got especially for you. Good. Tuanshuan wanted to drink too, and tugged at her dad. Dad, here you go, you little glutton. Tuanshuan also got a cup and happily hugged it while drinking. Grandpa, you was a little drunk. I'm so happy that Lin was found today. It's been 17 years, a full 17 years. I haven't had a good night's sleep. I dream about my grandson every day. Thank goodness we found it. We're truly blessed. My eldest grandson is growing up to be better and better. Yi-chun tried to dissuade him, saying, Grandpa, I'm here. Don't drink anymore. You've already had too much. Grandpa is so happy. He's never been so happy in his life. He's overjoyed. Lin, you are my good grandson. I liked you the moment I saw you. At that time, I didn't know you were my grandson. Maybe this is fate. When are you going to go home with Grandpa? 281 Yi-chun is the real young master. He's just a fake one. Grandpa, you're drunk. Let me take you home. Good, my dear grandson, so good. The old man held Yi-chun's hand and spoke to him about things from a long time ago, but Yi-chun had no memory of those things. He still has some doubts about whether he is truly a child of the Yi family. Familly, I'll take Grandpa home first. Okay, you go ahead. I'll take Tuan and Tuan home first. Good. After dinner, Yi-chun personally escorted old Master Yi home. The old man held Yi-chun's hand tightly and refused to let go, while recounting old stories from the past. Yi-chun covered the old man with the blanket and finally pulled his hand away. After going downstairs, Yi-chun looked at his kind mother in front of him, opened his mouth, and said, Aunt Yi, I'll go back first. He still can't bring himself to say the word Mom. Madam Yi said softly. All right. Would you like to go to your room and take a look? Yi-chun nodded. That works too. Seeing a familiar room might remind you of things from the past. Madam Yi led Yi-chun upstairs to the second floor and pushed open the door to the largest bedroom, which was luxuriously furnished. On the table are his childhood favorite playing cards and pinballs, as well as some model cars. The closet contained his childhood clothes, all sorts of little outfits, showing that he was a pampered young master. Madam Ye's eyes reddened. These are all the toys you liked to play with when you were little. Your mother couldn't bear to throw them away, so she's kept them here all this time. The clothes you wore when you were little, your mother can't bear to throw away. They're all in the closet. And this little clay figure, it's a gift you gave to your sister, and she's kept it all this time. Yi-chun picked up the small clay figure on the table. It looked rather ugly. A scene suddenly flashed through my mind. A 3-year-old boy squatting on the ground playing with mud, kneading for a long time until he finally sculpted a decent-looking person, and then quickly ran to his sister's side. Sister, this is a clay figurine that Lin sculpted. It's him. It really is him. Yi-chun had dreamed about this scene. Yilan walked in and asked, Lin, do you not have any memories of your past? I heard you kowtowed. Yi-chun said, Yes, I had amnesia when Dean Wong found me. He said I fell down a hill. Hills. Yilan's eyes darkened, and she muttered to herself, Lin couldn't possibly have gone to such a dangerous place. Who took him there? And who pushed him down? Yi-chun shook his head. I can't remember those. It's all right. It's good that you're back. I will definitely investigate these matters thoroughly. Madam Yi then asked, Lin, are you really not going to stay at home for the night? I want to go back and spend time with Tuan. I've gotten used to living there. Madam Yi lowered her eyes in disappointment. However, I still need to go home for the wedding, Mom. I'm leaving now. After saying that, Yi-chun immediately left the room. Madam Ye's eyes lit up instantly as she looked at Yi-lan with excitement. Did you hear that just now? Lin called me Mom. Did he really call me Mom? I didn't hear wrong, did I? Yi-lan said, Mom, you heard right. Your brother did call you Mom just now. Madam Yi covered her mouth with emotion and began to cry softly. I'm sorry for Lin. He was lost when he was 5 years old. I'm an irresponsible mother. I don't deserve to be a mother. Your brother is not without blame, but it's good that you've been found. Don't cry. Madam Yi wiped away her tears. Yes, I can't cry. I need to recover and take care of Lin in the future. Yilan said helplessly, Your younger brother is so grown up, he doesn't need you to take care of him. Just focus on getting better yourself. Lin is still very young. He's only 22 years old and hasn't even turned 23 yet. How can he not need someone to take care of him? Okay, then you should get well soon and take care of your younger brother in the future. Yes, I need to take good care of my health. Lady Yi murmured to herself. As soon as Yi-chun went downstairs, he encountered an uninvited guest. Yi Qi's attitude was extremely arrogant. Yi Chen, what are you doing at my house? Yi Chen said calmly. Grandpa got drunk and insisted that I take him home. Grandpa? You call him that so affectionately. You don't think you're his grandson, do you? Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. If I'm not, then who are you? You. Yi Qi gritted his teeth in anger. Madam Yi came downstairs and asked, Yi Qi, what are you doing? Yi Qi immediately changed her attitude and said with a smile, Mom, I haven't seen Yi Chun in a long time, so I'll say a few words to him. Yes, from now on, Lin will be your older brother. Yi Qi was stunned for a moment. The smile on her face gradually disappeared, and she asked incredulously, Mom, what did you just call Yi Chun? Madam Yi said with a joyful expression, Lin, Yi Chun is my Lin. My son, who has been lost for more than 10 years, has finally been found. From now on, he will be your brother. Yi Qi froze on the spot, his body stiff. Mom, how can you be sure he's Yi Lin? Of course it's because of the paternity test, and when I first saw him, I felt a sense of familiarity with him, just like my Lin. Yi Qi's eyes darkened, and he clenched his fist. Yi Chun is the real young master of the Yi family. He's just an imposter. How is that possible? Yi Qi asked again. Mom, you did a paternity test, are you sure? Of course I'm sure, he is my Lin. Yi Qi almost burst apart. Yi Chun was the real young master, and he was just a fake one. Madam Yi walked to Yi Chen's side and thoughtfully straightened his clothes, her smile impossible to hide. Lin, drive carefully. Yi Chun pursed his lips and said softly, Okay, Mom, I'm leaving now. Good. Yi Chen's lips curled up, clearly in a good mood. Mom, his mom is so good. Everyone in the Yi family was happy, except for one person, Yi Qi. The smile on his face looked even more painful than his crying. Now that the real young master Yi Chun has returned, won't this fake young master not get a single share? Mom, are you still planning to reveal Yi Chen's identity? Madam Yi said, Of course we should announce it. Lin is the real young master of our Yi family, and everyone in the capital will know. Yi Qi's face darkened further. Revealing Yi Chen's identity was tantamount to slapping him in the face. Mom, I think this matter needs to be considered more carefully. In my opinion, it's better to wait a while before making an announcement. No, Lin has been away for so many years and has endured so much hardship. I must make it up to him. Your dad is already preparing for a press conference. Tomorrow, this news will sweep the globe. Yi Qi's eyes darkened. Indeed, he was still no match for their own son. 282 his good brother, a real young master. Really. The next day, a message appeared on all the platform's leaderboards. Breaking news. The true young master of the Yi family is back. Yi Lin, the true young master of the Yi family. Nightfall equals Yi Chun? Shocking. Yi Chun is secretly a rich second generation. What's going on? Holy crap. What explosive news is this? Are you serious, everyone? Yi Chun is the young master of the Yi family, who has been missing for over a decade. Is he the top original songwriter? He's amazing. He owns a company and is also the young master of the Yi family. Shocking. My brother Yi Chun is actually a hidden rich second generation. This is absolutely shocking. Urgent. When will I get the identity of a rich second generation? Hey upstairs, keep dreaming. Anything can happen in dreams. The Yi family. That's the Yi family, the most prestigious of all families. Does the Yi family need another child? I'm open to it. I'll even change my surname. Where's Yi Qi? Isn't he the young master of the Yi family? What Yi Qi? He's just an adopted son, a substitute. Now that the real one's here, he'd better step aside. Does Yi Chen need a leg accessory? I can provide one. The news immediately shocked all the wealthy families in the capital. Yi Chen was leisurely playing a game. He had just finished a round when Xiao Tuanshuan ran over and grabbed her father's arm. Sweetie, Daddy still needs to play games. You go play somewhere else first. I just got MVP and 3 stars in a row. Today is a great day to climb the ranks. Yi Chen was about to continue when Tuanshuan pointed at the phone in her childish voice and said, Daddy, it's Daddy. Tuanshuan was thrilled to see her dad's picture on her phone. Dad. Yi Chen picked up Tuan's small phone and glanced at it. Wow. He seems to have appeared on several trending topics lists. What exactly did his father do? Now, the whole world knows who he is. Dad, you're handsome. It's all right, Yi-chun said with a happy smile, pursing her lips. To Anchuan, is Daddy really that handsome? The little guy nodded his head like a chick pecking at rice, saying, Daddy, you're the coolest. Familly raised her head and said, Your father specifically announced your identity today. There seems to be a press conference in a couple of days that you need to attend in person. He said he wants you to serve as the vice president of the Yi Group. Yi-chun's jaw nearly dropped to the ground in shock. What? They want me to be the vice president of the Yi Group? Such a huge group. I heard it's one of the top 10 in the world. Familly nodded and said, Yes, you are the only young master of the Yi family, so of course you should take on this role. I have no experience. I've only run a small company like Sixing Media. I'm not capable of running a large company. Yi-chun was still in a daze. His status seems to be quite high. Familly tried to dissuade her, saying, How do you know it won't work? You're not the type to say it won't work before you've even tried. I'm afraid, what if I don't do well? Will I disappoint my dad and grandpa? No, he's just a vice president. Familly cupped Yi-chun's face in her hands. Yi-chun, you're the best. Yi-chun was immediately filled with confidence by his wife's praise, and felt that he could do it again. He's Familly's husband. How can he say no? Familly is so outstanding. He has to be even more outstanding. Okay, I'll consider it. As soon as Yi-chun finished speaking, Mo-e ran downstairs without stopping. My disciple, didn't you promise your master that you would learn martial arts with him? You're going to the Alliance conference soon, where there are many masters. If you don't work hard these 2 months, you'll be beaten down. You represent me and the entire Yi family. Yi-chun explained, Master, I'll learn martial arts with you after get off work. I've been quite busy lately. Mo-e looked anxious, stroking his mustache and shaking his head. No, the time is too short. You need to study all day. Company matters are minor. Your most important task now is to inherit your master's skills and become a master yourself. Before Yi-chun could speak, Mo-e stuffed 2 more books into his hands. These are martial arts moves that master treasured and passed down only to you. Even your senior sister didn't have them. Yi-chun only flipped through 2 pages, and it was exactly the same as the previous books, all about martial arts moves. Thank you, master. Come with me quickly. Today your master will teach you how to control a crane and capture a dragon. Yi-chun was pulled by Mo-e to the back garden, a beautiful place that was a good place to practice martial arts. Master, I have to go to work today. It's a weekday. Why don't you teach me again when I come back this afternoon? I'll be off work at 4 o'clock this afternoon. Mo-e stubbornly said. No, this move needs to be practiced in the morning. Practice with me now, and you can go to work after you've mastered it. Yi-chun had no choice but to agree. Master, please teach me quickly. I'm waiting to go to work. It's 8 o'clock now, and I have to leave at 9 o'clock. What? You want to learn this in an hour? This move is the culmination of my master's life's work. Yi-chun looked puzzled. Isn't an hour enough? It's just learning one move. Of course not. You're going to practice all day long, and you're not allowed to go to the company. Yi-chun practiced according to the book once, and in less than 20 minutes, he had learned it all. Master, it's too easy. I've already learned it. I'm going to the company now. Mo-e was sitting on a stone bench drinking water when he heard this, and he almost dropped his cup. Yi-chun, what did you just say? Say it again. Yi-chun repeated, Master, as I said, I've already learned it. Can I go to the company now? Mo-e put down his cup. Impossible. How could you learn so quickly? It's only been half an hour. You're lying to me. Really, no? If you don't believe me, I'll demonstrate it for you. If I can master this set of moves completely, can you let me work at your company? Sure, of course, I won't stop you. Let's begin. Mo-e simply assumed Yi-chun was bragging. Then, Yi-chun really mastered the whole set of moves, and he didn't make a single mistake. His movements were also very standard. Mo-e's eyes widened like saucers. You really learned it? You learned it after watching it just once? Is this the legendary martial arts prodigy? Heavens! What a wonderful disciple I've taken on. Heaven has blessed me. My mantle has a successor. Mo-e was so excited she almost cried. Yi-chun patted Mo-e on the back. Master, why are you so excited? You are simply a martial arts prodigy, one in a millennium. Yi-chun asked, Can I go to the company now? Yes, of course, go now. Master, I'm leaving now. Yi-chun left without stopping. Sure enough, When they went to work, Lu Hao and the others looked at Yi Chun with shining eyes. Ah, his good brother, the real young master. Really? 283 in Mom's heart. Is he more important, or is Yi Chi more important? Chun'er, is what's being said online true? Are you really the young master of the Yi family who's been missing for over a decade? Your identity is incredible. It's shocked us for centuries. Yi Chen coughed a few times. I think so. I just found out myself. Wow, my best buddy is actually a top-tier rich kid. I'll cling to Chun'er's coattails from now on, and nobody can stop me. Yi Chen was surrounded by Lu Hao and his group. The little one quickly climbed up to rescue his father, tugging at the uncle's big hands. Don't you dare bully Daddy. Oh my, our little Tuanshuan is here today too. Let Uncle see you. Uncle hasn't seen you in so long. Lu Hao pouted. Baby, give Uncle a kiss. Tuanshuan is getting more and more beautiful. Tuanshuan quickly hugged her father and shook her little head. Gu Tingchen also came over and said obsequiously, Big brother, your identity is simply amazing. You are indeed the big brother I have my eye on. So you're the real young master of the Yi family. That Yi Chi guy is a complete imposter. He dared to be so arrogant last time, so arrogant in front of you. You should teach him a lesson. Yi Chun said helplessly. They didn't know my identity back then. Then kick him out of the Yi family. You are the real young master of the Yi family. Just kick him out. Gu Tingchen said indignantly. Yi Chun touched the tip of his nose. That's not a good idea. After all, he's been in the Yi family for so many years. Grandpa and Dad seem to like Yi Chi quite a bit. He's just regained his identity, so he shouldn't be too arrogant. What's wrong with that? He's just a fake. You're the real young master. Chun'er, no wonder I felt you had a great temperament, unlike an ordinary person. It turns out you are a hidden rich second generation. Our Chun'er has the air of a young master. Huh? Yi Chun was so embarrassed by the praise that he said, You guys are flattering me to the skies. We're all telling the truth. From now on, we'll have powerful backers too. Lu Hao and the others proudly declared that the luckiest thing in their lives was being assigned to the same dormitory as Yi Chun, essentially catching a ride on his coattails. As soon as the news broke, Yi Chen's company's stock price skyrocketed. Yi Chi naturally saw the news as well, and went to a bar to drown his sorrows, drinking 3 bottles of alcohol in a row. Yi Chun, how could you possibly be him? What makes you think you can? Why should I? Yi Chi slammed the wine bottle to the ground like a mad beast. After years of hard work, he was just waiting to inherit the Yi family's fortune, but after Yi Chen came out, everything he had turned into nothing. He wants Yi Chen dead. Yi Chen must be thoroughly and completely dead. In this way, all of the Yi family's assets fell into his hands. Yi Chi smirked as he left the hotel and got into his car, still drunk. After get off work, Yi Chen took Xiao Tuanshuan home. Tuanshuan sat in the passenger seat, strapped in with a seatbelt, holding a lollipop in her little hand. Dad, Tuanshuan, let's have some ice cream. Yi Chen said indulgently. Okay, we'll be there after just one turn. I'll buy you a matcha-flavored ice cream, and bring one back for Mom too. She might want some too. Mom, eat some ice cream. It's delicious. What a little glutton. Eating too much ice cream will make your tummy hurt. The little dumpling stuck out its tongue and shook its head. It doesn't hurt. When they arrived at the ice cream shop, Yi Chen picked up the little girl and let her order by herself. What an adorable little baby. What flavor would you like? Sister, Tuanshuan wants matcha. Good. The little dumpling said in a sweet, childish voice. Tuanshuan wants 2, and Mommy wants 1. What a good baby. 2 matcha-flavored ice creams were placed in Xiao Tuanshuan's hands. The little guy opened his mouth and couldn't wait to take a bite. It's sweet, Daddy, have some. Yi Chen took a bite. It's sweet. We need to go home now, so let's hurry up and give the ice cream to Mom, otherwise it will melt. Yi Chen put the little guy in the car and started the engine. Tuanshuan sat to the side, eating with great relish. The car drove calmly on the road. Suddenly, a black car sped up in front of him. Yi Chen's pupils constricted sharply, and he slammed on the brakes and jerked the steering wheel. Tuanshuan was pulled back by the seatbelt, and the ice cream in her hand fell instantly, leaving only an empty cone. Yi Chen reacted quickly. The car brushed past him with a dull thud. The car suddenly stopped, and Yi Chen immediately looked at Xiao Tuanshuan next to him. Tuanshuan seemed to be frightened, holding an empty tube in both hands. Tuanchuan, did you bump your head? Tuanchuan shook her head, sniffed sadly, and looked at the 2 ice creams in her hand. Dad, the ice cream is gone. Yichen's heart finally settled down. Sweetie, it's okay if the ice cream is gone. Daddy will buy you another one next time. Thankfully, his baby is all right. The 2 cars collided, leaving obvious scratches on their bodies, and a growing crowd of onlookers gathered around. Yichen got out of the car, opened the car door, and found someone he knew inside. Night prayer. Yichi's head was scraped and blood was seeping out, but he didn't care at all. He looked at Yichen and laughed drunkenly. Yichen, how come you're still alive? You're incredibly lucky to be alive. You must be very proud of yourself right now. You are the real young master of the Yi family, while I am just an imposter. Yichen asked in a dark tone. So, Yichi, you did this on purpose? Yichi sneered. Yeah. So what if I did it on purpose? You're lucky you didn't get killed. Yichen called the police. There was no need for him to show any mercy to this kind of person. Yichi raised an eyebrow. Call the police? What do you think those people can do to me? I am the second young master of the Yi family. My mother will not let me go to jail there. Yichen said in a low voice. The Yi family has been so good to you. Why are you being so unreasonable? Yichi roared. Excessive? I've waited so many years, and it's almost over. But it turns out you're the real young master of the Yi family. You're the real one, and I'm just a fake young master who won't get a single share. Is this fair? Why should it be? Yichi, you really don't know how to be grateful. The Yi family has raised you for so many years. Shouldn't you be grateful? Yichen left with a message and departed with Tuanchuan. He will never forgive Yichi for almost hurting his daughter. In her mother's heart, who is more important, him or Yichi? Yichen was a little uncertain. After all, Yichi had been the young master of the Yi family for more than 10 years. 284, Mom still chose him. Mother. Familly had just gotten home from get-off work and sat down on the sofa when she heard the little guy's voice. Little Tuanchuan was holding 2 ice cream cones, but they were empty. Tuanchuan, what's wrong? Your little eyebrows are furrowed like a caterpillar. Familly pinched his daughter's little face. His biggest hobby was to squish Tuanchuan's little face. It's soft and fluffy, like a steamed bun. Tuanchuan's soft, baby voice rang out. Mommy, the car hit Tuanchuan. Familly was completely confused. What car hit Tuanchuan? Yichen came in and said, I got hit by a car today. We were hit by a car. Were you injured? Yichen shook his head and said, No, the car's paint is chipped. I just drove a new car, and I have to go to the repair shop again. Am I just incompatible with cars? Last time, my car got a dent, and this time it got a scratch. Familly asked in a deep voice, Who hit him? Yichen replied, It was Yichi. He was drunk and deliberately rammed my car. Familly raised her eyelids. Yichi? The imposter young master of the Yi family. I'd like to see how the Yi family will handle this, and also see your parents' attitude. Yichen said in a low voice, I'm not sure if my parents would do this. After all, Yichi is a child they've raised for more than 10 years. Familly said, But you are their biological child. They owe you too much. I don't know how to tell my parents. I've only told my sister about this. Familly grasped Yichen's hand. This whole thing is Yichi's fault. If your biological parents side with him, I don't think you need to go back to this family anymore. Stay here, stay by my side, and I'll get justice for you. Yichen suddenly raised his head and met Familly's gaze. Thanks. We are a family. Let's sit down and rest for a while. Familly pulled Yichen to sit on the sofa. Yichi has already been taken away? Probably. I called the police when I left. He was driving under the influence and hit someone, so he'll be in jail. Yichen added, What if the Yi family comes to bail him out? He'll be very unhappy. After all, it was Yichi who deliberately bumped into him. Little Tuanchuan tugged at her mother's arm. Mommy, have some ice cream. Although there was no ice cream, there was still a cone, and the cone was very sweet. Little Tuanchuan ate it with relish and then stuffed the other one into her mother's hand. This is the matcha ice cream you bought for Mom. Tuanchuan stuck out her little tongue. Mommy, the ice cream fell. It's okay, the tube is fine too. Mom likes it very much. Thank you, Tuanchuan. Familly kissed the little guy on the cheek. I'm glad you're all right. Were you scared? Familly squeezed the baby's soft little hand. Mommy, Tuanchuan isn't afraid. Tuanchuan sat on her father's lap. Daddy will protect Tuanchuan. Then, she pressed her cheek against her father's and said, "Daddy, you're the best." When the old man heard about this, he was so angry that he almost had a heart attack. What? Yi Chi was drunk driving and hit someone? This Yi Chi is getting more and more reckless. Madame Yi nodded and said, "Alas, he is indeed different now than when he was a child. When he was a child, he was well-behaved, had a good temper, was sensible and obedient. How did it become like this?" Father Yi said, "We don't know who he bumped into, or if he's seriously injured. You absolutely must teach Yi Chi a lesson this time. He's gone too far. How dare he drive drunk?" The Yi family heard about this and prepared to go inside to bail the person out. After all, he's a child we've raised for over 10 years. We can't let him go to jail. Yilan sat on the sofa with her legs crossed. "Mom, what are you doing? Do you want to go to the police station to bail Yi Chi out? He deserves to be punished." Madame Yi sighed. "Lanner, I know that Yi Chi went too far this time, but he is still the child we have raised for more than 10 years. You've raised a child for over 10 years? You can't bear to part with him? So you're going to the police station to bail him out? Do you even know who he hit?" Madame Yi asked. "Lanner, who did Yi Chi bump into?" Yi Lan raised her voice. "He hit Yi Chun, your own son, the son you've neglected for over a decade. So, are you still going to try and save him?" Madame Yi and her father froze on the spot, looking at each other in bewilderment. "Lanner, are you saying Yi Chi bumped into Lin Lin? How could he have bumped into Lin Lin while drunk?" Yilan said calmly. "Can't you tell? Of course it's intentional. Do you need to guess? My brother is back, and he's getting anxious. Mom, I told you long ago that Yi Chi is an ingrate. You didn't believe me, but he deliberately got drunk and bumped into Yi Chun. He almost, your son and your granddaughter Tuanshuan would have been gone." Madame Yi was terrified upon hearing this, and she tightened her grip on her hand. "Is it that serious? Did Yi Chi really do it on purpose? Why did he have to run into Lin Lin?" Yilan explained. "Of course it's because he wants to inherit the Yi group. Yi Chun is the real young master, so after he comes back, he will naturally be the true heir." Madame Yi murmured to herself, how could Yi Chi's personality become so extreme? He was perfectly fine before. What happened? Yilan asked again. "So, are you still going to go to jail to get him out? He hit your own son." The two exchanged a glance, both hesitant. Grandpa Yi asked anxiously, "What about Lin Lin? Is my Lin Lin all right?" "It's all right, Grandpa. I heard the car was hit, but thankfully no one was hurt." Grandpa Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had almost fainted just now. Madame Yi patted her chest. "It's good that you're all right. It's good that you're all right." "Mom, I want to ask you, are you still going to go to jail to bail Yi Chi out?" Madame Yi hesitated for a moment and said, "I'm not going. He dared to drive and hit Lin Lin. He should bear the consequences. We've really spoiled this child too much lately." Father Yi nodded and said, "We're not going. Were Lin Lin and Tuanshuan scared?" "I don't know. You should go and ask them yourselves. I can't explain this to you either." After hesitating for a moment, Madame Yi still called Yi Chun. "Lin Lin, are you all right?" Yi Chun said, "Mom, I'm fine." Madame Yi said with heartache, "I already know about this. It's all Yi Chi's fault. He went too far by driving his car to hit you. Don't worry, I will definitely get justice for you." Yi Chun deliberately said, "Yi Chi should be in the police station right now. He deserves it. He's been getting more and more outrageous lately. Lin Lin, don't worry, Mom will never let him hurt you again." Yi Chun felt a warm feeling in his heart and nodded heavily. "Good. It seems that Mom still chose him." 285 What to do when your wife is too tempting. Yi Chi, who had been detained, drunkenly said, "Do you know who I am? I am the eldest young master of the Yi family. Release me right now." "Young master? Nobody's coming to bail you out now. You're just a fake young master. You actually think you're the real one. No one from the Yi family has come yet. They might have already abandoned you. Just stay here. You won't be able to get out for at least 10 days or half a month." Yi Chi suddenly opened his eyes. "Nobody's here. How can nobody be here? Hasn't my mom come to pick me up yet? Where's my dad? They haven't come yet. I need to make a phone call. I need to call my mom." Yi Chi picked up her phone from her pocket and dialed a familiar number. "Mom, where are you?" Madame Yi interrupted him directly. "Yi Chi, you deliberately drove your car to hit Lin Lin. I used to think you were just being willful, but I never expected you to do something like this. You have really disappointed me. Yi Chi hurriedly explained, Mom, I really didn't know that Yi Chun was in that car. I just accidentally got drunk and bumped into him. I didn't mean to. I really didn't mean it, Mom. You have to believe me. Madam Yi said coldly, Don't explain. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? Linlin has been missing for more than 10 years, and you have lived in the Yi family in his place for more than 10 years. Isn't that enough? Now you want to kill him too. Yi Chi said excitedly, I didn't. Mom, I really didn't. I really didn't know that Yi Chun was in that car. Madam Yi said angrily, From now on, you are no longer my child, and our Yi family has no selfish child like you. Upon hearing this, Yi Chi froze on the spot, his body stiff, and asked incredulously, Mom, what did you just say? I'm no longer a child of the Yi family. Are you going to expel me from the family? Madam Ye's face was ashen. You deliberately hurt Linlin. Luckily, she's all right this time. If Linlin had been injured, I would never have forgiven you in this lifetime. Yi Chi clenched his fist, his voice escaping through clenched teeth. Mom, I'm your child too. Even though I'm not your biological child, you've raised me for over 10 years. Are you really going to abandon my son, whom you've raised for over 10 years, for a biological child you've just found? Madam Yi closed her eyes and said in a deep voice, You've gone too far. Our Yi family has treated you very well for the past 10 years or so, raising you like a real young master. But what about you? How did you repay us? You actually ran over Linlin with your car? She's a member of the Yi family. We already owe Linlin a lot. Since you have done something so outrageous, you must bear the consequences. This time, the Yi family will not intervene. You will have no further connection with the Yi family. However, out of consideration for our past relationship, we will still give you some money after you get out so you can find another way to make a living. Upon hearing these words, Yi Chi was completely stunned, instantly sobering up. He was kicked out of the Yi family? Mom, I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. I was drunk and acted impulsively. Please don't be angry and don't kick me out. I have been your son for more than 10 years. I have worked hard even if I have not done anything great. Please don't kick me out. Yi Chi cried while clutching her phone, like a child who couldn't find her way home. However, Madam Yi had already made up her mind and hung up the phone directly. She will not forgive Yi Chi for this. Yi Lan raised an eyebrow. Are you really determined this time? I thought you'd be reluctant. Madam Yi said in a deep voice, Yi Chi has gone too far this time and crossed my bottom line. No one can harm my son. The old man also said, Yes, Linlin has been missing for more than 10 years, and our whole family owes him a debt. We can't let an outsider bully him. He's my own grandson, my own flesh and blood. Yes, father also said, Yi Chi really made a mistake. Let him repent properly first. Yi Chi waited for a long time, but no one from the Yi family came to rescue him. Finally, Yi Chi sat dejectedly in the corner and shook his head. No, his mother will come. She loves him the most, she will definitely come. As darkness fell, Yi Chi's heart grew colder and colder. As expected, no one came. Yi Chi chuckled self-deprecatingly. By the way, he's just an imposter. Although he's lived in the Yi family for over a decade, how can he compare to the real young master? He was indeed the one who got abandoned. Yi Chi's lips curled up slightly, and his gaze grew colder and colder. On the day of the press conference, Yi Chen got up early in the morning to choose clothes. Honey, can you help me decide which outfit looks best on me? I'm going to the biggest press conference for the Yi group today, and my dad even said he wants me to be the biggest shareholder. I felt it was too early, so I didn't agree. Familly opened her eyes. The blankets were lifted slightly, revealing her snow-white shoulders and rounded chest, which appeared to have red scratch marks. Familly shifted her body, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. It hurts. Yi Chun touched the tip of his nose and asked with concern, Where does it hurt? Familly's two fair arms naturally climbed up Yi Chen's neck, and her red lips pressed against his face. It hurts everywhere. Familly curled her red lips and breathed hot air into Yi Chen's ear. You were so amazing last night. I really liked it. Yi Chen's Adam's apple bobbed slightly. My sweet and soft wife is right in front of me. I really want to pounce on her. So beautiful. Yi Chun pressed Familly against the soft pillow and kissed her fiercely, both of them panting heavily. The woman's slender, jade-like fingers gently touched Yi Chen's abdominal muscles. Yi Chen swallowed hard and pounced on her, kissing her for a while. Feng Li's delicate body trembled violently, emanating a faint fragrance that Yi Chen found irresistible. He flipped her over, ready to begin his assault. No, I have something important to discuss today, and I can't let myself be tempted by women. Yi Chen released the woman in his arms again, stood up, and asked, Wife, can you help me see which of these clothes looks better? This pink one is nice, the blue one is also nice, and I like the black one too. Feng Li was not satisfied. Her eyes were glazed over, the corners of her eyes were slightly red, and her face was flushed with an unnatural redness. Yi Chen, honey, husband. Yi Chen swallowed hard as he watched. Grass. My wife is so beautiful. I don't care anymore. I'll enjoy myself for a while first, then go to the press conference. It's okay if it's a little later. Without saying a word, Yi Chen pounced on him. Lifting the blankets off Feng Li's body revealed her smooth, jade-like skin and her long, slender, white thighs that were dazzlingly white. Especially the softness of her chest. Yi Chen couldn't help but bury his head in her chest. 286 The young master really has a grand presence. Yi Chen was woken up by his phone ringing when he got up again. He opened his eyes while holding the woman in his arms, picked up his phone, and answered the call. Lin, why aren't you here yet? The press conference is about to start. It was Lady Ye's voice that startled Yi Chen. Yeah, he has a press conference to attend today. He was having so much fun just now that he completely forgot about it. Yi Chen immediately threw off the covers and got up. Mom, I'll get up right away. Wait for me a moment. I overslept today. Madame Ye's tone seemed to carry a hint of amusement. It's all right. It's all right if you get up late. We'll wait for you here. You don't need to rush. Mom knows. After all, you have a girlfriend now, so it's normal that you can't control yourself. Yi Chen smiled awkwardly. Okay, Mom, I'll be right there. Yi Chen quickly hung up the phone and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Did Mom notice something? Feng Li reached out and grabbed Yi Chen's hand. Her eyes were unfocused, and she was clearly confused by Yi Chen. Feng Li, I have to go to a press conference. My mom called me, and it seems a bit late. You can go back to sleep. Yi Chen hurriedly searched for clothes, only to find himself facing a difficult choice again. However, seeing Feng Li like this, there was no way to choose one for him. So he chose a black suit, which looked calm, sophisticated, and reserved, perfectly matching his style. Honey, take a look. Do I look good in this outfit? Feng Li opened her eyes with difficulty, her long eyelashes fluttering, and then nodded, her voice a little hoarse. Nice. Feng Li, why is your voice hoarse? Do you want some water? Yi Chen poured Feng Li a glass of warm water and poured it down her throat. What to do? I made my wife's voice hoarse. Wasn't he going a bit too far? Feng Li nudged Yi Chen. Go to the press conference quickly. Don't be late. Okay, I'll be going now. You rest well at home and go to the company this afternoon. Yi Chen covered Feng Li with the blankets, put on his black leather shoes, and quickly went downstairs. Little Tuanshuan is already sitting on the sofa studying, holding a book in her hand. She looks quite serious, like a school-age child. Tuanshuan, why are you up so early? Have you eaten? Let's eat together. Yi Chen picked up the little one and kissed the baby's cheek. You're all dressed. Did your auntie dress you? Tuanshuan nodded her adorable little head and pointed at the dining table, saying, Daddy, eat. Tuanshuan is eating a lot. Tuanshuan has already eaten. Daddy has things to do today, so you stay home and read. Yi Chen ate a sandwich and drank some milk, and in just 2 minutes, he was ready to leave. The little bundle of joy, carrying a bunny-shaped bag, quickly followed behind his father, his 2 short legs running at lightning speed, all the way to the garage. Yi Chen squatted down and asked, Tuanshuan, do you want to come with Daddy? Tuan is good. Good. Yi Chen carried his daughter to the car. There's nothing he can do. His daughter is such a clingy little thing, always sticking to her dad. She might be a daddy's girl in the future. Ye's group press conference. There were quite a few people there, all of them tycoons from various sectors. Father Yi asked in a low voice, the press conference is about to start. Why hasn't Lin arrived yet? Madame Yi said, Lin, he slept in a little late this morning, so he might not be here for a while. Don't worry, just wait a little longer. Yilan nodded and said, then let's wait. Linlin might have overslept. The people in the audience hadn't seen the main character yet and were whispering among themselves. I heard that Yi Chun is the young master of the Yi family. I thought it was just hearsay from netizens, but I didn't expect it to be true. Of course it's true. He's the real young master. That's amazing. This status is simply unbeatable. It's a perfect match for President Feng. President Feng already has a boyfriend, and he's just an ordinary guy. I think her boyfriend is extremely ugly and wouldn't dare to appear on camera, which is why he hasn't gone public with her. Yeah, he can't be much better. He might not even be as handsome as me. The crowd below was engaged in a lively discussion when footsteps sounded in the distance. Yichen arrived with Tuan Tuan. He was dressed in a black suit, tall and handsome with well-defined features. He was a typical Chinese man, but his good looks were extreme. This is the real young master. He's so handsome. His demeanor. Look at his refined and noble air. He looks like a young master. Is that little girl next to him his daughter? She looks quite young, and she already has a child. Who's his wife? Who exactly is the young master's wife? The socialites who attended the press conference were heartbroken. It's so rare to see such a handsome young master. And he even has a daughter? Here she comes. Linlin is here. So fast. I thought I'd have to wait a while. Madam Yi asked, has Linlin had breakfast? Yichen scratched his head. I've already eaten. I hope I didn't miss the press conference. I went to bed a little late last night. No. Yichen handed Tuan Tuan over to Madam Yi and then walked onto the stage. Just as she was about to speak, a familiar figure slowly walked over from not far away. She had long, smooth, and shiny waves in her hair, wore a black fitted dress with a high-end cut, and was wearing 10-centimeter high heels. It's Familly. Why is she here? As soon as Familly appeared, a commotion erupted below. President Feng actually came too. President Feng and the Yi Group must have some kind of cooperation, right? The two companies are evenly matched. President Feng is so handsome. I can't believe I saw him at the press conference. Yichen didn't react immediately and was still a little stunned. Familly wasn't lying in bed sleeping. So how did he suddenly end up here? After Familly sat down, she raised her eyelids and met Yichen's gaze. The two stared at each other for a good few seconds. Welcome everyone to the Yi Group press conference. This is Yi Lin, the heir to the Yi Group. Ye's father stood there and spoke, while Yichen stood beside him, keeping his eyes on Familly. Mother. Tuan Tuan's sweet, childlike voice rang out. Familly smiled at the little bundle of milk. Grandma, it's Mom. Madam Yi said, yes, it's Tuanchuan's mother. You can't go to her yet. Tuanchuan tilted her little head. Tuanchuan is looking for her mother. Sweetie, stay with Grandma for now. Breaking news. Ye's group press conference. The sole heir to the Yi Group. The Night Group, Nightfall. Several trending topics immediately followed. It became incredibly popular. A true young master. Is this the kind of grandeur a true young master exudes? This young master is really something else. When can I experience it too? Am I a hidden rich kid? When will my parents finally find me? Yi Chun, what a young master's style. 287. Are the couple jealous of each other? Dad, where's my rich dad? Millionaire dad, come quick. I'm also a second-generation rich kid. Everyone online is a second-generation rich kid. Haha, you're even dreaming now. Yimo naturally saw this message as well. He smiled with relief. It turns out that Yi Chen's status is far higher than his. I used to think I was a real young master, while Yi Chun was just a poor man from the slums. Who would have thought that Yi Chun was the real young master of a wealthy family, someone he could never compare to? Ye's mother asked with concern. Mo, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell anywhere? Tell me. Yimo said calmly. Mom, I'm fine. Did you know that Yi Chun is actually the real young master of the Yi Group, a top-tier rich second generation? After a moment of silence, Ye's mother advised. Mo, it's just a title, don't be angry. You got so angry that you ended up in the hospital, and your body has only just begun to recover. The doctor said I shouldn't make you angry. Yimo said, Mom, did you already know this, but didn't tell me because you were afraid I would be angry? Mother Yi nodded and said, yes, I didn't expect him to be a real young master. I thought he was a child from the slums. I didn't expect him to be of such high status. Momo is just an identity. There are still more ordinary people in this world. Yemo shook his head. Mom, I'm fine. You don't need to worry about me. I'm not angry anymore, and I'm not jealous of Yi-chan. His status has nothing to do with me anymore. I am Yemo, your only son. Mother Yi nodded and said, Mo, is that really what you think? You've come to terms with it now. Yes, Mom, don't worry, I'm all better now. I'm sorry for making you worry so much these past few days. Yemo lowered his head. It's okay, Momo. It's great that you can think positively. I thought you were going to get angry again. Last time we went to the hospital, it scared me to death. Mom, it won't happen again. I just hadn't figured things out back then, so I was a little jealous of Yi-chan. Yemo scratched his head. I was so naive before. From now on, I won't compare myself to Yi-chan. I can't compare to him at all. His background and talent are both amazing. Mother Yi smiled with relief. No, our Momo is great too. In my heart, you are the best. Mom, don't be too cold to Yi-chan. After all, he grew up in our family. Ye's mother said, he doesn't need our family anymore. He has a better family. If we had treated Yi-chan better before, we might have been able to get help from the Yi family. Unfortunately, that's impossible now. Yi-chi saw the news online, and his eyes turned bloodshot. The hand holding the phone gradually tightened, as if it wanted to crush the entire screen. He was trapped here, while Yi-chan actually went to the Yi Group press conference and officially became the real young master of the Yi family. And he was just a useless pawn. That's unfair. Why is this world so unfair? He went to great lengths to climb to that position, but in the end, he failed at the last hurdle. Yi-chi's eyes were bloodshot and terrifying, like a wild beast about to be unleashed. The press conference here is still ongoing. Yi-chan resumed his identity as the young master of the Yi Group and officially changed his name to Yi-lin. He inherited 30% of the company's shares and is one of the largest shareholders of the Yi Group, with a net worth of hundreds of billions. In an instant, a group of wealthy socialites wanted to get to know this person. As soon as Yi-chan stepped off the stage, a beautiful socialite stopped him. Hello, young Master Yi. I am Sun Jing, the eldest daughter of the Sun family. Would you be interested in getting to know me? Yi-chan said. I'm sorry, I already have a wife and children. Children? You're only in your early 20s, and you already have a wife and children. Yi-chan took Xiao Tanshuan's hand and introduced her. This is my daughter, Tanshuan. Where is your wife? Yi-chan glanced at Familly beside him and said, My wife is nearby. No sooner had this socialite left than another heiress arrived, young, beautiful, and with a great figure. However, her face was the typical internet celebrity face, puffed up as if it were inflated. Yi-chan politely declined them all. The little bundle of joy raised its head and said in a sweet, childish voice, Daddy, don't talk to Auntie. Okay, let's not talk anymore. We have it, right? Yi-chan affectionately patted Tuan's little head. The press conference ended, and everyone dispersed. Some people wanted to get to know President Feng, so they lingered and didn't leave. President Feng, I am Lu Xiang, president of Familly Group. A young and handsome man walked up to Familly and struck up a conversation. Familly nodded indifferently, her attitude cold. Mr. Feng, I am Wang Qin, the founder of Yueshin Group. It's a pleasure to meet you. A group of people surrounded Familly, each trying their best to curry favor, all wanting to get noticed by President Feng. Familly's attitude remained cold as always. She merely nodded slightly, which was her way of greeting him, except for giving Yi-chan a smile. Seeing this, Yi-chan's face changed with anger, and he clenched his fists. All he wanted to do was rush out and kick all the men around Familly away. She was his wife. Dad, Mom. Tanshuan pointed at her mother. She can't see her mother anymore. Yi-chan's face was ashen, looking every bit the resentful husband. Familly raised her eyelids and glanced at Yi-chan, a slight smile playing on her lips. Yi-chan was furious. She deliberately glared at Familly. It seems to be saying, don't talk to them. Familly moved her eyes, no. The two were speaking in cryptic language. Madame Yi was completely bewildered. Lin, what are you looking at? Yi-chan snapped out of his daze and said, Mom, I'm going back now. Madame Yi asked, Lin, aren't you coming home with your mother? I still need to go to my company. Yilan said, it's just a small company. You will stay with the Yi Group from now on, and your company will also be under your control, but it will still be your independent company. All right. Yichen strongly agreed with this suggestion. With the Yi Group as a powerful backer, his company is secure. When Yichen came out, he bumped into Familly. Without saying a word, Familly grabbed the person and put them in the car, pinning them to the seat. Yichen looked completely bewildered. Wife, what's wrong? A lot of beautiful women were talking to you just now. Mom, don't bully Dad. Tuanshuan clung to her mother's arm. No, there are no beautiful women here. I've rejected all the women who try to talk to me. Familly lifted Yichen's chin. Really? I noticed you two were standing quite close together. Yichen looked resentful. You're one to talk. Just now, a lot of men were surrounding you, chatting and laughing with you. The couple exposed each other's shortcomings. 288 young master has a girlfriend. Heartbroken. Chatting and laughing? I completely ignored them. Yichen muttered under his breath. You said it was that de Xiang, and I saw you exchange a few words with him. Familly smiled. Are you jealous? Yichen turned his head to the side. No, I'm not jealous. No? I think you're clearly jealous, Yichen. How can you be so petty? Familly pinched Yichen's face with both hands. No, don't talk nonsense. I'm not jealous. Before he could finish speaking, Yichen's lips were sealed with a kiss. When Tuanshuan saw her parents kissing, she quickly covered her eyes and smiled so hard that her teeth were showing. Familly, stop fooling around. Tuan is still watching. Let me go right now. Familly pressed herself against Yichen, a faint, refreshing scent wafting over her. I only exchanged a couple of words with someone, and you saw it. Yichen nodded and said, yes, I saw it. I also saw him smile at you, and a lot of people smiled at you. You have to mind if someone smiles at me? Next time you're around me, if someone smiles at me, you're going to hit them? Yichen lowered his eyes. Am I such a rude person? To hit someone the moment we meet? Familly raised her eyebrows. All right, don't be angry anymore. So many rich young ladies were asking you all sorts of questions, and I wasn't even jealous. Yichen whispered. I've already refused them all. They only want to get to know me because they think I'm rich and powerful now. Maybe. Don't be angry anymore. Today is a happy day. You've regained your identity. From now on, shall I call you Yilin or Yichen? Just call me by my original name. I've used the name Yichen for over 10 years, and I'm used to it. Besides, I don't have any memories of my childhood. Yichen looked out the window at the scenery, seemingly talking to himself. I can't find any evidence that I am Yilin, and I can't remember my parents, grandfather, or sister. I'll remember later. I don't want to think about it now. I'm going to the company now. Yichen nodded and said, yes, I'll go to the company too. My mother wants me to take over the entire Yi Group. I have no idea how to manage such a large group. You can learn it slowly later, you're still young. Familly took her bag, opened the car door, and got out. Mother, Mom is going to the company. You stay with your dad. Good. The little baby hugged his father's neck and waved his little hands at his mother. For Saints Media, have you heard? Our CEO Yi is the real young master of the Yi family. The Yi family held a press conference today to announce this. He's now worth hundreds of billions. I saw it too. I saw the news a couple of days ago and thought it was fake, but I didn't expect it to be true. Does that mean we'll be a company backed by the Yi Group from now on? I think so. We'll be working for a big company from now on. Will we work for the Yi Group in the future? Maybe President Yi will bring our company under the Yi Group. I don't know. The whole company was buzzing with excitement, discussing the matter. Lu Hao anxiously scratched his head. Brother Hu, what if Chun'er tries to bring our company under the Yi Group? Probably, after all, Chun'er is now the young master of the Yi Group. Lu Peng nodded and said, I think so too. After all, Ye's Group is one of the top companies in the capital. It wouldn't be a bad thing if we became its subsidiary. Lu Hao frowned and said, Of course not. This company is the result of our joint efforts. Although it is small now, it will definitely become a big company in the future. If it is brought under the Yi Group, it will become a brand under the Yi Group. Brother Donkey is right, but this matter still depends on Yi Chen's decision. After all, this company belongs to him, and we are just assisting him. Speak of the devil, and he appears. Yi Chen arrived with Xiao Tuanshuan. The little guy greeted everyone politely. Hello, sister. Tuanshuan is so cute. Here's some chocolate I bought for you today. I'll give you the little milk candies my sister bought too. Tuanshuan is sweet-talking and cute, and is very popular. Every time she comes, she receives lots and lots of snacks. Thank you, sister. Toanchuan put the small milk candies and chocolates into her little pocket, making it bulge and full. Here she comes. Here she comes. Chun'er is here. Seeing the worried expressions on Lu Hao and the others' faces, Yichen asked, "What's wrong? Why do you all look so gloomy?" Lu Hao raised his head. "Chun'er, we saw your press conference today. You are the true young master of the Yi Group, and you inherited 30% of the shares. Now you are worth hundreds of billions. What do you plan to do with this company?" Yichen said, "This company? Of course we'll continue to develop it. This is a company we started together, and I can't possibly give it up." Lu Hao asked in a low voice, "Are you saying that you plan to bring this company under the Yi Group?" "Yes, Chun'er, what are you thinking? This company is in my hands, not in any other group. Don't worry, I will not hand this company over to the Yi Group. This is a company for the four of us." Yi Chen's words immediately filled the few who had been dejected with dejection with confidence. "Good. Chun'er, we are relieved to hear you say that. We thought you would hand the company over to the Yi Group. No, this is our own company, belonging to just a few of us." Lu Hao hugged Yi Chen's shoulder and said excitedly, "Our company will get better and better in the future. Tuan Tuan, give me a hug." Lu Hao lowered his head and then noticed that the little boy had also arrived. "Toanchuan, you're here. Come and give your uncle a kiss." Lu Hao bent down, pouting his thick lips as he was about to kiss Toanchuan's face, but Toanchuan quickly blocked him with her hand. "No kissing." "Then uncle, give me a hug." Lu Hao finally caught the little baby and put him on his shoulder. "Chun'er, are you going to work at the Yi Group from now on and won't be able to work with us anymore?" Yi Chen hesitated. "Maybe. The company will need to rely on you more in the future. Don't worry, we're always here for you." After Yi Chen's identity was revealed, he gained a lot more followers on Weibo. The identity of a true young master is valuable, and many young ladies have been sending him private messages. Yi Chen blocked him directly. He's a real young master, incredibly handsome. I saw his old photos. He was a refined and handsome young man, but he already had a girlfriend. His aura. The key is his refined, aristocratic air. He looks like a young master. Young master is so handsome. Can you post photos every day? They're my source of inspiration. Girlfriend. I already have a girlfriend. Looks like I have no chance. Female fans were heartbroken. Yi Chen, what to do if you're too popular? 289. He is a genius, with a photographic memory. Back home, Yi Chen was just about to sit down and rest for a while when Moe arrived and dragged him directly to the training room. "Disciple, why are you back so late? It's almost evening. You only practice ancient martial arts for 3 hours every day." "Master, 3 hours is enough. It's not even enough time. Don't worry. If there are any other moves, teach them quickly. I need to eat after I finish learning." "Eat? You actually want to eat? Don't even think about eating until you've finished learning this move." Yi Chen waved his hand dismissively. "All right, then please teach me quickly. This move is a unique technique that your master created when he was over 40 years old. It's fast, accurate, and ruthless. I'll only demonstrate it to you once, so watch carefully." "Good." Yi Chen stood to the side, watching quietly. Familly entered the living room carrying her bag, but did not see Yi Chen. Only Xiao Toanchuan was watching TV on the sofa. "Toanchuan, where's your dad?" Toanchuan pointed to the room upstairs. "Dad, Grandmaster is upstairs." Familly nodded. "Then you can continue watching TV. It'll be time for dinner soon. Mom will go upstairs to check on things." The little guy nodded his head like a chick pecking at rice, continuing to watch Brother Sheep. Familly pushed open the door to the room, which was a training room converted from an empty room. Although it was called a training room, there was actually nothing inside. "Old man, Yi Chen just got off work. Why did you bring him in again?" "Little Lily, what brings you here? Hurry up and get out of here. I need to teach Yi Chen the latest moves. Otherwise, what will he use to compete in 2 months?" Moe pushed Familly out and was about to close the door when Familly stopped him again. "It's almost time to eat. Let's eat first, then practice." The old man stroked his beard and shook his head in a pretentious manner. "No. If he doesn't master this move today, he won't be allowed to eat." Familly frowned slightly. "Yi Chen has been working all day and is very tired. You still force him to practice. You were never this strict with me before." "That's you. I have no expectations of you anymore. Yi Chun is my last disciple. He'll have to inherit my mantle. Go eat and don't worry about us. Familly was about to say something more when he was kicked out and the door was slammed shut. Open the door. Familly patted the door. Yi Chun said calmly, Familly, I'll practice this move as soon as possible and then we'll go out for dinner. You just got off work, so go downstairs and rest for a while. Okay, don't overwork yourself. That old man is just making things difficult for people. He almost rushed out. Who are you calling making things difficult? I'm just teaching my disciple properly. Familly ignored the old man and turned to go downstairs. He patted Yi Chun on the shoulder. How was it? Did you see it clearly just now? If you didn't see it clearly, I'll demonstrate it for you again. After all, the moves I created are quite complicated, and you can't understand them just by watching them once. Yi Chun nodded. I understand it now. I understand it very clearly. The old man's jaw nearly dropped in shock, and he yanked out several hairs from his beard. You already understand it? You only read it once, and you already understand it? Yes, I understand. Yi Chun nodded again. Actually, it's not particularly difficult. It's not particularly difficult. He felt a little doubtful about life. This was a move that he had spent 1 or 2 months researching, yet Yi Chun had memorized it after just one time. Yi Chun nodded and said, the movements are quite easy to remember. If you don't believe me, I'll demonstrate them for you. If I can master them, I'm going down to eat. I was thinking of going downstairs to have dinner with my mother-in-law and daughter. Okay, then you try. I don't believe you can remember it after just one look. Are you some kind of legendary genius? He muttered to himself. Then, Yi Chun actually mastered the move completely, and he didn't make a single mistake. The old man next to him was dumbfounded, his eyes wide open like copper bells, and his mouth agape enough to fit an egg. How about it? It should be okay, right? He exclaimed in surprise. You really know how to do that? Disciple, do you possess the ability to remember everything you see? He was truly impressed. This was the first time he had ever admired someone, and it was his disciple who was 40 years younger than him. Yi Chun said, I'm not too sure either. My memory is better than the average person's, and this move is just so. Did you really study it for a long time? He coughed a few times. It hasn't been that long. Now that you've finished practicing, go down and have some dinner. Yi Chun's eyes lit up. Okay. Yi Chun opened the door and rushed downstairs, leaving alone to question his existence. He was looked down upon by his own disciple. He was actually looked down upon by his own disciple. He rolled on the ground, furious, absolutely furious. Yi Chun went downstairs and, without saying a word, immediately sat down next to his wife. The thing I want to do most is to be affectionate with my wife. Familly looked somewhat surprised. Didn't the old man just say he was going to teach you martial arts moves? Why did he come down here? Yi Chun hugged his daughter and said, I can learn the moves my master taught me after watching them only once. He told me to come down and eat first. Familly twitched her lips. You can learn it after watching it once. Yi Chun leaned close to Familly's ear and whispered, Yes, and the moves master created are just so. That old man is a very famous grandmaster in M continent. Only you dare to say that. How is he now? Is he lying on the ground crying? Yi Chun looked innocent. I don't know. I came out just now and didn't see him. It shouldn't be that serious. Go ahead and cry on the ground. I just learned a little too quickly. Familly raised a finger and swayed it from side to side. That's because you don't understand him. He's probably still lying on the ground crying right now. Tuanchuan, go and see your great master. After receiving the order, the little dumpling climbed off the sofa and quickly ran upstairs on its short legs. Pushing open the door, He was still lying on the floor crying. Grandmaster, don't cry. Tuanchuan wanted to help Master Tai up, but he was too heavy. Tuanchuan, don't worry about Master Tai, go out. I need some peace and quiet. Tuanchuan's sweet, childlike voice rang out. Grandmaster, cry. Grandmaster didn't cry, you must have seen wrong. Tuanchuan, go down and eat, don't worry about me. He continued to lie on the ground, heartbroken. He had studied the moves for months, only to have someone learn them after just one look. This was a huge blow to him. Tuanchuan came downstairs, ran to her father, and said in her childish voice, Daddy, Grandpa is lying on the ground, crying. Yichen's expression was somewhat indescribable. He slowly turned his head to look at Familly, realizing that what Familly said was true. Would the little old man really lie on the ground and cry? 290 hurry up and make a baby with Lily. Am I right? That little old man was lying on the ground crying. Yichen asked again. Tianquan, why is your great master lying on the ground crying? Little Tianquan laid down on the carpet, imitating Mo Yi's movements, and she did a pretty good job of resembling him. Master Tai, lie on the ground and cry. Yichen was both amused and exasperated. He quickly picked the little one up from the carpet and patted her little skirt. Is this how your master cried while lying on the carpet? You imitated him so well. Don't do it next time. The floor is so dirty, you can't lie on the floor. Familly was amused and patted Tianquan's little head. Tianquan imitated it so well. Tianquan happily stuck out her little tongue and pointed to the room upstairs. Grandmaster, cry. Don't worry about him. He'll come down to eat when he's done crying. Let's eat first. What does Tianquan want to eat today? Tuan eats meat. Okay, we have hairy crabs and lobsters today. Yichen placed Tianquan on the chair and put a pink bib on the baby. Familly, are you sure you don't need to call your master for dinner? Don't worry about him. He'll come down when he's hungry. He's probably still sad right now. If you go up and see him crying, he'll definitely get angry. That's just his personality. Okay, then I won't go. Yichen continued to feed Xiao Tuan. After a while, Mo Yi finally came down. You don't even wait for me to eat. Do you even care about me as your teacher anymore? Yichen said, Master, there's a seat reserved for you. Come over quickly. Disciple Yichen is still the best. Mo Yi sat down next to Yichen, but he hadn't eaten. He touched Yichen's arm, and then his hand. Familly narrowed his eyes slightly and asked in a low voice, Old man, what are you doing? Of course I look to my apprentice. He has extremely high comprehension and is a genius that comes along only once in 1,000 years. Yichen said modestly, Master, I'm not that good. I just remember things quickly. I'm not a genius. I learned martial arts in my dreams before. I can't believe I received such a genius. It's truly a blessing from heaven. Mo Yi excitedly wiped away her tears and slurped down her rice. Yichen was speechless for a moment. Master, eat slowly. No one is going to take it from you. The food here is so delicious. My disciple, give me another bowl. Yichen looked at the empty bowl and fell into deep thought. He then served the old man another bowl. Master, please eat slowly. There's still plenty left. Tianquan also ate like the old master. Daddy, Tianquan wants more food. Tianquan ate so much today. Yichen served his daughter another bowl of rice. With this little old man around, even Tianquan is eating more. After finishing his meal, Yichen finally thought he could spend some quality time with his daughter and wife, but Mo Yi stopped him again. Master, I've already practiced the waving gesture you had me practice today. Mo Yi shook his head and said, With your physique, I think you can learn at least 3 moves a day. In less than a month, you will be able to learn all of my moves. Aren't you excited? Yichen said helplessly. You told me to learn 3 a day, and now there are 2 left. What about the other 2 moves? Hurry up, I'm in a rush. This move is called Great Rock Spreads Its Wings, and it is the result of my 81 days of practice. Mo Yi performed the trick again, and Yichen nodded, indicating that he had memorized it. Look closely, there's also this. Yichen still felt that the moves were a bit silly. Study the youth league. Little Tianquan had somehow followed along, staying close to Master Tai and trying to learn how to stand out from the crowd. She was on one leg and almost fell over. Yichen quickly grabbed the little girl's clothes and helped her sit up straight. Tianquan, what brings you here? Weren't you going to see your sheep brother? Tianquan's sweet, childlike voice rang out. Tianquan, learn to beat the bad guys. Mo Yi nodded repeatedly. Tianquan, you are so talented. Learn from Master Tai. Master, Tianquan is still too young. How can she learn such dangerous moves? It's all right. I have high hopes for Tianquan. Tianquan has extraordinary talent and is clearly a martial arts prodigy. Yichen quickly carried Tianquan out and closed the door. Yichen, why did you kick Tianquan out? Yichen said, Tianquan, go draw. You're going to participate in a competition soon. Tianquan ran downstairs to continue drawing. Mo Yi frowned. Tuanshuan might even inherit my mantle in the future. Why did you kick Bao Bao out? Tuanshuan is still young, and she's a girl. What if she gets hurt? Moe stroked his beard. All right, you and Xiao Lily should hurry up and have a son. He'll be tough and have him practice with me. Yi Chen's ears turned red, and he lowered his eyes, whispering, these things can't be rushed. I'm in a hurry. We can't afford to have no successor. You absolutely must give me a little heir. Then, Yi Chen was pushed forward by Moe. Go quickly and make a baby with Xiao Lily. Yi Chen went downstairs, and Familly was still working on the computer, wearing a casual purple pajama set, her long, fair legs exposed, looking particularly alluring. Are you done practicing? Yi Chen nodded. Yes, Master told me to come down first. She sat down gently beside Familly and whispered, my master said that I should come out and have a baby with you, and then inherit his mantle. Familly thought she had misheard, stopped what she was doing, turned around and asked, what did you just say? Yi Chen whispered, my master said that I should come out and have a child with you to inherit his mantle. Familly was silent for a moment, then asked, what about you? What are your thoughts? I think either way is fine. Don't we already have our baby, Tuanshuan? Tuanshuan was watching TV when she suddenly heard her father mention her name. She quickly ran over and climbed onto her father's lap. Dad, my dear Tuanshuan, why aren't you watching TV? The little one nuzzled against his father's face and said in a sweet, babyish voice, Tuanshuan, go to sleep. Tuanshuan wants to sleep. Daddy will take you to sleep. Yi Chen carried Tuanshuan to the room and changed her into a fluffy bunny pajama set. Daddy, tell me a story. Okay, Daddy will tell you a story. We'll tell one today. Tuanshuan immediately said, Princess, Tuanshuan wants the princess. Okay, then I'll tell you the story of the princess today. Yi Chen talked for a while, and the little dumpling had already closed its eyes and fallen asleep, its little bottom sticking up, sleeping soundly. Yi Chen covered the baby with the blanket and quietly left the room. Familly sat on the sofa, lost in thought. Yi Chen asked, Wife, what's wrong? I heard that our wedding is in 3 months. It's almost finished. 291 An extremely biased mother. Yes, our wedding is in 2 months. My mom set the date, October 8th, saying it's an auspicious day. Familly fell silent again. Yi Chen grasped Familly's hand and asked excitedly, Don't you want to? Don't you want to marry me? No, it's just that it felt a bit too sudden, and I wasn't prepared. It's okay, we still have 3 months. Let's prepare well and start tomorrow. Familly smiled. She looked especially beautiful when she smiled, with her eyebrows slightly curved, exuding a cool and aloof charm. Starting tomorrow, isn't that too early? Yi Chen shook his head repeatedly. It's not too early. Our wedding must shock the entire capital. Good. As soon as Familly finished speaking, she exclaimed in surprise as Yi Chen picked her up. Yi Chen, what are you doing? Let me go. I won't let go. You're my wife. I can hold you whenever I want. Yi Chen carried Familly upstairs, placed her on the soft bed, and pressed himself down on her. I haven't taken a shower yet. I'm not washing it now. I'll wash it later. Yi Chen couldn't wait to kiss her, tearing at Familly's pajamas. Yi Chen, you're too hasty. I can't wait any longer. Yi Chen couldn't wait a moment longer. He simply couldn't wait to have such an alluring wife. Familly narrowed her eyes slightly, her face showing some pain, and her 2 fair arms tightly hugged Yi Chen's neck. You're always so impatient. After a night of pleasure, Yi Chen felt refreshed and energetic when he woke up the next day. Moe and Tuan Tuan were already eating breakfast. Seeing Yi Chen calm down, Moe chuckled. Disciple, why did you get up so late today? Were you too tired last night? Is there any movement in my little grand disciple? Yi Chen opened his mouth and almost choked on his own saliva. Master, what nonsense are you spouting again? What little grand disciple? Of course you understand. Yi Chen immediately denied it. No, that's not true at all. Master, you're overthinking it. Stop pretending, disciple. You and Xiao Lily are so loving. It's only a matter of time before you have a child. Moe smiled brightly. Yi Chen glanced at Familly, then immediately buried his head in his food. Let nature take its course with the child, even though he also really likes the baby. Now, one group is enough. The entire Yi group was in an uproar, with everyone eager to see the legendary young master. Yi Chun was dressed in a black suit, with a handsome face and an air of nobility about him. So handsome. Young Master Jun is so handsome. He really looks like our boss Yi. They look so alike. They look so alike. This young master looks quite young, probably in his early 20s. I wonder if I have a chance. Wake up. He not only has a girlfriend, but he also has a child. What are you trying to compete for? Children? What children? I already saw her at the press conference. Young Master Yi has a child. She looks about 2 or 3 years old. She's quite cute, and it's a daughter. The employees were heartbroken. Before I even dreamed, my dream shattered. Yi Lan led Yi Chun to the office. Lin Lin, this will be your office from now on. If you need anything, you can ask your assistant. The office has a large sunny area, a separate lounge and restroom, a tea room, and a large balcony with a panoramic view of the outside scenery. Sister, I don't think I'm qualified for the vice president position. How do you know you can't do it if you haven't even tried? This project is newly launched, so take a look first. Yi Lan placed a folder on the table and patted Yi Chun on the shoulder. I heard you started your own company right after graduating from university. That's great. You're truly my brother. Yi Chun pursed his lips. Really? Yes, I believe you. Yi Chun nodded and sat down to look at the documents. The projects here are different from their company's projects. These projects are huge, each worth hundreds of millions. Yi Chun watched intently, afraid of missing a single detail. After a while, there was a knock on the door. Young Master Yi, I'm here to bring you tea. Come in. A pretty assistant placed the tea on the table. Young Master Yi, please try it, and see if you're satisfied. Yi Chun said indifferently. Just put it over there. I'll try it later. The female assistant stood next to Yi Chun for a full 20 minutes, but still didn't get a single glance from him. Yi Chun was engrossed in reading the documents and didn't notice that there was someone next to him. Noon. Madame Yi personally delivered the meal, accompanied by her male assistant who carried a large insulated box. Yi Chun said happily, Mom, what brings you here? Mom is here to bring you food, of course. Is it tiring on your first day working here? If you don't understand anything, just ask your dad or your sister. Yi Chun shook his head and said, It's not too tiring. The tasks my sister gave me are all very light. Mom, this is my office. Madame Yi said with satisfaction, The office is quite nice. Mom brought you some of your favorite dishes today, packed in a thermal box, so they're still warm. Upon opening the insulated box, a delicious aroma of food wafted out. There are 8 dishes in total, plus pork rib soup and congee with preserved egg and lean pork. Mom, why did you bring me so much? I can't finish it all by myself. Have you eaten? Madame Yi said, I've already eaten. I'll call your sister over, and the two of you can eat together. Mom, I'll go. Yi Chun went to Yi Lan's office, where Yi Lan was still writing data on her computer, looking like a very busy person. Lin Lin, what brings you here? Which data is wrong? Yi Chun whispered, Sis, Mom brought food. She brought a lot of dishes. I can't finish them all by myself. Let's eat together. Okay, let's do it together. Yi Lan put down her work, her eyes brightening. Upon arriving at Yi Chun's office, Yi Lan said, Mom, you're so biased. You bring me food as soon as Lin Lin arrives, but I've been working here for so long, and you've never brought me a single meal. Lin Lin is too thin. It's obvious she hasn't been eating properly. All right, I know you care about your brother, so I guess I'm benefiting from this too. Yi Lan also sat down to eat with them. Yi Chun had just picked up his chopsticks when he suddenly asked, Mom, where's Dad? Why don't we let him eat with us? We can't possibly finish all this food. Your dad can eat anything. He's used to eating at the company cafeteria, so don't worry about him. Lin Lin, you eat first. Madame Yi personally served food to Yi Chun, worried that her son wouldn't have enough to eat. Yi Lan almost rolled her eyes and muttered under her breath, Double standards. Poor Father Yi, he's still eating in the cafeteria. 292. Mom loves him so much, what should I do? Achoo. Father Yi suddenly sneezed. Is someone talking badly about him? Father Yi rubbed his nose and continued eating the semi-prepared food from the cafeteria. Yi Chun, meanwhile, was enjoying the fragrant and steaming hot meal. Lin Lin, eat more. Madame Yi continued to feed her son, fearing that Yi Chun wouldn't have enough to eat. Yi Chun looked at the pile of vegetables in front of him, which had become a small hill, and said helplessly, "Mom, no need. I really can't eat anymore." Madam Yi said with heartache, "You're so thin, Mom must not be eating properly. From now on, Mom will bring you food to the company every day, okay?" "Mom, really, it's not necessary. You don't need to bring me food every day. I can eat at the cafeteria. I used to eat at the company cafeteria." Madam Yi felt even more sorry for the child. What a pitiful child. "From now on, your mother will bring you food every day." Yichin said, "Mom, really, it's not necessary. I'm fine eating in the cafeteria. It's too much trouble for you to run around every day." Madam Yi said gently, "I don't think it's troublesome at all, and I don't have much to do at home anyway. I'll bring you meals every day from now on. The food in the cafeteria is all pre-made, and some is semi-pre-made. It's nowhere near as good as the food cooked at home." Yichin couldn't resist his mother's enthusiasm and had no choice but to agree. "Okay, thank you, Mom." Madam Yi said, her voice choked with emotion, "I will make it up to you doubly in the future." Her son must be the most pitiful child in the world. Watching Yichin eat, Madam Yi alternated between crying and laughing, so Yichin quickly handed her a napkin. "Mom, why are you crying again?" Madam Yi wiped away her tears. "I'm fine. I just feel like I've let you down. Mom, I used to live a good life. I had enough to eat and drink. You don't need to feel guilty. I'm back now." "Yes, I'm back." Madam Yi wiped away her tears and said, "Lin, come home tonight. Your grandfather misses you so much he's almost sick. He keeps calling your name, saying you're his precious grandson, and he wants you to come back." Yichin hesitated for a moment and then said, "Okay, I'll go home tonight." Madam Yi said excitedly, "All right, Mom has already had the servants clean your room thoroughly, just waiting for you to come back. Your grandfather would be very happy if he knew you were coming home today." When Yichin finished his meal and went out with Madam Yi, they ran into Ye's father, who had just returned from dinner. Father Yi asked in confusion, "Why are you here? Is that an insulated box you're carrying?" Mother Yi said, "Yes, Lin just started working at the company, and I was worried that he wouldn't be used to the food in the company cafeteria, so I brought him lunch." Father Yi asked again in disbelief, You came here specifically to bring Lin lunch?" Madam Yi replied matter-of-factly, "Yes." Father Yi was furious, but dared not retaliate, his face showing great frustration. "I've worked at this company for so many years, and you've never once brought me lunch. My son just arrived today, and you're already bringing him lunch. What do you mean by that?" The mother replied matter-of-factly, "Do you think my son is the same as you? My son can't stand the company food. What if he gets thin? You can eat anything. Why would I send you food?" Father Ye's face turned pale with anger. He asked in a low voice, "Fine, then why didn't you invite me to eat with Lin when you brought her food? Lana is here." Mother Yi shrugged. "You're used to eating the cafeteria food, aren't you? Your son and daughter are so thin. They need to eat more to strengthen their bodies." Father Yi was really furious this time. "Having a son means you've forgotten him?" Yichin quickly stepped forward to mediate. "Dad, don't be angry. When Mom tried to call you, you had already gone to the cafeteria for lunch." Father Yi asked uncertainly, "Really?" Yichin nodded. "Really, Dad, why would I lie to you? Mom actually cares about you a lot, and she specifically asked me to call you for dinner." "Okay, I'm fine. Just make sure you eat well. You're too thin and need to eat more." Father Yi patted Yi-chan on the shoulder. "When are you going to live here?" The more he looked at his son, the more satisfied he became. His favorite child was actually his own biological son. This is their own child. Whenever Yi-fu thought of this, the corners of his mouth would unconsciously turn up. Yi-chin said, "Dad, I'm going home tonight." "You're coming home tonight. Great. Your mom has already cleaned your room and made it spotless, just waiting for you to come home." Yi-chin nodded, a slight smile playing on his lips. He seemed to be in a good mood. Lin, Mom is going home now. I'll prepare dinner for you tonight." Madam Yi was about to leave, but then she returned the way she came and walked to her father's side. Yi-fu unconsciously lowered his head. He's obviously henpecked. "And you? Your son just started working. Don't assign him such heavy tasks. He's still young." Father Yi nodded repeatedly. "I understand, madam. Don't worry. I'll take care of your son. You can go home now." Madam Yi then left the company and got into her car. Father asked. Lin, the project your sister gave you today is a bit difficult, isn't it? If you can't solve it, it's okay. Dad will send you a capable assistant. Yichen said, Dad, it's not too difficult. This overseas project is all right, and my English isn't bad either. That's good. You mustn't overwork yourself, or your mom will start nagging me again. Yichen chuckled softly. No, Dad. You're such a good son. Come on, let Dad give you some extra lessons from the company. Good. Afternoon. Get off work. Yichen sat on the sofa, hesitated for a moment, and then called Familly. I just got home. How about you? Are you back yet? A clear female voice came through the microphone. Yichen touched the tip of his nose and whispered, Wife, I might not be going home tonight. Familly got out of the car with her phone in hand and asked, Aren't you coming back? Are you going to the Yi family's place? Yichen nodded and said, Yes, Grandpa misses me so much, he's almost sick from missing me. My parents want me to come home and stay for a few days, but don't worry, I'll only stay for one day. I'll go back tomorrow. It's all right, you can stay a few more days. After all, he's your family. Take good care of Grandpa. Suddenly, the old man snatched the phone away. What? Yichen, you're not coming back tonight. Yichen's ears were almost deafened by the loud noise, and he moved his phone away. Yes, I want to go back to see Grandpa. He was furious. What's so interesting about that old man? Stop looking and come back to training. Master, I'm not going home tonight, bye. Before the old man could get angry, Yichen had already hung up the phone. Finally, I can get a good night's rest. Holding his phone, was so angry he almost stormed into the Yi family's house. Familly stopped the person. Where are you going? Let me go. I need to get my precious disciple. 293, home. The warmest home. Old man, stop fooling around. Yichen is going home to visit his grandfather today. All right, then I'll give him a day off. If he doesn't come back by tomorrow, I'll storm into the Yi family and bring my good disciple back. Yi sat on the sofa, playing with Xiao Tuanshuan. The little guy waited and waited but didn't see his father come back. His big eyes were fixed on the door, and he couldn't wait to run outside. Dad, why hasn't Dad come back yet? Familly bent down and said, Tuanshuan, Daddy won't be coming back today. Daddy went to Grandpa's house today and won't be back until tomorrow. Dad. The baby rubbed his eyes, looking aggrieved. Tuanshuan is heartbroken because she can't see her father. Then, she picked up her little phone and called her dad. Yichen answered the phone in the car, and the little girl pouted with a wronged look on her face. Dad, I'm not coming home. Yichen gently coaxed the baby. Tuanshuan, Daddy is going to Grandpa's house today, and we'll go back tomorrow to have dinner with you, okay? Good. The little baby pouted and kissed his dad. Good girl, Tuanshuan is such a good baby. Eat well and sleep well tonight. The little dumpling nodded its head like a chick pecking at rice. It was so well behaved in front of its father. After hanging up the phone, he changed completely. He refused to eat and sat on the sofa, sulking. Yichen has already arrived at the Yi family's residence. The old man was so happy when he heard that his beloved grandson was coming home today that he couldn't even take a nap and has been waiting until now. Upon hearing the horn, I immediately stood up. It's Lin coming back. It must be Lin coming back. The old man strode out of the room, showing no signs of being a man in his 60s or 70s. Lin. Yichen got out of the car and saw his grandfather running so fast, so he quickly went up to help him up. Grandpa, why are you walking so fast? How are you feeling? The old man had a rosy complexion and nodded repeatedly. Grandpa is very well. Grandpa is in excellent health. Don't worry, seeing my dear grandson makes all my illnesses disappear. It's Lin who's back. Madam Yi said with a smile. Even the household servants were delighted. Many people looked Yichen up and down. This was the real young master of the Yi family. Young master is so handsome. He's really handsome, like a refined and noble young master. Yes, he's so handsome, both handsome and polite. Does the young master have a girlfriend? They even have a child now. I heard he's already 3 years old. Didn't they come here last time? Oh, everyone was heartbroken. Lin, it's Lin. The second sister of the Yi family had just returned from abroad, just to see her younger brother. It really is Lin. She looks exactly like she did when she was little. How come I never noticed before? The third sister also came over. Second sister, third sister. Yichen scratched his head, feeling embarrassed under the gaze of his two older sisters. So handsome, my brother is so handsome. And he's talented too. Our brother is the youngest music producer. Yichun pursed his lips shyly after being praised and said softly, "Third sister, I'm not actually that great. I've just written a few songs. There are plenty of people in this world who are more talented than me. It's different. You're our little brother, so of course we think you're the best. Yes, this is a gift from your third sister." A huge model car was shoved into Yichen's hand. When she was little, Linlin loved collecting these little cars. Yichen coughed a few times. "Thank you, third sister." "You're welcome. I'm glad you like it." "Linlin, and me too. This is a gift from your second sister to you as we meet." Yichun was handed another large box, which, when opened, revealed a Power Ranger's suit. His expression was somewhat indescribable. Do the older sisters still think he's the same as when he was a child? He has grown up. "Thank you, second sister." Linlin loves these things the most, like marbles, armor, and model cars. The two older sisters were still talking about Yichun. Grandpa Yi handed Yichun a folder and said solemnly, "Linlin, this is a gift from Grandpa to you." Yichun asked, "Grandpa, what is this?" "You'll see when you open it." Yichun opened the folder, and inside was a contract transfer document. "Your share is 30%, plus the extra 10% that Grandpa gave you. So you have 40% of the shares, making you the largest shareholder among all shareholders." Yichun immediately returned the folder to the old man. "Grandpa, no, this is too valuable. I can't accept it. My parents have already given me 30% of the shares. That's what they gave you. This is what your grandfather gave you. From now on, you will be the largest shareholder of the Yi Group." Yichun shook his head and said, "Grandpa, I can't do it. I don't know how to run such a big company. My dad and older sister are more suitable than me." "Linlin, just take it. This is Grandpa's compensation for you." "Yes, little brother, take it. You've been missing for over 10 years. You must have suffered a lot while you were away." "My poor brother." Yichun accepted the contract with trepidation. The family gathered around the table during mealtime, creating a particularly warm and cozy atmosphere. Yichun looked at his grandfather, parents, and 3 older sisters, and smiled contentedly. It would be even better if his wife and Tuanchuan were with him. It's simply a life without regrets. Yichun was unaware that his beloved daughter was throwing a tantrum, lying motionless on the sofa with her little bottom sticking up. Familly sat down next to the little one and poked her little head. "Tuanchuan, it's time to eat." The little guy shifted its body, then continued to lie there, like a little turtle. "Tuanchuan, get up and eat. Dad will be back to be with you tomorrow." Familly touched the baby's hand. "Tuanchuan is a good baby. Get up and eat." The little bundle of milk moved its head slightly, then continued to lie there. Little Tuanchuan was throwing a tantrum because she wanted her dad to be with her. She was unhappy without him. No matter how Familly tried to persuade him, it was no use. The little guy just lay motionless on the sofa, refusing to eat or speak. "Sigh. Sis, this little Tuanchuan is so naughty. I'd better take a video and send it to my brother-in-law, so he can see what kind of baby his good daughter really is." Fengyan picked up her phone and said deliberately, "If Tuanchuan doesn't get up, I'll take a picture of this and show it to your dad." Little Tuanchuan pricked up her little ears, heard what her aunt said, quickly climbed down from the sofa, ran to Fengyan's side, and tiptoed to snatch her phone. "Don't show this to Dad." 264. I dream of my wife. What a happy dream. Fengyan deliberately held up her phone. "I've already taken the picture. I'm going to send it to your dad so he can see what kind of baby you are, not well-behaved at all, refusing to eat, and throwing a tantrum." Little Tuanchuan was almost crying from anger. She sniffled pitifully and hugged her aunt's legs tightly with her 2 little hands. "Auntie, Tuanchuan is a good boy." Little Tuanchuan tries her best to act cute and charming. Fengyan smiled smugly, pinched the baby's little cheek, and asked sternly, "Good boy? Then why didn't you eat just now?" Little Tuanchuan nodded and said in her childish voice, "Tuanchuan, let's eat." "That's a good girl. Go eat with Mom right now, or I'll send the video to your dad." Tuanchuan obediently went to eat, shoveling rice into her mouth with her little spoon. She was terrified that her father would see her. She was a child with a bad temper, and her father would definitely not like her anymore. Toanchuan continued to obediently lie on the table and eat her meal. Feng Yin laughed so hard she almost fell over, clutching her stomach as she collapsed onto the sofa. Ha ha ha, sis, did you see that? Toanchuan has things she's afraid of too. What she's most afraid of is being seen by her dad. She's a grumpy baby and is afraid her dad won't want her anymore. Sis, Toanchuan is so cute. Feng Yin wiped away the tears of laughter from the corners of her eyes. Feng Li said, "You really have a way with things. You scared Toanchuan so much that she got up to eat." Yes, if Toanchuan misbehaves in the future, I'll use this method to scare her and see if she dares to disobey again. Feng Yin also sat down to eat with them. Xiao Toanchuan quickly got chopsticks for her aunt, smiled at her, and continued to act cute. "Auntie, time to eat." "Thank you. Toanchuan, you should eat too." Feng Yin suppressed a smile and continued eating. After a while, the little dumpling tugged at its aunt with its two paws and said in a sweet, babyish voice, "Auntie, be a good girl, don't send a video to Daddy." "Okay, as long as you behave, I won't send it to your dad." Toanchuan was finally relieved and continued talking to her father on the phone. "My baby can't type, only talk and send emoticons." She has a lot of emojis on her phone. First, she sent her dad a bunny rolling around emoji. "My cutest baby girl, rolling around." "The most awesome and handsome dad. My darling Toanchuan, have you had dinner yet?" "My cutest baby girl. Toanchuan, time to eat." "The most awesome and handsome dad. Dad has eaten too. You need to sleep well later." Then, the little girl sent a nodding emoji. Feng Li secretly glanced at the contact names of the father and daughter. Both were so long. "I'm speechless." Yichen returned to his room. 17 years later, sleeping in this room again, I felt that everything here was both familiar and strange. On the table were his childhood toys, various marbles, cards, Bakugan, and figurines. It seemed that nothing had moved. Yichen picked up a few cards, which were printed with childish dolls and various attributes. So he was so childish as a kid, playing with things like that? Yichen lay quietly on the bed, unable to stretch his legs out. The bed felt a bit too small. When he was a child, he could fall asleep in no time while lying in bed. But now Yichen tosses and turns and can't fall asleep, always feeling like something is missing. Right. He didn't have his soft wife holding him. How boring, sleeping in the bed I used to be in. It would be even better if I could hold my wife. He now has a beautiful wife. It would be even better if we did something else. Yichen thought to himself with a smug satisfaction. As a result, he dreamed that Feng Li was lying next to him, her two fair arms wrapped around his neck, and she gave him a kiss. "Honey, do you like it?" Yichen laughed out loud. In reality, "I like it. I absolutely love it. Kiss me." In reality, Yichen hugged the blanket next to him and kissed it repeatedly. "Wife, you're so beautiful." He murmured to himself, "So beautiful." When I woke up, I found the blanket was dirty. Yichen was extremely embarrassed and immediately put the quilt into the washing machine. "It's really inconvenient not having my wife around." Mother Yi asked with concern, Lin, why are you in the laundry room so early in the morning? If you have any clothes that need washing, you can ask the maid to wash them for you." Yichen stammered, almost biting his tongue. "Mom, I'm fine. I don't have any clothes to wash. It's just that I got the sheets dirty, so I'll wash them first." Mother Yi asked, "The sheets? How did the sheets get dirty?" Yichen pursed his lips and immediately changed the subject. "Mom, what's for breakfast today? I'm feeling a little hungry." Lin is hungry? Then hurry down and eat. Today's breakfast is your favorite hamburger, sandwich, and fresh milk. Good. Yichen strode downstairs, afraid that his mother would ask him something else. How embarrassing. Grandpa Yi waved to Yichen through the glass. Lin, come exercise with Grandpa. It's early in the morning, so make sure you get some exercise. Lin is hungry. Let's eat first, and then exercise. Yichen said, Mom, I'll go for a run with Grandpa first, and then we'll eat. Then, the grandfather and grandson ran around the front yard together. Lin, how's your training going lately? Are you confident about the league competition? It's all right. My master makes me practice every day and has taught me a lot of moves, Yichen said helplessly. They all have weird names. That little old man likes to give you these kinds of names. If you don't like them, you don't have to learn them. Come to Grandpa's, and Grandpa will teach you. You'll be able to do backflips when you're 3 years old. Oh. Yichen looked surprised. I was this good when I was 3 years old. Yes, you are a genius in the Yi family. Your mother wants you to learn painting from her, but you don't have the talent for it. Yichen scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. Yeah, I know nothing about this. Tuanshuan is amazing. The old man said arrogantly. From now on, you'll stay with Grandpa. I wouldn't feel comfortable leaving you with that old guy Moe. Grandpa, how about this? I'll learn from you on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and from my master on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. I'll just rest on the remaining day. Grandpa Yi nodded and said, That's fine. After all, my granddaughter-in-law is still there. After get off work, Yichen rushed home immediately, and Xiao Tuanshuan rushed into her father's arms, feeling extremely wronged. Dad. Yichen hugged Tuan Tuan and asked, My darling, what's wrong? Daddy, don't let Tuan Tuan go. Tuanshuan rubbed her eyes, tears welling up in her eyes. It wasn't easy for Tuanshuan to finally have a father. Who said that? Who said Daddy doesn't want Tuanshuan? Of course Daddy wants Tuanshuan. Our little Tuanshuan is so well-behaved. Yichen lifted his daughter high in the air, saying, Daddy loves Tuanshuan the most. Tuanshuan laughed happily, though tears still clung to her face, thinking her father had abandoned her. Tuanshuan, crying. 295 is also very satisfied with his daughter-in-law. Yichen sat down next to Familly, holding his daughter. Wife, I'm back. I was gone for a day. Did you miss me? Familly replied calmly, No. Yichen leaned closer again, deliberately bringing his face close to Familly's. Really not? You're not lying to me, are you? Familly lifted her eyelids and glanced at Yichen. She would never tell anyone that she had insomnia last night, because Yichen wasn't by her side. That's so embarrassing. Honey, you have such dark circles under your eyes. They look really bad. Did you not sleep well last night? Or are you having insomnia? Familly immediately denied it, saying, No. No. Seeing Familly's serious expression, Yichen decided to tease her. His lips gently kissed her cheek, making Familly freeze completely. Yichen whispered in Familly's ear again, I miss you so much. I couldn't sleep last night because I couldn't hold you. I only fell asleep when I dreamed about you. How could anyone resist a husband who is handsome, young, and knows how to be charming? Familly was completely bewildered, wrapping her arms around Yichen's neck. Really? Of course it's true. I couldn't sleep without holding you, so I came back tonight. The two were deeply in love, their relationship filled with sweet, romantic moments. Little Tuanshuan sat to the side eating melon seeds, watching her parents kiss, and laughed happily, clapping her little hands as she did so. Mommy and Daddy kisses. Familly then noticed that there was a little guy next to her, and immediately pushed Yichen's face away. Stop kissing, our daughter is still here. Okay, then we'll kiss again tonight. Yichen wanted to spend some quality time with his wife and daughter, but the next second, he was grabbed by the old man again. My disciple, you're finally back. I thought you weren't coming back. Hurry up, you still have many moves to learn today. Yichen was speechless. Master, I just got back. I'm doing this for your own good. Yichen gave Familly a resentful look. I really want to cuddle with my wife. That evening, Yichen finally embraced the wife he had longed for. Why are you holding me so tightly? Familly patted Yichen's hand. Let go of me. I won't let go, I won't let go. I didn't hold you properly to sleep last night, and you still won't let me hold you today? Yichen sniffed at Familly's neck with a wronged expression, then slowly moved downwards. With such a beautiful wife right beside him, how could he possibly resist? Familly asked in a low voice, Are you going back tomorrow? I am going back, but I came back before going to bed tonight. I don't want to sleep on that cold bed, which is also a bit small and doesn't even have enough room for my legs. The best thing is still coming back and sleeping in my soft, fragrant wife's arms. I can also do other things there, hee. Yichen turned the woman in his arms over. What are you doing? Wife. Familly was so infatuated with Yichen that she could only let him do whatever he wanted. Damn it. He just had to have such a handsome face, making it impossible for her to refuse him. Familly buried her face in the pillow, her eyes glazed over, and let out a soft, seductive sound. Yichen got even more excited. He'd been exercising every day lately, and he had an inexhaustible amount of energy. 1 month later, the National Children's Art Competition has officially begun. Yichen registered Tuan Tuan's name online. The little dumpling sat on the sofa eating a lollipop, watching the sheep brother. Yichen patted Tuan Tuan's little head. Tuan Tuan, you have a competition soon, so you can't watch cartoons anymore. You need to work hard at drawing. Grandma will come and tutor you in drawing today. Tuanshuan, my darling grandma. Tuanshuan raised her little head, looked around, but didn't see her grandma. Grandma will come to help you with your drawing in a little while. Quickly get out your drawing paper, your little brushes, and your paints. Tuanshuan took out all her little tools, stuck out her little bottom, and lay on the table to continue drawing. A short while later, a car horn sounded outside. Yichen strode out. Mom, you're here. Madame Yi was wearing a dark green cheongsam and light makeup. She looked to be no more than 30 or 40 years old. Lin Lin, have you had breakfast? Yichen said, I've already eaten. Upon hearing her grandmother's voice, the little bundle of joy quickly ran out on her short legs and pounced on her grandmother's lap. Grandmother, my little Tuanshuan, let Grandma hold you. I haven't seen our little Tuanshuan for several days. Tuanshuan shook her little head. Grandma, Tuanshuan is heavy. Don't hug me. Tuanshuan is not heavy at all. Madame Yi picked up Xiao Tuanshuan and doted on her only granddaughter. Mom, please stop holding Tuanshuan. It's all right. After Madame Yi entered, Familly stood up and called out, Mom. Mother Yi paused for a moment, then laughed. Lily, what did you just call me? Mom. Great. I love Lily. I never imagined she'd become my daughter-in-law. Yimu pulled Familly aside to chat about this and that. Yi Chun, who was standing to the side, couldn't understand either. He touched the tip of his nose and continued watching his daughter draw, drawing round and round trees and flowers. When I was applying paint, I ended up getting it all over my face. Grandma, let's draw a tree. The little guy showed his grandma the drawing he had made from the photo. His little face was covered in green paint. Mother Yi was both amused and exasperated. Tuanshuan, how did you get your face so dirty? Tuan Tuan is not dirty. The little guy rubbed his face, but the more he rubbed, the dirtier it got. Yichen picked up a napkin and wiped the baby's face. Grandma, Tuanshuan isn't dirty. Tuanshuan nestled cuddly in her grandmother's arms. Tuanshuan's drawing is really good. The use of colors is especially good. She really inherited her grandmother's skills. However, the trees behind cannot be as bright as the trees in front. Tuanshuan nodded, indicating that she had remembered it. Also, the tree must be straight. Tuanshuan, I know. Yichen asked impatiently. Mom, what do you think of Tuanshuan's painting? Is there any chance she'll win the championship? Mother Yi said, Tuanshuan is too young. The children's group is for children aged 3 to 9. Tuanshuan must be the youngest baby. The oldest child is probably 9 years old, 6 years older than Tuanshuan, so it will be very difficult for Tuanshuan to win the championship. However, it's good for her to experience it first. In 2 years, our Tuanshuan will definitely win the championship. Yichen nodded. Yes, Tuanshuan is only 3 years old now. It doesn't matter if she doesn't win the championship. She will definitely win in 2 years. Tuanshuan nodded. Tuanshuan, great. Our Tuanshuan baby is definitely the best. 296. So many people want to be Tuanshuan's stepmother. Familly pinched her daughter's cheek and said deliberately, Little Tuanshuan, you're not modest at all. Maybe you won't win the championship this time. The little dumpling raised its head and said earnestly, Tuanshuan, great. Yichen squatted down and said, Yes, Tuanshuan is the best. She will definitely win the championship. The competition will be held in 2 days. Tuanshuan must practice hard these 2 days. She can't be lazy and can't watch cartoons. The little dumpling shook its head like a rattle drum. Tuanshuan doesn't want to look. Good girl, Tuanshuan, you must practice hard and win this championship. Daddy will buy you a Barbie doll. Tuanshuan stretched out her 2 little hands and said to her father in a childish voice, Tuanshuan wants lots of dolls. Okay, Dad will buy a lot of Barbie dolls for Tuanshuan this time. I'll buy all of them for you and put them in your room. Tuanshuan was overjoyed, clapped her little hands, and picked up her paintbrush to continue drawing. She's the smartest baby, and she definitely won't let her dad down. Today, my baby wanted to draw a pretty little house, but he didn't know how, so he held onto his grandma's hand. Grandma, Tuanshuan doesn't know how. Mother Yi said with a loving expression, Grandma will teach you. Tuanshuan will inherit Grandma's legacy in the future. Our Tuanshuan will also be a world-renowned painter. She's so smart, no wonder she's my granddaughter. Yes, that's where it should be drawn. With Grandma's guidance, little Tuanshuan was very happy and drew a super big house. My granddaughter is just like me. She has a talent for painting since she was a child. Familly opened her mouth, but hesitated to speak. Actually, what she wanted to say was that Tuanshuan was not her biological granddaughter. In the end, she didn't say it aloud, but whispered in Yi Chen's ear, Mom thinks Tuanshuan is your biological child. Shouldn't we explain this? Yi Chen said, No need. The head of the regiment looks so much like me. She must be my biological daughter. Familly lowered her eyes. You should still tell Mom. After all, they are your family and they have the right to know the truth. It's okay. Tuanshuan has such a talent for painting and is destined to be with my mom. So don't worry. Let her teach her slowly. Yi Chun patted Familly's hand. Don't worry, I've always treated Tuanshuan like my own daughter, and she thinks I'm her biological father too. But, alright, there's no buts. My mom has already come to teach Tuanshuan. You go to work first. I have to go to the company in a little while too. My dad entrusted me with such a big project, and I can't let him down. Familly nodded and said, Okay, I'll be going now. Tuanshuan raised her little head and said, Goodbye, Mommy. Goodbye, stay home and draw well. Mom will be back this afternoon. Familly patted her daughter's head. Mom, I'm going to work now. Mother Yi smiled and said, All right, go ahead. I'll take care of Tuanshuan. You don't need to worry. Thank you, Mom. Familly picked up her bag and left the living room in her high heels. Yi Chen originally wanted to give his wife a big farewell kiss, but with his mother here, it seemed a bit inconvenient. Mom, I went to the company too. Dad recently gave me a big project. Night Mother said worriedly. Lin, then you should go quickly. Don't overwork yourself. Not tired. Yi Chen had just arrived at the company when he had to prepare for a meeting, which was attended entirely by foreigners. The meeting lasted all morning, and when I came out, my head was buzzing. Little night manager. The employees greeted each other politely. Yi Chen nodded. Since the last project was completed successfully, everyone in the company has treated him with great courtesy. When I don't have any projects, I go to Xixing Media to create songs. 2 more songs were released within a month. Yi Chen's career is booming, and he has already entered the top 100 of the rich list, becoming the youngest person to be included. Yi Chen is even more popular. The slightest thing he does can make it to the trending topics. Young Master Ye's profile. Night and youth romance. It's been so long. Why haven't I seen young Master Ye's girlfriend yet? Have they already broken up? Single dad. I'm in love. I'd be a stepmother, I don't mind. I don't mind at all. Honey, you're so handsome. You've captured my heart. So handsome. I dream about young Master Yi every day. You become a stepmother, and I promise I'll take good care of the baby. Because Yi Chen hadn't publicly announced his relationship, all his fans assumed he had broken up with his girlfriend and were vying to be the child's stepmother. Tuanshuan has no idea that countless people want to be her stepmother. The line could stretch from the South Pole to the North Pole. As a result, Yi Chen was grabbed by the ear by his wife as soon as he got back, and he screamed in pain. Wife, stop pulling. Your ear is going to fall off. It's about to fall off. It hurts so much. When Tuanshuan saw her father cry out in pain, her short legs quickly ran over, grabbed her mother's hand, and looked fiercely cute. Don't pinch daddy's ears. Familly continued to press harder, her tone dangerous. I see you have quite a few female fans online, chasing after you every day calling you husband, and now she even wants to be Tuanshuan's stepmother. Yi Chen immediately explained, No, that's not true. I have a wife, and I've already told them. Honey, please let go of my ear, it really hurts. We're having our wedding in 2 months, and then they'll all know. Familly finally calmed down, released Yi Chen's ear, and sat on the sofa with her legs crossed, her face cold. She was clearly in a bad mood. Don't be angry, Lily. I really know I was wrong. I've been a bit busy lately and haven't been checking the news online. I'll go clarify right now. Please don't be angry anymore, okay? Yi Chen fawned over his wife, massaging her shoulders. Don't be angry. Getting angry will make you age faster. Tuanchuan stretched out her two little hands to massage her mother's arms, saying, "Mommy, don't be angry. Honey, look, even our daughter says she doesn't want you to be angry. Don't be angry. I'll go and clarify things right now." Yichin stole a kiss on Feng Li's cheek. "Don't be angry anymore," Feng Li said arrogantly. "I'm not angry. I just don't want to see anyone trying to take my place. Hurry up and go." Okay, I'll go right away." Yichin picked up his phone and browsed the comments online. "Honey, I'm here to be your child's stepmother. This is my picture. Honey, look at me. I'm young and beautiful, just graduated from university, and 1.68 meters tall. Honey, I'm 24 years old this year, about to graduate with a master's degree. I have a high level of education. This is my photo. So what if you have a master's degree? They're everywhere. Look at me, young man. I have a PhD, and I'm a professor now. Honey, I love you so much. I dream about sleeping with you all the time. Love." There were also some even more offensive comments that were completely unreadable. Yichin's lips twitched. No wonder Feng Li was so angry. These comments were really too much. Make his wife angry. 297 3-year-old Tuanchuan is participating in a painting competition. Yichin picked up his phone and posted a clarification on Weibo, which he then pinned to the top. "Thank you all for your support. I have a girlfriend now, and we have a great relationship. We're planning to get married in 2 months, and I hope you can give us your blessings. Thank you." He also posted a picture of him and Feng Li in a video editing app, with a baby next to them. They look like a happy family of 3. Heartbreaking. The young master already has a girlfriend, and they're getting married in 2 months. Isn't that too early? Marriage is a grave. I advise you, young master, to think it over carefully. Jealousy. What kind of woman could make the young master so captivated? Judging from this silhouette, the young master's girlfriend must be very tall and have a great figure. Who is it? Show yourself. I'm so angry. Who on earth stole our young master away? Don't be sad. You'll see it in 2 months. We must give that woman a good dressing down. She's definitely not good enough for our young master. Why do I feel like this silhouette looks like President Feng? President Feng? How could that be? President Feng is a strong woman, always focused on her career. How could she possibly have time for romance? Stop dreaming. President Feng is very busy and probably doesn't like handsome young men like you. Yichin's lips twitched. Are these netizens all gods? They can guess it's Feng Li just from a silhouette. That's a bit too much. Honey, look, I've already explained it. Yichin moved closer to Feng Li and said with a smile, "Now they all know I have a boyfriend, and they also know I'm getting married in 2 months." Yichin finally managed to appease his wife and breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that being too charming isn't always a good thing. 2 days later, Tuanchuan was going to participate in a competition, so she got out of bed early in the morning and picked out a dress from the closet. Yichin was startled when he came in and didn't see his daughter. Who stole his daughter? Round and round. Dad. Little Tuanchuan, who was still crawling into the cabinet, answered. Yichin then noticed the little girl in a cabinet not far away and quickly pulled her out. Tuanchuan, what are you doing here? What are you doing in the closet? The little dumpling blinked its big eyes and said in a cute, babyish voice, Tuanchuan, let's choose clothes. Yichin suddenly realized. Tuanchuan is going to choose her own clothes today. Have you chosen them yet? Tuanchuan pointed to a pink dress in the closet, with lace trim and a fluffy skirt. It was very cute. Daddy, let Tuanchuan wear it. Okay, our Tuanchuan will wear this little dress today. This dress is so pretty. Tuanchuan will look even prettier in it. Yichin dressed Tuanchuan in a little dress, combed her hair, and made his daughter look beautiful. Daddy, Tuanchuan is beautiful. The baby pouted and gave his father a sweet, cuddly kiss on the cheek. Yes, our Tuanchuan is the most beautiful baby. Yichin led Tuantuan downstairs. Feng Li had already had everything prepared, including a small drawing board, paints, and brushes. Tuanchuan has a competition today, so eat more. Tuanchuan ate 2 eggs and a steak, and was quite full. She patted her tummy. Daddy, Tuanchuan is full. Yichin said softly. Are you full? We're going to participate in the competition soon. Don't be nervous, Tuanchuan. Your mom and dad will be with you. Tuanchuan shook her head like a small wave drum. The baby is probably too young to know the word nervous. Feng Li checked Tuanshuan's tools. The drawing board, paints, and brushes were all usable. The art museum in the heart of the capital. There were many people and vehicles coming and going. Yichen brought Tuanshuan down. There were many children older than Tuanshuan around, who were also there to participate in the painting competition, carrying small drawing boards on their backs. Elder sister. Its large, dark eyes looked around at the people. Elder brother. Tuanshuan saw a handsome young man, reached out, and grabbed his sleeve. The little boy, who looked about 7 or 8 years old, stopped in his tracks. What a cute little thing. Are you here to participate in the competition too? Tuanshuan nodded and smiled at him. Then you have to keep it up. Brother, keep going. The little boy reached out and pinched the round cheeks. Yichen wasn't watching her for a moment, and his daughter had actually found a cute older brother. What's going on? Yichen was very vigilant and quickly picked Tuanshuan up. These little boys must be trying to trick his daughter away. Tuanshuan stretched out a hand. Goodbye, brother. Goodbye. The very handsome little boy left, but Tuanshuan kept watching him. Yichen turned Tuan's little face towards him and patiently educated her. Tuanshuan, how can you talk to a stranger? What if he's a liar? He might take you away and you'll never see your dad again. Tuanshuan's sweet little voice rang out. Daddy, brother is handsome. I'm not lying to Tuanshuan. Handsome? Handsome people are more likely to lie. He just wants to trick you away. You're not allowed to talk to any other strangers from now on. Yichen was afraid that another little boy might deceive his daughter, so he held Tuanshuan in his arms the whole time. Feng Li looked helpless. Yichen, Tuanshuan is just talking to other friends and making friends. Aren't you overthinking it? I don't think about it at all. They just want to deceive my daughter. Don't even think about it. Yichen hugged his beloved daughter tightly. Tuanshuan leaned on her father's shoulder and continued to greet her older brother and sister. As Yichen walked, he said, Feng Li, I feel like most of the children participating in the competition are 6 or 7 years old. Isn't Tuanshuan too young? She's only 3 years old. Although Tuanshuan is young, she is very talented, so don't worry. Yichen nodded. Tuan's exam room is 3067, the 67th seat in the 3rd row. This should be it. Yichen put the little bundle of milk down and found her a good spot. Tuanshuan, this is your spot. You'll draw here, and Mom and Dad will come pick you up after the competition, okay? Tuanshuan nodded. Tuanshuan understands. Good girl. Yichen took out the baby's paintbrushes, paints, and drawing board and arranged them for her. They arrived a bit early. Half the students in the exam hall hadn't arrived yet. Yichen and Feng Li stayed here with Xiao Tuanshuan. Tuanshuan, don't be nervous. Have some milk. Your mom and dad are here. Tuanshuan drank from her little bottle, and then her dad fed her a candy, making her smile happily. Actually, the baby isn't nervous at all. Suddenly, a familiar little boy came into view. Yichen looked surprised. It's you? What are you doing here? This is the boy who touched Tuanshuan's face earlier. He's taking the exam right next to Tuanshuan. What a coincidence. 298 The elderly father was afraid that his daughter would be tricked away by another little boy. Xuanyu greeted him politely. Hello, uncle. Good? What's so good about him? He's not doing well at all right now. He's so handsome at such a young age, attracting all the girls, even his daughter likes him. Before Yichen could speak, Xiao Tuanshuan had already gone over and given her treasured candy to her brother. Brother, have some candy. Xuanyu took the candy from Tuanshuan's hand, patted her little head, and said, Thank you. What's your name? My name is Xuanyu. I'm 8 years old. My nickname is Little Cola. You can call me Brother Lele. Yichen pursed his lips. Brother Lele? At this moment, Yichen's expressive face was almost like a meme. Reference, yo yo yo. Brother Lele, Tuanshuan, 3 years old. The little bundle of milk stretched out 3 short little fingers. Your name is Tuanshuan? You're only 3 years old, and you're already participating in a painting competition. Tuanshuan nodded. Tuanshuan, draw. The two chatted happily, and Yichen even felt a little jealous. The daughter forgot about the little boy ever since she saw him. Yichen picked Tuan up and moved her away from Xuanyu. Tuanshuan nudged her father with her babyish voice. Daddy, Tuanshuan and her brother talk to each other. You two don't even know each other. What's there to talk about? Brother, Tuanshuan knows him, Brother Lele. Yichen held Xiao Tuanshuan in his arms, preventing her from talking to the little boy on the ground. Familly looked on helplessly and pinched Yi Chen's arm. Yi Chen, you're even jealous of an 8-year-old boy? They're just kids. What's wrong with them exchanging a few words? Tuanchuan can make another friend. No, this little boy has a face that attracts attention. He must be a fraud. We can't let Tuanchuan have any contact with him. Yi Chen refused to agree no matter what, and continued to hold his daughter. Wow, she's so young. That baby looks only 3 years old, and she's already participating in the competition. Does she even know how to hold a pen? Does she even know her own name? What an adorable baby. Can such a small baby really draw? Tuanchuan was the youngest child in the entire examination room, only 3 years old. As more and more people gathered around, some staff members organized the parents to leave. Dear parents, the competition is about to begin. Please leave the examination room in an orderly manner. Familly said, Yi Chen, it's about to start. Let's go outside and wait for Tuanchuan. Yi Chen reluctantly put his daughter down, patted her little head, and earnestly instructed her. Tuanchuan, don't talk to strangers. Your father is outside. If you need anything, raise your hand and call the teacher. Tuanchuan nodded. Dad, Tuanchuan knows. Good girl, Mom and Dad are going out. Yi Chen kept turning back as he walked, and as soon as he came out, he saw that little Lele was talking to his daughter again. Not only that, he even dared to touch Tuanchuan's face. Yi Chen was so angry he almost rushed in. They were stopped by staff. Parent, you cannot go in now. Familly grabbed Yi Chen's arm. Why are you in such a hurry? He's wiping your daughter's face. Tuanchuan got paint on her face just now. Yi Chen asked with some skepticism, really? Of course it's true. How old are they? One is 3 years old, and the other is 8. Yi Chen, what are you thinking about all day? They're still babies. Familly shook her head helplessly. Yi Chen muttered to himself, I'm just afraid that my daughter will be taken away by someone else. Don't worry, your daughter is so attached to you. She will never be taken away by anyone else. Tuanchuan wanted to take out her little paintbrush, but she didn't know how to open the box. The baby scratched her head anxiously, and her father wasn't around. Can't you open it? Do you need my help? Tuanchuan nodded. Little Lele helped Tuanchuan open the paintbrush box. Tuanchuan was overjoyed. Thank you, brother. You're welcome. Little Lele touched the fluffy little head. It really looked like an older brother. Yi Chen saw this scene through the window and gritted his teeth in anger. That little Cola was taking advantage of his daughter again. The teacher has started handing out drawing paper. After you finish drawing, you need to write your name on it. Little Lele reminded him. Tuanchuan, you need to write your name here. Don't write it wrong. Tuanchuan was about to write Tuanchuan, but after thinking about it, she decided to write her own name instead, Fong Tang Tang, even though it was written rather poorly. Fong Tang Tang, that's your full name, isn't it? It sounds really nice. Tuanchuan laughed happily. The question is, choose either scenery or fruit. Tuanchuan is too young to recognize so many words and can't understand them, so he scratched his head again. Familly, does Tuanchuan not understand? Maybe. Yi Chen was extremely anxious. At this point, Xiao Keilei explained it to Xiao Tuanchuan. Tuanchuan, draw fruit. Okay, then you draw the fruit, and I'll draw the landscape. Tuanchuan lay on the table and started drawing. Yi Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief and then asked, won't Tuanchuan misspell her own name? We always call her Tuanchuan. What if she writes it as Tuanchuan? Familly held Yi Chen's hand. You're just too nervous. Tuanchuan is very smart. She knows to write her full name. Really? That's good. I was worried that if she misspelled her name, her grades would be invalid. The elderly father was constantly worried, watching his daughter draw with unwavering eyes. Tuanchuan was very focused on her paintbrush and was confident when mixing colors. She painted a bunch of bananas, grapes, and oranges. There was also a large plate and a table. Nie Xuanyu stared in disbelief. You can draw so many? He had never created such a good work when he was 3 years old. Tuanchuan nodded. Tuanchuan drew so many. The baby continued drawing on the table for an hour. Some of the younger babies were asleep on the table, their drool wetting the drawing paper. They were just there to make up the numbers. Tuanchuan is really focused. She drew continuously for more than an hour. I thought she would fall asleep. Tuanchuan was very energetic and finished a large drawing. There was also a lot of fruit on the table. It didn't look like a drawing made by a 3-year-old at all. Little Lele has finished his drawing. He drew a spring landscape with grass, trees, sunshine, and butterflies landing on the grass. Brother Lele, you're awesome. Tuanchuan, you're great too. Nie Xuanyu raised his hand and wiped the paint off Tuan Tuan's face. There was just too much paint to wipe off completely, and her clothes were also covered in paint. The teacher on the stage said gently, "Time's up. Now you can pack up your drawing boards, brushes, and paints. You can take them out after you're done, but don't take the drawing paper out." Tuanchuan couldn't tidy up, which stumped the baby. Yichun became anxious again. What if Tuanchuan doesn't know how to pack her things? And they won't let the parents in. Xiao Keilei first helped Tuan Tuan pack up all her things, and then carried the small drawing board on her back. Tuanchuan, go out and find your mom and dad first. My daughter is #1 in children's art competition. I'm so proud. Tuanchuan shook her head and said in her sweet, childish voice, "Tuanchuan, wait for your brother." All right. After Nie Xuanyu finished packing, he took Tuanchuan's hand, and they came out together. As soon as Tuanchuan came out, she saw her father at a glance and happily stretched out her 2 little arms. "Daddy." Yichun took the small drawing board off Tuan Tuan's back and placed it on his arm. "My dear Tuanchuan, how was your drawing today?" Tuanchuan drew so many, but Lele is the best. Tuanchuan tugged at Nie Xuanyu's sleeve and took his hand, making Yichun jealous. Yichun looked at Nie Xuanyu and said, "Thank you for today." "Uncle, you're welcome. Tuanchuan is very cute, and I like her very much. She is also very talented at drawing, and she drew very well today." Yichun said proudly, "Of course." Fengli asked, "Little Lele, where are your mom and dad?" Nie Xuanyu replied, "My parents are waiting for me outside. I didn't let them in. I can find a place by myself." He speaks maturely and steadily, and is very polite. You would never guess he is an 8-year-old child. Fengli was quite satisfied with the child. Yichun asked in surprise, 8 years old? You're only 8 years old, and you already know how to find your own place and do everything by yourself. Yes, 8 years old is already an adult. I can handle this little thing. Yichun almost cried. Are all kids these days so independent and self-reliant? After leaving the art museum, Nie Xuanyu said, "Uncle, I'm leaving now. My parents are waiting for me over there." Just then, a young couple came over. The man looked to be in his 30s and was very handsome, while the woman was elegant, young, and beautiful. Nie Xuanyu asked, "Mom and Dad, what brings you here?" Nie's mother asked worriedly, "Lele, I'm worried about you. How did the competition go?" "Not bad. I made a friend during the game today." Nie Xuanyu held Tuanchuan's little hand and introduced her. "Her name is Tuanchuan." Wow, such a tiny baby. What an adorable baby. Overwhelmed with maternal love, Nie's mother almost picked Tuanchuan up and kissed her. She's always wanted a daughter. "Hello, Auntie." "Good girl." Mother Nie touched the baby's little hand, her face full of smiles. Yichun and Fengli went up together to greet them. The group got along very well and even exchanged contact information. Tuanchuan got into the car, poked her little head out, and waved to Nie Xuanyu. "Goodbye, Brother Lele." "Goodbye." Yichun closed the window and asked, "Tuanchuan, do you really like that older brother from earlier?" Tuanchuan nodded her head like a chick pecking at rice. "Tuanchuan likes it, Brother Lele." Yichun sensed an unprecedented crisis and asked again, "So, do you like your father or him? You can only choose one." Fengli was speechless for a moment. "Yichun, how can you be so childish, asking such a question again?" "I like my dad." Tuanchuan answered without hesitation and snuggled into her father's arms. Yichun finally felt relieved. His daughter truly loved him the most. "Tuanchuan behaved very well today, so Daddy wants to reward you. Today we're going to buy you as many Barbie dolls as you want." Tuanchuan was overjoyed, her big, dark eyes shining. "Tuanchuan, I want lots." "Okay, then let's buy lots." Fengli pinched Tuan Tuan's little face. "How many do you want?" "Many." Tuanchuan stretched out her 2 little hands and looked at her father. "Tuanchuan wants 100. Yichun was both amused and exasperated. "All right, then let's buy 100 dolls for our Tuanchuan. But can you really carry all of them?" "The doll is beautiful." She clung tightly to her father's face, as if afraid he wouldn't buy her a doll. "Okay, Then let's buy 100 Barbie dolls for our Tuanshuan. After getting off the bus, Tuanshuan couldn't wait to run into the shopping mall with her short legs. Dad, there. Tuanshuan held her father's hand, pointing with one little finger to a shop not far away. Familly's lips curled into a smile. Your daughter already knows the location of the shop. Okay, Tuanshuan, lead the way. I don't know where Dad is. Tuanshuan held her father's hand, and they found the shop in no time. Baby. The little bundle of joy lay on the shop window, its big, dark eyes gazing at the Barbie dolls inside. Daddy, I want Tuanshuan too. Okay, I'll take them both. A pretty waitress smiled and asked, Sir, what style would you like? These are all new styles that babies love, and they sell very well. Yichun waved his hand and said, I'll buy them all. What? You want them all? Yichun said generously. Yes, my daughter likes it. So we'll take everything in this shop window. Familly raised her hand and gently tugged at his sleeve. Isn't that too much? You could have just bought a few. You actually bought them all. Of course, I already promised Tuanshuan that I would buy her 100. How could I go back on my word? Take this whole row, and that row over there, and everything in this window. In the end, I bought a total of 100. There were so many little ones that I couldn't even count them all. They were all happily opening their little mouths. Daddy duo. Yes, they're all Tuanshuans. The surrounding waiters were all envious, thinking, what an amazing father, treating his daughter so well. Tuanshuan kissed her father's cheek. Dad, you're the best. She's the happiest baby ever. 7 days later, Yichun sat in front of the computer while Tuan sat on her father's lap eating snacks. Tuanshuan, the results are coming out today. Are you nervous? Tuanshuan shook her head. Tuanshuan, great. The baby doesn't know what nervousness is yet. Yichun was quite nervous. The results were officially released at 10 a.m. Yichun clicked on it and took a look. When he saw the ranking and score, he almost thought he had misread it. He opened his eyes wide and looked at it again. 99 points, first place. Familly wife. Come quick. Our team is number 1 with 99 points. Familly glanced at the score on the screen and nodded in satisfaction. Tuanshuan did a great job this time. She actually got first place. I originally thought it would be good enough for my daughter to get into the top 3, considering she's still young, but I didn't expect her to be so impressive. Yichun exclaimed excitedly. Tuanshuan, you're number 1. You're the champion. Tuanshuan nodded calmly, then continued eating her lollipop, as if it wasn't anything special to her. Yichun was so excited that he danced around, took a picture of the score, and posted it on his WeChat moments to show off. My daughter achieved first place in the National Children's Art Competition. Yichun proud. Yichun, the hope of the whole family. Fengyan. Tuanshuan is so amazing. She actually got first place. No wonder she's my little niece. Mom. Tuanshuan is so great, so amazing. Lu Hao. Tuanshuan is really amazing. Chu Yi. Wow, that's amazing. Gu Tingchen. As expected of my older brother's daughter, she's amazing. Yichun picked Tuan up and said, My darling Tuan is so great. Daddy, Tuanshuan is awesome. Little Tuanshuan gave herself a thumbs up. My brother is awesome too. Yichun was completely confused and looked at his daughter, asking, What brother? Tuanshuan's sweet little voice rang out. Brother Lele, your drawing is great. Him? Is his drawing also great? It's definitely our Tuanshuan who's better. Tuanshuan is the champion, the number 1, the most amazing baby. Yichun Wang felt proud just thinking about it. Although he knows nothing about painting, his daughter is amazing. Brother Lele, you're awesome. Tuanshuan opened her phone and saw a contact named Brother Lele, which was the WeChat contact her baby had added last time. Tuanshuan opened the voice message and played it specifically for her father. Tuanshuan, the results are out. I got 99 points, first place. What about you? Yichun listened to it again, uncertainly. This Lele is number 1. How come she has so many number 1 rankings? Yichun checked and found that there were indeed 2 first-place winners. One was 8-year-old Nie Xuanyu, and the other was 3-year-old Feng Tangding. A voice message sent by Tuanshuan. Brother, you're awesome. Tuanshuan is number 1. Tuanshuan also came in first place. Congratulations. You drew very well. Tuanshuan wanted to talk to her brother, but her father snatched the phone away. The baby looked at his father with a puzzled expression. Tuanchuan, why are you chatting with other people? A 3-year-old child can already use WeChat. Yichin was somewhat shocked. Tuanchuan said in a cute, babyish voice, it's Brother Lele. Brother Lele, Dad knows you're still young and shouldn't talk to others too often. Yichin gently rubbed the baby's fluffy little head and placed the baby on his lap. Tuanchuan can talk and chat with her dad. Upon hearing this, Familly twitched her lips and almost rolled her eyes. Yichun, I think Xiao Keilei is quite good. She has a good personality and is polite. She's a good kid. Yichun nodded and said, Lele is indeed a good child and can be Tuanchuan's older brother. By the way, Tuanchuan doesn't have an older brother. Sure, but you have to ask if they agree. Okay, next time we meet, I'll ask Xiao Keilei's parents. They like Tuanchuan a lot too, so they should agree. After all, my daughter is loved by everyone. Yichin kissed the baby's pink and tender little face. You're just being narcissistic. In your eyes, Tuanchuan is the best. Yichin nodded and said, of course, Tuanchuan is my precious darling. When we get married, Tuanchuan will be our flower girl. I recently took over the company, and I've been a bit busy. Honey, let's go pick out our wedding dress in a couple of days. We're getting married in a little over a month, so let's get ready. Getting married. Choosing a wedding dress. My disciple, you can't be confused. The most important thing now is to learn martial arts from your master. Just as Yichin touched his wife's hand, the old man got down. Master, haven't I already learned all your moves? Then you need to practice more. If you lose this time, I won't be able to keep my position as president. At that time, the entire M state will belong to Ling Yun. Yichin shrugged. Master, you can just come to the capital city then. M state is so backward anyway. Mo Yi's expression suddenly turned serious. He stood in front of Yi Chun with one hand behind his back. It's not that simple. Ling Yun has always been a proponent of war. Do you know what the consequences would be if M state fell into his hands? Yichin shook his head and said, I don't know. He will wage war against the surrounding countries. There are many ancient martial arts masters in M state. If they come out, the whole social order will be in chaos. For example, in the capital, the cars here are not as strong as my body. A few people coming to your capital city can cause social unrest. Yichin disagreed. Master, you underestimate our weapons. Technology is very advanced now. We have guns, missiles, and even nuclear weapons. They are very powerful. Your worries are unnecessary. Mo Yi said in a low voice. So you think these ancient martial arts practitioners should all be killed? They haven't done anything wrong. They're just physically stronger. But if they leave M state, they'll be considered outcasts, like me. I heard I even made it onto some trending list. I checked my phone for 2 days and saw myself there, with people saying I was some kind of cultivator, someone who came from heaven. Once Ling Yun gets the position of president, he will definitely start a war. He doesn't know how powerful the weapons outside are. Maybe all the ancient martial arts practitioners in M state will be killed by the so-called powerful weapons you mentioned. Disciple, your ancestors were also from M state. Do you really want to see M state perish? Moreover, it's time for your Yi family to rise up. Yichin's expression changed slightly. Yes, how could he not have thought of that? But can I really do it? There are so many powerful people in the Alliance Conference. Yichin muttered to himself. Don't worry, my disciple. You are the most talented person I have ever met. You will definitely win. Tuanchuan raised her 2 little hands and said in a childish voice, Daddy, go for it. Daddy's the best. Thank you, baby. Daddy will definitely do his best. After learning the inside story, Yichin clearly worked even harder. Yi family manor. Madam Yi exclaimed in surprise. What? Yichi has been bailed out. Father Yi nodded and said, Yes, I only heard about it today. It seems that he was bailed out by someone and stayed inside for a month. Who exactly protected him? I've never heard Yichi mention any of his friends. Father Yi said coldly, I don't know. He probably didn't have the face to come back, so he left without saying goodbye. I'm completely disappointed in him. Don't be angry. We've found our Linlin, haven't we? Linlin is the best gift God has given us. Madam Yi patted her husband's hand. I'm preparing for Linlin's wedding. In just over a month, my son will be getting married, and it has to be a beautiful affair. Well, before the wedding, we need to go to M state. We still have some things to take care of. Madam, Yi said worriedly. Will Lin be in danger? I don't want him to go back. The people there are dangerous, and I'm afraid Lin will get hurt. No, don't worry. Our Lin is very capable. She won't end up like me, Father Yi sighed. He's a useless person, which is why he led the Yi family to escape M State and come to the capital. The last instance. 301 what? He's your maternal grandfather. The last 3 days. Yi Chun is still intensifying his training, carrying Xiao Tuanshuan on his back to increase the weight when he runs in the morning. Dad, run as fast as you can. Really? Dad runs that fast. Tuanshuan laughed happily. Daddy, fly. It was like flying. Familly urged. Yi Chun, you've already carried Tuanshuan for 5 laps today. It's time for breakfast. Okay, coming. Yi Chun put Xiao Tuanshuan down, washed his face quickly, and sat down to eat breakfast. I heard from my mom that Yi Chi seems to have been protected by someone, but I don't know who it is. Familly said thoughtfully. The investigation is still ongoing. It seems he is not in the capital. If he's not in the capital, then where is he? Could he have already gone abroad? Besides the Yi family, who else could protect him? Familly said, maybe he's a friend. Let's not think about it too much. Let's eat. We're about to attend the Alliance conference, and I feel a little uneasy. Don't worry. I've improved a lot. I won't lose. The family eats together. On the other side. A simple room. How's life here? Are you settling in? Tesla raised his hand and offered the man a cigarette. The man sitting on the sofa was Yi Chi. Why did you bring me here? This godforsaken place has nothing here. That's just how things are here. Do you really want to go back to the capital? Have you forgotten how they abandoned you? If I hadn't protected you, you'd still be in prison. I thank you for this. Now, I'm going back. You're going back? Do you think the Yi family will let you in? They already have a biological son. Yi Chun is now the real young master of the Yi family. The whole capital knows about this. Why would you go back? Yi Chi's eyes were red-rimmed, and she clenched her fists. I want to take back what is rightfully mine. Tess said slowly. Yi Chi, I know what you're feeling right now. You've endured so much humiliation in the Yi family for so many years, but in the end, you've gained nothing. You must be unwilling to accept this, right? That's all right. Cooperate with me, and the entire Yi family will be yours. Yi Chi raised her head. You? You can help me get the entire Yi family? What makes you think that? Just because I am the disciple of Vice President Ling Yun, Master will definitely help you get everything that belongs to you. Come with me. Tess extended his hand to Yechi. Yichen has already asked for leave and is setting off tomorrow. Familly sat on the sofa with her arms crossed. The journey is too long. We can only take a ship. It may take a whole day and night. Can Tuanshuan handle it? Yichun hugged his adorable daughter tightly, but I'm worried about leaving Tuanshuan home alone. Dad. Tuanshuan, I want Daddy. Familly looked at the father and daughter hugging each other and couldn't bear to separate them. Then let Tuanshuan go with us. Give her some motion sickness medicine and let her sleep first. All right, let's give Tuanshuan some medicine. The little dumpling's eyebrows furrowed like a caterpillar, and it shook its little head. Tuanshuan doesn't want to take medicine. Tuanshuan, Daddy didn't say you should take medicine. Daddy said you should eat candy. You misheard me. Yichen easily fooled the little guy with just a few words, and he happily played games with his father. Familly then asked, is everything ready on Mom's side? Who's going? Yichun said, my dad, my mom, my grandpa, and my sister are all going. I also have relatives there, my grandpa's sister, whom I should call great aunt. They haven't been back for so many years, and they said they wanted to take this opportunity to go back and see their great aunt. Familly nodded and said, yes, so your ancestors were from M State. Actually, I lived there for a while when I was a child with my maternal grandfather. Yichen asked curiously, Grandpa, who is your grandpa? Familly twitched her lips. Moe is the little old man you saw. Actually, I've never called him Grandpa. Upon hearing this, Yichun froze on the spot, too shocked to recover for a long time. Your maternal grandfather was your master, so why did he become your master? Familly said calmly. When I was a child, he said I had talent and made me practice martial arts. That's how I became his last disciple. He told me not to call him grandfather, but master. Yichen asked in surprise, but my master doesn't look that old. He's at most 60. He's over 60, but he looks young, probably because he's in such good health. Yi Chun then asked, "Isn't he unmarried?" Feng slowly said, "He was indeed not married. My maternal grandmother died in childbirth before she could marry him, leaving behind my mother." Yi Chun was somewhat bewildered upon hearing this shocking secret. Feng, should I call him master or grandpa from now on? Feng said helplessly, "Just call him master. He really likes being other people's master. When I was little, he wouldn't let me call him grandpa, saying it made him look old." As soon as he finished speaking, Moe came down. "Little Lily, what nonsense are you talking about? Who is your maternal grandfather? You are not allowed to call me maternal grandfather. Calling me grandpa makes me sound old. I'm your master." Feng nodded repeatedly. "Okay, master. That's right. From now on, you should call me master, not grandpa." Yi Chun nodded and said, "Okay, master." Tuanshuan spoke in her sweet, childlike voice. "Grandmaster. Tuanshuan is such a good baby. Let grandmaster hold you." Moe was particularly fond of Tuanshuan and was determined to teach her martial arts. But Tuanshuan was too confused and couldn't learn anything. She could only lie on the ground. "Tuanshuan, did you learn the move that Master Tai taught you yesterday? It's called crane standing among chickens." Tuanshuan hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "You're so clever. Show Master Tai what you've got. Let him see." Tuanshuan baby touched the ground with one foot, but before she could stand up, she almost fell over. Yi Chun quickly picked up his daughter. "Master, Tuanshuan isn't good at these things. Please don't force her. What if she falls? Then you should hurry up and have another one," the old man urged anxiously. Both of their faces turned red at the same time. Yi Chun coughed a few times. "Grandmaster, these things can't be rushed. We're leaving tomorrow. Is there anything you need to prepare?" "I didn't prepare much, but I prepared this much." Moe pushed over several large suitcases, a total of 7 or 8. Yi Chun's lips twitched slightly. "Master, is this what you meant by nothing prepared?" Feng was speechless for a moment. Moe stroked his mustache. "Well, that's all. I didn't prepare much, just some food. The food here is delicious, so I emptied out all the refrigerators." "Little Lily, you shouldn't mind, right? Your teacher only took this little bit." Feng said speechlessly. "If I said I minded, would you leave the things behind?" Moe shook his head violently. "No, absolutely impossible." Just then, Xiao Tuanshuan ran downstairs, pouting and rubbing her eyes with a wronged expression. "Honey, what's wrong? Tell Daddy." "Daddy, Tuanshuan and Tang Tang are gone." Then, Feng and Yi Chun simultaneously looked at the little old man in front of them. 302, could she be pregnant? Moe felt flustered under their gazes. "Why are you all looking at me like that? Do you suspect I took Tuan Tuan's candy? Am I that kind of person? Stealing something from a baby?" Yi Chun and Feng nodded at the same time. "Right. You're that kind of person. A few days ago, she snatched up all of Tuanshuan's chocolates, milk candies, and even ate the baby's small jelly and spicy snacks." Moe continued to argue. "You're really framing me. How could I possibly steal anything from Tuanshuan? I only took things from the refrigerator." Yi Chun walked over to Moe and patted his large suitcase. "Master, why don't you open your suitcase and take a look at what's inside?" Moe immediately hugged his suitcase tightly. "No need to open it. There's really nothing inside. Tuanshuan's candy was probably because she ate it herself and forgot about it." "Really? But I bought a lot for you. There were 8 cans left last night. It's impossible that there aren't any now." "You might be mistaken. I have a lot of things in my suitcase. Don't touch them, don't touch them. What if you break them?" Moe removed Yi Chun's hand. Tuanshuan raised her little head, her big, dark eyes blinking as she looked at her grandmaster. "Grandmaster, Tuanshuan, have some candy. The baby is so cute. I just can't resist when he's being affectionate." Moe coughed a few times. "All right, Master Tai still has some treasured candies here. I'll get them for you." Then, the old man pulled the box to a nearby place and opened it. Inside were 8 jars of candy, and Tuanshuan finally saw her candy. "Tang Tang, Tuanshuan's Tang Tang." Moe took the smallest can and gave it to the baby, saying, "Here, have a can." Tuanshuan was very happy. Even though it was only the smallest can, the baby was still very satisfied. Yi Chun, who had somehow gotten close, pointed at the box and asked, "Master, is this what you meant by nothing?" Moe reacted quickly and closed the box, saying, "You scared me. The things in your suitcase look so familiar." Aren't these the things I bought for Tuanshuan? No, no, you've mistaken me for someone else. Yichin was too lazy to argue. There would be plenty of opportunities to buy more later, so he decided to give these to the old man. Familly shrugged helplessly. That's just how he is. Tuanshuan was already quite satisfied with the small jar of candy she received and sat on the sofa eating it. Yichin sent a message in the group. Guys, I'll be away for a few days. Keep a close eye on the company. Don't worry. Chunner, we'll take good care of the company for you. Yes, with us around, you can rest assured. Hey bro, where are you going on a business trip? You didn't even take me with you. I'm so bored here. Yichin replied. The place we went to was a bit far, and I had some important things to take care of. I'll take you all on a trip next time. Good. We're waiting. Waiting for the boss. Yichin arranged everything at the company and prepared to go to bed early. But why is there a soft lump on my body? Yi-chun. A seductive voice rang out, and Yi-chin's heart stirred. Honey, we have to get up early to board the ship tomorrow, so you should get some rest tonight. Familly curled her red lips into a smile. I don't want to sleep. Her slender, pale fingers gently caressed Yi-chin's abdominal muscles, slowly moving downwards. Don't you want to? The woman breathed sweetly into his ear and pinched it again. With his stunning wife right beside him, Yi-chin couldn't resist and pounced on her. If that's what you're thinking, I'll give you an injection. Familly raised the corner of her eye and licked her lips. Okay, hurry up. As a result, I woke up too early the next day and was still a bit sleepy. Let's go, let's go. What are you two doing? Why are you up so late? Moe put her suitcase in the car and then added 2 more, making a total of 10. Without even a second thought, they must have taken away Tuanshuan's snacks again. Poor little Tuanshuan, she has nothing left. While washing up, Familly suddenly leaned over the sink and started dry heaving. Yichin asked worriedly, Familly, what's wrong? Should we go to the hospital to get her checked out? Familly wiped her mouth. No need. I'm fine. Are you really alright? Let's go to the hospital to get checked out first, and we can leave later. Yi-chun nervously carried Familly downstairs and placed her on the sofa. It's really nothing. It's just normal gagging while brushing your teeth, don't worry. Okay, we'll set off after we finish eating. The ship should have arrived by now. Moe ate even more, devouring 2 steaks, for crystal buns, and over a dozen steamed dumplings. Yi-chin twitched his lips. Master, you had such a good appetite this morning. While eating, Moe said, after today, we might not be able to eat this anymore. When we go back, there will be nothing left but steamed buns. After finishing his meal, Moe packed another portion to eat on the ship at noon. Tuanshuan followed behind her father, carrying a bulging little bunny bag filled with food. Yi-chin poked it. Tuanshuan, is it heavy? Daddy will hold it. Not heavy. The car stopped at the seaside. The Yi family also arrived. Madam Yi, wearing a cream-colored coat, walked to Yi-chin's side and asked with concern, Lin, did you not sleep well last night? You have dark circles under your eyes. Yi-chin made up a lie with a straight face. Mom, I'm fine. I probably practiced too late last night. Madam Yi said, you can't practice so late. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Lily, you should advise her to do the same. Familly took Yi-chin's arm and lowered her eyes. Last night, Yi-chin really wanted to sleep. At this moment, Familly started gagging again, and Yi-chin immediately patted her back and picked up a bottle of mineral water. Familly, have some water. Familly took a sip of water, and after a while, her complexion gradually improved. What's wrong with Lily? Mother. Tuanshuan hugged her mother's hand and gently rubbed against her. Madam Yi frowned slightly. Could she be pregnant? Upon hearing this, Yi-chin's face stiffened, as if he had been slapped, and was completely stunned. It took him a long time to come back to his senses. How could she be pregnant? All eyes turned to Familly. Familly explained, it shouldn't be. My stomach hasn't been feeling well lately. Yi-chin suddenly realized. I see, I thought. He still thought that Familly was really pregnant. Yi-chun, I really want cute babies. The more the better. 303, should we consider having a second child? Everyone boarded the ship together. It was Tuanshuan's first time on a ship, and she was so happy. She ran around on the deck and leaned on the railing to look at the blue sea. Familly and Yi-chin stood on the deck, enjoying the cool sea breeze. Everything is beautiful. Daddy fish. Little Tuanshuan excitedly pointed at the fish in the sea. Big fish. Hmm, it's a big fish. Does Tuanchuan like it? The little guy nodded his head like a chick pecking at rice. Tuanchuan, I like it. The baby continued to lean on the railing and watch the fish. Yi-chun said in surprise, Tuanchuan is riding a ship for the first time, and she doesn't get seasick at all. Fengli laughed. Yes, the little guy is very energetic. He's been watching the fish the whole time. Yi-chun continued, Are you really all right? Is your stomach still upset? It's nothing, just a bit of an upset stomach. Fengli wore a black fitted short dress. Her waist was so thin it could be encircled by a hand. Her long legs were wrapped in black stockings. She wore 10-centimeter high heels, and a black trench coat was draped over her shoulders. Yi-chun shook his head. How could anyone think she's pregnant? I've heard that a woman's belly gets very big after she gets pregnant. Fengli placed one hand on her lower abdomen. Yi-chun, why are you staring at my stomach? There's no child in there. Yi-chun immediately looked away, awkwardly touching the tip of his nose. I just think your waist is quite slender. Fengli deliberately said, Is it thin? Feel it. Yi-chi was a little shy. Daddy, big fish, so beautiful. The little dumpling pointed at the fish on the sea with one tiny finger and cried out happily, as it was the first time she had ever seen such beautiful fish. Yi-chun squatted down, patted the baby's little head, and watched the fish with her. Tuanchuan, I want fish. Tuanchuan, when we get back, Dad will buy you the prettiest fish. We can't catch any fish right now. Fish, so beautiful. The baby nodded and continued watching the fish. Tuanchuan wasn't seasick at all, and soon started eating the snacks from her bag. Noon. There is a restaurant on the 3rd floor of the giant ship. Once inside, it felt like a large restaurant on the ground floor, with all sorts of things available. Emoi exclaimed repeatedly, This is huge. There are even restaurants on the ship. Yes, so don't worry about not having food, Master. The restaurant has all kinds of food. Emoi had already run over to order food. Madame Yi and Fengli ate rather light food. Tuan then started eating the dessert. Emoi was very satisfied and nodded repeatedly. Not bad, not bad. There is such good food on the ship. As evening falls, the sun sets in the west. The scenery at sea was beautiful, and everyone came to the deck to watch the sunset. A gentle breeze caressed Yi-chun's cheeks, and he felt an unprecedented sense of comfort. Traveling together as a family is actually a good idea. He has a wife, daughter, and relatives. Fengli and Madame Yi sat together on the deck, slowly sipping tea, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Madame Yi said gently, Lily, I think Tuanchuan is not young anymore. How about we have a second baby? Fengli hesitated for a moment and said, Yi-chun and I haven't decided on a second child yet. Let's wait until Tuanchuan is a bit older. All right, you can discuss it. Grandmother. Tuanchuan happily jumped into her grandmother's arms. My sweet little dumpling, Grandma will give you a hug. Madame Yi lovingly took the little one into her arms and fed her a sip of tea. Tuanchuan's pretty little face scrunched up like a bitter gourd as she shook her head. Grandma, Tuanchuan doesn't drink tea. The tea is bitter. Madame Yi was amused by the little one, pinched her little cheek, and asked, What would Tuanchuan like to drink? Grandma will get it for you. Tuanchuan drinks milk. Okay, let's drink milk. Madame Yi absolutely adored this little cutie, holding him tightly and unable to put him down. The next day, at dawn, the ship finally came to a stop. Yi-chun was quite excited as he set foot in M State for the first time. I thought I'd be picked up in a luxury car, but it turned out to be a motorcycle from the 1990s. Yi-chun's lips twitched. Master, is this the car you have here? Yeah, the four-wheeled vehicles over there aren't very sturdy. Tuanchuan had never seen this kind of motorcycle before, and she curiously climbed on it to look at it from all angles. Daddy, little car. Yes, it is quite small. Yi-chun grasped Fengli's hand and said, You're not used to riding in this kind of car. The cruise ship brought over a few vehicles, so we'll ride in a car. Yi-chun took his wife and daughter upstairs, while the other car carried members of the Yi family. Emoi stomped his foot in anger. This is too much. They even brought this kind of vehicle. If you won't ride the motorcycle, I will. Old Master Yi chuckled and said, Old Emo, you still ride in this kind of vehicle? I've been away from here for so many years, I'd forgotten about motorcycles. If you won't sit, I will. After Emo went up, he found that he had too much luggage and couldn't carry it all, so he had to take a car. The two old men sat together in the back. Old Master Yi sighed. This place is too backward. It is indeed somewhat outdated. Having seen the dazzling lights and towering skyscrapers of the capital, Mo.E felt that this place was too backward. We still need to reform and introduce some new technologies in the future. After the car entered the main city, it attracted a lot of people along the way. A four-wheeled vehicle. When did we get vehicles like this in M State? What a strange car. It actually has 4 wheels. Some people almost stuck their heads out of the windows. This was the first time Tuanshuan had ever seen such a place. It consisted of simple bungalows, and even the roads were dirt roads. Little house. Familly muttered to herself. How come it's still exactly the same as it was 4 years ago? It wasn't that she didn't want to go back here, but that this place was just too backward. Mo.E first arranged for Yi Chun and the others to stay in one of his residential areas, which looked dilapidated and leaky when it rained. Yi Chun, you can stay here for now, although the room is a bit simple. Old Master Yi said. Old Mo, let's go back to our old residence. Our Yi family's old house is not far away. All right, you can go home now. After all, that's your home too. Little Lily, you stay here. Yi Chun immediately hugged Familly's waist. Master, Familly is my fiancée. Of course she has to come back to the old house with me. You two aren't married yet, but you're inseparable. Mo.E then asked Familly, are you staying here, or going back with him? Familly held Yi Chun's hand. We won't separate. 304 Yi Chun, jealous. I've been jealous for 8 bottles. The Yi family's old house. The house, which hadn't been lived in for decades, looked somewhat dilapidated. Yi Chun and Familly started cleaning together. Little Tuanshuan helped her parents clean, taking a small broom to sweep the floor. Yi Chun had just finished cleaning the yard outside when this little guy took a broom and messed it up again. Yi Chun patted the baby's head helplessly. Tuanshuan, these are chores for adults. Go play. The little boy shook his head and continued sweeping. Tuanshuan, sweep the floor. This place has been cleaned. Tuanshuan, would you like to go wipe the table in the living room? The baby nodded, and then ran off quickly on his short legs to wipe the table. With the whole family working together, they finally cleaned up the house. There were no servants at home, so Madame Yi did everything herself, with Yi Chun and Familly also helping out in the kitchen. Familly, go and rest in the living room. I can wash the vegetables by myself. They're very easy to wash. Let me help you. You wash this, it's easy to wash. The two of them slowly washed the vegetables together. Madame Yi chuckled to herself. My son and daughter-in-law are so loving. I must make good preparations for the wedding when I get back this time. About an hour later, Yi Chun brought out a pot of stewed chicken. Grandpa, dinner's ready. This was made by my mom. I washed and chopped the vegetables myself. The conditions here are basic. The best food available is chicken, duck, and fish. Okay, then I'll definitely give it a try. The old man grinned from ear to ear, picked up his chopsticks, took a bite of the dish, and couldn't help but praise. It's even better than what the servants at home make. I'm tired of those dishes. It's time for a change. Familly, you eat too. Here's a chicken leg for you. Yi Chun specially picked out the biggest chicken leg for Familly. Familly whispered, let Grandpa and Mom eat first. It's okay. They're all eating. You should eat too. Tuanshuan was already gnawing on another big chicken leg, her face greasy and sticky, looking like a dirty bun. The market outside can only sell chicken. Lily, you can make do with this for a couple of days. After the competition ends in a few days, we'll go back. Familly said, Mom, your cooking is delicious. Eat more if you like it. I've noticed you've lost weight recently. Madame Yi kept putting food on Familly's plate until it was almost full. Little Tuanshuan pouted and put the small bowl in front of her grandmother. Grandma, let's eat together. Okay, here you go. Give all the chicken legs to Tuanshuan. Tuanshuan, eat lots of food. Tuanshuan ate with great relish, her cheeks bulging. She was the joy of the whole family. Alliance Headquarters Building. Lingyan slowly opened her eyes. You mean the Yi family has returned too? They lost that match so badly 20 years ago, and Yi Qing led his whole family to China. After all these years, how dare the Yi family come back? Tess said, Master, I have found out everything. The Yi family has really returned, and his grandson is named Yi Lin, formerly known as Yi Chun. He was the champion of the last national martial arts tournament. Ling Yun said coldly, "You're the one who defeated you. You really are a disgrace to me." Tess lowered his head. "Master, I'm not skilled enough. Let my senior brother go in this competition. He'll definitely crush Yi-chun." Ling Yun nodded and said, "Of course, you don't need to appear in this competition and embarrass me. I have my own arrangements for the competition participants." "Yes, master." Tesla gritted his teeth, still unwilling to give up. But there are too many people here who are stronger than him, so it's not his turn to play. All he wants to see is how Yi-chun gets beaten to a pulp. Ling Yun waved her hand casually. "All right, you can go now." "Yes, master." Yi-chi waited outside, dressed in black, his face filled with hostility, a stark contrast to his former self. "How about it?" Tess raised the corners of his lips. "Don't worry, all my senior brothers are stronger than me. I won't have a chance to play. This time you can see how Yi-chun is defeated." Yi-chi's voice was somber. "Do you think I only want to see him defeated?" He wanted to see Yi-chun kneel down and beg for mercy. He wanted Yi-chun dead. Now, the easiest target is his daughter, Tuanchuan. Yi-chi's eyes held a sinister and cunning smile, sending chills down one's spine. "Achoo!" Little Tuanchuan sneezed and rubbed her little nose. Yi-chun squatted down, touched the baby's forehead, and asked with concern, "Tuanchuan, do you have a cold? Where do you feel uncomfortable? Tell Daddy." The little guy shook his head like a rattle drum, saying, "Tuanchuan doesn't feel cold." "Why are you sneezing? Are you cold?" "It's not cold." The little dumpling rubbed its nose and continued planting flowers. Fengli sighed and rubbed her forehead. "Yi-chun, you need to control your daughter. She's planted flowers everywhere in the yard, and there's no path left." Yi-chun shrugged. "It's Xiao Tuanchuan's hobby. It's okay. We'll walk past her." Lady Yi had nothing to do and wanted to plant some flowers, but Tuan Tuan insisted on helping her plant flowers everywhere. "Dad, let's plant flowers together." The little bundle of joy squatted on the ground, continuing to dig a hole, his face and body covered in mud, looking like a dirty bun, the kind even his mother would find repulsive. If I didn't keep an eye on them for a while, Tuanchuan threw a few more holes. Fengli looked helpless and grabbed her ear. After living in the old house for 2 days, Yi-chun felt very warm and cozy, even though there were no servants to cook, and he had to do everything himself. He was surrounded by his family and loved ones. In the middle of the courtyard stands a stone statue that has weathered over the decades, making its original appearance obscured. Fengli stood in front of the statue, gazing at it quietly, and muttered to herself, "Why does this statue look so familiar? I've seen it before when I was a child." Not only had she seen it, she had also climbed up and played on it, and there should have been a 2-year-old boy with her. "Sister, you're amazing." After she climbs up, the little boy will clap and cheer. Are these vague memories real? Fengli, what are you doing? Staring blankly at a statue. Fengli pointed to the statue in front of her. "I saw it when I was a child." "Are you kidding me? This is the Yi family's old residence. How could you possibly have been here before?" Fengli said with certainty. "I really have seen it. I even climbed it." Yi-chun asked in confusion, "How could you possibly come to the Yi family?" "I don't know, but I really have seen him. He also has a 2-year-old brother who is very handsome and has a beautiful smile. He was standing here cheering me on." Fengli pointed to a spot not far away. "Younger brother?" Yi-chun pursed his lips. "It's been so long. How do you still remember that a younger brother clapped for you? Who was that younger brother?" Fengli recalled carefully, her tone softening. "He was a very handsome little boy, probably 1 or 2 years old, very small, with a particularly pleasant voice, and he always called me sister sweetly." Yi-chun felt even more jealous, as if he had already consumed 8 bottles of vinegar. It was so sour. How beautiful she was. How lovely her voice was. How do you still remember? "Yi-chun, I'm jealous of myself." 305 is angry. He needs his wife to coax him before he'll be okay. Fengli said, "It's probably because he's so handsome that I remember him so well." Yi-chun said sourly, "How pretty? I was pretty when I was little, and my voice is pretty too. You still remember that little boy after all this time? You don't actually like him, do you?" Fengli suddenly snapped out of her daze, glanced at Yi-chun beside her, and slightly curled her red lips. "Yi-chun, are you jealous? Jealous of a 2-year-old boy?" Yi-chun retorted, "No, how could that be? How could I be jealous? He's just a 1 or 2-year-old toddler, and I don't even know where he is right now. Fengli pinched Yi Chen's handsome face. Why do I feel like you're jealous? Yi Chen retorted stubbornly. No. How old am I? Jealous of a 2-year-old boy? You must be joking. To be honest, that little boy is really handsome and has a nice voice. I think he looks a bit like you. Fengli looked Yi Chen up and down, feeling that their eyes inexplicably overlapped. Was it just her imagination? I think so. Don't talk nonsense, I'm nothing like him. Yi Chen muttered to himself. How could he possibly look like his rival? If that little boy had grown up, he would indeed be the same age as him now. However, she's definitely not as handsome as him. Yi Chen thought to himself with self-admiration. Fengli cupped Yi Chen's face and kissed him on the cheek. Maybe it's just my imagination. I'm not angry anymore. I don't know where he is now. We haven't seen each other for 20 years. Even if we meet again, I won't recognize him. Yi Chen muttered to himself. So you still remember that he was very handsome, and you still remember his voice. Yi Chen, you're so childish. You're actually jealous of a 2-year-old. I didn't. Fengli hooked her arm around Yi Chen's neck and pressed herself against him. All right, don't be angry anymore. Yi Chen, why are you so hard to coax? Yi Chen murmured, I'm not angry. I was very pretty when I was little, and I had a very nice voice. If you saw me, you definitely wouldn't remember that little boy. Okay, my husband is definitely the most handsome, and he was the most handsome when he was a child too. Soft lips landed on Yi Chen's face, and Yi Chen's lips couldn't help but turn up, but he quickly pressed them down again. That's more like it. Madame Yi laughed out loud. Lin, what are you doing? Why do you still need Lily to coax you? Yi Chen then noticed that there was someone else beside him and quickly let go of Fengli, saying, Mom, I'm fine. Madame Yi said, Your grandfather said that this afternoon, our whole family will go to see your great-aunt. When you were little, your great-aunt adored you. But after you turned 2, we moved away, and she never saw you again. If you went, she would be so happy. Good. Fengli said in a low voice. Yi Chen, I think I won't go. Of course not. You're my wife. How can I not go? Fengli pinched Yi Chen's arm. Who's your wife? The wedding hasn't even taken place yet. We've already registered our marriage, and the wedding will be held soon. Yi Chen chuckled and hugged his wife tightly. It must have taken 8 lifetimes of luck for him to marry Fengli. Several luxury cars were parked in front of a small villa. Yi Chen got out of the car and helped Fengli down. Old Master Yi got out of the car and stood quietly at the door, looking at the gate in front of him, without going in for a long time. Lin, this is your great-aunt's house. Grandpa, why aren't you going inside? Old Master Yi's hand trembled slightly as he finally knocked on the door. Who is it? A middle-aged nanny opened the door and paused for a moment when she opened it. You are Mr. Yi. Old Master Yi nodded and said, It's me. You're finally back. The old lady thought you were never coming back. Old Master Yi asked, How is the old lady? Madam is in good health. Please come in. Yi Chen and Fengli followed them in. The villa is large and has a retro style. There is a huge corridor in front and a pond with a pavilion on the left. Daddy Fish. Little Tuanshuan couldn't walk anymore and leaned on the railing, looking at the beautiful little red koi inside. Okay, Yu, after we visit our great-aunt, Daddy will come and show you Yu, okay? Good. Led by the maid, we finally arrived at the living room. An elderly man with gray hair, who looked to be in his 70s or 80s, sat on a retro sofa. Her eyes were slightly narrowed, as if she were dozing. When she heard the noise, she opened her eyes and saw who it was. Her eyes reddened slightly. Chinger, sister. Old Master Yi quickened his pace. Chinger, is it really you? Am I dreaming? I've dreamt about this kind of scene. Sister, it's me back. I also brought Lin back with me. Do you remember her? Lin remembers. He was only 2 years old when you left. Where's Lin? My Lin. Yi Chen immediately stepped forward and said, Great aunt, it's me, it's Lin. The old woman smiled kindly and said, Lin has grown so much. You were only 1 or 2 years old back then, and your great-aunt held you every day. You've grown so tall now, you look really good. Yi Chen chuckled and scratched his head. Yeah, it's been 20 years. Although he doesn't remember. That's great. Lin has grown so tall. Tuanshuan ran over with her short legs, grabbed her father's hand, and said, Daddy. This little clingy girl can't be separated from her dad for a moment. The old lady was slightly taken aback. This is, Yi-chun explained, Great Aunt, this is my daughter, Toanchuan, who is 3 years old this year. Toanchuan, quickly call her great-grandmother. Toanchuan said in a sweet, babyish voice, Great-grandmother, hello, it's Toanchuan. The old lady's smile deepened, and she raised her hand to touch the baby's soft little face. Toanchuan, you're so pretty. Linlin is already married and has children? Yi-chun pulled Fengli over. Yes, this is my wife, Fengli. Fengli nodded slightly. Great Aunt. The old lady was so excited that tears welled up in her eyes. Wow, it's been 20 years. Even my little Linlin has a wife and children now, and they're so beautiful. Little Toanchuan quickly took out a tissue from her little pocket and wiped away her great-aunt's tears. Great-great-grandmother, don't cry. Thank you, little Toanchuan. Great-grandma is so happy. The old lady held Toanchuan in her arms, her face full of doting affection. Toanchuan is such a good baby. She looks exactly like Linlin when she was little. Yeah. Yi-chun touched the tip of his nose. Everyone says that Toanchuan looks a lot like him. Just a fleeting dream. Who knows, maybe Toanchuan is his biological daughter. 306 Yi family. They're back. The old lady raised her head and asked, why did you decide to come back? I thought that after what happened 20 years ago, you would never come back. This time you're back for the Martial Arts Alliance tournament. Do you want Linlin to participate? Yi-chun turned his head to look at the old man. What exactly happened 20 years ago? Could you get them to move their whole family out of M-State? Father Yi suddenly stepped forward, his expression serious, and said, that match 20 years ago was my mistake, and it brought shame to the Yi family. Yi-chun was stunned for a moment. Old Master Yi comforted him. It's not your fault. You don't have the talent for this. Your talent lies in finance. In just 20 years, you've built the Yi group to what it is today. You're very capable. Father Yi said in a low voice, Dad, don't try to comfort me. It was all because of me that we failed to even make it past the knockout stage in 3 competitions, causing the Yi family to lose face. That's why you moved away from here. Yi-chun suddenly realized. So that's why? All right, let's not dwell on the past. This year, our Yi family has returned to win the championship. I believe Linlin can do it. He is the hope of our entire Yi family. Grandpa Yi patted Yi-chun on the shoulder. Linlin is a genius in this field. She had extraordinary talent, even as a child. Yi-chun touched the tip of his nose shyly after being praised. Grandpa, actually I'm not as amazing as you say. But I will do my best, and will not bring shame to the Yi family. Yi-chun raised his head, his gaze resolute. He will definitely reclaim all the glory that the Yi family has lost. Good. You truly are my good grandson. Yi-chun walked to Ye's father's side and comforted him. Dad, you've done enough in the capital all these years. Leave the rest to me. Everyone has areas they're not good at. Okay, my good son. Ye's father hugged Yi-chun tightly. No one knows what he went through. They thought they finally had a child to inherit the Yi family, but then they lost him. Yellen has been in a state of collapse for years. Thankfully, they found him. His son didn't disappoint him at all. Daddy Fish. The little one was afraid that her dad would forget about Yu. Fish. Yi-chun explained. Great Aunt. When Toanchuan came in, she saw the fish in the pond. Oh, those are little koi fish. If Toanchuan likes them, catch a few to play with. Thank you, great-grandmother. You're welcome. You're such a polite little boy. When they returned, Xiao Toanchuan had received many small koi fish and clung to the small fish tank, refusing to let go. When we get back, we need to feed the fish. Fish, eat lots of food. Yi-chun wasn't watching closely for a moment, and the baby poured the whole bag of fish food into the water. As a result, all the fish ate it and floated to the surface. Toanchuan pointed at the fish, pouting, Daddy, fish, don't move. Yi-chun glanced at it. Toanchuan had fed the fish too much, causing it to die from overeating. Toanchuan, these fish are sleeping. They'll wake up tomorrow. Toanchuan asked in confusion. Yu is sleeping. Yes, time for bed. Yi-chun changed Toanchuan's food to fish overnight, afraid that his daughter would be sad. The Martial Arts Alliance tournament has officially begun. Everyone from M-State came. After all, this was the biggest competition, and the winner would be a candidate for president. The alliance conference was divided into 3 factions, forming a tripartite balance of power. President Moe, Vice President Ling Yun, and another Vice President Ching Tan. The venue was very large, like a stadium in the capital, capable of holding tens of thousands of people, with a huge arena in front. Yi Chun sat in an inconspicuous spot below, with Feng Li and Tuan Tuan beside him. Dad, there are so many people. Tuan has some candy, give it to Daddy. The little girl had already prepared candy for her dad, and thought that, like last time, she would give all her candy to him. Sweetie, the rules are different this time. There are no chips this time, and you don't need to bet on Daddy. Yi Chun gently rubbed his daughter's head. His little Tuan will always be his loyal fan. No sugar. Yes, we won't throw this time. You stay here and watch over Dad. Look at Daddy, Daddy's amazing. At that moment, a chorus of exclamations erupted from the surrounding area. They're here. The President and Vice President are here. Who's that in the back? He looks familiar. Why do I feel like it's Vice President Yi? I heard he left M-State 20 years ago. Apparently, his family members were too incompetent, failing to make it into the preliminary rounds 3 times in a row. The Yi family is long gone. What's the point of him coming back? Would it be shameful to come back? The Yi family has long since abandoned martial arts. Not a single member of their family can hold things together. What a pity for Vice President Yi. He was a master in his time. Alas, it's truly a pity that the Yi family has no successor. Little Tuan pointed at the people above and exclaimed excitedly, Grandpa? Great master. Several people sat together on the judges' panel. Ling Yun said, Elder Yi, I didn't expect you to come back. It seems you've made ample preparations this time. Of course, after 20 years, our Yi family has returned. Ching Tan sneered. So what if you come back? None of your Yi family members are good fighters. You might even be eliminated in the first round. That's not necessarily true. Just wait and see. Old Master Yi said confidently. All right, then I'll take a good look at you. What kind of people from your Yi family are qualified to participate in the competition? If you don't make it to the preliminary rounds, Vice President Yi, you'll lose face. Ling Yun then turned her gaze to Moe. President, I heard that your apprentice is not participating this time. Does this mean you are going to give up your position as president? Moe stroked his mustache. No, I have another apprentice. You'll find out soon enough. Ching Tan nodded and said, I see. It seems that the president came prepared. I'll take a good look at who it is that can impress the president. The preliminary round has officially begun. The host is a young man. Now, let's move on to the knockout stage. All martial artists who have come to participate in this competition, please come here to draw lots to determine your opponents. There are about 100 contestants. Those who participate in the competition here are either truly skilled or recommended by the president, vice president, and other high-ranking members. Yi Chun also stood up and followed behind the group. Everyone else was dressed simply and had a wild appearance, but Yi Chun's look stood out from the crowd. Who is he? I've never seen him before. I don't know, is he a newcomer? I've never seen him participate in competitions before. He's so handsome. So handsome. TCH, what's the use of being handsome? This is a martial arts tournament, not a beauty pageant. Tuan, all chubby, raised her 2 little hands and exclaimed, Daddy, go for it. Tuan, keep cheering for Dad. 307 a vase? You're saying Yi Chun is a vase. The host is finalizing the names. Wuya, recommended by Vice President Ling Yun. Yes. Yun Yao, recommended by Vice President Ching Tan. Yes. When they reached Yi Chun's side, the host looked at the announcement in his hand and said with some doubt, Yi Lin, jointly recommended by the Yi family and the chairman. Yi Chun nodded. Yes. Everyone around gasped in shock. What was going on? The Yi family and the president jointly recommended. Besides being handsome, what else is so special about him that he could get a joint recommendation from the president and the Yi family? He's from the Yi family, isn't he? Didn't the Yi family withdraw from M-State? The Yi family has long been finished. They didn't even pass the preliminary rounds, yet the Yi family still dares to come. Ling Yun turned her head and asked, Is this the person sent by the Yi family? Grandpa Yi nodded and said, My grandson is Yi Lin. Ching Tan shook his head and said, It seems the Yi family really has no one left that they would send up such a pretty face. President, the person you chose isn't very good. He doesn't look like someone who's suited for martial arts. Ling Yun and the others shook their heads repeatedly. None of them had a good opinion of Yi Chun. I have to admire the audacity of the Yi family. Are they here to be cannon fodder again? This guy is probably only good-looking. He doesn't have much skill. He'll probably be eliminated in the knockout stage. The Yi family is no good. They might be defeated in one move, and that would be incredibly embarrassing. A chorus of laughter erupted around them. Yi Chun didn't pay any attention and looked at Xiao Tuanshuan. The little guy is still cheering for his dad, holding 2 small glow sticks in his little hands. Go Dad. Dad's the best. Familly pinched Tuan's little face. How do you know Daddy is the best? The little bundle of joy looked up and said in a childish voice, Daddy, you're awesome. Familly chuckled softly. In my opinion, you are your father's most loyal fan. Dad, you're awesome. Tuanshuan continued to cheer for her father, because no one else was cheering for him, so she cheered him on. There were a total of 99 contestants, and Yi Chun was the 17th. Next comes the lottery, where one person will be left out. It's all based on luck. Yi Chun randomly picked up a slip of paper, which read number 86. Looking up, I saw an ordinary-looking foreigner with dark skin and curly hair. First up are number 1, Ling Yun's apprentice YA, and his opponent Bru. Wu Ya is short, with short hair, yellowish skin, and black eyes. He is probably of mixed race. The person opposite him was tall and imposing, like a ferocious beast. Yi Chun sat down in the spectator area. This YA is the very powerful person Master mentioned. Let's see how strong he really is. The next second, Yi Chun only felt a blur before his eyes, and the person opposite Wu Ya had already fallen. The audience erupted in uproar. What's going on? How come this player is so good? What did he just do? I can't see it. I can't see it at all. Blue just collapsed. My God, how amazing is that? I couldn't even see what he did, yet he knocked the person down? Did Wu Ya win? That's just too incredible. As expected of Vice President Ling Yun's apprentice, he's amazing. The audience was full of praise. Yi Chun's lips twitched. Is this what strength is? They're nothing compared to the people from before. He was slightly taken aback, and the expression on his face was somewhat subtle. Old Master Yi was also taken aback. Only Ling Yun nodded in satisfaction. What do you think of my disciple? Not bad, right? Even the host was stunned. He had just stepped off the stage a second ago, and now he was going back on. The game ended in less than 2 seconds. The winner of this competition is Wu Ya. Boundless. Boundless. Amazing. Faced with the cheers of so many people, Wu Ya merely glanced at them indifferently before turning and leaving. How cold-hearted. Aren't all experts ruthless? Yi Chun lowered his eyes, lost in thought. If he were to face Wu Ya, he really couldn't guarantee a win. Wu Ya's speed was simply too fast. The following matches were all fairly average, with no one as amazing as Wu Ya emerging. In the 12th match, a girl appeared, dressed in martial arts attire, with a bun hairstyle, a classic oval face, large eyes, and 2 dimples when she smiled. Her appearance immediately caused a stir among the people around her. What a sweet little sister. Is she here to participate in the competition too? I feel like if I punched her, she would start crying. Yeah, such a sweet little sister. Why is she participating in this kind of competition? What if my little sister gets hit and cries? It's okay. I've already prepared tissues for her. Yi Chun didn't take it seriously. This person was also a master. Moe turned his head and asked, Vice President Qingtan, is this your apprentice? Yes, my apprentice. Don't let her sweet appearance fool you. She's ruthless when she gets going. Just you wait and see. Yun Yao stood on the stage, opposite a tall, white man with blue eyes. As soon as the competition began, the host immediately took the microphone and went down the steps. Little girl, why don't you go down? I'm afraid I'll make you cry. You want to make me cry? Are you sure? Before she finished speaking, Yun Yao had already made her move. With just one move, the tall man opposite her fell to the ground. Frog. She looks like a sweet girl, but I didn't expect her to be so fierce. That's amazing. He's on par with Wu Ya, right? There are so many impressive people at this year's conference, and 2 of them have already emerged. Qingtan said proudly. President, my apprentice is not bad, is he? Mo Yi's smile was more like a grimace. Fine, very good. This year's group of people are all quite impressive. This Yin Yao is no less impressive than Xiao Lily back then. It would be a lie to say Mo Yi wasn't worried. It wasn't that he didn't trust Yi Chun. It was just that this opponent was far too strong. Next, please welcome contestant number 17, Yi Lin, and contestant number 86, Vesta. Yi Chun and Vesta stood up together. Tuanshuan held a glow stick in her hand, trying her best to cheer for her father. Go, Dad. Yi Chun smiled at Tuan Tuan and waved to her. His daughter cheered him on, saying he would definitely win. A vase. This is the vase from the Yi family. He's quite handsome, but he might get knocked down by West with one punch. Wester is very capable. He is one of Vice President Ling Yun's apprentices. It seems the Yi family won't make it into the preliminary rounds again. In the corner sat a familiar person, wearing a black hoodie and a hat, his face obscured. He raised his head and stared intently at Yi Chun. 308 race? A clean sweep. Ling Yun smiled dismissively. These are the people from the Yi family. Grandpa Yi smiled and said, Yes, my grandson. Ling Yun laughed and said, You look so delicate and fair-skinned. You don't seem like the type to learn martial arts. Yeah, let's not even get into the preliminary rounds, Lao Yi. Sigh, this is not the norm. The Yi family hasn't made it to the preliminary rounds in a long time. This child doesn't seem like someone who knows martial arts. Moe frowned. This is my disciple. You can all keep a close eye on him. Upon hearing this, the other executives exchanged glances. President, is this your apprentice? Don't you have a disciple? She's a female disciple. She was quite good in the competition 5 years ago. Why didn't she participate this time? Moe waved his hand. My apprentice is even more capable. The senior executives all shook their heads, not believing it at all. Everyone thought she was just a pretty face with no real talent. President, I think you might have misjudged him this time. Apart from being good-looking, he doesn't have any other special features. Isn't this kind of person just a pretty face? He's good-looking, but he might get punched by West. Keep your voices down. Lao Yi is still here. Old Master Yi frowned in annoyance, wishing he could shut all these people up. The competition on stage has already begun. The two people stood there, with a significant difference in size. Yi Chun is a typical Chinese citizen. Although he is very tall, he is still at a disadvantage compared to the person opposite him. Is there even a need to compare? I know the result without even looking. Sigh, there's nothing to see. The disciples of the Yi family don't have any real skills. The Yi family has been gone for a long time. I heard they secretly moved out of M State. What's gotten into them this time that they've actually come back? No one present had a good chance of winning over Yi Chun. Tuanshuan was still cheering for her dad with all her might. Dad, you can do it. West looked at Yi Chun with disdain, seemingly having no intention of making a move, with his arms crossed. I heard you're the chairman's apprentice or a representative of the Yi family. How about I give you a few moves? Yi Chun raised an eyebrow. You said you'd let me have a few moves, are you sure? Just as West was about to nod, he suddenly felt his legs go weak and his knees throb with pain that made him feel numb all over. Then, with a thud, his body crashed heavily to the ground, landing on his back. His body felt like it was filled with lead, and he couldn't stand up at all. Yi Chun looked down at the person on the ground and asked, Now, do you still want me to make one more move? West gritted his teeth, trying to stand up, but he had no strength at all and could only glare at Yi Chun. He didn't see clearly what move was used. He only felt that it was extremely fast. Is this really human power? Is this some kind of monster? Thinking of this, West's fingers trembled. Because Yi Chun acted so quickly, no one could see it clearly, and some people even rubbed their eyes, thinking they had seen it wrong. What's going on? Why did West suddenly collapse? What just happened? I didn't see anything. I didn't see it either. Weren't the two of them just talking a moment ago? Too fast. This speed is too fast. I feel that it is almost the same as the number 1 contestant, Wuya. Weren't the Yi family members said to be incompetent? How come such a powerful person suddenly appeared? The Yi family has returned to the league tournament after 20 years. Could they be on the verge of a resurgence? It's very likely that this person is indeed extraordinary. There was a murmur of discussion at the scene. Sitting quietly in the corner, Yi Chi watched this scene with her fists clenched. Over the past 2 months, Yi Chun seems to have made a lot of progress. Dad, you're awesome. Little Tianchuan almost lost her voice from shouting. Her sweet, adorable voice was very distinctive. Yichun turned around and smiled at his daughter. Even the referee was stunned for a moment, and then quickly stepped forward to announce it. Wester collapsed and couldn't get up. Nightfall won the match and officially entered the preliminary round. The most pleased were Old Master Yi and Moe, especially Moe, who stroked his mustache and his lips almost curled up to the sky. How about it, Lingyun? My last disciple is pretty good, isn't he? Grandpa Yi said proudly. Yes, Vice President Ling, my grandson is quite something, isn't he? Lingyun was speechless. She had thought he was just a pretty face, but she hadn't expected him to be so powerful. His speed was comparable to Wu Ya's. However, speed alone is not enough. Indeed, he's very fast. It seems he has received the true teachings of the chairman and Elder Yi. Qington nodded and said, Elder Yi really came prepared this time. His grandson is indeed extraordinary and has made us look at him with new eyes. Yes, it really makes us look at them in a new light. Moe stroked his mustache, his smile growing even more smug. His judgment was certainly excellent. He had spotted this disciple at a glance. Lingyun suddenly said, But President, speed alone is probably not enough. Yichun stepped off the stage and sat in the contestants' viewing area. Several people behind also stood out. By the end of the morning, all the elimination rounds had concluded, with a total of 50 players advancing. When they came out, Yichun couldn't wait to run to Feng Li's side, pick up the little baby, and bring him close to his wife. How was it? Not bad this time, right? Feng Li curled her red lips. Of course you did very well. You performed very well. You were so fast. Your training was worth it. Yichun touched the tip of his nose. It's all right. Dad is the best. The little one hugged his father's face and kissed him. Yichun was kissed by his daughter, feeling incredibly happy. Is Daddy really that great? Great job, Daddy's awesome. Hit him. Feng Li pinched her daughter's little face and said, You're so young, yet you're already fighting and killing. You might grow up to be a violent child. The little one pouted and nestled on his father's shoulder. Daddy hit me. Daddy is the best. Tianchuan loves Daddy. Yichun was delighted by his daughter's praise. Once outside, there were many small shops selling snacks. What does Tianchuan want to eat? Let's buy some snacks. Eat candy. Tianchuan took a big rabbit candy, which was bigger than her face. Eat some small jelly. Little Tianchuan went to get more jelly, her arms full of snacks. Dad, eat. Thank you, baby. Feng Li suddenly said, Don't be too happy yet. You have a lot of opponents this time, especially number 1 Wu Ya. He's very strong, and his speed is no less than yours. And then there's Yun Yao, the only female contestant on the field. She's agile and nimble, and although she's small, she's very strong. She's a formidable opponent. And those people behind you, you should also keep an eye on them. Yichun nodded. Yes, I know. Wu Ya is indeed a formidable opponent. He is incredibly fast, and I'm not sure if I can defeat him. This was also the first time Yichun had encountered a true opponent. People like Yi Chi and Tez in the past could not be considered opponents at all. 309 I'm sleeping with my wife in my arms. She's so soft. Feng Li raised an eyebrow and asked, Aren't you always very confident? Why are you so insecure this time? That's because Wu Ya is too strong. Although I can't beat him, I might not necessarily lose either. Yichun muttered to himself, If I had practiced martial arts diligently every day before, I would definitely be better than him. It's a pity I only practiced for 2 months. That's right, then you don't need to sleep tonight. Just practice all night. Yichun's expression instantly fell. They won't let me sleep. Not being able to sleep with his sweet and soft wife is pure torture for him. Yichun won the competition, and the whole family celebrated together. Just as we were about to eat, Moe arrived, ostensibly to visit his disciple, but really just to freeload a meal. Master, you're here too. Please have a seat. We were just about to eat. This is a meal my mom made. She's a very good cook. Moe said in a serious tone. Originally, I didn't want to eat, but since my disciple is so enthusiastic, I'll reluctantly stay and eat. Old Master Yi almost rolled his eyes. Eat if you want. I didn't say you couldn't eat. You old man, are you not happy to see me? I've come to see my disciples. Both of my disciples are here, along with my little disciple, Tianchuan. Come here. Tuanchuan ran to Master Tai's side, took out her candy, and politely said, "Master Tai, have some candy." Mo Yi's eyes lit up. Grandmaster didn't want to eat it originally, but since you gave it to him, Grandmaster will reluctantly try it. Then, Tuanchuan's candy was all gone. Round and round. Grandpa Yi said, "Old Mo, why do you want Tuan's candy?" Mo Yi said matter-of-factly, "Tuanchuan gave it to me." Yichen also looked helpless. This old man was truly a playful old man. "Be a good baby. Daddy will buy you lots more when we get back." Tuanchuan sniffed, looking aggrieved, and then ate her food. Moe praised, "Disciple, you did a good job today." The old man smiled and said, "This is my eldest grandson. Of course he did well. Do you need to tell me?" Father Yi was filled with emotion. Lin performed very well today. Our Yi family has hope again. Although he was not good at it, he had a good son. Yichen comforted him. "Dad, don't worry about these things, just leave them to me. You are such a good child. You will definitely lead the Yi family to regain the championship and let them all see that our Yi family is back." Mo Yi's expression was solemn. Actually, Ling Yun's disciple this time is not bad either. Old Master Yi raised his head and asked, "You mean Wuya?" Mo Yi pondered and said, "Yes, he is indeed a genius. He is Ling Yun's disciple in the last 2 years. I heard that he used to make a living by hunting beasts in the desolate northern forest. He is extremely fast, and his moves are extremely vicious. Today he did not show his moves, but only his speed. Therefore, many people cannot see how strong he really is. Yichun, I came here to remind you not to underestimate your opponent. This person is definitely your biggest rival." There was also Yun Yao, Qing Tan's last disciple, who was as light as a swallow and whose moves were agile and varied, in no way inferior to Li Li in her prime. Yichen nodded solemnly and said, "Don't worry, Master. I won't underestimate my opponent." Mo Yi continued, "Yes, tomorrow is the second round of the competition, a big free-for-all. This is also the most important competition, as it will determine the top 8. You must hide yourself well in the early stages." "Yes, I will." Mo Yi patted Yi Chun on the shoulder. "All our hopes are pinned on you. Get some rest today." Madam Yi said worriedly, "With so many people fighting together, what if they target Lin? Yes, Lin has already shown his extraordinary speed today, and he will definitely be targeted." Yichen moved his eyes, seemingly already having a plan. "Mom and Dad, don't worry, I have a plan." Madam Yi said worriedly, "Really? You're not lying to your mother. I'm afraid you'll get hurt in the ring." "Actually, I don't care about the Yi family's reputation. I only care about Lin's safety." This was her son, whom she had finally found after so much difficulty, and she really didn't want anything to happen to him. Yichen smiled and said, "Mom, I promise I won't get hurt, so don't worry." Another room. Ling Yun sat on the sofa. Opposite him was Wuya, who had participated in the competition that morning. "So, have you seen it clearly? What are your chances of defeating Yilin?" Wuya slightly raised his head, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous light, like those of a wild beast. "Master, I am 100% confident that I can beat him. From my observation, he is only fast, which is similar to my speed, but his strength is worlds apart." Ling Yun narrowed her eyes slightly and clapped her hands. "All right, your teacher is waiting for your good news. Don't let your teacher down." "Yes, Master. Your disciple will definitely help you obtain the chairman's throne." Ling Yun was extremely satisfied and nodded, saying, "You are truly my good disciple. Go now and prepare well for tomorrow's competition. They might target you. You are the biggest threat." Wuya slightly raised his eyes, a glint of light flashing within, faintly revealing a hint of coolness. "Then let them all come." His confident tone echoed throughout the room. "Dad, water the flowers." "Okay, let's water the flowers together. Tuanchuan can't water them too much, or they'll die." Yichun was watering flowers with his daughter. Fengli looked at the busy father and daughter and shook her head helplessly. "Yichun, aren't you going to practice tonight?" "No more practice. We need to relax before the competition." "Fengli, look, the flowers that Tuan planted have really come to life." Fengli glanced at the baby and patted its fluffy little head. "I never knew Tuanchuan could grow flowers." "Tuanchuan, you're awesome." The little dumpling gave itself a thumbs up and happily continued watering the flowers with its little bottom sticking out. Night. Because there weren't enough rooms to clean, Tuanchuan slept with her parents. The little bundle of joy lay happily between his parents, acting as a tiny third wheel, a 1,000-watt one at that. Poor Yichun, he couldn't even hug his soft wife. Daddy, Tuanchuan, go to sleep. Okay, Dad will tell you a story. Yichun had already memorized those fairy tales and could tell them without storybooks. Before long, Tuanchuan was put to sleep by her father. Yichun immediately took his daughter aside and finally got to hold his sweet and soft wife. The large hand moved restlessly upwards, then downwards. My wife has a great figure. Yichun couldn't help but pinch it again. It was so soft. Familly grabbed Yichun's wrist. Stop messing around. There's a competition tomorrow, and our daughter is still here. What are you trying to do? I'll keep it quiet, honey. Yichun nestled in Familly's arms and kissed her. Okay. Faced with such a handsome husband, Familly was completely unable to resist and was at Yichun's mercy. 310 Tuan Tuan is not a third wheel. Tuanchuan opened her beautiful big eyes. Her parents weren't beside her. Instead, she was placed in a corner where her parents were sleeping together. The poor baby rubbed his eyes, looking aggrieved. Dad. Yichun suddenly opened his eyes and saw his little daughter looking aggrieved. Honey, what's wrong? Tuanchuan tilted her little head and pointed at her parents. Mom and Dad, sleep together. Tuanchuan will sleep by herself. I clearly remember sleeping with my parents last night, so why am I here when I woke up this morning? Yichun awkwardly touched the tip of his nose, then spoke nonsense with a straight face. It's probably because Tuanchuan is a restless sleeper, rolling around all the time. That's how she ended up here. Tuanchuan was skeptical, shook her head, and spoke to her father in a childish voice. Tuanchuan, no, go away. Yichun continued to spout nonsense, trying to coax the baby. It's probably because Tuanchuan doesn't remember. You must have rolled here by yourself. Tuanchuan seemed to believe it a little too. Familly glanced at her daughter, but didn't say anything. Kids are so easy to fool. Yichun continued. All right, Tuanchuan, let's not think about this anymore. Daddy will help you put on your little clothes. You'll have breakfast soon, and then we'll go to the venue to cheer for Daddy. Tuanchuan raised her little hand. Dad, you can do it. Right. Yichun successfully fooled Xiao Tuanchuan. As soon as the little guy went out, Familly grabbed Yichun's waist. Be gentle, honey, it hurts. Yichun, I didn't realize you were so good at fooling children. You completely fooled my daughter. You were the one who left her there last night. Yichun smiled awkwardly, right? I forgot. I need to get up. Yichun quickly got out of bed, dressed, and ran out. Madam Yi had already prepared breakfast, which consisted of steamed buns and soy milk bought from outside. Lin, eat more this morning. Good. Yichun ate 3 steamed buns in one go, and Xiao Tuanchuan followed her father and ate steamed buns too, her cheeks bulging out. Tuanchuan, are the steamed buns here delicious? Tuanchuan nodded. It's delicious. Everything tastes delicious when I eat with my dad. Familly, come and eat some steamed buns. There are also beef buns. Yichun slipped a beef bun into Familly's hand. Lin really dotes on his wife. Yichun smiled and lowered his head. Tasty. If it's delicious, eat more. Have another one. Yichun stuffed another steamed bun into Familly's hand, saying, the conditions here aren't good, and this is all we have. I was worried you wouldn't be used to the food. It's quite delicious. Tuanchuan watched her parents eating steamed buns together, and joined them to eat as well, continuing to be a third wheel. The second match has begun. The format is a free-for-all, with 50 people competing on one stage. Some people have already formed teams below. Yichun stood alone on one side, while Wuya stood alone on the other. They're both really good. Why don't we team up? Yeah, let's team up, or we'll be eliminated. Wuya, Yellen, Yunyao, Bolin, and Chris, they are all very powerful. Count me in. I want to team up with you guys too. I don't want to be eliminated so early. Thus, the large army was formed. Yichun and Wuya were left alone. Moe and his group took their seats in the referee's area. Everyone took their seats. Familly, Tuan Tuan, Ye's father, Ye's mother, and Yilan sat in the first row, where they had the best view and could clearly see the battle on stage. Yichun stepped onto the arena, where 50 people stood, a vast sea of faces. But Xiao Tianquan spotted her father immediately and excitedly pointed at him. Dad. Yes, it's Dad. Dad, you can do it. Madam Yi still looked worried. There are so many people around Lin Lin, all of them his enemies. Will he get hurt? Mom, don't worry. Yichen won't get hurt. Tianquan patted her grandma's hand and comforted her in her childish voice. Grandma, Daddy is the best. Yes, Grandma also believes your dad is the best. The tense competition officially began, and the host immediately stepped off the stage, fearing he might be caught in the crossfire. The crowd quickly dispersed, and the huge arena was filled with people. Yichen occupied the southeast corner, where there were fewer people. In team battles, the most important thing is to survive. Therefore, Yichen did not intend to make a move. Unfortunately, others were not going to let him off the hook. Yichen and Wu Yao are there. Let's take those two strong ones off the stage first. Maybe then we can win the championship. Yes, let's all 6 of us work together to get YA off the stage first. Several people were aiming straight at Wu Yao, who stood by the ring with his arms crossed, looking down on everyone. Since you're coming, then come along. Wu Yao is so arrogant. There are 6 of them. No matter how powerful he is, he can't possibly hold off 6 people at the same time. Can he? I don't know, let's wait and see. Wu Yao might really be knocked off the stage. That's too arrogant. He should have teamed up with someone else. It would have been safer. Seeing Wu Yao's arrogance, the 6-man group's fighting spirit was instantly ignited. They exchanged glances and charged forward. Some people covered their eyes in excitement, too afraid to look, lest Wu Yao fall. Ling Yun sneered, ignorant fool. Sure enough, the next second, Wu Yao made his move. His speed was so fast that it seemed to leave after images, and no one could see his movements clearly. He kicked the 6 of them down one by one, and with a thud, they all fell to the ground, looking utterly miserable. Wu Yao stood on the edge of the arena, looking down at them as if they were ants. My goodness, that's incredible. 6 people went straight down. My God, that's amazing. Wu Yao is like a god descended from heaven, taking on 6 opponents at once. He's definitely the champion this time. That's amazing. This is simply unbeatable. I'm impressed. 6 went down in one go. No wonder he's called Yashin. Awesome class. The crowd erupted in cheers, chanting, God of the Cliffs. Ling Yun's smile deepened, and she deliberately glanced at Moe. President, is my disciple all right? Moe gritted his teeth and said with a forced smile, Yes, of course you can. Very impressive. Where exactly did Ling Yun find such a talented disciple? Yichen watched everything clearly from the side, and he roughly figured out the moves Wu Yao used. Wu Yao suddenly came to his senses and stared straight at Yichen, his gaze filled with pressure. You've been watching me? 311 The Invincible King of Survival. Yichen nodded and said, Yes. Wu Yao slowly took a few steps closer. Are you observing my moves? Yichen nodded again. Yes. Wu Yao stood opposite Yichen, their gazes meeting, neither giving an inch. Unfortunately, it's no use. My moves are ever-changing, and what you've seen is probably just the tip of the iceberg. Yeah. The two continued to stare at each other, and the surrounding temperature plummeted. No one dared to approach the two of them. Everyone eagerly awaited their earth-shattering duel. They're about to fight. Who do you think will win? I think Wu Yao will win. He was so powerful just now, he took on 6 opponents at once. It must be Wu Yao. Yilin is powerful, but he's not that overpowered. He probably can't beat 6 people. Dad is awesome. The little bundle of flesh raised its head and spoke in a childish voice. That's your dad. Your dad can't beat Yagami. Dad, you're awesome. The little dumpling puffed out her cheeks in anger, arguing with the others. Wu Yao will definitely win. Yashun. The crowd below cheered, eagerly awaiting the duel between the two. Those in the arena were also waiting for the two to duel, hoping they would both be injured so they could reap the benefits. Yichen said calmly, I think you wouldn't attack me now. Our duel should be saved for the finals. Wu Yao raised his dark eyes. You guessed right. I won't fight you here. Then, the two quickly separated. Not fighting anymore? You're not fighting anymore. Why are you stopping? I was all ready to watch. Perhaps they are afraid that others will reap the benefits without lifting a finger. Yeah, with so many people on stage, The two of them might not be able to let loose. The people on stage all sighed. They started fighting immediately, and then the fire was put out. The power that Wuya had just displayed was too great, and no one dared to point the finger at him anymore. Instead, they all looked at another person, Yichun. We definitely can't beat Wuya, so let's get Yellen out of the game first. That's a good idea. Let's all 7 of us go together. Fine. I don't believe that the 7 of us can't beat Yilin alone. Yichun was cornered in the southeast corner, with the edge of the arena just 2 or 3 meters behind him. He looked panicked. What do you want to do? Of course, we'll get you out of here first, so we'll have one less strong opponent. Yichun said sincerely, I'm really not that great. Besides being fast and being able to run away, I'm not very useful. You think we'll believe you? Brothers, let's get him out of here. Good. Yichun was forced to the edge of the arena, just 1 step away from falling off. Tuanshuan anxiously grabbed her mother's hand, her little brows furrowed like a caterpillar. Mom, Dad fell down. Don't worry, Tuanshuan, Daddy won't fall. Don't you trust Daddy? Tuanshuan nodded. I believe you. Then you should watch carefully. Familly remained calm and composed, showing no concern whatsoever. Madam Yi anxiously clutched her sleeve. Will Lin be all right? Won't. Familly trusted Yichun completely. You can get out of here now. Several people rushed forward, trying to push Yichun down, but then Yichun suddenly disappeared. The group used too much force and unexpectedly fell off the stage, landing face first in the dirt, all looking completely bewildered. Where is Nightfall? Why is everyone suddenly gone? Yichun stood at the edge of the arena, smiling and waving. Hello, I'm here. Is he still here? Why did he suddenly disappear just now? I didn't see it. Everyone looked puzzled. Dad. Tuanshuan happily stretched out her 2 little hands. Dad is definitely the best. The 7-member group was filled with regret, lamenting that they should never have gone through with this Nightfall thing, which caused them to fall and lose their qualification for the competition. Others tried to challenge Yichun, but he outmaneuvered them all by feigning weakness. Now, only 30 people remain in the arena. This Yilin is really cunning. He took down so many people without lifting a finger. Is he not capable at all, and only good at scheming and trickery? Maybe. I have never seen him lay a hand on anyone. Finally, another person stepped forward to challenge Yichun. It was a blue-eyed man named Bolin. Your preliminary round performance really impressed me. Shall we have a competition? Yichun said, Of course, it would be my honor. The crowd became excited again. Finally, there's a competition to watch. Berlan is also very capable, but I don't know who is more capable between the two. Before he finished speaking, Yichun had already been sent flying by Bolan's attack, landing on the edge of the arena. What's going on? Yilin lost? It's over before it even started, and they've already lost? Is Yilin being overhyped? I don't think he's that good. He was defeated by Bolan in 1 move. Everyone was stunned. Even Mo.E was dumbfounded. What on earth is Yichun up to? Dad. When Tuanshuan saw her father being beaten down, she almost burst into tears. Familly hugged Xiao Tuanshuan and whispered, Tuanshuan, Daddy was lying. Daddy's fine. The next second, Yichun got up again and coughed deliberately. You're amazing, madam. I'm no match for you. The person on the stage let out a long sigh of relief. I thought Yilin was really that powerful, but it turns out he's just like that. He was defeated by Bolan in 1 move. It's all just hype. I wouldn't even bother with a small fry like that. Forget it. Let's continue looking for other powerful figures. You're right. I think Yun Yao is also very powerful, but she's a girl. It wouldn't be appropriate for us to gang up on her together. What's wrong with that? There's no gender distinction on the field. Let's go. The crowd then turned their attention to Yun Yao. Yichun was completely abandoned. Because he was too incompetent, nobody paid any attention to him anymore. This Yilin is really faking it. I thought he was so capable, but it's all fake. I was misled by his first match. Madam Yi also breathed a sigh of relief. Lily, is Lin doing this on purpose to avoid making too many enemies? Familly said, yes, he needs to conserve his energy to participate in the final competition. This is the best way. That's good. Madam Yi nodded with a smile. Yichun sat leisurely in place, feeling great that no one was bothering him. He'll just stay here and hide. 312 successfully survived until the very last moment. Wuya suddenly walked up to Yi Chun and asked, "Were you faking it just now?" Yi Chun said quietly, "So what if it is? So what if it isn't? Anyway, no one is challenging me now." Next, Yin Yao was surrounded and attacked. Yi Chun watched with great interest, occasionally saying, be careful, don't fall." Yi Lin is still watching the show. Isn't he afraid someone will beat him up? Maybe it's too weak and nobody cares. That's right. I thought he was some kind of expert and had high hopes for him. I'm utterly disappointed. Yi Chun, an unknown nobody, successfully made it to the end. Yun Yao turned her head and froze the moment she saw Yi Chun, frowning slightly. "Why are you still here?" Yi Chun greeted politely. "Nobody cares about me. Maybe I'm too weak." Yun Yao looked Yi Chun up and down, then snorted arrogantly. "That makes sense. When the semifinals come, I'll naturally kick you out." "All right, I'll be waiting for you then." Seeing that her father was still there, Tuanchuan clapped her little hands happily. "Mom, Dad isn't here, he fell down." Fengli nodded and said, "Dad is great. Dad won't fall down." The host only dared to go up and announce the result after seeing that the fighting had stopped. The 8 people who have made it to the finals this time are Wuya, Yun Yao, Bolin, Chris, and the last one, Yellen. This Yi Lin, he got his position by sneaking in. Yes, he will definitely be the first one to be eliminated. However, the Yi family did quite well this time, actually making it into the top 8. What's the use? With such a weakling, we won't even make it to the semifinals. Ling Yun sneered. "Old Yi, your grandson has no real talent, but he's quite good at hiding. He actually made it to the top 8. He's really bringing honor to his ancestors." Old Master Yi said calmly, "My grandson is more than just a top 8 finisher. You'll see." "All right, then I'll wait and see." The finals will be held tomorrow, in order to allow the athletes to recover their strength. Yi Chun didn't make a move at all, making him the most relaxed one in the room. As soon as she stepped off the stage, Xiao Tuanchuan rushed into her father's arms. "Dad, you're great." That's because Tuanchuan cheered for Dad, and Dad saw it all. "Let's go home." Yi Chun deliberately leaned closer to Feng Li's face. "How was it? Isn't your husband amazing? He easily made it to the top 8. Feng Li raised her hand and pinched Yi Chun's ear. "You're quite the actor. You almost scared your daughter to tears. She thought you were going to fall." "Ouch, honey, it hurts. Stop pulling my ear. I'm not trying to conserve my energy. There's an easier way to get into the top 8. Why fight like this?" "Mommy, don't pinch Daddy. Daddy hurts." The little one quickly removed her mother's hand and gently blew on her father's ear. "Daddy, it doesn't hurt. My precious daughter knows how to care for her dad." Feng Li pinched Tuan's little ears again. "You little rascal, you're already thinking of Daddy's side, aren't you? I haven't even laid a hand on him yet, and you're already siding with Daddy?" Tuanchuan sniffed, looking aggrieved. "Dad," Yi Chun immediately said. "Feng Li, why are you still arguing with the baby? You pinched Tuanchuan's ear so hard it hurts, and she's crying." Feng Li let go of her hand. "Were you crying? You were faking it, weren't you?" Tuanchuan happily stuck out her little tongue. "He was faking it all along." Tuanchuan buried her face in her father's arms, saying, "Mommy, don't pinch Tuanchuan. Mommy won't bully you anymore. Let's go home together." Yi Chun carried his daughter on his shoulders and left with the crowd. Mother Yi walked over and asked, "Lin Lin, he punched you today, are you hurt?" "Mom, don't worry, I'm fine. I was just pretending. He's not strong enough to even tickle me." "That's good." Father Yi looked at Yi Chun and said, "You did very well today. You conserved your energy and also managed to confuse your opponents." Yi Chun's expression was solemn. "I did manage to fool most people, but I didn't fool Wuya. He is a man of great hidden strength and a formidable opponent. Indeed, Wuya is a genius." "So what if he's a genius? My grandson is a genius too." Grandpa Yi also came out, his face ruddy. "In my eyes, my eldest grandson is the best." "Grandfather." Little Tuanchuan greets her great-grandfather from her father's shoulders. "Great-grandfather," Grandpa Yi said with a smile. "Tuanchuan is sitting so high, even your great-grandfather can't see you." Tuanchuan stuck out her little tongue and sat proudly on her father's shoulders. She was the tallest baby ever. Old Master Yi said grimly, "Ling Yun and Qingtan are so proud of themselves today, showing off their disciples to the extreme. Tomorrow is the main event. We must catch them off guard." You did a great job hiding your strength today. Tomorrow we'll show them who's the strongest. Yichin scratched his head. Grandpa, you trust me that much? What if I don't win the championship? How could that be? You are the only grandson of our Yi family. You are my grandson, Yiqing. Of course you inherited my genes. Your grandfather was a Grand Slam champion back then. Old Yi patted Yi Chun on the shoulder. Don't worry, you can do it. Yi Chun is carrying the hopes of his entire family this time. The main hall. Ling Yun stood up in surprise. Weya, are you saying Yi Lin is hiding his strength? How did you know? Weya's eyes darkened. He is very strong. He deliberately concealed his strength today, probably to lower his opponent's guard. Ling Yun nodded and said, I see. This descendant of the Yi family is really cunning. Don't think that I will lose because of this. This time, the position of president will definitely belong to me. Weya, you won't let me down, will you? Ling Yun raised her head and looked straight at Weya. Weya lowered his head. Yes, master. You saved me back then. I will do my best to fulfill any wish you have. Very good. Ling Yun's eyes were fixed greedily on the president's throne in the main hall. He was just one step away from ascending it. Elsewhere, in the dim light, Yi Chi was wearing a black hoodie and a hat. How are the preparations going? Tess sat on the sofa, the light casting a shadow on his profile. The people are ready, and we can start tomorrow after the competition ends. Yi Chi asked coldly. Why wait until the match is over? Tess turned his head and said, Don't you want to see Yi Chun lose, and then have his family destroyed? Wouldn't that make you feel even more satisfied? Thinking of this ending, a sinister smile suddenly appeared on Yi Chi's face. Tess, you're right. When Yi Chun loses the match and is extremely frustrated, I'll trample him under my feet. I want him to kneel down and beg for mercy, to kowtow to me. I'll make sure he dies a horrible death. 313, Yi Chen's strength was once again severely humiliated. The next day, the competition is still ongoing. The final day of the competition was bustling with activity, attracting more people than the previous 2 days, and the venue was packed with distinguished guests. Yi Chun was already seated in the contestants' waiting area. At this moment, Familly suddenly felt a churning in her stomach, covered her mouth, and began to gag. Madam Yi asked with a worried expression, Lily, are you all right? You've been vomiting since you woke up this morning. Is something wrong with your health? I told you not to come. I told you to stay home and rest, but you insisted on coming. Familly said, Mom, I'm fine. Tuanshuan pressed her face against her mother's, her little brows furrowed with worry. Mom, I feel unwell. Familly gently rubbed the baby's fluffy little head. Tuanshuan, Mommy is fine. Daddy's competition is about to start. We want to watch Daddy's competition. Night Mother asked worriedly. Are you really all right? Lily, I'll go with you to see a doctor, even though the medical equipment here isn't as good as in the capital. Familly shook his head and said, Mom, really, it's not necessary. It's probably just a stomach ache. I took the medicine I carry with me this morning, and I'll be fine in a little while. Okay, if you feel uncomfortable anywhere, be sure to tell Mom. It's really unfair that you've had to go through all this trouble since it's your first time in a place like this. It's fine. Yichen noticed that Familly's expression was off and became increasingly anxious. But he couldn't go out anymore. The lottery was about to begin. All I want to do right now is finish the competition and go see my wife. A stunningly beautiful waitress walked up to Yi Chun, bent down slightly, her long legs particularly eye-catching, and winked at him. Sir, it's your turn. Please draw one. Yi Chun didn't even glance at it, and casually reached in and touched one. Number 4. Weya took out a ball. Number 2. Next up was Berlan. He clasped his hands together, praying to heaven and earth, muttering to himself, Don't let me draw the number 2 ball. Don't let me draw the number 2 ball. Drawing ball number 2 means you're out of the semifinals. Berlan reached in and took a ball, and the moment he opened his eyes, he almost burst out laughing. It's number 4. Berlan actually drew Nightfall. Doesn't that mean he's guaranteed to win? Chris nodded repeatedly. Yeah. Why wasn't I so lucky to draw number 4? Nightfall is just there to make up the numbers. The person who drew number 4 was a white man in his early 20s. Upon seeing his number, he decisively withdrew from the competition. Luo involuntarily forfeits. Weya wins and advances to the semifinals. Oh, so fast. Not even going to compete. giving up the match right away. What's the point of this competition? Even if someone like him is Wuya, he'll still be killed in one move. It's better to just forfeit the match to avoid being humiliated. That's right, he's definitely the fastest to advance. Wuya showed no extra expression on his face and continued to sit in the spectator area. Yun Yao quickly won the first match. In the third game, Chris was also very fast, taking only 3 minutes. In the fourth match, Yi Chun and Bo Lan took to the field. If Yi Lin really goes up to fight, won't he just forfeit the match? If I were him, I would have forfeited the match to avoid being humiliated. Berlan is also very strong. That face looks pretty handsome, but what if he gets hurt? No one around Yi Chun had a good chance. They were all betting on how many seconds he would lose, and some were even more outrageous, betting on him losing in a single second. Tuanshuan's sweet, baby voice. Daddy's the best. Ha ha ha, he's your father? He's no good at fighting. He might get thrown down in a second. Yes, your dad doesn't know martial arts. Don't cry when he loses the match. Dad, you're amazing. The little dumpling was arguing with others in a cute but fierce way. Looking at the fierce-looking little baby, Yichen couldn't help but smile, wanting to pat her little head. Bolin said seriously, Yellen, you should go down by yourself. I don't want to fight with you. It wouldn't be good if I hurt you again. He knew this person's strength all too well. He could knock him down with a mere push. Yichen frowned slightly. I still want to try? What if I can withstand one of your moves? Berlan wore a contemptuous smile. Are you sure you want to take my move? This one move might knock you off the stage. Don't look too embarrassed then. Yichen nodded. Okay, let's go. Bolin gently raised his hand, using only a third of his strength. He felt that this strength was more than enough to deal with Yi Chun. But when the fist hit Yi Chun, he didn't move at all. Instead, he gently raised his hand and caught Bolan's fist. How is that possible? Berlan muttered to himself, an expression of disbelief on his face. The people around them looked at each other in bewilderment. Perhaps Berlan didn't use his full strength. Yichen advised, you're not very strong. You didn't use your full strength, did you? Why don't you try again? Yes, I only used 1/10 of my strength just now. Everyone suddenly realized. It was originally 1/10, no wonder. You don't actually think Yi Lin is a master, do you? Let me tell you, that's impossible. Berlan raised his fist again. Now, I'll unleash my full power. Face the gale. His punches were incredibly fast, almost as fast as the wind itself. Everyone was waiting for Yi Chun to fly backwards, and they had already planned his landing point, which would definitely be more than 10 meters away. As a result, Yi Chun remained unmoved, easily blocking Bolin's fist with one hand, standing still without even taking a step back. What's going on? What the heck? What's going on? Haven't I used my full strength yet? Go, Berlan. Stop holding back. Use all your strength. Hearing the shouts around him, Berlan paused, opened his mouth, and muttered to himself, how is this possible? He has used all his strength. Why hasn't Yi Lin been defeated yet? Before he could react, Yi Chun grabbed his wrist and easily threw him off the stage. The surroundings were completely silent. Their eyes were wide open like copper bells, and their mouths were agape enough to fit an egg. Only Tuanshuan happily clapped for her dad, her sweet, baby voice saying, Daddy, you're the best. Daddy, you're the most amazing. Immediately afterwards, the scene erupted in an uproar. What happened? Berlan actually lost. Isn't Yi Lin just a pretty face? He was knocked down with one punch. How could he possibly have that much strength? What just happened? I didn't see it. That was too fast. In that instant, Berlan was thrown off the ring. Is this really not an illusion? Wow, that's amazing. Yi Lin is truly a hidden master. Dad, you're amazing. The little girl continued arguing with the uncles from before. Those who were just saying Yi Lin was a pretty face have been thoroughly slapped in the face, and the slap stung. Berlan lay on the ground, staring at the familiar ceiling, unable to come to his senses for a long time. Had he lost? 314 If you lose, you'll become my son-in-law. A piece of trash who could be knocked down with one punch. How did he suddenly become so powerful? Bolin felt a sharp pain in his face as he thought about what he had just said to Yi Lin. It turns out that Yi Lin was the real master who had been hiding his true abilities. The host didn't even realize what was happening. He pushed up his glasses, took the microphone, and walked up, his legs trembling slightly. Berlan is out. The winner of this competition is Nightfall. Grandpa Yi smiled and said, "How about it? Isn't my eldest grandson quite good?" Mo smiled broadly and stroked his mustache proudly. "My disciple, you're really good." Ling Yun and Qing Tin didn't look too good. He's quite good at playing dumb to fool others. When Yi Chen stepped off the stage, he glanced at Familly, who was not far away. Familly nodded faintly at him, her face still a little pale. "My wife hasn't been feeling well lately. What should I do?" Yi Chen was starting to feel anxious. The host continued to press the program buttons on stage. The semi-finalists have been decided. Wu Ya is first, Yellen is second, Yun Yao is third, and Chris is fourth. To maintain fairness in the competition, the opponents will still be determined by drawing lots. The two winners will advance to the finals. The semi-finals will officially begin in half an hour. Please take a short break. Another burst of noise erupted at the scene. This competition will determine the president, so it is of great importance. Who do you think will be suitable for the position of president this time? It must be Vice President Ling Yun. His disciple, Wu Ya, is very powerful. I think Yilin is not bad either. As expected of a member of the Yi family, he just stunned me. Yun Yao is also good. Although she is a woman, she is very fast and strong. Little Tianchuan pricked up her little ears to listen to the chatter around her, and while eating her candy, she said, "Daddy is the best." Familly chuckled softly. "Tianchuan, how do you know Daddy is the best?" "Tianchuan knows, Daddy is the best." Madame Yi touched the baby's little face, which was as white and round as a dough ball. "Tianchuan is so cute. She looks just like Lin Lin when she was little." "Lily, how did you and Lin Lin meet? Your child is so big now." Familly didn't know how to start the conversation or how to explain. Fortunately, the match started at that moment. "Mom, the competition has started. Do you think Yi Chen will draw YA this time?" Madame Yi said worriedly. "I don't know. I hope we don't face each other so soon." Yi Chen randomly picked a number from the box. It was number 2. Next up was YA, and everyone was waiting for this exciting moment. Wu Ya took number 1. Madame Yi breathed a sigh of relief. "That means we can wait until the finals." Yin Yao drew number 2 and walked to Yi Chen's side, her attitude extremely arrogant. "You are quite good looking. If I win against you, how about you become my son-in-law? It would be an honor for your Yi family." Upon hearing this, Feng Li's body temperature dropped several degrees. Little Tianchuan touched her little arms, shivering from the cold. Yi Chen frowned, disliking the young lady's behavior. "I refuse. I already have a wife and children." Yun Yao snorted coldly. "Yi Lin, you're really something. You're the first person who dares to refuse me." Yi Chen said coldly. "Are you so confident that you can beat me? What will you do if you lose?" Yun Yao said dismissively. "Lose? Although you are very powerful, I will never lose to you. If I lose, I will become your maid." Yi Chen coldly said, "Maids? I don't need them. If I win the competition, I want you to apologize to the Yi family and admit that your Yun family is inferior to the Yi family." "Fine. Let's talk after you beat me." Yun Yao walked past Yi Chun with her head held high, like a proud phoenix. Now, the first match officially begins. Player number 1 is Wu Ya, Chris. Chris is a tall, white man with striking features and a handsome appearance. He has many fans. Wu Ya was small in stature and a bit dark-skinned, looking like an ordinary person, but his imposing presence was not to be underestimated. Especially those black eyes, filled with a strong, murderous aura, made people afraid to look directly at them. Chris said politely, "Although you are very good, I still want to challenge you, even though I will definitely lose." Wu Ya said coldly, "So what's the point? If I admit defeat now, I will definitely regret it, so I will still compete with you." Wu Ya frowned impatiently, turned to look at the host next to him, and his sharp gaze fell on him. "Now may we begin?" The host was so startled that he almost dropped the microphone. "That's fine. The match begins." As the voice faded, Wu Ya finally made his move. He simply raised his hand slightly, and no one could see his movement clearly. Chris felt a sharp pain in his knee and knelt down on the ground. Wu Ya stood there, like a victor, coldly glaring at Chris. "Give up? Or should I beat you down right now?" Wu Ya likes it when others admit defeat, because it means that others acknowledge his strength. Chris struggled to his feet, gritting his teeth as he said, I won't admit defeat. I haven't lost yet. Go, Chris. You can do it. Chris, stand up. Stand up. You're the best. The fans below continued to shout. You won't admit defeat? Wu Ya raised his hand again, seemingly lightly tapping Chris's shoulder, and Chris's face immediately turned pale. I haven't lost yet. Yichen shook his head. He was starting to admire Chris. He was a decent person. However, the opponent they encountered was far too powerful. Wu Ya said in a deep voice, Since that's the case, then you may leave. As soon as he finished speaking, Chris was thrown off the ring and crashed heavily to the ground with a loud thud. The host's expression changed slightly in surprise, and he picked up the microphone to announce, in the semifinal, Wu Ya wins. A cheer erupted from the crowd. Boundless. Boundless. Gaijin. Gaishin is amazing. Wu Ya ignored these people and stepped off the stage with a cold expression. When she reached Yichen's side, she suddenly stopped. I hope you can make it to the finals too. Don't let me down. Yichen raised his eyes. Don't worry, it definitely will. Yun Yao crossed her arms and said coldly, What's so great about you? I'll defeat you after I beat Yilen. Wu Ya completely ignored Yun Yao, treating her as if she were invisible. Yun Yao's face turned ashen, and she stomped her foot in anger. Wu Ya, did you even hear what I said? Wu Ya stopped in his tracks, his voice as calm as still water. You will lose to Yilen. Yilen is my only rival. 315 if Yichen wins. I'll let you kick my head like a ball. Yun Yao gritted her teeth in anger. Wait till I win, and I'll make you kneel down and beg for mercy. I'll wait. Wu Ya gave a curt reply. Yun Yao was furious. That stubborn donkey face. How dare she be so arrogant? No one has ever dared to be so arrogant in front of her before. After she defeats Yilen, she'll make sure he pays the price. Soon it was Yun Yao and Yichen's turn, and the two of them went up on stage together. This match is going to be interesting. It should be a close contest. Yun Yao is very strong, and Yilen is not bad either. I don't know who will win or lose. I'm so excited. Yun Yao raised her eyebrows. Once I defeat you, you'll kneel down and apologize to me. Yichen said calmly. If you lose, you'll have to admit that the Yun family is inferior to the Yi family. All right, I keep my word and will not go back on my word. Go, Dad. Little Tuanshuan was more enthusiastic than anyone else, cheering for her dad with all her might, until her voice was almost hoarse. The competition officially begins. As soon as he finished speaking, the host hurriedly left the stage, probably to avoid being implicated. These people are like gods fighting. Yun Yao made the first move, attempting a sweeping wolf leg kick to target Yichen's leg joint, but he dodged it. Then came a fierce kick, which Yichen slightly turned to the side and dodged again. Yun Yao exclaimed in surprise. Your speed is impressive. You actually managed to dodge my series of attacks. I appreciate your concession. Yichen said modestly. You. Yun Yao gritted her teeth in anger. Again. Yun Yao continued her attack, but Yichen handled each one with ease, as if he had a plan in mind and already knew her attack methods. Yun Yao's move did not hit Yi Yelen. Yes, not only did they fail to hit him, but Yilin seemed quite relaxed about it. Yilin hasn't made a move yet. He's been dodging the whole time. Why? Everyone looked puzzled. Yun Yao was furious and roared. Yilin, what kind of skill is it to keep hiding? If you're so capable, then fight me head on. Yi Chun touched the tip of his nose and said, Okay, I don't hit women, but this is a competition, so it shouldn't count as hitting, right? Enough with the nonsense. Yun Yao attacked again, and Yi Chun dodged while moving closer to her, patting her on the shoulder at the same time. Yun Yao couldn't help but cry out in pain as she fell to the ground. Yun Yao was shocked to learn that a seemingly soft punch could be so powerful. Yi Lin is so powerful. He knocked Yun Yao down with just one punch. Did I see that right? That's amazing. He's so fast. I didn't even see how he made his move. Yun Yao's situation is in jeopardy. Yi Chen asked, Do you still want to fight? You're injured. Yun Yao struggled to her feet, clutching her shoulder, and said angrily, I haven't lost yet. Of course I'll fight. Good. Yi Chen waited quietly to the side for Yun Yao to make the first move. Yun Yao rallied and charged forward again. This time, without giving Yi Chen a chance to react, They grabbed Yi Chen's arms with both hands, pulled them in the opposite direction, and then slammed their knees into him. Yi Chen exerted a little force with his arm and easily broke free from Yun Yao's control. He then reached out and patted Yun Yao's back. Yun Yao let out a muffled groan and fell off the stage. She was completely stunned. Her mind went blank, and she hadn't even had time to react to what had just happened. How could she possibly lose? A sharp pain shot through her back, and she winced in agony. Damn, that hurts. Nightfall has won this victory and successfully entered the finals. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers. That's amazing. Yi Lin truly lives up to his reputation as a member of the Yi family. He actually made it all the way to the finals this time. A hidden talent. He's made a name for himself. Dad, you're the best. The voices of the little ones were also mixed in with the crowd, cheering for their dads. Yi Chen stood on the stage without coming down, his gaze fixed on Yun Yao. Yun Yao, do you still remember what you promised me? Yun Yao's face turned deathly pale. Is Yun Yao trying to renege on her debt? Probably. She was so arrogant just now, thinking she could win, but now she's lost. This is what happens when you're arrogant. If you're too arrogant, you'll get your comeuppance. Yun Yao said in a deep voice, Of course I remember. I admit that our Yun family is not as good as your Yi family. Is that enough now? Yun Yao stood up and clenched her fists. I have never felt so humiliated in my life. Sure. Yi Chen slowly stepped down from the stage. Yun Yao walked to President Qing Tan's side, her head bowed, her whole body trembling. Master, I'm sorry, I've let you down. I lost this competition. Qing Tan's face darkened. We underestimated them. Master, I know I was wrong, Yun Yao said softly. Moe said, All right, it's just a game, don't be so angry. Grandpa Yi chimed in. Yes, it's just a small competition. Losing is losing. Qing Tan was the first to be eliminated, missing out on the chance to become the president. How could she feel good about that? He couldn't lose his temper in front of so many people, so he could only hold back and glare fiercely at Yun Yao next to him. Yun Yao trembled with fear. Who would have thought that Yi Lin was such a formidable character? Old Master Yi continued. It's all right. Losing to our Yi family isn't shameful. Qing Tan was even angrier, so angry that he gritted his teeth. Now, we can only rely on Wuya. Old Master Yi, your grandson hasn't won the championship yet, has he? There's also Wuya, who is Ling Yun's apprentice. If he wins the competition, the position of president will have to be changed this time. Moe's expression was grave. Then we'll wait and see. Actually, he wasn't very confident that Yi Chen would win. Now, he had no choice but to take a gamble. Yi Chi said with a deep gaze. Yi Chen is indeed Yi Chen. He actually made it to the finals. Tess raised an eyebrow. So what? This Wuya is my senior brother. In the entire M state, no one can beat him. Are you so sure? Tess patted Yi Chi on the shoulder. Of course, don't worry. I brought you here today to show you how Yi Chen lost. Yi Chi's tone was indifferent. Lose? I've been watching for so long, and Yi Chen has been winning the whole time, never losing once. Are you sure you want me to watch him lose, not win? Tess coughed a few times. Yi Chen does have some skill, which is why he made it to the finals. But don't worry, he will definitely lose this time. Yi Chi raised her eyelids. What if he wins? Tess laughed and waved his hand. Absolutely impossible. The probability is 0.0001. Yi Chi said, That's also a possibility. Tess sneered. If Yi Chen wins this match, I'll let you kick my head like a football. 316 finals. Improve through fighting. Yi Chi coldly replied, I don't want your head. Don't worry. Yi Chi, you are my partner. You must trust me. I guarantee that Yi Chen will lose badly this time. Tesla made a solemn promise. The final is about to begin in 10 minutes. Yi Chen seemed in no hurry, slowly drinking water. Why isn't Yi Lin in a hurry at all? His opponent is Wuya. He probably felt he couldn't win, so he just gave up. If you put it that way, it's possible that Yi Lin might really have given up. Yi Chen placed the white porcelain cup on the table. Wuya, would you like to have some tea? Need not. Wuya stood there coldly, motionless, like a background figure. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, 10 minutes have passed. The two contestants have finished their rest and are ready to go on stage. Boundless, Yishun! Yishun! The shouts below were deafening. Seeing the uncles and aunts around her calling out to Wuya, Tuanshuan's sweet, childlike voice rang out. Daddy, keep going. Dad! The little dumpling was shouting so loudly, as if afraid her dad wouldn't hear her. The final match has finally arrived. Ling Yun deliberately asked, Elder Yi, who do you think will win this match? Grandpa Yi smiled and said, Since you asked me that, I will definitely answer that it is my eldest grandson. Ling Yun then asked, It seems Elder Yi is very confident. What about the president? Does he also believe Yi Lin will win this match? Moe nodded and said, Yes, he will. He was his personally accepted disciple, Lily's fiancé, and the eldest grandson of the Yi family. Ling Yun smiled dismissively. You really believe him? Well then, let's wait and see. Okay, let's wait and see. Yi Chun and Wu Ya stood on the stage, their eyes meeting, sparks flying between them. The host immediately took 2 steps back. The 36th League Championship Finals are officially beginning. After speaking, he immediately stepped down from the stage, fearing he would be implicated. Wu Ya raised his eyes. Yellen, I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. I knew that in the end, you and I would stand together on the final stage, and you didn't let me down. Yichen raised an eyebrow. Then shouldn't I be thanking you? No need. Before he finished speaking, Wu Ya had already made his move, so fast that he left only a blur, barely visible to the naked eye. Yichen only saw a fist flying towards him, and his body instinctively leaned back. But Wu Ya seemed to have anticipated this, and with a light step, he moved forward another half a step, and this time his right leg swept across. Yichen dodged again, but his opponent didn't seem to have any intention of giving him a chance to catch his breath. Immediately afterward, his left leg and right knee attacked at the same time. Yichen felt like a leaf drifting in a storm, about to be destroyed at any moment. While attacking, Wu Ya said, What? You can't even withstand one move. No sooner had he finished speaking than a sinister smile appeared on his lips. The legs, which were already very close together, suddenly burst out with astonishing power and slammed towards Yichen. Yichen hadn't expected his opponent to use a feint attack. At this moment, he had no choice but to fight back. He met the opponent's attack head-on, and with a loud bang, both of them were forced back. Wu Ya took 2 steps back, while Yichen took 3 steps back. The surrounding audience was still in shock and looked completely bewildered. Why did you suddenly back up? What just happened? I don't think I saw it clearly. I couldn't see it clearly either. It was too bright and hurt my eyes. Didn't we already play 1 round? That was amazing, even though I couldn't see it very clearly. Tuanshuan rubbed her eyes. I can't see, Dad. Mommy, Tuanshuan, I can't see Daddy. Feng gently rubbed the baby's head. Don't worry, Daddy is very strong. You won't get hurt. Ling Yun suddenly stood up, muttering incredulously. How is this possible? How could there possibly be anyone in this world who is on par with Wu Ya? Grandpa Yi said, What's impossible? Actually, my grandson has never learned martial arts before. He only started learning in the last few months. Impossible. He's only studied for a few months. How could he possibly be compared to Wu Ya? Don't lie to me. If you don't believe me, then forget it. Ling Yun added, Don't think that Yi Lin can really be evenly matched with Wu Ya. He has taken 3 steps back. It's only a matter of time before he defeats Yichen. Wu Ya is destined to win this match. Moe sighed. Ling Yun, your confidence is still the same as before. 5 years ago, you were also very confident that your apprentice could win the championship, but didn't he still lose to Lier? Ling Yun's eyes widened as she excitedly explained. This time is different from last time. This time, Wu Ya will definitely win the championship, and I will become the president. He had been waiting for this day for so many years. Not bad. I knew I hadn't misjudged you. The first round is over. Let's go again. Yichen rubbed his leg. Wu Ya, you're really strong. My leg still hurts. Snort. Wu Ya sneered and attacked again, still incredibly fast, arriving behind Yichen in the blink of an eye. This time, Yichen dared not be careless. Although the opponent's attack was stronger than before, it was not entirely without room for counterattack. Yichen suddenly turned around, raised his fist, and without any fancy moves, went straight for his opponent. Wu Ya sneered and threw a punch. The 2 fists collided. The entire arena felt like it was trembling. The host immediately moved away. It was terrifying, absolutely terrifying. These two are at the pinnacle of combat prowess. They're not going to tear down the arena, are they? Bang, bang, bang. Every punch was delivered with all their might, and the two men's bodies constantly intertwined, locked in a fierce and evenly matched battle. Neither can do anything about the other. They exchanged a punch, then separated again, each taking 3 steps back. They stopped, and it looked like they both took 3 steps back at the same time. It really was 3 steps, and it's a draw. No way, could it be a tie? I didn't see it clearly just now. It's hard to say who's better. I thought Wu Ya would definitely win, but Yi Lin is quite a pleasant surprise. Indeed, it is by no means weak. Dad, you're the best. The little one was still cheering for his dad. His throat was sore from shouting, so he quickly drank a bottle of milk and continued shouting. Familly tried to dissuade her, saying, "Tuanshuan, even if you don't shout, Dad will still cheer you on. Tuanshuan, cheer for Daddy." The little bundle of milk continued to call out in a soft, cuddly voice. Ling Yun was shocked and muttered, "How is this possible? Wu Ya clearly had the upper hand just now. Now, they're evenly matched with Yi Lin." 317 Final Victory. The night family rises. Grandpa Yi smiled broadly. Lin Lin was able to improve in the competition. Now that both of them have taken 3 steps back. Vice President Ling Yun, what do you think the result will be next time? Ling Yun clenched her fist. It was just luck. Do you really think he could defeat Wu Ya? Absolutely not. Wu Ya is the strongest. Wu Ya fought his way up from the crowd. He possessed beast-like fighting prowess, far surpassing that of ordinary people. Then you'd better watch carefully. Nightfall, you are indeed very strong. You can even improve yourself in battle, which I didn't expect. You're not bad either. Let's do it again, the last time. It's either you or me who wins. The two attacked again, with Yichin still focusing on defense and carefully observing Wu Ya's moves. Wu Ya's face turned ferocious. This battle was not to be lost. He had to show his true strength. He took a deep breath, bent his right leg, lowered his center of gravity, and prepared to strike. Bang, bang. A fist landed heavily on Yichin's shoulder. He knelt on one knee, clutching his shoulder and frowning slightly. Familly asked anxiously, "Are you injured?" Tuanshuan sniffed, "Daddy, you're the best. Something seems off. Is Yi Lin going to lose?" "He's bound to lose. How could he possibly defeat Wu Ya?" Sigh. As expected, Wu Ya is still the champion. Ling Yun stood up, looking like a victor. "President, you see? This is my apprentice. He's sure to be the champion this time. It's not over yet. The outcome is still uncertain." Old Master Ye's face was gloomy. "Just watch and see. Humph, stubborn as a mule. I'll show you how your grandson gets knocked off the stage by my disciple." "Dad, you can do it." Tears welled up into Tuanshuan's dark eyes. She was worried about her father. Familly and Madam, you were also very worried. Yichun raised his head and stood up again. He absolutely cannot lose. He absolutely cannot bring shame to the Yi family. And he cannot bring shame to his master. He's standing up again. He can still fight. The outcome is still uncertain. But he's already injured. Can he really still fight? It probably won't work. Yichun raised his head. "Continue. I haven't lost yet." Yichun finally took the initiative to attack this time because he had figured out all of Wu Ya's attack moves. He could now easily defend against any attack from any position. His speed has also increased significantly, and he even has the potential to turn the tables. Wu Ya gradually began to suffer losses, and his eyes darkened slightly. Yichun actually found a way to break his strategy in just a few minutes. Bang, bang. His movements shifted erratically, sometimes to the left, sometimes to the right, and Yichun was always able to easily catch him and seize the opportunity to counterattack. Bang! Yichun raised his fist to attack, and Wu Ya was caught off guard, so he involuntarily retreated several meters before regaining his balance. That punch was quite powerful. He glared at Yichun through gritted teeth. "You really are a genius in this field. You were able to break through my attack in such a short time." Yichun said in a low voice, "Your moves are too formulaic, which has restricted you. Once I figured them out, you have no chance of winning." His implication was that Wu Ya was too reserved. What do you know? This is the result of 20 years of hard training. A full 20 years, I have studied and practiced diligently, while you have only studied for a few months. What makes you think you can compete with me for the championship? Wu Ya's eyes were blood red and terrifying, like a wild beast unleashed from its cage. He rushed forward frantically, but Yi Chen calmly shook his head. Too many flaws. He raised his fist again to attack, this time hitting his opponent directly in the chest and forcing him back. Wu Ya's mind was in complete chaos. Before he could even stand up, Yi Chen was already behind him. With a forceful push, Wu Ya was sent off the stage. The expressions on everyone's faces were quite varied when they saw this scene. A gasp of surprise rippled through the crowd. Wu Ya has been defeated. Nightfall has won. Yi Lin is amazing. He actually knocked Wu Ya off the stage. How could this be? Did I guess wrong? Wu Ya actually lost the match. The most excited one was Xiao Tuanxuan, who jumped 3 feet high on the spot, almost jumping into the sky. Dad, you're amazing. Wu Ya stood there, stunned, still not having recovered his senses. He looked at himself in disbelief. He was below the ring. He lost the game. Yi Chen stood on the stage, and the two looked at each other. Wu Ya's eyes were filled with more resentment. His moves, which he had practiced for decades, were actually broken by Yi Chen. Puff! Wu Ya spat out a mouthful of blood. Perhaps it was because he had never tasted failure before, and he became so angry that he lost his temper. The person in charge immediately shouted, "This contestant is acting strangely. Call a doctor immediately." Yes. Ling Yun sat there, lost in thought for a long time, her face pale, like a weathered sculpture. How could that be? How could Wu Ya possibly lose? Moi stroked his mustache, laughing smugly. Ha! Ling Yun, what do you think of my disciple's judgment? Not bad, right? Ling Yun snapped out of her daze, her smile looking even more strained than her tears. Yi Chi's face looked worse than if he had swallowed a fly. Tess, is this what you meant by Yi Chen losing? You want me to use your head as a football? Tess's face was almost swollen from the beating, and he dared not utter any more arrogant words. Who knew Yi Chen was so powerful that he was able to break through his senior brother's moves? The host walked up the steps with the microphone and announced, "Now, I declare that the 36th League Championship night has arrived. The Yi family truly lives up to its reputation. They have produced such a remarkable descendant. No wonder they've returned to compete at this time. The Yi family has risen to prominence. I'll stay in M State from now on." Maybe so. He's the president's apprentice. The president has such good taste to have taken on such a talented apprentice. That's amazing. The little one raised his head and spoke to the uncle next to him in a sweet, childish voice. Daddy, awesome. Those who had just said Yi Chen was no good were now feeling humiliated. Yes, your dad is the best. The little one was overjoyed and ran quickly to greet his father on his short little legs. As soon as Yi Chen stepped off the stage, he saw his beloved daughter and immediately put Tuanxuan in his arms. Tuanxuan shook her head, frowned, and pointed at her father's arm. Daddy, it hurts. Don't hug Tuanxuan. Dad only suffered a minor injury. It's nothing. He doesn't hurt at all now. She gave the baby's little cheek another kiss. Haha, I can't believe he's a new dad. He was quite fierce when they were fighting, but he's so gentle with his daughter. Tuanxuan hugged her father's neck, tilting her little head back proudly, looking quite smug. Tuanxuan, this is her dad. Dad is the best. 318 was injured, and his wife personally fed him. Familly stood up and asked, "Does the injury on your arm still hurt? Should we go see a doctor?" "No need. It's just a minor injury. It doesn't hurt anymore." Madame Ye's eyes were red. Lin, I was so scared just now. Does your arm hurt a lot? Let me see. Yi Chen shook his head and said, Mom, I'm really fine. You don't need to worry about me. It doesn't hurt at all. No, you still need to go to the hospital to get checked out. Mom will go with you, but the hospitals here aren't very good. We'll go back to the capital in a couple of days and get checked out there. Yi Chen said again, Mom, I'm really fine. Don't worry about me. Moi walked over and said, Disciple, you did well this time. You didn't embarrass your master. Are your injuries all right? It's all right, master. The competition is over, and I've fulfilled my responsibilities. I'll leave the stability here to you. We plan to go back to the capital in a few days. Moi asked, Why are you leaving so quickly? Is something urgent? Why not stay here a few more days? Yi Chen looked at Familly and said, Lily isn't feeling well. Go back to the capital and get some rest. The conditions here are too basic. I'm really not used to living here. He doesn't mind suffering a little hardship, but he can't let his wife suffer. Besides, he's eagerly waiting to go back for the wedding. It's urgent. Moe asked with a smile. Is it because of your wedding with Lily? I am her maternal grandfather, so of course I have to attend your wedding. In a few days, after I finish dealing with things here, I will go back with you. Good. Yi-chun pursed his lips, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. The old man nodded in satisfaction and said, You did not disgrace the Yi family today, but brought honor to the Yi family. What the Yi family lost 20 years ago, you have taken back today. Yi-chun smiled and said, Grandpa, I am also a member of the Yi family, so of course I have a responsibility. Yes, I really did raise a good son. It was all my fault back then, Father Yi said, falling into deep self-reproach once again. Dad, don't you still have me? I will take back everything the Yi family has lost. This championship belongs to the Yi family. Father Yi said excitedly. Good. He is truly my good son. Although his martial arts skills were lacking, his son was quite formidable. Yi-chun won the championship this time, but the position of president still belongs to Moe. Although Ling Yun's party was dissatisfied, there was nothing they could do. In the end, Yi-chun was dragged by his whole family to a small local hospital for a simple bandage. Mom, isn't this a bit much? It's just a small injury on my arm. Do I really need to put a cast on it? Yi-chun's right arm was wrapped in a cast and then hung around his neck, making him look like a seriously ill patient. Lin, you're still young. You can't afford to develop any health problems. Make sure to treat any injuries you get properly. A cast for a couple of days is fine. Tuanshuan nodded and pointed to her father's cast. Daddy, it hurts. Sweetie, Daddy doesn't feel any pain. Yi-chun wanted to hug his daughter again, but was stopped again. During lunch, Familly personally fed him. Would you like this? Yi-chun nodded immediately. Eat. Familly fed Yi-chun meatballs and chicken pieces. Drink the soup. Good. Familly fed Yi-chun porridge again, spoonful by spoonful, personally feeding him into his mouth. Yi-chun suddenly realized that getting a cast wasn't so bad, since his wife would feed him herself. Oh my God, what a wonderful thing. The cast needs to be on for several more days. Honey, I want more to drink. Familly served Yi-chun another bowl, sat down beside him and fed him. Drink up, I'll feed you. Yi-chun stared intently at Familly, growing more and more fond of her with each glance. Getting married soon. Dad, have a bun. Little Tuanshuan stuffed a meat bun into her father's mouth, afraid that he wouldn't have enough to eat. Thank you, Tuanshuan. Yi-chun happily accepted the food her daughter offered. Sigh, my daughter is just too filial, there's nothing I can do about it. Little Tuanshuan peeled an orange for her dad, taking a long time to finish, and then quickly put it in his mouth. Dad, eat an orange. Yi-chun took a bite, and almost had his teeth ripped off from the sourness, but he forced himself to swallow it. Thank you, my sweet baby, you're so sweet. Dad is eating a lot. Tuanshuan continued to feed her father oranges, leaving Yi-chun feeling utterly helpless. Father Yi smiled and said, Tuanshuan is such a filial and good child. Yes, I didn't expect our Lin to have a child so early, and that the child is so well-behaved and sensible. Everyone assumed that Tuanshuan was Yi-chun's biological daughter, and Yi-chun did not explain. Tuanshuan, Daddy doesn't want to eat oranges anymore. Tuanshuan peeled grapes for her dad and said, Dad, eat grapes. Yi-chun ate it in one bite. Thank you, Tuanshuan. Thankfully, the grapes were sweet, otherwise Yi-chun would have been devastated. The main hall. Wuya knelt there, facing Ling Yun. This is the sure thing you told me about? Now look what happened. You lost the game. You've completely disgraced me. Wuya lowered his head and said, Master, I'm sorry. I miscalculated this time. I didn't expect him to grow so fast. In just a few minutes, he was able to break my moves. And you? He just cracked your moves like that. How did you train for 20 years? You're so unambitious. Ling Yun pointed at Wuya's nose and cursed angrily. Wuya lowered his head, offering no rebuttal, but instead clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging. All right, you can go now. This matter is over. The tournament has concluded, and everyone now knows that the Yi family has won the championship. Yes. At this moment, Yi suddenly entered and said in a deep voice, "Vice President Ling Yun, if you want to become the president, there is another way." "You're Yi? What can you do?" Yi raised his head, his eyes dark. "Of course, we must seize the Yi family and Mo Yi's Achilles heel." Ling Yun was taken aback. "You mean?" After resting for 2 days, Yi Chen's arm had almost recovered. He lay on a rocking chair under the shade of a tree, feeling very comfortable in the gentle breeze. Feng sat down beside him and put a crystal-clear grape into his mouth. "Try it, is it sweet?" Yi Chen ate it, and his lips accidentally touched Feng's fingers, causing him to swallow hard. "Sweet. Everything you give me is sweet." Tuanchuan was playing in the mud when she saw her mother coming. She quickly stood up and hid her 2 black paws behind her back. "Mom can't see this." Feng then noticed the little guy, who was covered in dirt and mud on his face. "I've never seen such a dirty Tuan. Feng questioned. "Tuanchuan, how did you get yourself so dirty? Where are your hands? Show them to mommy." Tuanchuan slowly took out her little paws, which were covered in black mud. Feng almost fainted from anger. "Tuanchuan, that's infuriating. So professional." 319. Sour for a boy, spicy for a girl? Feng Tuanchuan, how did you get yourself so dirty? Tuanchuan sniffed sadly, then ran to her father's side with her short legs and hid behind him. Feng said coldly, "Don't think you can hide behind your father. Come out here. You've gotten yourself all dirty today. Didn't I tell you you can't play in the mud?" Tuan's big, dark eyes blinked rapidly, looking extremely pitiful. "Dad, Mom is mean." Yichen quickly picked up his daughter. Feng Tuanchuan only played in the mud for a little while. It's okay. All children like to play in the mud. Tuanchuan is still young. Don't scold her. You need to educate her properly, or you'll make the baby cry. Feng was so angry she felt dizzy. She raised her hand and pinched the bridge of her nose, saying helplessly, "You spoil Tuanchuan too much. Look at her face, hands, and body. Does she look like a little girl?" Yichun then saw clearly that Tuan's little face was covered in mud, completely smeared, and almost burst out laughing. "How can it not look like it? Our group members are all so beautiful. Even though they've gotten mud on them, they'll just wash it off in a bit. When we lived in the countryside, children used to play in the mud. Some of them would even fall into mud pits and get covered in mud from head to toe." Feng Liguang found the thought terrifying and pinched Tuanchuan's little ears. "Tell Mom, are you going to play in the mud again next time? You've gotten yourself all dirty, like a dirty bun." Tuanchuan pouted, looking aggrieved, and nestled in her father's arms, saying, "Daddy, Tuanchuan hurts." Yichen removed Feng's hand. "All right, Feng, stop pinching Tuanchuan's ears. She already knows she was wrong, and she definitely won't do it again next time, right? Tuanchuan, quickly tell your mother." Tuanchuan nodded sadly, her soft, sweet voice ringing out. "Mommy, Tuanchuan will be good and won't play with the mud. Look how well-behaved Tuanchuan is. She's not playing in the mud anymore." Feng was skeptical. "Are you really not going to play anymore?" Tuanchuan shook her little head like a rattle drum. "No." "Then Mom will trust you for now. Come here, Mom will take you to wash your hands, wash your face, and change your clothes." Tuanchuan nestled in her father's arms and whispered, "I want Daddy. Your father's hand hasn't fully recovered yet. Come here, let Mom wash your face." Tuanchuan was taken away by Feng. Before long, Tuanchuan was a clean little baby again, wearing a pretty little dress. Feng walked over slowly, casting a shadow over Yichen's face. "Yichen, Mom said we'll be going back the day after tomorrow." Yichen nodded. "All right, I want to go back too. The matter here has been resolved, so I'll leave the rest to Master." "Tuanchuan, do you like it here? We're going home the day after tomorrow." Tuanchuan looked up and exclaimed, "I love it." Tuanchuan loves it. "So, do you prefer home, or do you prefer here?" Tuanchuan scratched her head. Tuanchuan likes being at home. "We're going back the day after tomorrow." Yichen picked Tuan up and said, "How about you be a flower girl for Mommy and Daddy at their wedding?" "Good." Although the baby doesn't know what kind of flower girl/girl she is. Feng thought Tuanchuan had really changed, but unexpectedly, that night, she was playing in the mud on the ground again. Feng was so angry she almost fainted. She sat on the sofa and ignored the little guy. Tuanchuan quickly washed her hands and snuggled into her mother's arms, saying sweetly, Mommy, Tuanshuan isn't dirty. Fengli pinched the baby's little cheek. Didn't you promise Mommy you wouldn't play in the mud? Why did you play in the mud again? You didn't keep your word, and Mommy is really angry. Mommy, don't be angry. Tuanshuan is a good girl. The little one snuggled in her mother's arms, rolling around and acting cute. Yi-chun tried to dissuade her, saying, Fengli, Tuan Tuan is still a child. How can she resist the temptation of mud? Don't be angry. Let's go out together tonight. I heard there's a night market here. We're leaving soon. Don't we want to check it out? Fengli nodded and said, Okay. Yi-chun stood up and took Fengli's hand. Mom, let's go play outside. Okay, come back to sleep early. Grandpa Yi said, No rush. Lin and Lily can take Tuanshuan out to play. They can play for as long as they want. We're leaving soon. Okay, Grandpa, we're leaving now. Tuan Tuan raised a paw and said, Goodbye, great-grandpa. Tuanshuan, go play. The three of them left together. Madam Yi frowned slightly. Why do I feel my right eyelid twitching? Is something bad about to happen? Madam, that's all your misconception. Lin even won the competition. Madam Yi nodded and said, Perhaps. The streets were brightly lit. Unlike the glitz and glamour of the capital, this place is rather simple. There were quite a few roadside stalls, shrouded in smoke and emitting a delicious aroma. Tuanshuan was so hungry that her mouth was watering. She quickly wiped her drool away and pointed to the skewers not far away. A sweet, childlike voice. Daddy, Tuanshuan, let's eat skewers. Little Tuanshuan, didn't you eat dinner tonight? Your tummy is full. Can you still eat more? Tuanshuan nodded. Eat. Tuanshuan is hungry. Okay, Dad will buy it for you. Yi-chun took Fengli and Tuan Tuan to the stall. He picked up Tuan Tuan and let her choose the skewers herself. Dad, Tuanshuan, eat some meat. Okay, I'll buy it for you, you little glutton. Tuanshuan picked out a few lamb skewers. Yi-chun asked, Fengli, what would you like to eat? Fengli chose one. I'll have the grilled squid. Okay. It's 8 yuan in total. Yi-chun was stunned for a moment. So many skewers, and it's only 8 yuan? In Beijing, it would cost at least 100. Yes, our skewers are cheap and delicious, and we're honest with everyone. Welcome to visit us again. Good. Yi-chun paid the money. The vendor chuckled and said, You're so young and already have a wife and kids. That's the pinnacle of life. Unlike me, an old man, I haven't even gotten married yet. Yi-chun pursed his lips and smiled. Yes, it will. I hope so. Your skewers. Tuanshuan couldn't wait to start munching. Her little mouth is the biggest eater. Fengli, I noticed you didn't have much of an appetite tonight. You barely ate anything. There's plenty of food here. What would you like to eat? Fengli blurted out. I want something sour. There's hot and sour noodles over there. Okay, let's go eat hot and sour noodles. Yi-chun ordered 3 servings of hot and sour noodles. Tuanshuan seemed to be hurt by the spiciness. She opened her little mouth, her face flushed, and said, Daddy, Tuanshuan wants milk. Dad will buy it for you. You and Mom wait here for Dad. Good. Yi-chun went to buy drinks, while Fengli continued to eat hot and sour noodles with Tuanshuan. I've been craving sour foods lately. What's going on? 3:20 The man from that night 4 years ago was Yi-chun. Suddenly, Fengli's phone rang. It was someone from the capital. Fengli answered the phone. By Jean, what's up? Mr. Feng, you asked us to investigate that incident from 4 years ago. The surveillance footage has been recovered. Would you like to see it now? Fengli's eyes darkened. The signal is not good. Send it directly to me now, immediately. She couldn't wait a moment longer. Good. President Feng, it's been sent. Fengli's fingers trembled slightly as she tapped the video, finally seeing the man who had entered the room. He seemed drunk, walking unsteadily, and was thin but tall. When Fengli saw that face, he stopped breathing, his pupils suddenly contracted, and he stared at the screen without blinking. How is that possible? Fengli couldn't quite describe her feelings. She clenched her fists and muttered to herself. No wonder. No wonder Tuanshuan looks so much like him. When Tuanshuan saw that her mother wasn't eating, she leaned over her mother's phone and suddenly saw the person on the screen and excitedly shouted, Dad, it's Dad. Fengli suddenly came to her senses, raised her hand, and pushed Tuanshuan away. The little guy staggered and sat down on the ground with a thud. Tuanshuan rubbed her eyes, looking aggrieved. Mommy. Familly suddenly stood up, her chest heaving. She looked at Tuanshuan on the ground, but instead of helping her up, she ran away quickly. Tuanshuan immediately got up from the ground and followed her mother with her two short legs. Mother! Mom! Wait for Tuanshuan. The little bundle of milk followed behind its mother, its two short legs running incredibly fast. Yichen had already bought the milk. Having to cross 2 streets just to buy milk is exhausting. Yichen wiped the sweat from his brow. He had just returned when the 2 people he had been waiting for disappeared. On the table were meat skewers left by Tuanshuan and hot and sour noodles that Familly hadn't finished eating. Yichen's heart tightened, and he called out, Familly! Tuanshuan, Daddy's back, where are you? Dad bought you milk. You're not feeling spicy anymore. Come out quickly, stop playing hide and seek. Familly, are you joining in Tuanshuan's antics too? Come on out, we haven't finished eating yet. No matter how much Yichen called out, no one appeared. At this moment, the stall owner came out. Stop shouting. Those 2 just left. It seems like something urgent happened. Your wife walked quite fast, and the child followed behind. It looks like he was crying. What? They're gone. Why is Tuanshuan crying? Yeah, they walk pretty fast. That kid got pushed over. Yichen was completely confused and immediately picked up his phone to call Familly. Sorry, the number you dialed is currently switched off. Why is it off? Yichen had a bad feeling. He picked up the skewers that Tuan had left over and immediately went to find his wife and children. There are no surveillance cameras in this area. You'll have to find them yourself. Hello, did you see that tall woman leaving with a 3-year-old child just now? No. Hello, have you seen a beautiful woman in her 20s with a 3-year-old girl? No. Hello? I didn't see it. Yichen asked along the road, but still found no clues, and his unease grew stronger. Hello, have you seen a very beautiful woman with a 3-year-old baby? I think I saw it. Yichen suddenly raised his head, his eyes gleaming with hope. Did you see her? Which way did she go? It's just ahead, there's a beach. Nobody goes there, it's quite quiet. And? Yichen asked again, what's wrong? She seemed a little off. The baby behind her was crying and following her, but she didn't try to comfort him and walked very fast. Is Tuanshuan crying? So what exactly happened? Yichen said anxiously. Thank you. As soon as he finished speaking, he ran towards the beach without stopping. When we arrived at the beach, there wasn't a soul in sight. Familly, Tuan, are you here? The only response he received was the silent sound of the wind. Yichen searched for a very long time. Many shops on the street were closed, and even the night market was closed, but Yichen was still searching. Finally, he slumped down on the steps. Familly is gone, and so is Tuan. Just then, his phone rang in his pocket, and Yichen's hope was rekindled. He immediately picked up the phone. Note, Mom. Yichen said in a low voice. Mom. Madam Yi said. Lin, where are you? Why haven't you come back yet? It's already 2 a.m. I woke up and didn't see you. I thought something had happened to you. I'm glad you're all right. Mom, I'm fine. Madam Yi breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that you're all right. You, Lily, and Tuanshuan should come back quickly. The night market is about to close, so hurry back and get some sleep. We still need to prepare things for tomorrow, as we'll be leaving soon. Yichen hesitated, as if he wanted to say something but stopped himself. What's wrong? Haven't you had enough fun yet? Tomorrow night is the last night. You and Lily can go out and play again. Yichen lowered his head and said in a low voice. Mom, Familly and Tuan are missing. Madam Ye's smile instantly froze. What do you mean by disappeared? Yichen's tone was heavy. We ate hot and sour noodles together, but Tuan said it was too spicy, so I went to buy milk. When I came back, they were gone, and we still haven't found them. How can 2 perfectly healthy people be missing? Lin, don't worry. We'll help you look for them. Good. Everyone in the Yi family was awakened and immediately rushed to the street to look for Familly and Tuan. The old man also wanted to join the search, but was stopped by Madam Yi. Dad, you don't need to go, we'll go. No, I want to go and see for myself. The old man also arrived. Seeing Yichen sitting on the ground, he asked, Lin, why are you sitting on the ground? Get up quickly. Yichen lowered his head and said, Grandpa, I lost Familly and Tuan. It won't get lost, don't worry. Our whole family will look for it together, and we'll definitely find it. Yi nodded heavily. Okay. The group searched the 2 streets 4 or 5 times, and the sky was already turning light, but there was still no news of Familly and Tuan Tuan. Yi Chun was frantic, desperately trying to call Familly, but her phone remained switched off. We've been searching all night, but haven't found her. Where could she have gone? Familly doesn't have any relatives here. Yi Chun suddenly thought of someone. Perhaps Familly went to her master's house. He still had one last glimmer of hope. Yi Chun picked up his phone and called Moe. You little rascal, why are you calling so early in the morning instead of letting your master sleep in? As soon as he finished speaking, Moe yawned, clearly having just been woken up. Yi Chun whispered, Master, is Familly with you? Lily? Lily has been with you the whole time. She hasn't come back to me. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Chun's heart sank to the bottom. It will be finished at the end of the month. A similarly sweet new novel, top-tier torture. The Yandra actress is crazy in love with me. Is also available. 321, gone mad. Wife and daughter are missing. Master, I'm sorry, I lost Familly and Tuan Tuan last night, and I couldn't find them even after searching all night. There was a 2-second silence on the other end of the phone. What did you say? Lily is missing? How is that possible? She knows this place very well. 20 minutes later, Moe arrived and brought the people from the Alliance Conference to help with the search. I searched all morning, turning the entire Baisha district upside down, but I still couldn't find Familly and Tuan Tuan. How could we not find anyone? Moe muttered to himself. Yi Chun guessed. Master, could it be Ling Yun? He wants to be the president. I won the competition this time, so he's taking revenge and kidnapped Tuan Tuan and Familly. Moe nodded and said, If you put it that way, it's possible. I'll go and sound him out. You guys go back first. You've been searching for a whole day and night. Have some food first, then rest for a while. Yi Chun shook his head. I'm not tired. I want to keep searching. Grandpa, you should go back first. Madam Yi advised. Lin, I know you're anxious, but there's no use being anxious. Now we can only ask Ling Yun. His faction has always been against the Yi family. The disappearance of Lily and Tuan Tuan is probably related to him. You won't find anyone now. Go back and have lunch first. Yi Chun was taken home by Madam Yi. Lunch was ready, but unfortunately, Yi Chun had no appetite at all. His wife is gone, and his lovely daughter is not by his side either. Dad, Tuan Tuan, eat some meat. The babyish voice rang out, and Yi Chun suddenly came to his senses. He had just been hallucinating. Lin, let's eat. Yi Chun suddenly stood up. Mom, you guys eat first. I'm going to the Alliance Conference to find my master. Lin, let's eat first before we go. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Chun left the living room. The old man shook his head and sighed. Let him go, he can't eat anyway. Madam Yi looked distressed. We were supposed to go back together tomorrow, but this happened today. I felt a little uneasy last night. President, what brings you here? Ling Yun stood by the window, leisurely trimming the flowers and plants. Moe cut straight to the point. You kidnapped Familly and Tuan Tuan, didn't you? Tell me, what do you want? Ling Yun suddenly turned around. President, it's not right for you to accuse me without any evidence. You just said that Familly and Tuan Tuan were arrested, but I didn't know anything about that. Moe was skeptical. You don't know? You really don't know? Ling Yun sat leisurely on the sofa, brewing tea. The president cares a lot about this apprentice. However, I did hear a story that the president fell in love with a woman from the capital more than 40 years ago, and they reportedly had a daughter. Considering their ages, could Familly be your granddaughter, President? Moe's eyes grew even darker. Ling Yun, if you want the position of president, I can give it to you, but release Familly and Tuan Tuan. Ling Yun shook her head. Why would I want the position of president? The position belongs to you. Your apprentice won this competition. If the people of M State knew that my position as chairman was obtained through illegitimate means, they would not submit to me. Wouldn't they, Chairman? Ling Yun looked up and offered a cup of tea. Moe took the cup, drank it all in one gulp, and slammed it down on the table with a bang. I will announce to the entire M State, and I will also tell the elders that I voluntarily relinquished the position of president to you, Ling Yun. Are you satisfied with this outcome? Ling Yun laughed and said, The president has been in this position for so many years, he must be tired of it by now. Since the president says so, then I shall respectfully comply. The abdication ceremony will be held in 3 days. I hope that Familly and Tuanshuan will be unharmed by then, otherwise. Mo raised his hand and gently tapped the marble table, which shattered instantly. Ling Yun said calmly, "President, rest assured, as long as the ceremony is over, the two of them will be unharmed." Upon leaving the room, Mo saw Yi Chun rushing over. "Why are you here?" Yi Chun asked anxiously. "Master, did you find out anything? Did he take Familly and Tuan away?" Mo nodded and said, "Yes, he wants the position of president. I have already agreed to it. As long as he gets the position of president, he will release Familly and Tuan. Yi Chun clenched his fists, his eyes turning a terrifying crimson, and charged straight towards Ling Yun's room. Mo stopped him. "What are you doing over there? If you anger him, Familly and Tuan will be in danger. You should think about them carefully." Yi Chun's eyes regained their clarity. "Are you really going to hand over the position of president to Ling Yun? He'll do whatever he wants." Mo closed his eyes. "This is the only way now. I can't let Familly and Tuan get hurt. They are my only family. Yi Chun, go back and wait for news." 3 days later, after the abdication ceremony, he will release Familly and Tuan. Then you should hurry back to the capital. Leave things here to me." Yi Chun said, "Master, you lost your position as president back then. How could you possibly contend with Ling Yun? The elders wouldn't listen to you. This is the only way. I can't let Familly and Tuan get hurt." Mo sighed. "I never expected Ling Yun to be so insidious. Although he was disobedient to me before, he never used such a treacherous method to force me to abdicate. Who came up with this idea this time?" For 2 days in a row, Yi Chun couldn't eat or sleep, and he looked rather dejected. Madame Yi was also very worried and tried to dissuade Yi Chun from eating. On the very last night, Yi Chun received a message. "Want your wife and children? You'll have to trade your life for them." Yi Chun immediately replied to the message, "Who are you? You don't need to know who I am. All you need to know is that your wife and children are in my hands, not Ling Yun's." Yi Chun's eyes darkened. "In your hands?" "Yes, see you at Hua Yinfeng tomorrow morning. Remember, you have to come by yourself. Otherwise, you'll never see your wife and children again." Yi Chun immediately replied, "Don't worry, I'll go alone. Don't hurt them, duh. You're smart to come on time tomorrow, or they'll suffer a terrible fate." Yi Chun sent another message. "Yuri Yi Chi, right? You're quite good at guessing. You'll find out when you get here." Yi Chun became even more certain that this person was Yi Chi, and he didn't know how he had persuaded Ling Yun. Therefore, Ling Yun had no one under her command. Yi Chi had simply used Ling Yun. 322, he wants Yi Chun dead. A dark room. The two people sitting in the corner were Familly and Tuan, who had been missing for 2 days. Mother. Tuanshuan, frightened, nestled in her mother's arms and gently rubbed against her. Familly patted the baby's head. "Don't be afraid. Tuanshuan, don't be afraid. Mommy's here. Tuanshuan wants a dad. We'll be able to go out soon, and Tuanshuan will be able to see her dad soon. Be good. Dad." Suddenly, Familly paused for a moment. "It's Yi Chun. 3 nights ago, she lost control because she saw the surveillance video. She ran so fast that Tuanshuan couldn't keep up and was captured by Ling Yun's people. Although she hated Yi Chun and his child, she still couldn't bear to see Tuanshuan arrested. They had no choice but to surrender. Otherwise, those few people wouldn't be a match for her at all. Mom, Tuanshuan is hungry." Familly raised her head, her voice still cold. "You haven't given us any food today. Do you want us to starve to death? Here you go. Here you go. This is your meal for today." The person outside simply handed over a dry, hard piece of bread. Familly said, "My child is still too young to eat this. This is really troublesome. Don't let them starve to death. This is a bargaining chip in Vice President Ling Yun's hands." "That's right." Then, someone threw a bag of bread into it. "Tuanshuan, eat your bread first. When we get out, Mommy will take you to eat something delicious." Tuanshuan ate her food with tears in her eyes. She still missed her father. Why hadn't he come to rescue her and her mother? Just then, a series of hurried footsteps sounded outside. "Mr. Yechi." Everyone bowed respectfully. "Night prayer?" Familly looked up and saw through the window that the person outside was Yi Chi. "How did he end up here?" Yi Chi nodded and said, "Yes, The vice president asked me to come and pick up people today, saying that he has something to discuss with them. Mr. Yi-Chi, why haven't we received any news? The vice president told us to keep a close eye on the two of them, especially tonight. Yes, tomorrow is the abdication ceremony, and these two absolutely cannot make any mistakes. Yi-Chi frowned. Don't you trust me? This idea was presented to the vice president by me. Why aren't you opening the door? The group exchanged glances, not daring to object. After all, this was the person the president valued most. The door opened. Yi-Chi stood beside Familly, raised his eyebrows, and smiled smugly. President Feng, I never expected to see you like this again. How could the once arrogant President Feng of the capital have fallen to such a state? You shouldn't have chosen Yi-Chen back then, otherwise you wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Familly stood up, her demeanor still aloof and dignified. Yi-Chi, this was actually your idea? When did you come to M-State and become Ling Yan's person? Yi-Chi suddenly laughed. President Feng thinks I'll sit in prison until I die? How could that be? I haven't taken my revenge yet. How could I possibly stay quietly in a prison in the capital? Familly frowned slightly and asked, Revenge? Who do you want to take revenge on? Yi-Chi exclaimed excitedly. Of course it's Yi-Chun. He took everything away from me. I am the rightful young master of the Yi family. He's the one who stole my position. Familly sneered. Yi-Chun is the real young master of the Yi family. Yi-Chi, don't you feel ashamed when you say that? You're just an imposter. Although she hated Yi-Chun, she couldn't help but speak up for him. If Yi-Chun doesn't come back, if he dies, I will always be the young master of the Yi family, and everything in the Yi family will be mine. Mine. Yi-Chi roared at the top of his lungs, and Tuan was so frightened that she clung to her mother's arms. Is this uncle crazy? Two of Yi-Chi's men tied Familly up, tucked Tuan under one armpit, and left the room. Mr. Yi-Chi has taken the person away. Should we inform the vice president? No need. It was the vice president who wanted the person. That's true. It wasn't until the next morning, when Tess came to check on the person, that he discovered the person was missing. He raised his hand and slapped the guard across the face. Where are they? Where are these two people? Mr. Tess, the people were taken away by Mr. Yi-Chi. He said the vice president wanted to ask them something, and they haven't returned all night. Tess roared, Night prayer. Yes, Mr. Yi-Chi took the person away last night, and we don't know where he took them. Everyone was trembling with fear. My master never told him to take the person away. Where did he take them? What does he want to do? Tess picked up his phone and dialed Yi-Chi's number. Yi-Chi, what exactly do you want? Send him back. Today is the abdication ceremony, the most important day. Yi-Chi's cold voice said, Tess, this is a personal grudge between me and Yi-Chun. I will make sure he dies today. Tess suddenly realized. So, you didn't want to help my master at all. You wanted to use this opportunity to deal with Yi-Chun? Yi-Chi gritted his teeth and said, What happens in M-State has nothing to do with me. I just want Yi-Chun dead. Tess said anxiously, There are many ways to kill him. As long as my master takes over as president, you can kill him as many times as you want. Yi-Chi, send him back first. There absolutely cannot be any accidents at today's ceremony. Who is the president has nothing to do with me. After saying that, Yi-Chi hung up the phone. Tesla dialed again, but his phone was already switched off. Tesla's face turned ashen with anger. He raised his hand and threw his phone on the ground, smashing it to pieces. A bunch of useless trash. They can't even keep an eye on one person. Ling Yun changed into the president's clothes, wearing a dark black retro robe and a gold hat, symbolizing supreme power and glory. He'll be the president soon. After waiting for 40 years, today has finally come. His lifelong dream is about to be realized. Tess entered the room. Master. Tess is here. Quick, take a look at Master's outfit. Does he have the aura of a guild leader? Tess nodded and said, Master, you have a very refined air about you. Kid, you have a good eye? How are those two doing? Hope they didn't starve. Tess opened his mouth, but then stopped himself from speaking. Did they faint from hunger? I'm not saying we can't touch a hair on their heads. Otherwise, that old guy Mo, you won't let it go. Tess whispered. Master, actually, the two of them were taken away by Yi-Chi. Ling Yun suddenly turned around. What did you say? She was taken away by Yi-Chi? What does Yi-Chi want to do? Master, We have all been used by Yichi. He used us to capture Familly and Tuan Tuan to threaten Yichun. He wants Yichun dead. He has a grudge against Yichun. After Tess finished speaking in one breath, Ling Yun was so shocked that she couldn't come back to her senses for a long time, her eyes wide open like copper bells. He, the vice president of the M State Association, was completely fooled by a mere young boy. Now that the die is cast, Tess, keep this a secret until after the ceremony. His lifelong dream is about to come true, and no one can stop him. It's ending, just the last few chapters. 323 risked his life for her. Yi Chen's side is also fully prepared. Master, let's proceed according to last night's plan. You go and delay Ling Yun, and I'll go rescue Familly and Tuan Tuan. Okay, be careful and everything. Leave things here to me. Yi Chen nodded and said, Master, this time we must completely overthrow the Ling Yun faction. Don't worry, Ling Yun's faction should have been punished long ago. Madam Yi held Yi Chen's hand and said worriedly, Lin Lin, won't you get hurt if you're alone? You should bring some people with you. Your mother is worried about you. Mom, don't you know my strength? Besides, Yi Chi said that I have to go alone, otherwise. Yi Chen hesitated. Madam Yi angrily said, that ungrateful wretch Yi Chi. I raised him for so many years, and now he repays kindness with enmity and wants to kill my own son. I was planning to give him some money after he got out and let him fend for himself. How could he be so heartless? How could he be so heartless? Madam Yi sobbed repeatedly. Yi Chen comforted her. All right, Mom, don't be sad. I will be safe and sound, and I will also rescue Familly and Tuan Tuan. You can go with my master to attend the abdication ceremony. Then you need to be careful. I will. I promise I won't get hurt, and I won't lose a single hair, Yi Chen assured him. Okay, you must keep your promise to Mom. Yi nodded heavily. Yi said, you can use the guards around me. Have them meet you outside. Thank you, Master. Yi patted Yi Chen on the shoulder. You must stay safe and sound. Yes, it will. Yi went to the abdication ceremony with the Yi family, while Yi Chen went to Huayan Peak. Yi Chi stood atop the mountain, overlooking the scenery below. Do you think Yi Chen will come today? Familly and Tuan Tuan were tied to a tree on the edge of a cliff. Little Tuan Tuan's skin was very delicate, and there were already red marks on her hands. Yi Chen might not come today, and you two will have to go down to the underworld to become wandering ghosts. Tuan raised her little head, looking both cute and fierce, and said, Daddy, you're awesome. Impressive? He won the league tournament. That's impressive, but so what? You're all in my hands. I can make him do whatever I want. Yi Chi curled his lips smugly, having already devised a way to torment Yi Chen. First, make him kneel down. Then, stomp on his head hard, crush his face on the ground, make him kowtow to you 100 times, and say, I was wrong 100 times. Then, they kicked him off the cliff. From now on, there will be no one named Yi Chen in this world. He will remain the only young master of the Yi family. As a result, they waited and waited, but Yi Chen still didn't appear. Yi Chi walked up to Familly and deliberately said, Yi Chen wouldn't dare to come, President Feng. You've misjudged him. Yi Chen wouldn't risk his life for you. He's a coward. He wouldn't dare to come and save you. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Chen arrived, alone. Yi Chi, who are you calling a coward? I'm here, aren't I? When Yi Chen saw Familly and Tuan Tuan, his tightly clenched heart finally relaxed a little. But why was Familly's gaze different when she looked at him? There was a hint of hatred in it. Yi Chi laughed triumphantly. Ha! Yi Chen, I didn't expect you to actually come. It seems you really are deeply in love with President Feng. You're even willing to risk your life for her. The little one finally saw his father, and he was so upset that he almost cried, his little face scrunched up like a bitter gourd. Dad, Yi Chen's heart tightened. Tuan, don't be afraid. Daddy's here. Daddy will get you out of here right away. Yi Chi raised his hand, and dozens of men in black instantly appeared beside Yi Chen. Yi Chen, you think you're so tough? Today I'll see how many people you can take on. These are my professional bodyguards, assassins, and mercenaries. Let's see just how good you are. Attack him together. Kill him, and I'll give you $1 million commission. As soon as he finished speaking, the people around him pounced on Yi Chen like hungry wolves. Yi Chen immediately dodged, and a sharp dagger flashed past his eyes. Yichen took a step back and narrowly avoided it. This is not a competition, it's a life-or-death struggle, and each of them has a weapon. Don't hide. The voice behind him was cold and chilling. It came from a member of the dark mercenary group, ranked 5th on the assassin list. He is an internationally renowned bounty hunter, also known as the legendary king of assassins. A chill ran through Yichen's heart. If there were only 1 or 2 opponents, Yichen could handle them with ease, but now, he was facing dozens of pairs of vicious eyes. Yichen took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, then quickly turned around and kicked a man to the ground. Immediately afterwards, he quickly dispatched another mercenary. Yichen's movements were so swift that his moves were impossible to see. Even so, he still took several punches, his body swayed twice, and he almost fell to the ground. Tuanshuan cried out, "Daddy!" Feng Li's heart tightened, and she whispered, "Yichen, be careful." She should hate Yichen, but now she feels no hatred at all. Instead, she is more worried about him getting hurt. "You've got guts. I don't believe you can withstand a second round of attacks, Yichen. If you can't hold on, these people will turn on your wife and daughter." Yichen's pupils widened suddenly. "I can do it, just don't touch them." "Okay, let's continue then. I haven't seen enough yet." Yichi clapped his hands leisurely. "Such an exciting match. Let's continue. Whoever can kill this person will receive a reward of 2 million. The crowd went even crazier and pounced on Yichen again. A sharp dagger grazed his arm, and Yichen, enduring the pain, dodged to the side. The dagger grazed his ear, leaving a trace of blood. "Dad!" Tuanshuan cried with tears welling up in her eyes. Feng Li's eyes also reddened, and she whispered, "Yichen, leave. If you keep fighting, you'll die." Yichen raised his arm to meet the attack again. "I'm not leaving. I will definitely rescue you and Tuanshuan." A single tear welled up in Feng Li's eye. "Why won't you leave? I told you to leave. Did you hear me? I won't leave, Feng Li. I will definitely rescue you and Tuanshuan." After a fierce battle, the last few mercenaries were also injured and collapsed to the ground, while Yichen was covered in wounds with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Yichi clapped his hands. Very good indeed. As expected of Yichen, as expected of the champion, you even defeated all the mercenaries I hired. So what? Your wife and children are in my hands. Now, you kneel down and kowtow 100 times, and say, "Brother Yichi, I was wrong. 324 Yichen, I won't leave. This time, I'll protect you." Feng Li suddenly raised her head and gave Yichen a look. Yichi frowned and said, "What? You don't want to? If you don't want to, I'll take action, and your wife and children will be gone. Such an adorable baby, I really can't bear to hurt him." Yichen said, "I will kneel." Yichi became even more smug. "That's more like it. I might let them go if I'm in a good mood. Now, let's begin." Yichen stood still, and Yichi waited for him to kneel down and beg for mercy. Just then, a crisp sound rang out. "Yichen, catch." Yichen raised his hand and caught Tuan Tuan as it flew towards him. Feng Li had already untied the ropes binding her. Yichi murmured in shock, "How is this possible?" Feng Li walked to Yichen's side. "What's impossible? Do you think a rope can bind me? I was actually the champion of the previous league tournament." Yichi has completely lost his mind. He and his wife are the champions of this year's competition and the champions of the previous year's competition, respectively. If you let him play like that, he won't play anymore. Get them, all of you, get them together and seize this couple. But none of the people on the ground were able to stand up. They were all seriously injured. Yichen said coldly, "Yichi, the outcome is decided. You should admit defeat." "Impossible. How could I possibly lose? I spent a fortune hiring a lot of mercenary assassins. How could you possibly defeat them all? It's impossible." Yichi shook his head and pounced on Yichen frantically. "Yichen, I want to die with you." Yichen raised his leg and kicked Yichi in the stomach. Yichi curled up on the ground, trembling in pain. "Why did I lose again? What?" Suddenly, he seemed to see something. His eyes widened, and he became excitedly incoherent. I haven't lost yet. My men are here. Tess and his vice president's men have arrived. Listen to my command. Capture these 3 alive." Yes. There were over 100 people who came. They were a force that Ling Yun had secretly cultivated, and they were all very skilled. Yi Chun and Feng Li were surrounded again, and the two of them shielded Tuan Tuan in the middle. Feng Li, I'll hold them off for now. You and Tuan Tuan need to retreat quickly. There are too many people. I'm not leaving. I'll stay with you. You're injured. Feng Li raised her hand and gently wiped the blood from the corner of Yi Chen's mouth. Why are you so good to me? Yi Chen suddenly laughed. You're my wife. If I don't treat you well, who will I treat well? I'll take care of it. You go quickly. There are people sent by my master ahead who will protect your safety. Yi Chen pushed Feng Li away abruptly, but this time, Feng Li did not leave. Yi Chen, I won't leave. This time, I'll protect you. Although Feng Li hadn't practiced martial arts for a long time, her foundation was still there, and no one dared to approach her. This was the first time Yi Chen had been protected by someone, and he had a few indescribable feelings. Tess said, quickly, take him down. The sooner the better. At this moment, a large force arrived from behind. Yi Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. They're here. They've arrived. Before leaving, he told the team leader that if he didn't return in half an hour, he should come and meet him. Tesla's men were surrounded, and the two sides were reversed once again. Yi Chi stood up and said angrily, Yi Chun, you are truly despicable and shameless. You even have a backup plan. And you? Aren't you even more despicable? Using my wife and children to threaten me. Tess gritted his teeth. Yi Chun, you really are a tough opponent. Yi Chun said coldly, you're no better. You're using my wife and children to threaten my master. My master will never give up his position to Ling Yun. Your master has probably failed now. If you surrender, you might still have a chance to survive. Tess gritted his teeth and said, impossible. My master can't possibly lose. As long as I capture you all, my master will definitely be able to ascend to the position of chairman and realize his lifelong dream. Go. You must capture Yi Chun and the other two. The two forces clashed again, and Yi Chen immediately led Feng Li and Tuan Tuan to a safe place. You all wait here for me. I'll capture Tess. Feng Li grabbed Yi Chen's hand and anxiously warned, be careful. Don't worry. Yi Chen kissed Tuanchuan's forehead. Good Tuanchuan, Daddy will be back soon. Yi Chen was still very fast, and in the blink of an eye he was beside Tess. Tess trembled with fear. Come back and protect me. Before he could finish speaking, Tess had already been grabbed by the arm by Yi Chen. Yi Chen gave him a light kick to the knee, and Tess fell to his knees with a scream. Stop. Now, everyone stop. As soon as he finished speaking, both sides immediately stopped fighting. Tess raised his head and glared at Yi Chen. You're really something, senior brother. How long are you going to hide? Aren't you going to come out? Boundless. Yi Chen suddenly turned around and saw Wu Ya standing not far away, leaning against a tree. Tess, as if seeing a savior, shouted, Senior brother, quickly help Master catch them. Master will be the guild leader. Wu Ya slowly walked over, and Yi Chen's heart raced. He was seriously injured and might not be able to defeat Wu Ya. Suddenly, Wu Ya made a move, and Yi Chen felt a pain in his wrist as the person in his hand was snatched away. Thank you, senior brother. Wu Ya stood opposite Yi Chen. I didn't want to use such despicable methods, but I had no choice. My master saved my life, and I'm willing to die for him. Yi Chen, you are a worthy opponent, and also my only opponent. Yi Chen glanced at the people around him. The two forces were evenly matched, but with the addition of Wu Ya, there were too many variables. On the other side were Feng Li and Tuan Tuan. This is the last time. Either you win or I win. Wu Ya attacked again, his moves extremely ruthless. Yi Chen narrowly dodged, but still took a punch to the shoulder and staggered back a few steps. Yi Chen was injured and had exhausted too much energy in the early stages, causing him to suffer repeated defeats. He had retreated to the edge of the cliff. Feng Li wanted to help Yi Chen, but Tuan Tuan was with her, so she couldn't leave. She could only watch Yi Chen with trepidation, hoping that Yi Chen could defeat Wu Ya just like he did on the competition field. Wu Ya said coldly, You're injured and weak. You're no match for me. Give up. I don't want to win unfairly. Yi Chen suddenly laughed. Surrender? Impossible. He raised his eyes and took one last look at Feng Li. Feng Li had a vague sense of foreboding and whispered, Yi Chen, what are you planning to do? Yi Chen suddenly reached out and grabbed Wu Ya's arm. causing him to fall backward rapidly. Unexpectedly, Weia was dragged along by Yi Chun, and the two of them fell off the cliff together. Feng Li's pupils suddenly constricted. Yi Chun, the author should come out and take the beating. Be gentle with him. 325 What? He's actually Tuanchuan's biological father. Lily, we've been searching all day, from upstream to downstream, but we still haven't found any clues. It's getting late. You should take Tuanchuan back to rest, Madam Yi advised. Mom, I'm fine. I can keep looking. Yichun will be all right. Maybe he was washed ashore. Feng Li's voice grew softer and softer. Daddy, Daddy. Tuanchuan started crying again, her beautiful big eyes swollen from crying. Don't cry, Tuanchuan. We'll keep looking for Daddy. Daddy will be all right. Okay, let's find Dad. Tuanchuan followed behind her mother and rubbed her eyes. Tuanchuan will definitely find her father, and her father will love her. Lin Lin. Yi Chun. Apprentice. Dad. Yi Chun felt as if countless voices were ringing in his ears, and memories flooded his mind. He gently moved his fingers. Feng Li and her parents are looking for him, and also for Tuanchuan, his Tuanchuan. Here he is. Yi Chun is here. Dad. It's Lin Lin. Quick, get her onto the stretcher. Slow down, be careful. Yi Chun heard countless voices again, and then fell into a deep sleep once more. The ward. Mom, Dad is going to sleep. Tuanchuan lay beside her father, one paw gripping his big hand, her little brows furrowed like a caterpillar, clearly worried about him. Yes, Dad will wake up soon. Dad, I don't want to sleep. The little baby snuggled up to his dad, gave him a kiss on the face, and nuzzled against his cheek, saying, Daddy, don't sleep. Yi Chun felt his daughter approaching, smelling sweet and milky. He really wanted to hug his little bundle of joy. But my eyelids are too heavy to open my eyes. I can only move my fingers. When Tuanchuan saw her father move his finger, she excitedly told her mother, Mom, Dad is awake. Feng Li lowered her eyes and said, Tuanchuan, the doctor said that Dad might not wake up for another 2 days. Although there was water below, Yi Chun's body was still impacted, but fortunately, Yi Chun was physically strong and was not seriously injured. Madam Ye's eyes were red. Lin Lin, how could you be so foolish as to jump off a cliff with him? Moe sighed. Alas, this was my fault. I shouldn't have let Yi Chun deal with Ling Yun's people alone. Disciple, you are my best disciple. Ling Yun and his group have surrendered, all thanks to you. Wake up soon. Son, you'll be all right. You're the pride of the Yi family. The old man's eyes were red-rimmed as he held Yi Chun's hand. Lin Lin, wake up quickly. Come home with Grandpa. We're going home. No matter what, Yi Chun still didn't wake up. The atmosphere in the ward was tense, and everyone looked grave. Tuanchuan stopped eating and just stayed there watching her father, afraid that he would be sad if he woke up and couldn't see her. Her father loved her the most. Feng Li said, Mom, Dad, Grandpa, you should go home and rest first. I'll stay here with Yi Chun tonight. Okay, Lily, thank you for your hard work. Lin Lin needs to rest, so we won't disturb him. Madam Yi held Tuanchuan's little hand. Tuanchuan, go back to sleep with Grandma. Come see Daddy again tomorrow. Maybe Daddy will wake up tomorrow. The little bundle shook its head and continued to lie next to its father. Tuanchuan, look at Daddy. Okay, then you stay here with Dad. Grandma is leaving now. Goodbye, Grandma. Good girl. Madam Yi and her entourage slowly departed. Feng Li took a hot towel and wiped Yi Chun's face. Yi Chun, why aren't you awake yet? You still owe me. You're not allowed to sleep anymore, do you hear me? Yi Chun tried to open his eyes, but his eyelids were too heavy, and he could only hear Feng Li speaking. What does he owe this time? Feng Li sat on the edge of the bed and continued wiping Yi Chun's hands, muttering to herself, For years ago, you don't remember what you did. Tuanchuan looks so much like you, so she is your biological daughter. Why didn't I think of that sooner? Her biological daughter? Yi Chun suddenly opened his eyes, seemingly provoked by Feng Li's words. Feng Li was startled, and the towel in her hand fell to the ground. You're awake? It took Yi Chun a moment to react. He stared straight at Feng Li, his voice hoarse. What did you just say? Dad. When Tuanchuan saw that her father was awake, she quickly rushed into his arms, her eyes brimming with tears. Yi Chun patted Tuan's little head. It's okay, Daddy's fine. Feng Li countered. What did you hear? Yichen stammered. I I just heard you say that Tanshuan is my biological daughter. Was it just his imagination? He wasn't sure. After a while, Fengli nodded and said seriously, Tanshuan is your biological daughter. She looks so much like you. I should have realized it sooner. Yichen was skeptical. Really? But we've never met before. How could you have a daughter? Fengli raised her eyelids. 4 years ago, you really didn't go to the Starry Night Hotel? Yichen slowly said, For years ago, I did work part-time there, but I really didn't have that kind of relationship with you. If I had, how could I not remember? Fengli said in a low voice, Because you were drunk and have no memory of it. Was I drugged? Yichen suddenly recalled that night. He was indeed plied with alcohol, went to a room, and had a wet dream. When I woke up, there was no one beside me, except for bloodstains on the sheets. He thought he was injured, so he checked himself over from head to toe, but he wasn't injured at all. Could it have been that night? Yichen gasped, his pupils suddenly contracting. You remember now? Fengli's cold gaze remained fixed on Yichen. Yichen felt intimidated by the gaze. No wonder Fengli was angry and pushed Tanshuan. This is the reason. I really didn't know it was you that night. I thought I was dreaming. Fengli, don't be angry, I really didn't know. Fengli turned around, having already forgiven Yichen in her heart, especially after he risked his life to protect her yesterday. Yichen suddenly coughed a few times. Cough, 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 cough. Fengli immediately turned around and asked anxiously, What's wrong? Does it still hurt? Where does it hurt? Yichen frowned. It still hurts a little here and here, and it hurts so much, like I was hit. Fengli touched Yichen's chest. Is it here? I'll go call the doctor. You wait here for me. I'll be right back. Just as Fengli was about to leave, Yichen grabbed her wrist, and due to inertia, she fell into his arms. It doesn't hurt anymore. My wife is with me, so it doesn't hurt at all. Are you still angry with me? You're really good at this. 326 was ecstatic. Tanshuan was his biological daughter, his own flesh and blood. Fengli realized she had been tricked and pinched Yichen's thigh hard, making him wince slightly in pain. His wife hit him so hard, and he's a patient. Are you faking it? You seem to have recovered very well. You fell from such a high cliff, and you're still fine. Would you dare to jump off a cliff again next time? Yichen whimpered, feeling wronged after being hit twice more on the face. That's because there was water down there. If I hadn't subdued Wuya, he would have been a threat to you and Tanshuan. Fengli suddenly grabbed Yichen's chin, her gaze cold. You doubt my abilities, you doubt that I can protect Tanshuan, you doubt that I will fall into Ya's hands. Yichen shook his head. No, of course I know you're amazing, my wife. Fengli continued to pinch him. You just don't believe me. Do you know what the consequences will be if you dare to jump off a cliff again? Yichen nodded. I promise I will never do it again. I swear. Don't be angry anymore, Lily, wife, Li Bao. Yichen said, hugging Fengli affectionately. Fengli was almost sickened by the sweet talk and couldn't push Yichen away, so she could only let him hug her. She finally breathed a sigh of relief. She really didn't want to experience that feeling again when she saw Yichen jump off the cliff. Tanshuan watched her parents hugging and cuddling, her little mouth pouting with a wronged expression, and sat to the side. Fengli touched the baby's little face. Tanshuan cried for a whole day and night. Her eyes are swollen. My dear Tanshuan, I'm sorry, Daddy made you worry. Don't cry anymore. Our Tanshuan is the most beautiful little baby. Yichen held his daughter in his arms and kissed her soft little face. This is his own daughter, his own flesh and blood. No wonder I felt a strange sense of familiarity when I first met Tanshuan. He actually had a biological daughter. Yichen was extremely excited and couldn't wait to announce this good news to the world. I feel really sorry for Fengli, making her take care of the baby alone for several years. I'm sorry, Yichen murmured to himself. Fengli narrowed his eyes slightly. It's too late to apologize to me now. Yichen felt as if the sky had collapsed. His wife hasn't forgiven him yet. Fengli, hit me, scold me, do whatever you want, as long as you forgive me. Fengli poked Yichen's chest. You'd better stay by my side from now on. Be there for me and Tanshuan. That'll be your punishment. A smile curved Yichen's lips. Okay. He was overjoyed to have such a good thing happen. Holding his soft wife and adorable daughter as they slept together that night, Yichen felt like he had reached the pinnacle of his life. He's only 22 years old. What a winner in life. Tuanshuan, I am your biological father. Your real father. Call me father. Dad. Good girl. Yichen kissed the baby's little cheek. My good daughter. So good. Call me dad. 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 Familly said helplessly. Yichen, are you crazy? Why do you keep making your daughter call you dad? Of course I'm excited. I actually have a biological daughter, my own flesh and blood. Tuanshuan is my biological daughter. Yichen was overjoyed, so overjoyed that he couldn't sleep all night, constantly hugging and kissing his daughter. Tuanshuan was woken up by her father's kiss. She rubbed her eyes, and her pretty little face scrunched up like a little bitter gourd. Why does Dad keep kissing her? Sweetie, go to sleep. Daddy's watching over you. Tuanshuan had just closed her eyes when her father kissed her awake again. Dad, Tuanshuan is going to sleep. Okay, you go to sleep now, Daddy will hold you. This time, the baby finally fell asleep in his father's arms. I have a daughter now. I have my own daughter. Tuanshuan is my biological daughter, my own child. Yichen was still muttering to himself. His mouth almost stretched to the back of his ears. Familly thought this person might be crazy. Yichen, can't you just get some normal sleep? It's already very late. Yichen shook his head. I'm fine, you go to sleep. I'm so happy, I can't sleep. Tuanshuan is my own daughter. I have a biological daughter, my own flesh and blood. Familly said helplessly. I know you're happy, but you don't need to be this happy. I'm so happy, I'm so happy. Yichen looked at Tuanshuan sleeping and asked, doesn't our daughter look a lot like me? Familly nodded. Yes, of course your daughter looks like you. Go to sleep, it's really late. Go to sleep. Familly also closed her eyes. Yichen was so excited that he didn't sleep all night. Only one sentence kept running through his mind. Tuanshuan was his biological daughter. My own flesh and blood. The next morning, Madame Yi heard that her son had woken up and immediately came to the hospital. Linlin, is your head hurting? Is your body feeling unwell? He shook his head. Mom, I'm not feeling unwell. I'm perfectly healthy. It's good that you're awake. Mom was so worried. You can't be so silly in the future. Yes, Linlin, you can't do that again. Your family is very worried. Yichen nodded and said, Grandpa, I know. It won't happen again. I've regained most of my memories this time. The old man's face lit up with joy. What? You've regained your memory. Do you still remember Grandpa? Yichen slowly began. I remember, when I was a child, my grandfather taught me martial arts. When I was 3 years old, I could do a horse stance and a backflip. My mother taught me to draw, but I could never draw well. Madame Yi covered her mouth excitedly. It's good that you remember, my Linlin is finally back. Yichen picked up the little bundle of joy and said, Mom, although I can't draw, Tuanshuan inherited it from you. Tuanshuan can draw. Maybe it's a generational inheritance in our family. Yes, it's a generational inheritance. Tuanshuan inherited it from me. Yichen found it all laughable. He had even tried to find a biological father for Tuanshuan, only to discover that Tuanshuan's biological father was actually himself. Oh right, Mom, where's Wuya and Yechi too? Wuya hasn't been found yet. Yechi has been imprisoned, and as for Lingyun's faction, they've been completely wiped out. Yichen said in a low voice. Has Wuya not been found yet? He fell down with me. It shouldn't be like this. Perhaps he woke up on his own and left. Yichen nodded. Perhaps he is a very strong opponent. Just then, Tuan's stomach suddenly growled, and laughter erupted around them. Is Tuanshuan hungry? Grandma bought you some steamed buns. Tuanshuan baby had another bun stuffed into her hand, and her brows furrowed like a caterpillar. Grandma, Tuanshuan ate a bun and turned into a bun. Ha ha, Tuanshuan is so cute. Tuanshuan, let's eat for one more day. We're going back tomorrow, and we won't eat any more buns. Yes, after we go back, Tuanshuan will be able to eat hairy crabs, abalone, and lobsters. Tuanshuan ate her steamed bun while crying. Tuanshuan, I eat steamed buns every day, and I'm almost turning into a steamed bun myself. 3:27 Night Prayer, Belated Confession. Yichen had a checkup in the afternoon, and since there was nothing seriously wrong, he was discharged from the hospital. Familly packed her things, and Yichen helped her organize her clothes. We're leaving tomorrow. What will happen to the flowers Tuanshuan planted? Will they die if no one takes care of them? Probably not. The master said he would have someone come here to water it regularly, and he'll come here when he has time. Good. As the two were talking, the little dumpling came running over quickly on her short legs and grabbed her father's sleeve. Daddy, may you grow tall and strong, all round and beautiful. Yichen picked up Xiao Tuanshuan and said, You've grown taller. Tuanshuan is so great. You can even plant flowers. When we get back, we'll plant flowers in the back garden. Good. Yichun hugged the little cutie in his arms and kissed her again. How could his precious daughter be so adorable? Little Tuanshuan pushed her father's face with her two paws and said in her babyish voice, Daddy, don't kiss me. Okay, no more kissing. Yichun kissed him again. It's all because his precious daughter is too cute, but you can't blame him. In another prison, the lights were dim and the environment was damp. Mom, I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Please forgive me this time. You've raised me for over 10 years. How can you really bear to do that? Yichi knelt at his mother's feet, hugging her legs with both hands, and pleaded desperately. Mom, are you really willing to let me stay here? I really know I was wrong. Please take me back, and I will definitely behave myself from now on. I promise I will never go against Yichen again. I will treat him as my own brother. Madam Yi closed her eyes. Because of you, Lin almost lost her life this time. How can I forgive you? Yichi shook his head and said, Mom, I really know I was wrong. I was wrong. Yichen is not fine. He has recovered. There is water below the cliff, so he is not hurt at all. The only one who is hurt is me. Madam Yi looked at Yi Chi with disappointment. Yi Chi, you still don't know how to repent. Do you even know where you went wrong? Yi Chi shouted hoarsely. I did nothing wrong. It was Yi Chun who was wrong. I'm clearly the young master of the Yi family, but after he arrived, he took my place, completely replaced me. You all only have eyes for him, your own son, but not for me at all. I am also your son whom you have raised for more than 10 years. Why can you only see your own son and not me? Madam Yi sighed. It seems I have really spoiled you. Everything you have is thanks to Lin. He is my own child, but I have never thought of giving you up. Why did you have to go against him? Why did you have to come to this? I was thinking that if you got out, I would give you a lot of money so that you could live a life of comfort. Yi Chi pleaded humbly. Mom, I was wrong. Please take me back. I really know I was wrong. I will never argue with Yichen again. I just want to go back. I don't want to be here. I don't want to be locked up in prison. Madam Ye's eyes were red and swollen. You almost made Lin lose her life, and you even kidnapped Feng Li and Tuanshuan. Tuanshuan is so young. Do you think I would let you off the hook? Yi Chi sneered. Tuanshuan? Mom, you don't know, do you? Tuanshuan isn't Yi Chin's biological child at all, just a bastard. Yet your Yi family treats her like a treasure. Madam Yi was slightly taken aback. What did you say? Tuanshuan isn't Lin's biological daughter. Yi Chi laughed. Of course not. The two of them only met half a year ago. How could they possibly have such a big daughter? You actually treat a bastard like a treasure. Who are you calling a bastard? Say it again. Yi Chen brought Tuan with him. Yi Chi pointed at Tuanshuan in Yi Chen's arms. That's the child in your arms. She's a bastard. She doesn't have a father. Tuanshuan pouted, looking aggrieved, and nuzzled her father's face. Tuanshuan has a dad. She has a father. Yi Chen said, Tuanshuan is my biological daughter. Yi Chi, you don't know this, do you? I met Feng Li 4 years ago, and that's when we had our daughter. Yi Chi exclaimed excitedly, Impossible. She's a bastard. A bastard. She's not your child at all. If thinking that way makes you feel better, then do as you please. Yi Chen turned his head and said, Mom, let's go. Just as Madam Yi was about to leave, Yi Chi hugged his leg again. Mom, please, for the sake of the more than 10 years I've called you Mom, please take me back to the capital. I don't want anything. I don't want anything. Yi Chen said coldly. Yi Chi, you've done so many evil things, and you still want to go back? From now on, this will be your final resting place. After saying that, Yi Chun took Madam Ye's hand and left the room. Mom, don't go. I really know I was wrong. I was wrong. Your son was wrong. Yi Chi shouted from behind, still clinging to the last glimmer of hope. Yi Chun tried to dissuade her, saying, Mom, Yi Chi won't change. Don't be sad for him. He doesn't deserve it. Yes, Mom knows. He's too jealous. He'll still try to harm you and Tuanshuan after he gets out. Linlin, is Tuanshuan really your biological daughter? Before Yi Chun could speak, the little dumpling said in a childish voice, Tuanshuan, my biological child. Yi Chun nodded and said, Mom, what are you still doubting? Don't we look like biological father and daughter? Mother Yi suddenly laughed. So alike, so very alike. I shouldn't have doubted Tuanshuan. Yi Chun slowly began. Actually, I used to think that Tuanshuan wasn't my biological daughter, until yesterday, when Familly told me about the past, and I remembered that 4 years ago, she and I. Mother Yi laughed and said, I see. Then you and Lily are truly destined for each other. Your destiny was set 4 years ago. Go back and hold the wedding as soon as possible, lest such a good daughter-in-law be snatched away by someone else. Yi Chun pursed his lips, a little shy. You should treat her better too. Lily is so great. She's beautiful, earns a lot of money, and is considerate of you. Yi Chun was so happy that all he could do was nod. As Yi Chi watched Madame Yi slowly depart, his last glimmer of hope vanished. He slumped in the corner, hugging his knees. Suddenly, he felt a pang of regret. If he hadn't been jealous of Yi Chun, would things have turned out differently? He's probably living a good life in the Yi family now, right? His mother is really good to him, as are his grandfather, father, and sister. Can he do it all over again? Deep in the forest, a familiar figure slowly walked over. It is the missing Boundless. He returned to the place where he originally lived. This was his true home. 328 He and Familly are a match made in heaven. The next day, everything is ready, and we're about to head back to the capital. Before leaving, Tuanshuan looked at her flowers with reluctance, raised her little hand, and gently touched them. Hua, Tuanshuan will come back. Yi Chun gently rubbed the baby's fluffy little head. Tuanshuan, your master will have someone take care of your flower. When you come back next time, your flower will have grown so much. Okay, Tuanshuan, don't be sad anymore. Let's go. Before leaving, Yi Chun suddenly noticed the statue in the middle. Sister, sister, climb high. Vague memories resurfaced, and he seemed to understand a little. Familly, the younger brother you mentioned? Familly said helplessly. Yi Chun, you're not still jealous, are you? It's been 20 years. Yi Chun raised his head, met Familly's gaze, and said seriously. Actually, that little boy from 20 years ago, the handsome younger brother you mentioned, was me. Familly's pupils dilated in shock. What did you say? Yi Chun slowly explained. At that time, my family had not yet moved away from M State. I should have been only 1 or 2 years old. I remember standing there. Familly snapped out of her daze and exclaimed in surprise. So it really is you? We met when we were kids. Yes. He and Familly were probably destined for each other, and they were inseparable no matter what. Yi Chun grasped Familly's hand. We met when we were little, Familly. Why were you so naughty back then? I'm still worried that you'll fall. Familly raised an eyebrow. That's because you're too timid. However, you were really pretty when you were little. I still remember it. Familly raised her finger and hooked Yi Chun's chin. Are you still jealous? Jealous of yourself? Yi Chun pursed his lips. I didn't remember at the time. When I fell into the lake, I must have hit my head and remembered my past memories. You liked to touch my face when we were little, and you had designs on me when we were little, Yi Chun muttered under his breath. Familly liked to pinch his face and touch his face whenever she had a chance, and she would sneak into the Yi family compound every day to play with him. She would also bring him candy. He didn't know who she was at the time. He just sweetly called her sister, because calling her sister would bring him candy. Familly, having his thoughts exposed, coughed awkwardly a few times. The first time I saw such a handsome boy, I wanted to touch him. Behind Mo Yi's back, she went to the Yi family compound every day to play with him. Give him a piece of candy, and he'll call her sister. Sweet talking. Mother Yi smiled and said, Lin, what were you two talking about just now? You seemed so happy. Yi Chun explained, Mom, Familly is the older sister who used to come and play with me when I was little. What? It's Lily. Yi Chun said, It's her, I remember now. Lily and Lin are really destined to be together. They've known each other since they were little. When she was little, she would come to our courtyard every day to play with Lin. Mo Yi suddenly realized. So that's why you've been sneaking out to play every day? To see him? Familly laughed awkwardly. The capital city. North Suburb Manor. I'm back. Returning to the manor, Yi Chun felt an unprecedented sense of familiarity. This is still the most comfortable place. Even though it's his wife's place, there's nothing wrong with being a kept man. After all, his wife is so rich, this is his home. Time to go home. The little bundle of joy climbed onto the sofa with his little bag on his back, and then lay down there, exhausted. I'm so tired. Yi Chun chuckled. Tuanchuan, are you that tired? Tuanchuan, I'm tired. Familly pinched the baby's little face. Are you tired? Daddy has been carrying you the whole time. You haven't walked many steps. Daddy should be tired. The little one quickly climbed up from the sofa, took her father's hand, sat down on the sofa, and affectionately massaged her father's shoulders. Dad, I'm tired. Yi Chun looked pleased. Thank you, baby. Daddy isn't tired at all carrying Tuanchuan. Pound, pound, pound in circles. Two little fists patted Dad's shoulders. Yi Chun couldn't help but sigh. My daughter is so thoughtful. Daughters are the best. Give Daddy a kiss, my baby. Yi Chun took a few photos of Tuanchuan, creating a 9-grid collage, and immediately posted them to continue showing off his daughter. My daughter, my own flesh and blood. Donkey bro. So cute. Chun, are you back? I'm back. I can go to the company tomorrow, but I'm a bit busy preparing for the wedding. What? Bro, you're getting married? Yes, you'll all be coming to the wedding banquet. They were all stunned. This news came too suddenly. It even became a trending topic online. Young Master Ye's wedding is approaching. Who is young Mistress Ye? They're about to get married, and we still don't know who the bride is. Yes, it was hidden very well. Could you reveal a little? I'm so curious. Who exactly is the young mistress? I'm so anxious. Urgent. Young Master Yi is marrying someone else. I've already bought my wedding dress. I'm going to wear it on his wedding day. Yi Chun has been off work for the past 2 days, accompanying Familly to customize her wedding dress and busy with wedding preparations. In another 2 weeks, he will be getting married. Familly was trying on wedding dresses in the shop, while Yi Chun and Tuan waited outside. Yi Chun, how about this smoky gray? Familly walked slowly and wearing a long, smoky gray gauze dress, looking like a fairy who had descended to earth, her face exquisitely beautiful. Yi Chun stared, his eyes wide. It looks great, and the hairstyle is beautiful too. Tuanchuan echoed her, nodding her little head like a chick pecking at rice. Mom, it looks good. The waiter next to her smiled and said, Miss, you look so beautiful in this dress. It suits your temperament perfectly. Yi Chun waved his hand dismissively. I'll buy it. Familly said in a low voice. Yi Chun, don't be in such a hurry. There are still many items to try. It's okay, just buy a few more sets and wear them in rotation. Familly changed into a pure white wedding dress and wore a white veil, looking like a princess from a fairy tale. Yi Chun nodded repeatedly. It looks good. The white one looks good too. Mom, you're beautiful. Familly said helplessly. You two always say I look beautiful no matter what I wear. Yi Chun touched the tip of his nose. That's because you're beautiful and have a great figure. I'll buy this too, and pack it all together. Yes, sir. You love your wife so much. Then, for every wedding dress Familly tried on, Yi Chun would buy one, and he bought more than a dozen in total. Yi Chun, stop messing around. You bought too many. You can't possibly wear them all. Yi Chun held Familly's hand. It's okay. We can keep them and wear them slowly in the future. Such a beautiful wedding dress. Of course we should buy a few more. You only get married once in a lifetime. Okay, I'll buy all of these and wear them slowly later. There were a total of 18 wedding dresses in various colors and styles, which even amazed the waiters. This is the first time I've ever seen someone so rich. Actually, this isn't the main style. The main styles are all custom-made. Familly ordered 9 sets to match Yi Chun's groom's attire. 329. No way. No way, my wife is really pregnant. What else do we need to prepare for the wedding? My mom said we also need invitations, which she specially commissioned to design, and they should be ready by now. Yes, my grandfather has also made preparations. Yi Chun asked in surprise. The old man didn't say anything? Grandpa seems quite satisfied with this wedding. That's good. Yi Chun breathed a sigh of relief. He remembered that when he went there last time, it seemed that Grandpa Feng didn't like him. Afternoon. Yi Chun then visited Old Master Feng again. This time, the old man was very enthusiastic. Chun, you're here. Please have a seat. How are your wedding preparations going? Is there anything we can help you with? Grandpa Feng, no need, my dad. My mom and my grandpa are all busy. Grandpa Feng smiled broadly. That's good. I never expected you to be the Yi family's long-lost young master. I only found out about it recently. You and Lily are a perfect match. You should live a good life together from now on. Yi Chen smiled and nodded. Grandpa, don't worry. Grandpa Feng sighed. You're a good child, Grandpa knows that. You're also good to Tuanshuan. Actually, Tuanshuan is very pitiful. She doesn't have a father. From now on, treat her as your own daughter. The little bundle nestled in his father's arms, looking incredibly cute. Tuanshuan, my own child. Yi Chen explained in a low voice. Grandpa, there's something else I wanted to tell you this time. Actually, Tuanshuan is my biological daughter. That night 4 years ago, it was me. Grandpa Feng's expression changed drastically, and his cane instantly fell to the ground. What? Yi Chen lowered his head. It really is me. I only found out recently. Grandpa, you can hit me or scold me. I will not fight back. It's my fault. I bullied Feng Li. It's you. It's actually you. Grandpa Feng's hands trembled as he pointed at Yi Chen. Do you know how much Xiaoli has suffered over the years for this child? Yi Chen lowered his eyes. Yes, it's my fault. The old man was furious and had already taken out his cane, ready to hit Yi Chen, but Feng Li stopped him. Grandpa, I have forgiven him. He didn't mean it that night. Old Feng ultimately did not make the move and put down his cane. Sai, since you've already forgiven him, what else is there to say? You two should get along well from now on. Tuanshuan has found her biological father, which is a good thing. Yi Chen solemnly assured him. Grandpa, don't worry. I will definitely treat Feng Li and Tuanshuan well. Yes, Grandpa believes in you. When she got home, Feng Yin was so excited she almost jumped for joy. Really? Really? Brother-in-law, I heard that Tuanshuan is your biological daughter. I'm not the last person to find out about this, am I? Yi Chen nodded. You were indeed the last to know. Feng Yin was going crazy. I went on a trip with Ji Wenzhou. What happened? How could Tuanshuan be your biological daughter? Could it be that it was you who bullied my sister that night 4 years ago? Yi Chen said helplessly. Would you believe me if I said I didn't know? Feng Yin had already prepared the knife in her hand. Do you think I'd believe what you're saying? Tuanshuan quickly shielded her father behind her, saying, Don't bully Dad. Feng Yin said helplessly. Little Tuanshuan, I'm avenging your mother, so get out of the way. Tuanshuan continued to stand in front of her father, her voice both cute and fierce. Auntie, you're not allowed to bully Daddy. You little rascal, you're so protective of your dad. I didn't bully him. I was just trying to scare him. Feng Yin put down the knife in her hand. How could it be you? You and my sister are such a perfect match. Yi Chen said, It really is me. Since my sister has forgiven you, I have nothing more to say. Get ready to attend the wedding. I've chosen several bridesmaid dresses. Feng Yin went to try on the clothes in high spirits. Feng Li pulled the little girl to her side. Yi Chen, Tuanshuan is planning to enroll this year, but it seems she's missed the deadline. Tuanshuan is still young. There's no rush to send her to school so soon. Let's hire a few tutors first. Yi Chen kissed Tuan Tuan's little face. Tuan Tuan is too young. I'm worried about her going to school alone. All right, then let's hire a few private tutors, one for each subject. That's how capricious rich people are. 3 days before the wedding. The custom-made wedding dress and the groom's suit were both prepared and delivered together. Yi Chen tried on the suit, a white suit jacket, which fit him perfectly. Tuanshuan lay on her father's lap and said, Daddy, you're handsome. Dad must be the most handsome dad. Yi Chen bent down and wiped away the little guy's drool. Tuanshuan, is Daddy that handsome? You're drooling. Dad, you're the coolest. Tuanshuan continued to hug her father's leg. Feng Li came out after changing into her wedding dress. The long, layered skirt stretched for several meters, like a flower, and the fitted waist made her look even more perfect. Yi Chen was completely stunned, nodding blankly. As expected of a top designer, it's beautiful. Tuanshuan wanted to climb up and hug her mother, but she was afraid of getting her mother's dress dirty. Mom, you're beautiful. Feng Yin exclaimed in surprise. Sister, this is so beautiful. Which designer did you find? I wanted to design my wedding dress when I get married. It's absolutely gorgeous. Of course you can. But you need to find a fiancé first. Feng Yin whispered. I've already found someone, and I'm getting married soon. Feng Li's eyes darkened. Who? You don't need to worry about that. Just focus on preparing for your wedding. Feng Li asked again. Yichun, is it nice? I think this dress is too exaggerated. The skirt is too big. It looks good. A big skirt is more beautiful. I'll wear this to my wedding. Good. Just then, Feng Li covered her mouth and vomited. Yichun asked anxiously. Is your stomach still upset? Let's go to the hospital today. I told you to go a few days ago, but you wouldn't go. We can't put it off any longer. Feng Li looked up. I'm fine. It's just that my stomach isn't feeling well. Yichun, I have a surprise for you on our wedding day. Yichun asked impatiently. What surprise? Can't you tell me beforehand? Feng Li raised her finger and covered Yichun's mouth. Of course not. This is a surprise for you. You can't tell now. Feng Yin crossed her arms, looked Feng Li up and down, and suddenly asked, Sister, are you pregnant? As soon as he finished speaking, Yichun looked nervously at Feng Li's stomach. No way, no way. I have an indescribable feeling, both excited and thrilled. 2:30, a grand wedding. A blissful and happy occasion. End of text. Breaking news. A grand marriage alliance. Night falls on Feng Li. A magnificent wedding. What the hell is going on? Young Master Ye's bride is actually President Feng. Frog fun. What earth-shattering news is this? I only found out today. Is CEO Feng Yi Xiao's girlfriend? And they already have a 3-year-old child? Sorry, I'm behind the times. I also wanted to criticize Yi Xiao's girlfriend, saying she wasn't good enough for him. It seems I was just a clown. What? CEO Feng is getting married. I only found out who the bride was the day before the wedding. They're really good at hiding it. Perfect match. Congratulations. The wedding gift money is ready. Countless male otaku were heartbroken. She was their dream goddess. Countless female fans were heartbroken. Yi Xiao was their dream. As soon as the news broke, the entire network crashed, experiencing frequent buffering and stuttering. The wedding was held on the island of Al. Feng Li and Yichun's group flew over a day ago. All the furnishings and layout on the island have been prepared. Yichun was about to go inside and sleep with his wife when he was stopped at the door by Feng Yin and several other bridesmaids. Brother-in-law, you can't see my sister the day before the wedding. Your room is over there. Go there yourself. Yichun nodded blankly. Oh, okay. Dad. Tuanshuan quickly ran out of the house, and no one could stop her. She insisted on going with her father. Tuanshuan, you need to stay with mommy. Then, the poor baby was carried into the house by his aunt. Lying in bed, Yichun was too excited to sleep. He was getting married tomorrow. He was so excited. I've never been this excited in my life. Feng Li got up at 4 o'clock to put on makeup, and it took her 3 whole hours to finally finish dressing and doing her makeup. Tuanshuan also got up, put on her pretty little white dress, and became a flower girl for her parents. Yichun was also changing his clothes. Lu Hao and his group all arrived. Gu Tingchen was wearing a flashy pink suit. Anyone who didn't know better would think it was his wedding. Gu Tingchen, why are you dressed so flamboyantly? Today is my Chun'er's wedding. Isn't this to support my brother? If I dress well, my brother will look good, right? Brother. Yichun finally came out after changing his clothes. The white suit made him look extraordinary. His hair was styled, and his features were three-dimensional and handsome, like a person who had stepped out of a painting. Lu Hao exclaimed, so cool. Chun'er, you look so cool today. Bro, you're so cool, absolutely so cool. You're blinding my titanium alloy eyes. Yichun's lips twitched. Gu Tingchen, that's too much. Seriously, it's no exaggeration at all. Brother, you're so handsome, incredibly handsome, absolutely the most handsome groom ever. The room on the other side. Feng Yin exclaimed, Sister, you're so beautiful. You're the most beautiful bride today. I don't want to give you away to my brother-in-law. Feng Li said softly, you're just being cheeky. No, sis, I'm telling the truth. You can ask Tuanshuan if you don't believe me. Tuanshuan, isn't mommy beautiful? Little Tuanshuan nodded her head like a chick pecking at rice, and dared not lie in her mother's arms, for fear of ruining her mother's wedding dress. Sis, look, even Tuanshuan says she's very pretty. She must have my brother-in-law completely smitten. Feng Li slightly raised her lips. Where's Yichun? Has he changed his clothes? It should be ready by now. Let's head out. We need to go to the wedding venue soon. Feng Yin helped Feng Li out. Yichen finally saw Feng Li, who had spent 3 hours doing her makeup. Even through the veil, he could see her stunning beauty, which was unforgettable at first glance. Their eyes met, and Yichen shyly touched the tip of his nose before slowly saying, "You look beautiful today. You're handsome too." There seemed to be pink bubbles rising between the two of them. Feng Yin said, "The wedding is about to start. Hurry up and get to the venue. The people are already waiting there. Let's go, don't waste time." The wedding venue was packed with guests, stretching as far as the eye could see. All the important people in the capital have come. This is a marriage alliance between the Yi family and the Feng family, the two most powerful and wealthy families in the capital. All the DIY screens have been booked to play footage of the wedding ceremony. Yichen stood on the stage, his heart pounding with excitement. The people sitting below are the Yi family, and Grandma as well. Yesterday, he had his grandmother brought over as well. Grandma Yi was very happy to learn that Yi Chun was a child of the Yi family. She was happy for Yi Chun, who had finally found his relatives. Grandma Yi was in tears in the audience. Madam Yi handed her a tissue and said, "Lin Lin is getting married today. It's a happy day." "Yes, I'm happy. I'm very happy." Shin Chun was very pitiful when she was little, and it's good that she's happy now. Madam Yi nodded with red eyes, genuinely happy for Yi Chun. Across from them, Feng Li, holding Tuan Tuan's hand, walked slowly towards them, her pace quickening. Yi Chun raised his hand and grasped Feng Li's hand. Under the witness of the MC, they exchanged rings and kissed each other. Little Tuanshuan happily sprinkled flowers on her parents, carrying a small flower basket. Although the baby doesn't know what marriage is, she is very happy today. Immediately, applause erupted from below. Imoi was so excited that tears streamed down his face. "Okay, you must treat my granddaughter well." He believed in that kid Yichun. Chu Yi also arrived, and Yimo sat next to her. "My brother got married. You're so happy today. I've decided that from now on, I'll treat Yichun as my brother." Yimo nodded without saying anything. "I broke up with you, and now you won't talk to me anymore? Weren't you pursuing me?" Chu Yi snorted coldly and deliberately distanced herself from Yimo, still acting like a troublemaker as always. In another inconspicuous corner, there was another person sitting. Song Wanning wore a hat pulled low over her head, so no one could see her face clearly. She was only holding a bouquet of flowers in her hands. Looking closer at that face, it was already covered in tears. After the final ceremony, Yichen gently kissed Feng Li's lips through the veil. "Feng Li, I swear, I will treat you well for the rest of my life, and I will never make you angry." "Then you'd better keep your word. I have another surprise for you." Yichen asked impatiently, "What surprise? You told me about a surprise a couple of days ago." Feng Li suddenly grasped Yichen's hand and placed it on her lower abdomen, whispering a few words in Yichen's ear. Yichun was stunned, his mind completely blank. He seemed to have heard a few words that Feng Li had just said. "Yichun, I'm pregnant." Yichen suddenly snapped out of his daze, excitedly picked up the bride, spun her around twice, and laughed happily. Today is the happiest day of his life. From now on, every day will be filled with happiness and joy. Wishing all the brothers watching this screen happiness every day and joy forever. May you soon marry beautiful wives and have both a son and a daughter. End of main text. Brothers, the new article is next door. Don't rush off. There's a sweet bonus chapter coming up. If you like the brothers, keep reading to find out if the baby is a boy or a girl. Chapter 331 Extra, the first concert. 3 months later, Feng Li's belly was getting bigger and bigger, and Yi Chun was very nervous. He also has a concert coming up soon, which is his first concert, so he's extremely busy. After getting off work, Feng Li still came in wearing high heels, took off her coat, and handed it to the maid next to her. Yichen immediately went over and helped her up. "Wife, your belly has gotten bigger. Why don't you stay home instead of going to work?" Feng Li said, "It's only been 5 months. You can't tell at all if I wear loose clothes. Don't worry, I can still work for another 3 months." Yi Chun was troubled. His wife was too diligent, which was also a kind of trouble. Yi Chun then asked, "Could we have a longer break, like working 2 days a week?" "Working only 2 days a week? How is that possible? There are still a ton of things waiting for me to handle at the company." Yi Chun handed Familly some grapes, saying, "You're too busy. Aren't you overworking yourself?" "No, I used to it, but my back hurts a little now." "Is it because the baby is growing?" Familly looked at her lower abdomen, which was already noticeably protruding. She had lost her waistline and could no longer wear fitted dresses. "Does your back hurt? Let me give you a massage." Yi Chun thoughtfully massaged Familly's waist. Tuanchuan looked at her mother's tummy and gently touched it with her two little hands. Yi Chun asked, "Tuanchuan, do you prefer a younger brother or a younger sister?" Tuanchuan raised her little head and said, "Tuanchuan likes them all. It might be a pretty little girl. If it's a little boy, he'll be too naughty." "Yi Chun, do you think it's a boy or a girl?" Yi Chun said, "Anything is fine. I like them all. As long as it's your child, I'll like it, boy or girl." Familly patted Tuan Tuan's little head. "Maybe she's a little sister just as pretty as Tuan Tuan. She looks a lot like Tuan Tuan." Tuanchuan happily stuck out her little tongue and lay on her mother's belly listening. "My little sister is beautiful." Yi Chun was amused and picked up Xiao Tuanchuan, holding her in his arms. Even with a beautiful little sister, Tuanchuan will still be Daddy's most beloved baby. I bent down and gently kissed the baby's little cheek. Yi Chun still felt most indebted to Tuanchuan, since he didn't know he had a daughter and only met her when she was 3 years old. "Dad, I like Tuanchuan the most." Yi Chun nodded and said, "Of course, Tuanchuan is Daddy's first baby, and Daddy loves Tuanchuan the most." Tuanchuan was overjoyed and hugged her father's face, giving him a kiss. Tuanchuan loves her dad the most. Familly looked helpless. "You two are confessing your love to each other again, as if I, your mother, don't exist?" Tuanchuan quickly kissed her mother's cheek. "Mommy, Tuanchuan loves Mommy." Familly pinched the baby's little cheek. "You just said you love Daddy the most, but you don't love Mommy the most?" "My absolute favorite." The little one quickly went to comfort his mother and peeled grapes for her. Yi Chun also peeled grapes for Familly, who ate so many grapes, she almost threw up. "Yi Chun, why do you make me eat grapes every day?" "Because eating grapes can make the baby's eyes bigger. The baby in your belly will definitely have big eyes, just like Tuan Tuan." Yi Chengwang's heart melted at the thought of his adorable daughter being born. Familly almost rolled her eyes. "When I was pregnant with Tuanchuan, I didn't eat a single grape, and Tuanchuan's eyes were still this big. That's probably because our genes are so good that Tuanchuan is so beautiful." Yi Chun went to comb his daughter's hair again. Little Tuanchuan is growing more and more beautiful, and her father dresses her up like a little princess every day. "By the way, my first concert is in a couple of days. You and Tuan Tuan should both go. I'll let you sit in the VIP section right in the front." "Dad, you're awesome." Tuanchuan gave her dad a thumbs up. A little rainbow fart. Yi Chun's first concert sold over 90,000 tickets on the day of the concert, and they were sold out instantly. I got it. It's Yi Xiao's first concert. Yeah, I finally got one. It was worth waiting here for half an hour. I'm so upset. I didn't manage to snag one. Where are the scalpers? Scalpers, come out here. I'm willing to pay more. Didn't we agree to help each other and be friendly? How could you forget that when you were buying tickets? The Imperial City Center Stadium can accommodate hundreds of thousands of people. Familly and Tuan Tuan were already seated in the VIP exclusive viewing area, where there were sofas and snacks. While eating her little jelly, Tuanchuan waited anxiously for her father to come out. "Mom, where's Dad?" Familly leaned back on the sofa. "Dad will be out in a little while. It hasn't started yet. Look how many people are down there. They're all here to see Dad." "Dad is so amazing," Madam Yi said excitedly. Holding a concert has always been Lin Lin's dream, and this time it has finally come true. "Yes, so many people came. My son is amazing. That means we're very popular." Madam is right. Although the old man never attends concerts like this, he made an exception and came today. Because he is his eldest grandson. Madam Yi turned her head and asked, "Lily, how are you feeling? Has the child been bothering you?" Familly shook her head helplessly. "Sometimes he can be annoying, quite mischievous." "Could it be a boy? He's so naughty. Maybe it really is a boy." Yi Chun said either way is fine. "Yes, either way is fine." The old man smiled and said, "A boy is fine too. I'll have him learn martial arts from me in the future." Good. About an hour later, everyone in the venue had finally arrived, and the room was packed. Yi Chun stood on the huge stage, all the spotlights shining on him, making him seem to be glowing, shimmering with dazzling light. His dream has finally come true. Dad. The little girl held 2 glow sticks and cheered for her dad with all her might. Yichen saw Xiao Tuanshuan and waved to her. Is young Master Yi looking at me? Keep dreaming. Who's his wife? She's President Feng. Are you as pretty as President Feng? Do you have her figure? Yes. Having a wife like President Feng is enough to make you laugh in your sleep. You wouldn't even look at other women. Those around him were speechless when asked, who could compare to President Feng? Yichen's first concert was a great success. He sang his signature song, and the audience cheered. Young Master Yi. Nightfall. You're the best. Go Yichen. I've liked you for a long time. Yichen. Yi Mo watched Yichen on the stage from below. It's so dazzling. He had enjoyed this kind of glory before, but it was stolen. Some time ago, he clarified that all his previous works were written by Yichen. In the future, he will also have his own original songs, and he will shine again. Chapter 332 Extra. Mian is born. My belly is even bigger now that I'm 8 months pregnant. Fengli could no longer wear her old clothes and could only wear loose maternity clothes. Yichen leaves work early every day to spend time with his wife. He wouldn't let Fengli do anything, only letting her lie down and rest. Yichen, I'm getting moldy. I'm lying in bed all day. I want to go outside and sit on the swing. Yichen was so excited, he almost jumped off the sofa. A swing? No, that's too dangerous. The baby is already 8 months along and will be born soon. Fengli pointed to her stomach. Yichen, he kicked me again. Yichen quickly went over, touched Fengli's belly, and pressed his ear against it. The little guy was indeed kicking. He was moving around. You're not allowed to be naughty anymore. I'm your father, do you hear me? Fengli chuckled softly. Yichen, the baby is too small to hear you at all. If you understand, my child will definitely be very smart. If it's a girl, I'll name her Little Sugar, and if it's a boy, I'll name him Little Cotton. Yichen lay on Fengli's belly and said gently, Tang Tang, come out quickly, Daddy is waiting for you. How did you know it was Tang Tang? What if it was Mian who came out? Yeah, this little one is so naughty. Maybe she really is Mian. Mian would be fine too. Tuanshuan finally finished her day of classes. The tutors Yichen hired for his daughter were all graduates of prestigious universities and had extensive experience. However, Xiao Tuanshuan doesn't like math, she only likes drawing. But her math teacher assigned her a lot of homework, and Xiao Tuanshuan didn't want to do it, so she went to her father. Dad, Tuanshuan can't. No, Dad will teach you. Yichen patiently helped his daughter with her homework. Tuanshuan, don't you know what 3 + 1 equals? Tuanshuan shook her head like a rattle drum. No, Tuanshuan won't. Actually, she knows how to do such simple problems, but she just doesn't want to do math. She hates it the most. Moreover, she wanted her dad to stay with her a little longer. Tuanshuan, are you lying to Daddy? A baby who lies is not a good baby. Tuanshuan had no choice but to obediently do her homework, and she finished it in no time. Yichen checked it briefly, and it was all correct. It seems his daughter's math wasn't so bad after all. Tuanshuan did a great job. Daddy took you to play on the swings. Mommy wanted to play, but she couldn't. Good. Tuanshuan skipped and hopped to the back garden, where her father carried her to the swing. Although Yichen is usually very busy, he still makes time to spend with his beloved daughter. He hadn't spent enough time with Tuanshuan in the past, and hoped to make up for it, so that Tuanshuan wouldn't lack a father's love. Dad, Gao. Okay, let's go a little higher then. Tuanshuan, hold on tight. Don't fall, you'll hurt yourself. Tuanshuan, hurry up. Yichen pushed Tuanshuan a little higher, and the little guy cried out happily. She loves playing with her dad the most. He spends time with her every day. Although Yichen wanted another sweet and obedient daughter, he was told that the baby was a big, chubby boy, weighing almost 7 pounds. Yichen glanced at it briefly. The little guy was ugly, his eyes weren't even open, and his whole body was wrinkled. He was somewhat disgusted. Is my son really that ugly? It's a grandson, which is good. Linlin now has both a son and a daughter. Yes. Madam Yi couldn't hide her joy. Lily has given our Yi family another big, healthy boy. Fengli lay on the hospital bed, her face pale. Yichen sat down beside her and said worriedly, Fengli, is it very painful? We already have a son and a daughter, so we won't have any more children. Mommy, it hurts. Tuanshuan held her mother's hand, her little brows furrowed, clearly worried about her mother. Madame Yi nodded and said, yes, we won't have any more children. One daughter and one son is just right. The next day, the little one has opened his eyes and is lying motionless next to his mother. Madame Yi picked up the baby and said, Mian Mian looks exactly like Lin Lin when she was little, especially her eyes and nose. Yi Chen frowned slightly. It reminded him of him. Was he this ugly when he was a child? It's all wrinkled. Lin Lin, why don't you hug your son? You haven't hugged him yet. Hurry up and hug him. He's your own son. Yi Chen didn't want to hold him, but Mother Yi forced him to put the little guy in his arms. Yi Chen carefully cradled the baby's head in one hand, glancing at the little one in his arms. The baby seemed to have grown a little more beautiful than yesterday. The little guy looked at his father with his big eyes and moved his little mouth slightly. Do you remember me? I'm your father, Mian Mian. From now on, you'll be called Xiao Mian Mian. Although Yi Chen was a little disgusted, he still really liked his son and wouldn't let go of him. Younger brother. Tuanshuan clung to her father's leg, wanting to see her younger brother too. Yi Chen squatted down. Tuanshuan, this is your younger brother. If you get into a fight in the future, you can ask your younger brother to help. Little brother, Mian Mian. Tuanshuan touched the baby's face and kissed him. Yes, he is Mian Mian. Mian Mian was very well behaved, neither crying nor fussing. She opened her big eyes and looked at the people around her, then suddenly opened her little mouth as if she were smiling. Yi Chen said excitedly. Mian Mian smiled. Didn't Mian Mian smile, just now? I saw it. Doesn't Mian Mian really like me as her dad? If he didn't like you as his father, why was he born into our family? Yes, my dear grandson, let me hug you. Grandpa Yi hugged Mian Mian and said, from now on, you will learn martial arts from Grandpa. Grandpa will teach you all the skills, and no one will dare to bully you in the future. The little guy stared at his grandfather with wide eyes as he spoke, but he didn't know what his grandfather was saying. Familly, our son is a little prettier than yesterday. Will he become more and more handsome? Familly spoke softly. Yes, all newborn babies are like this. It will get better in a while. Yi Chen then asked, what about Tuanshuan? Was Tuanshuan born this ugly? When the little one heard his father say that he was ugly, his eyebrows furrowed like little caterpillars. Daddy, Tuanshuan is beautiful. Tuanshuan, Daddy knows you're beautiful. Our Tuanshuan is the most beautiful baby. Familly laughed out loud. Tuanshuan was born very beautiful, with big eyes, unlike Mian Mian. No wonder our Tuanshuan is so beautiful. She was born beautiful. When Tuanshuan heard her father praise her, she was finally happy. She sat in her father's lap and ate snacks, and even saved the biggest candy for her younger brother. Dad, let my little brother eat. Your little brother is too small to eat this. Besides, he's a boy. How can he eat candy? You eat it, Tuanshuan. Yi Chen continued to feed his beloved daughter. The daughter needs to be well cared for, and as for the son, it's good that he's alive. Mian Mian, Daddy's being unfair. Chapter 333 Extra. President Feng is so fierce, yet she's afraid of her husband. Little Mian Mian, time for milk. Yi Chen personally prepared the baby bottle, using a method he had recently learned online, and it turned out quite well. Familly said, Yi Chen, Mian Mian is too young. Let him drink breast milk. Yi Chen was very excited. No, Xiao Mian Mian can drink from a bottle. Boys who drink breast milk will become weak. Our Xiao Mian Mian will grow up to be a man. All right. Yi Chen placed the bottle near Mian Mian's mouth. Mian Mian, it's time to drink milk. Mian Mian opened her little mouth and sucked on the bottle with all her might. She wasn't picky about food at all and ate whatever was given to her. She was well-behaved and didn't cry or fuss. Familly, my son is so well-behaved. He doesn't cry or make a fuss. Mian Mian is indeed very well-behaved. When Xiao Tuanshuan was little, she would cry and fuss, and she was picky about food and wouldn't drink from a bottle. Yi Chen lowered his eyes. I'm sorry, I wasn't there for you when you were going through the toughest time. You don't know either, and I've already forgiven you, so don't blame yourself. Just take good care of Xiao Mian Mian, and I'll leave the child to you. Yi Chen said, don't worry, I will definitely raise Xiao Mian Mian to be plump and healthy. Mian Mian, drink some more. Yi Chen hasn't even been to the company lately. He's been taking photos of his son at home. Little Mian Mian has grown taller again today. Donkey bro. Chunner, you're so obsessed with raising kids that you hardly ever come to the company anymore. Dog who? Yeah, but your son really looks like you. When are you going to bring him to the company so we can play with him? He's such a tiny baby. Gu Tingchen, frog fun. Big brother, your son is so cute. When can I play with him? Yichen replied, wanna play? Several people nodded at the same time. If you want to play around, go have your own baby. Gu Tingchen, big brother, you're heartless. Going to find a girlfriend and have kids. Mom, Lin Lin, can you take care of the baby by yourself? Why don't I go? I've been free at home lately, and I can even tutor to Anshuan in drawing. Okay, Mom, thank you for your hard work. Madam Yi also came to the manor and stayed there for 2 months. She is experienced and takes good care of children. 2 months later, Familly felt she had recovered and went straight to the company. Upon learning this news, Yichen immediately called her. Lily, why are you going to the company again? You haven't fully recovered yet. Can you rest at home for another 2 months? I'm fine. I recovered in 2 months, and I'm all better now. After Familly arrived, she acted swiftly and decisively, reorganizing the entire company. Everyone remained silent, terrified. After all that carefree living, the big bad guy is back. No wonder she's called a big devil, a term used to describe someone who is very good at controlling the body. She recovered so well just 2 months after giving birth. Zhangli, go and get the contract with Amy so I can take another look. Yes, Mr. Feng. Familly had already started working, while Yi Chun was still urging her on. Lily, you're still not fully recovered. Go home first. You can handle company matters from home. What if you develop a chronic illness? After listening to Yi Chen's long speech, Familly put her phone aside and continued working on the documents. Lily, are you listening to me? Are you listening? Familly replied, listening. I'm really fine. Don't worry, I'll hang up now. Lily, before Yi Chun could speak again, the call had already been disconnected, and he rushed straight to Familly's company. It's young Master Yi. Is he here to see our CEO Feng? He actually came to the company. This is true love. He's so handsome. He's a perfect match for our CEO Feng. A handsome man and a beautiful woman. Their baby will definitely be gorgeous. Ms. Yi, you're here to see our CEO, right? She's in her office on the 66th floor. I'll take you there. Yichen said, thank you, but no need. I'll go find her myself. Okay. Yi Chun hurriedly got on the elevator and arrived at the 66th floor. Familly was still in a meeting in the conference room. Through the glass, you could see her sitting on the sofa with her legs crossed, her whole body exuding an icy aura. Everyone was learning their lesson, and they were all scolded so badly that they dared not speak. Suddenly, Familly seemed to see Yi Chun and stopped. That's all for today. We'll continue tomorrow. Meeting adjourned. After speaking, Familly walked out of the conference room in her high heels. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Which angel had saved them? It's little night manager. She's an angel, otherwise we don't know how much longer we would have been scolded by President Feng. Then, everyone saw that the cold and ruthless President Feng had suddenly changed into a completely different person. Yi Chun, what brings you here? Even her voice softened a bit. They thought they had misheard and looked at each other in bewilderment. Yi Chun frowned slightly. Your body hasn't fully recovered yet. Why did you come to the company? Does that big wound on your stomach still hurt? It doesn't hurt anymore. It's all better now. Yi Chun said anxiously. That won't do either. Your body hasn't recovered yet. Come home with me quickly. Okay, I'll go home with you. Then, the people in the company saw that the cold and ruthless CEO Feng was taken away by her husband, and they almost cheered with joy. They're gone. President Feng has been taken away. President Feng is so fierce. I never expected her to be afraid of her husband. Haha. President Feng is actually afraid of her husband. The husband is very controlling. This is what a husband is, very controlling. I'm dying of laughter. President Feng is actually henpecked. Back home, Familly was pushed onto the sofa by Yi Chun. Rest well today and don't run around. Your body hasn't fully recovered yet. Okay, I understand. I'll get some rest. When Tuanshuan saw her father come home, she showed him her artwork from today. Dad, let Tuanshuan draw. Tuanshuan's drawing is really beautiful. We'll participate in the painting competition again this year. Tuanshuan nodded. Brother Lele is going too. Lele, I almost forgot about him. He's going too. Tuanshuan nodded. Tuanshuan is giving a gift to brother Lele. What? You even gave him a gift? Yichin immediately lost his composure. Brother Lele gave Tuanshuan a gift. Tuanshuan picked up the little doll from the sofa and showed it to her father. Yichin's eyes widened. Lele? He gave it to her. Tuanshuan nodded. Okay, brother Lele. Tuanshuan, Daddy can buy you things too. Didn't Daddy buy you lots of dolls? Tuanshuan tugged at her father's hand. Daddy, you're the best. Yichin finally felt a little comforted. Yichin heard his son calling and picked up the little guy. The 2-month-old baby is getting even prettier and looks a bit like Tuanshuan. Yichin kissed his son's little face. Mian, are you calling for Daddy? Mian stretched out one paw, as if she was talking to her father. Baby, what are you saying? Daddy doesn't understand. Wow. Okay, Daddy will feed you milk. Yichun went to make milk powder for the little guy. He is on the road of raising children every day. Although it is a bit tiring, he is very happy. Chapter 334. Mian can call me Daddy now? Time flies, and 5 or 6 months have passed. Little Mian has grown taller and taller, and now she can crawl. She's not still at all. Yichun, your son is crawling around on the floor again. Yichun immediately picked the little one up from the carpet. Mian, why are you crawling around again? The floor is dirty, you can't crawl there. The little guy got caught by his dad, and then he started acting cute, making little noises and giving his dad a quick kiss on the cheek. Yichun looked a little disgusted, pushed his son away, and pinched the baby's little face. Silly boy, you're almost 8 months old, and you still can't say Daddy. Wow. The baby opened his little mouth and argued with his father, but it was unclear what he was saying. Yichun poked the baby's little nose. You're such a silly little thing. You're almost 8 months old, and you still can't say Daddy. Little Mian argued back to her father with her babyish voice, opening her little mouth to bite his hand. Her 2 little milk teeth didn't hurt when she bit him. They just tickled a little. Yichun was both amused and exasperated. You little rascal, you're so small, and you're already biting your dad? Wow. Little Mian opened her little mouth, getting drool all over Yichun's hands. Then call me Dad, Dad. The little guy shouted excitedly. It's Dad. Yichun patiently taught Xiao Mian. It's Daddy, say Daddy. Little Mian looked at her father's mouth with her big, dark eyes, opened her little mouth, and imitated her father's pronunciation. Dad, Yichun said excitedly. Finally, Xiao Mian can finally call me Dad. She just called me Dad. Did you hear her? You heard that? It's just that he called you Dad. Look how happy you are. I'm so happy. He's already 8 months old, and he can only say Dad now. He's such a little dummy. Shouldn't my son be very smart? Finally nodded and said, maybe he's just a bit slow. Tuanshuan watched her father holding her younger brother, her little mouth pouting high. Yichun picked up Tuanshuan as well. Tuanshuan, my darling, what's wrong? Tuanshuan hung her little head, like a deflated little ball, and said, Daddy likes Mian, but not Tuanshuan. How could that be? You two are both my precious children, and I love you both. Yichun kissed his daughter's cheek. Tomorrow, Daddy and Mommy will take you to the amusement park. We won't take Mian. He'll stay home alone. When little Mian saw her older sister, she happily stretched out her 2 paws and grabbed her sister's clothes, then hugged her and started nibbling on her. Mian is talking to her older sister in a cute, cuddly voice. Tuanshuan touched Mian's little face. Daddy, take Mian too. She also really likes her younger brother. Mian is too young. When he grows up, Dad will take both of you together. Good. Yichun put his son on the sofa. The little guy sat there, throwing small toys down. He was so naughty. Finally pinched Mian's little ears. Why are you throwing toys again? Mian raised her little head and smiled at her mother, and Li's anger vanished. Yichun, look how naughty your son is. He's lost all the toys you gave him. Yichun picked up the toy and shook his head helplessly. Mian is too naughty. Last time he was crawling around playing by himself, he bumped his head and got a bump, but he didn't cry. Mian started acting cute and charming towards her older sister again. Tuanshuan held a small toy and played with Mian together. The 2 babies were only 4 years apart in age. Toanchuan's 5th birthday is just around the corner, and Yichen specially wrote a song for his daughter, the 5-year-old princess. What a thoughtful dad. Night Xiao's new song. I love it. Our little Night is as gentle as ever. Wah, I need a dad like that. It sounds so nice, and Princess Toanchuan is so cute. Happy 5th birthday, Toanchuan. On her birthday, the whole family celebrated Toanchuan's birthday together. Little Toanchuan is growing more and more beautiful. Yichen's greatest hobby every day is dressing up his daughter beautifully and buying her the latest dresses every day. The closet is overflowing with clothes. Today is Toanchuan's birthday, and this is a birthday present from Grandma. Thank you, Grandma. This belongs to Grandpa. And there were gifts from my great-grandfather. Toanchuan received many, many gifts. Little Mian Mian wasn't even a year old yet, so of course she didn't know what her birthday present was. She hugged her older sister's face and gave her a kiss, making everyone around her laugh. Mian Mian's birthday present to her sister is a kiss. Little Mian Mian happily stuck out her tongue. I love my older sister the most. Thank you, Mian Mian, I like it very much. Oh dear sister. Mian Mian has finally learned to call her older sister. 1-year-old Mian Mian has just learned to walk. She runs around everywhere with her 2 short legs and waits at the door for her older sister to come home from school. Yichun had just picked up his daughter from school when the little girl was already waiting at the door. When she saw her father and sister, she ran off quickly on her short legs. Oh, Daddy's sister. Yichun picked up the little one. Mian Mian, did you run around again today? Dad. The little one climbed down from his father's arms and went to find his older sister, saying in his adorable baby voice, Sister Candy. Toanchuan took a lollipop out of her pocket and gave it to her younger brother. Yichun exclaimed in surprise. You little rascal, you can even ask your sister for candy? Didn't Mom say you're still too young to eat candy because your teeth haven't grown in yet? Little Mian Mian has already stuffed the candy into her mouth and is tugging at her older sister's hand with both of her little hands, talking to her. Besides, you're a boy, how can you eat candy? Yichun pulled the candy out of the little one's mouth, and Mian Mian sniffled pitifully, almost crying. Yichun had no choice but to put the candy back into Xiao Mian Mian's mouth. Why does a boy like eating candy so much? Could it be that he looks like her? He also loved eating candy when he was little and would ask his sister for candy every day. Sure enough, these traits are hereditary, and they were passed down to his son. Dad, Toanchuan's gift. The little bundle of joy was holding a delicate pink box in its arms. Yichun couldn't help but ask, Baby, who gave you this? Toanchuan said in her childish voice, Brother Lele. It was given to me by Brother Lele. Yichun was immediately unsettled. Why was it that child again? Toanchuan and he seemed to have a pretty good relationship. They even attend the same prestigious private school. Little Mian Mian pointed at the box in her sister's hand. Oh my. Wow. When he grows up, he will definitely give his sister an even better gift. Chapter 335. 3-year-old Mian Mian is too naughty. Mian Mian will be turning 3 years old this year. The 3-year-old is a bit taller than Toanchuan was at 3, and he looks exactly like Yichun, especially his eyes, which are very beautiful. Moreover, Mian Mian is particularly mischievous, lively, and active. Yichun had to discipline the little guy every day, but he still didn't change and remained mischievous. Toanchuan is already 7 years old and in the 2nd grade. Every day after get off work, the first thing Yichun does is pick up his daughter from school, and the timing is just right. That day, Yichun had just finished get off work and was about to go to school to pick up Toanchuan when Lu Hao stopped him. Chun'er, you're getting married soon, and I'm getting a little excited. Lu Hao patted his heart. His wedding was in 2 days. Yichun calmly said, Why are you so excited? You're the last one. Brother Hu and Brother Peng are already married. I heard Brother Hu's wife is pregnant. Why don't you hurry up? Maybe you can arrange a marriage between your children. Yeah, I'm the last one. I absolutely can't fall behind. Yichun nodded and said, You don't need to come to the company this month. Focus on preparing for your wedding. Lu Hao stared wide-eyed in shock. What? Chun'er, you're giving me a month's wedding leave right away. Well, to take care of my brother, a month's honeymoon leave. Are you satisfied? Lu Hao nodded repeatedly. Satisfied, satisfied. Of course I'm satisfied. My brother is the best to me. I'll prepare for the wedding now, and don't forget to come. Don't worry, I will definitely go. Okay. As usual, Yi-Chun drove to the school gate to pick someone up. A top-of-the-line luxury car parked at the gate immediately attracted the attention of many people. Huangdon International College is the best aristocratic college in the capital, and the students here are all from top wealthy families. Yi-Chun opened the car window, revealing half of his face, but he didn't see any trace of his daughter. Wow, he's so handsome. Such a handsome and rich man is already a father, and he's even picking up his daughter from school. The key is his car, a limited edition Maybach. I heard there are no more than 3 in the entire capital. Wow, they're really rich. The people around sighed in amazement. Some people tried to strike up a conversation, but Yi-Chun simply lowered his head and started scrolling through his phone. My dearest wife, I'm home now. Have you picked up Tuanchuan? Come back and see your son soon. Yi-Chun replied, Lily, what's wrong with Xiao Mianmian again? Did she get into trouble again? My dearest wife, you'll see when you get back. I'm so angry with him. I don't want to deal with him anymore. Husband Shin Bao. Okay, I'm coming right away. Baby, wait for me in 20 minutes. Yi-Chun didn't even need to think. It was definitely because Xiao Mianmian had gone to the back garden to dig a hole again, or was rolling in the mud, or going down to the pond to catch fish. Anyway, I'm always busy. About 2 minutes later, Tuanchuan finally came out, accompanied by a little boy who was much taller and very handsome. Yi-Chun recognized him at a glance. It was Xiao Keilei. He had heard that Xiao Keilei was already in the first year of junior high school and was an excellent student, ranking first in his grade. However, his daughter was also excellent, ranking first. Tuanchuan turned her head and said, Brother Lele, Dad is here. I'm going home now. Goodbye. Okay, then you should go back now. See you tomorrow. Just as Tuanchuan was about to leave, Xiao Keilei suddenly grabbed her hand, raised her hand, and patted her head. You have a leaf on your head. Yi-Chun immediately lost his composure and jumped out of the car, shouting, Tuanchuan. Dad. Tuanchuan's eyes blinked, and she quickly ran to her father's side. Yi-Chun glanced at Xiao Keilei not far away, then immediately took his daughter away. Tuanchuan, let's go home. Mommy has already gone home. Good. Goodbye, Brother Lele. Goodbye. The car drove away quickly. On the way, Yi-Chun couldn't help but ask, Tuanchuan, are you and Xiao Keilei on good terms? Tuanchuan nodded and said, Brother Lele is the best. Yes, you can make friends with him if you want. Lele is indeed a good kid, but you still need to keep your distance from him and not hold hands. Tuanchuan frowned in confusion, though she didn't know why either. Yi-Chun parked the car in the front yard. As soon as he got out of the car with Tuanchuan, he saw Xiao Mianmian standing at the door, facing the wall in contemplation. The baby was covered in dirt. It was obvious he had crawled out of a mud puddle. This little guy doesn't have many hobbies. He just likes to play in the mud in the backyard, or catch fish in the pond, and then he takes off all his toys. Yi-Chun was also helpless. His son was just too naughty. Tuanchuan almost didn't recognize her younger brother either. Dad. When Mianmian saw her father arrive, it was like seeing a savior. She opened her little arms and rushed into her father's arms. Yi-Chun really disliked his son so much that he pressed down on his little head. Yi-Hong, why did you get yourself so dirty? The baby rubbed his eyes sadly, pouting, and said, Daddy. Does Dad dislike him? Look how dirty you are. Dad will take you to wash up first. Did you make Mom angry again? That's why Mom won't let you into the house. The baby seemed to have his thoughts touched, his little head drooping, his 2 little paws clutching his clothes. He caught 2 fish and then dug up some mud. Yi-Chun carried Mianmian in, saying, Lily, I'll take our son to take a bath first. Go on. Where's my Tuanchuan? Tuanchuan was dressed in clean clothes, carrying a small backpack, and her hair was tied up with a pink bow, looking like a clean little princess. Then look at Mianmian. She looks like a dirty bun. Mother. Tuanchuan is back. What did you learn today? While the mother and daughter were talking, Yi-Chun took the little guy to the bathroom, threw him into the bathtub, and gave him a thorough rinse. Mianmian, don't be so naughty next time. Didn't Daddy buy you a lot of toys? Why don't you play with them? Why do you have to play in the mud in the garden? Mianmian raised her head, her little eyebrows furrowed like caterpillars. Mianmian, pinch me. You want to make clay figures? Dad will buy you some clay next time. Baby Mianmian was washed clean and dressed in a pretty little outfit. She quickly ran to her older sister's side, her little mouth agape. Sister, Mian Mian wants to eat candy, but Daddy won't give Mian Mian any. Here you go, Mian Mian. This is something your sister specially saved for you. Toanshuan shared her candy with her younger brother, and Mian Mian eagerly opened her little mouth, almost biting her sister's hand. Finally getting to eat the candy, Mian Mian smiled happily, her eyes curving into crescents as she smiled at her sister. Suddenly, Dad grabbed my ear again. What should I do if my dad finds out I secretly ate candy? Chapter 336. President Feng's doting love for Mian Mian. Because Mian Mian was too naughty, Yichen sent her to the Yi family's old house. The old man doesn't usually have much to do, so he'll take care of Mian Mian for a few days. The little guy was a bit reserved at first in this unfamiliar environment, but he relaxed when he saw that everyone around him was a familiar face. When he saw the fish in the pond, he wanted to jump in and catch them. Old Master Yi immediately stopped Xiao Mian Mian. Mian Mian, I heard that you are very naughty. Are you mischievous every day? Why don't you learn martial arts from your great-grandfather? I think you are a martial arts prodigy. Your father was your age, and he already knew how to do the horse stance. Little Mian Mian tilted her head and smiled at her great-grandfather. Great-grandfather. Old Ye's smile deepened. This little guy looks exactly like his father when he was a child. Great-grandfather will teach you the horse stance today. Little Mian Mian pointed a tiny finger at the koi in the pond and said, Great-grandpa, Mian Mian wants fish. Once you've mastered the horse stance, your great-grandfather will give you 2 little koi fish, okay? The little guy nodded his head like a chick pecking at rice, standing obediently beside his great-grandfather. Spread your legs apart, squat down, and raise both hands. Little Mian Mian obediently did as she was told, and it actually looked quite similar. Old Master Yi was extremely satisfied. As expected of my eldest grandson's son, keep going, hold on for 5 minutes. After a short while, Mian Mian was so tired that she plopped down on the ground and wouldn't get up. Great-grandpa, Mian Mian wants fish. Little Mian Mian watched the fish in the pond from the edge, but didn't dare to go down and catch them because there was too much water. Okay, Mian Mian has been very good today. Great-grandpa will catch you 2 fish. Grandpa Yi specially had several of the largest koi carp caught and put in the fish tank, and Xiao Mian Mian grabbed them and ran outside. He's going home now, he has fish. Show this to my sister, she loves fish the most. Mian Mian, where are you going? Come back quickly. Old Master Yi followed behind. This little guy, despite his short legs, runs incredibly fast. Old Master Yi almost couldn't catch up with him. Mian Mian, go home and give fish to my sister. The baby kept running and running, almost exhausting the old man. Finally, when Yi Chun came to pick up Mian Mian, Old Master Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Your son is too naughty, I can't stop him at all. He almost wore my old bones out. Yi Chun pinched the baby's little cheek. Mian Mian, your great-grandfather isn't well. Why are you running around everywhere? Mian Mian, go home and give your sister some fish. Yi Chun squatted down. Didn't Dad say you were to stay here with your great-grandfather? Mian Mian is speaking to her great-grandfather. Anything else? In her sweet, childlike voice, Mian Mian said, Mian Mian, my good boy. Yi Chun pinched Mian Mian's ear. Good girl? Look how tired your great-grandfather is. Why are you running around everywhere? The baby sniffled sadly. He just wanted to go home and show his sister the fish. All right, Lin Lin. Mian Mian is still young. I taught him horse stance today, and he did quite well. He's a very talented child. Okay, Grandpa, I'll take this little guy with me now. The old man laughed and said, Good, this Mian Mian is so lovable. Send him over to me again in a couple of days, and I'll continue teaching him. Good. Yi Chun was holding Xiao Mian Mian, who was also holding a small fish tank. Dad, Mian Mian kissed her father's cheek. Do you think your dad doesn't want you anymore? Daddy, Mian Mian wants daddy. Yi Chun pinched Mian Mian's little nose. You're 3 years old already? Why do you still want your dad? I want a dad. Little Mian Mian hugged her father tightly, as if afraid that he would abandon her. I was raised by my dad since I was little, and he's my favorite person. Yi Chun said helplessly. All right, you little clingy thing, Daddy will take you home. Little Mian Mian pointed to the small fish tank in her arms. Fish. Give it to your sister to fish. This is a fish you caught especially for your sister. You're so good. Your sister will definitely love it. After greeting the little guy, Yichen took him home, worried that his grandfather might get tired. After all, this little guy is really exhausting. Sister Fish. Little Mian Mian, with her short legs and carrying a small fish tank, ran to the living room to feed her older sister. Mian Mian, you're back. Little Tuanshuan is already 7 or 8 years old, and she's growing more and more beautiful, like a little princess in a castle. These are the fish you gave to your sister. Thank you, little Mian Mian. Little Tuanshuan kissed the little guy on the cheek, and the little guy was overjoyed, sticking out his little tongue and jumping around. She snuggled up to her older sister, her little paws pawing at her with a cute, innocent look. Sister, Mian Mian wants some candy. Little Tuanshuan has lots and lots of candy, all bought by her dad. Here, have some. Little Mian Mian was overjoyed to receive the candy and secretly ate it. Sister is the best. Yichen wasn't watching his son for a moment, and he ate candy again. How can a grown man eat candy all the time? Then, Yichen pulled the candy out of his son's mouth. The little guy sniffed, rubbed his eyes, and was about to cry. Wow! Familly immediately picked up her son and gently coaxed him. Yichen, why did you make your son cry? Yichen said, Mian Mian is a boy. He's so old, yet he still likes to eat sweets. How can a man eat sweets? Mian Mian is still a baby, only 3 years old this year. Why can't he eat candy? Give me his candy. Yichen had no choice but to obediently hand the things over to his wife. Familly immediately stuffed the candy into her son's mouth. Little Mian Mian, eat up. The little one stopped crying and smiled at his mother. Familly rubbed her son's head, her face full of affection. Don't cry. Mom is here. From now on, little Mian Mian can eat candy every day. The little one pointed at her father and complained in a sweet, childish voice. Mommy, Daddy won't give Mian Mian any candy. Your father? Familly glanced at Yichen beside her. Wife, you're in charge. Whatever you say is fine. Familly raised her eyelids and said, You are not allowed to restrict our son's snacks anymore. Look how wronged he is. You were not like this with Xiao Tuanshuan before. Xiao Mian Mian is a boy. How can he like to eat snacks? Why not? Our Mian Mian is still young, and children all like to eat snacks. Familly held her son affectionately. Dad won't dare to discipline you anymore. If he does, Mom will kick him out. Little Mian Mian grinned, pointed at her father, and said in her childish voice, Get him out. Yichen was almost furious and sat down with his daughter in his arms. His daughter is the best. She's his little darling. My darling Tuanshuan, do you still like the little dress Daddy bought you last time? I like it. I like my dad. Yichen is filled with happiness and continues to raise her child. Chapter 337 Extra. Yichen, your son is fighting again. 5 years later. Yichen was having a sweet date with his wife, watching a romantic movie together. Now that both children are in school, Yichen can finally relax a bit and do what he wants. Watching a heartwarming romantic drama, I was holding my wife in my arms, just about to kiss her, when my phone rang. Then, I received a call from the teacher informing me that my son had gotten into a fight again, and the person he was fighting was an older student, a full 4 years older than him. Familly asked, Yichen, what's wrong? Yichen remained calm. It's nothing serious, just that Mian Mian got into a fight. I'll go to school after I finish watching this movie. Fighting has become a regular occurrence. Mian Mian gets into fights every few days. However, Mian Mian has been practicing martial arts with her great-grandfather since she was a child, so there is no need to worry about her. It is always him who beats others. Familly said, Aren't you worried about our son? What if he gets hurt? Yichen waved his hand. Don't worry, he won't get hurt. He's my son. He's been learning martial arts from his grandfather since he was little. Even if he were 8 years older than me, let alone 4, he could still do it. You seem to have a lot of confidence in your son. Yes, Mian Mian is very sensible and won't hit people randomly. He must have hit those kids who bully others. Let's watch a movie first. The couple continued watching the movie sweetly, completely absorbed in each other. A pink, bubbly atmosphere filled the air around them. She completely forgot about her son. Poor little Mian Mian. She's still waiting for her dad. Do you know you were wrong? How dare you hit an older student? How can you be so strong? Little Mian Mian is still being lectured by the headmaster. 2 or 3 hours later, Yichen finally arrived. Mr. Yi, your child is really too naughty. He actually dared to hit someone who is 4 years older than him. Mian Mian raised her head and said, "He was the one who tried to bully my sister and said bad things about her. That's why I hit him." "You bullied your sister? Do you have any proof?" Mian Mian said in a low voice. "Of course there is evidence. You can go and check the surveillance footage." Several teachers sighed repeatedly. This child really beat up the older students until they were crying. "I hope the parents can educate him properly." Yichen said coldly. "Our child said someone bullied her sister. Let's check the surveillance footage." "How could that be? He must have hit someone and is just talking nonsense." "Yes, this child has already learned to lie at such a young age." Mian Mian raised her head and explained, "Dad, I'm not talking nonsense." Yi Chun patted Mian Mian's shoulder. "Of course Dad believes in you. In my opinion, we should check the surveillance footage. I need to investigate the whole story." Finally, Yi Chun went directly to the principal and reviewed the entire incident. These people seemed to be saying that Tuanshuan was pretty, and after glancing at her a few more times, they even tried to talk to her. Tuanshuan ignored them, but one of the little boys grabbed her arm. Mian Mian happened to see it and immediately beat up the little boy. "Well done," Yichen praised. "It was a bit too violent. If you encounter something like this again, you should tell your dad." Mian Mian nodded and said, "Dad, I understand." "Good boy." Yichen patted his son's head. "Dad, don't touch my hair. I'm all grown up now. In Dad's eyes, you'll always be a child. Come on, it's almost time to get out of school. Let's go pick up your sister together." Good. The end.